Russian American tendency.
Space race. Yeah, there has been
Yes,
this
okay,
space race,
of
and
course.
a lot of the Russian people, they have been indoctrinated by it. I think it's pretty much like I'm Romanian, and when I tell people in Romania about flat Earth, I get ridicule quite a lot, you know.
The same situation in Sweden. I live in Sweden, and a lot of teenagers, they can see, not only teenagers, just young people, a lot of who have seen this video with Eric Dubay, his movie. So they make graffiti sometimes, like Earth is flat, and a lot of different other. So
nice.
yes, but old generations, they're just like stable. If you are just trying to explain something, they no, like they don't want even to listen.
They refuse it. Yeah.
Yes, it's sometimes I don't think, maybe it's age factor. I don't know. But a lot of young people, they're open-minded and they're ready to take new information and to get study more. I don't know.
I think for mature people it's hard to take it in because it means that they were been living a great lie, and it's hard to come to this realization that your whole lifetime you've been living a lie. It was right in front of you. It was so big, so important, and you haven't seen it. So yeah, it's cognitive dissonance, I say. Yeah.
Yes, I agree to you. I will come back in 15 minutes because I'm a little bit busy.
Sure.
So, yes, my friend have to speak himself.
You're welcome.
Take your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye. Sorry, I am want one tendencies. Please. You hear a lot of talk about the male role model missing. But if you don't have a dad at home, if you got somebody that's trying to nurture and play for you and do stuff for you, you'll be okay. By no means perfect. But he knows what's right and what's wrong, and what's how far he should go.
That is important. Yeah, discerning good from wrong is imperative. It's very important. Sorry, I don't know Russian alphabet, so I don't know how to read your name.
Okay.
What's your name?
Okay. Sota Vision. B.
Sota Vision.
B.
Yes.
Likes. It means B. Это
airplane.
Honey. It's honey. B. It's honey. Okay.
B. It's
Understand?
honey.
Honey.
Not much.
No.
What
not.
should I call you?
Not
How
drugs.
should I call you?
Not drugs.
How should I call you? What's your name?
My name is. My Russian name is George.
George.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Nice to meet you. I'm
Nice.
Alex, my name, but my name here is Get Beget, Jet Bajet.
Very important. Thank you. Thank you. Alex, very good man. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to know you too.
Okay. Thank you. I think that maybe you needs of forgiveness for some things too.
Of course, yeah, I did stuff in my life. We all need forgiveness, yeah, that's a fact, you know. But
you hear? Yes.
once you realize that you've done wrong, then you have to stop, quit, don't do it again. And yeah, I think it should be fine, God is forgiving.
Yes, I believe in God
Mm,
too,
yeah.
and my thinks that
Mm,
it's what maybe it's the challenge now, but
yeah.
it was meant to be. God does not
Mhm.
put more on you than you can be. No, okay,
True.
no
Yes.
complaints.
Yeah. You sound like a very humble and modest man. Uh, I can tell by the way you speak, and I know that it's hard for you to quickly speak in English. Words don't come so easy, but from the very little that you say, I can make out that you are such a good, humble person.
Thank you, man. Very good. Thank you
Yeah.
for your letters. Okay.
I wish you learn English better. you know.
But my English
Yeah.
very bad. I know what, but
No,
I
it's not. It's good enough. Yeah, we can understand each other like the basics. Yeah, but with time, you will get to learn more. I know Russian is a complicated language. It's uh, very different from English.
crazy. Yes,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
my как сказать это
Mm.
um,
Accent and
W watch
yeah,
my profile
letter.
сотовый
Yeah.
медоед сотовый M it's
Sotovi
V
miedo.
it's your W,
M
да?
is V. Yeah.
Yes,
Wow.
okay, and
Mhm.
W it's my M медоед.
Yeah.
Okay, it's
So
crazy for you. It's crazy for you. Okay,
when you see the word
it's
written word, that W you read it M mord.
yes, because your it's how flat Earth or global Earth.
Yeah.
Как он перевертыш сейчас. Inversion. It's inversion words. Okay,
Yeah.
inversion.
Inverted. Yes. Inverted.
Inverted. Yes.
Yeah.
With W это it's Russian M.
Hmm.
Медоед. Thank you for your question.
You know, in Romanian language, actually, uh, some ancient, some very old academician found out that the Slavonic alphabet, like the Cyrillic alphabet,
Кириллица, славян.
yeah, is actually from a Proto-Latin language. It is ancient Romanian language, which had 3 distinct alphabets. And the Russians actually have a lot of Romanian gold thesaurus.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, and that gold is very, very old. Is before the pyramids were built. From very old times. It is from prehistoric times. When they say that the man was a wild animal, but actually in Europe, people were making solid gold tablets, they were making gold jewelries. So they were not primitives. They never been primitive. Yeah.
Yes, it's visualizations form of
Yeah.
language, because it's
Yeah.
real old language and
Yeah.
very old history.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's split into 3 distinct kind of languages: Russian, Slavic, the Greek, and the Latin. These are the main 3 alphabets.
Yes, and I won't speak that alphabet, Russian alphabet, it's most incredible and old alphabet in History Planet. In History Planet, it's
I know,
cosmogonic alphabet. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your opinion. Thank you.
I did read about it. Not as much as I wish, but yeah. Because I have to work too, so I can't stay too much time in the library.
Great. Thank you. This is great.
I hope I can visit Russia someday. My father did, but I want to see it also.
Sorry, I don't know. Very bad.
I want to see St. Petersburg. Yeah, and Moscow.
Yes,
to
Moscow.
Visit. Yeah,
it's
to visit.
Good. Good tower. Good. Kremlin. Good.
Yes.
Palace. Town palace. Потом. Lenin mausoleum. It's very big artifact, and this is real zombie man in a center of Moscow. You connect?
Yeah, I know. It's a big statue and a sculpture.
It's
right?
Inferno. It's Inferno Man, aka Zombie Man, but he's real life for anyone Russians. For many Russians, many Russians.
Yeah.
He is alive, aka Виктор Цой, aka Benjamin Franklin, aka Mozart, immortal figure in the world.
Yeah.
In our consciousness, okay? In our
Mm.
consciousness.
I know, yeah. I understand.
What do you think about Los Angeles Lakers and Kobe Bryant death? If you want know, or
Ah,
if you
about basketball, I don't know much.
okay.
I know 3 letters, NBA. But yeah, and that's something like Champions League, right?
Yes, maybe.
Yeah. Um,
Hey, Big Ed, ask him how many flat earthers are in Russia.
I'm sorry.
Ask him how many flat earthers are in Russia. There's very many.
Oh, um, I don't think
A-
there are that many.
ask the Russian guy that he can't understand me.
Did you
I'll shut up.
understand?
I'm probably a
Yeah,
robot.
sure, Dave. I'm sure he heard you now. Are many flat earthers in Russia? I'm so bad with names. I forgot his name.
My name Сотовый медоед.
Sot.
Like he
Сотовый.
said, George. Like he said, George.
Ah, George. Yeah, George.
Okay. Thank you.
That's easy. That's easy one. So, George, do you know any flat earthers in Russia?
Yes. Of course.
Yeah.
It's my friends. All flat Earth.
Awesome. That's nice. Yeah. I hope you heard it, Dave. Did you?
Yeah, I had to mute. There's a car alarm beside me. But yeah.
Like his everyday friends, life friends. Yeah, they are flat earthers.
Cool.
Yeah.
I hope there's like a lot more in Russia, like every other place, than we think there is.
Yeah. I wouldn't have guessed that, because I know a lot of Russian people have been very indoctrinated by the schooling system. They have been through all this space race, Cold War between Russia and USA.
No. It's disinformation because
Yeah,
Cold Wars. It's Illuminati Mason theory.
yeah.
How
But a lot of Russians, they are very good electricians or hackers, and they know all this radio, telecommunication stuff. And they say, oh, don't you know how the Sputnik satellite was sending a radio signal and you could detect it and intercept it and blah, blah, blah. And they assume it's all real, you know? Yeah, but the truth is, we don't know quite everything about this radio telecommunications technologies, and actually there is stuff which is like when you have a network arrays of antennas, you can make a signal like propagate above the world in a certain path. You can establish the path which that radio signal will be propagating, and you can make one to propagate clockwise and the other one counterclockwise, and you can choose exactly on which place you want these signals to interfere, and you can make radio wave signals which can also resonate all sort of gases or elements in the air, and yeah, it's very weird. We don't know. There is a lot we do not know about radios.
Yeah, that's one of the things I find really interesting. They have a lot of research that's not done
Yeah,
elsewhere, and
yeah,
science that's looking into
yes,
things that aren't just you have to find it translated from Russian to actually get any information on it.
yes,
You can't find it originally in English.
yeah, yeah. They have unique patents. Yeah, I think they do have. Russia does have unique IP, intellectual property. Yeah, because the KGB, to be honest, CIA was very weak getting information from inside Russia. The KGB was taking like everything out of USA, you know.
USA, unfortunately, my best country after Russia, okay? Because this is a good people, a good architecture,
Yeah,
very good history, and all kinds of people, okay?
yes,
Understand?
I know. The people are, by default, they want to be good-hearted. Vast majority of them are. But yeah, when they are deceived, when they are being lied to, that's not their fault anymore. It's the government. That's the one to blame. Yeah. So,
The USA is the best because we went to the moon. I seen it on TV.
yeah. What didn't I saw on TV? The question.
I saw on TV every day. It's Simpsons movie. It's half a man. My name is Errol. Teleshow, very good. It's Karma, and I like movies of Michael Jordan's and LeBron James movies, aka Shaquille O'Neal, my favorite player basketball in USA, and I like Los Angeles Lakers team, and New York Knicks and Los Angeles Clippers and
You know quite many teams, team names.
I like and Kevin Durant and Kevin Garnett. What my favorite players in NBA. In the music, my little singer is Michael Jackson, and a favorite singer it's two singer it's
I give you that. Michael Jackson was very good for his time, and a lot of what they say about him. Michael Jackson is very hard to understand. When when he was speaking, he was speaking stuff that was going on in his life, and he was in a great war with the world's largest corporations. Um,
you
they
say
killed him.
you mean
They
Illuminati?
killed him because actually the Sony corporation should have been all his. Yeah, but they wouldn't allow that to happen. Michael Jackson to take over the Sony corporation.
Okay. And the Beatles too. My favorite group, Beatles, and
Yeah,
you
Beatles. I think is the perfect.
The Beatles? Did you say the Beatles?
Yeah,
Rock on.
but that's it's your music taste. Yeah,
The Beatles,
it's not good to discuss
we
taste.
got Let It Be, Here
Yeah.
Comes the Sun, Come Together, Hey
Mhm.
Jude. The Beatles got an array of shit.
I don't see the Beatles songs to transmit any kind of good life message, knowledge, wisdom.
I
They don't
wasn't
send
talking
any of
about
that.
I
Yeah,
wasn't talking about that, bro. I'm talking about good
I
music.
know. Yeah, but the way I perceive Beatles, for me, it was like these Illuminati found the perfect team to seduce uh, the minds of people with music, and yeah.
how do you think Illuminati princess it's real or fake news?
Illuminati princesses.
Princesses.
Uh, I know this Illuminati stuff is no fairy tale. It is real. It is worship of the evil one, and it's all about deceiving people. These are the first headmasters, the deceivers. Yeah.
I just wanted to make a quick note about Michael Jordan. I'm from Chicago, and I know what it's like to love Michael Jordan. And everybody loves Michael Jordan. But after waking up to the flat Earth and all the things that are going on, I've realized what an asshole Michael Jordan really is, because he never really did anything for his community out here in Chicago.
Yeah.
You know, the hood. He never did anything for them. People walk around, they have 10 pairs of his shoes, but they don't have a car yet, you know, and each pair of his shoes costs like $1,000. They have 10 pairs of this, but they don't have a car yet. And
Grand for
the
some
hood in
Jordans?
Chicago, he could have given a lot of money to. He could have done a lot, but he doesn't. He's just a selfish motherfucker. Sorry, but that's all I wanted to say.
I'd say the 10 pairs might equal 1,000, but I don't know about 1,000 a pair.
Michael Jordan was wearing $100 shoes. Come on, I remember in 2000s I
bro.
bought. Yeah, go ahead,
Jordans.
Mike.
Your average
Jordan.
pair of Jordans cost $100.
Yeah. Oh well, that's what I wanted to say. In the early
He's got
2000s,
his own shoe line.
I bought from internet. I ordered a pair of Nike Shox Jordan.
I didn't
And
like
they were brand new, and I paid for them $599. That's how much they cost.
In Europe?
Yeah. But I bought them from USA online. So yeah.
What do you? So you got to pay an import fee.
Yeah, that was on top. I think like $20, something like that.
You ever seen the first Air Jordans that came out? Go there, red and black.
These ones were red and white. Yeah.
They cost $129. His first pair that come out. I had the first pair that come out.
I give them that. They were amazing work and quality and all that. I think they were made in Vietnam, if I remember correctly, and it was a very good factory in those times in Vietnam. But the problem is my mom washed them like 3 days after I bought them in a washing machine, you know, and she put them on the window to dry, and someone stole them from the window. Like they saw them from a mile. They were a shiny red, like lac. Yeah.
Sorry, what guys? What do you think about 5G? What
5G.
What do you think?
It's fast internet. They say it works on 60 gigahertz band, and I've seen some videos that say that at these are the frequencies where the oxygen molecules these frequencies that directly resonate with the oxygen molecules. So the assimilation of oxygen becomes problematic. I don't know.
It's real. It's real.
It won't be like suffocating for us, but it will have an effect, like the quality of life. Breath is very important because this is actually how God gave life unto Adam. He blew air, he blew life into Adam, blowing air, breath. That's how God gave life. And when they start messing with our breath, there is
Yeah, breath it's more important than eating.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. You can't live without breathing.
Of course, of course.
Yeah.
Ruski drug, what's going on, buddy? Stovsky made it something. Your name has to do something with honey, right?
Flat on flat earth. Hello,
Yes.
привет.
Is it something to do with honey, med?
Ну да, медоед. Сотовый.
Or play on words? Yeah, I don't speak Russian, bro. My name is Vlad. I'm from different region.
Understand. Honey, медоед, it's honey. Сотовый, it's Soto Vision. Soto Vision, okay?
What does that word mean? Sotovision. I can read it, but I don't know what it means.
Vision. Soto, it's B.
Okay.
Thank you.
Another
honeycomb.
interesting.
Honeycomb.
Sorry if I interrupt, but to your question about the 5G, another interesting thing I saw is that actually they want to quantify everything. And that means like when you produce wheat or corn, they want to quantify every grain of corn, wheat, rice, peas, everything, beans, all of them. They will have a nanocrystal barcode which they will register it, and they know exactly where it has been produced. They know which retail, wholesalers, everything. And you won't be able to get a grain of rice without paying. If they caught you with a grain of rice, which you don't have a bill, a receipt, that's stealing. Yeah. But this is not the 5G internet, actually is 6, 7G, which in China they are already working on these higher Gs at the moment.
G is geometry, and 5 is pentagram.
Yeah,
5G.
yeah.
Okay, analogy.
Yeah. And 6 is hexagram.
Yeah, good.
And I heard in China they are researching 8G, and that is like octagon.
Yes,
But
yes.
all these shapes are related to symmetry, supersymmetry, and all this stuff. And it goes to the flower of life. The more complicated symmetric shapes you generate, you create, you will actually reach a point where you will see that the flower of life is actually like it can generate, you can achieve any geometric shape from the flower of life. You can include a cube, you can include a triangle, all sorts of triangles, all sorts of circles, all sorts of vesica Pisces or hexagons, octagons, all of them. They are contained into this magic symbol. And also the tree of life itself is it has roots into this flower of life symbol.
Maybe chakra root,
Yeah, I've seen some of that too. They often compare like the tree of life looks very much like the chakras. Like the Hindu chakras are actually another kind of depicting the tree of life. Yeah.
The same as how they do with God, maybe.
Well, they want to, they can get close, but I'm convinced they will never be able to because they ignore. I mean, vast majority of people they don't project themselves into the mind of the fallen angels. I read a little bit about the fallen angels, and what I was curious was to see how they were thinking and what were their social behavior, and and hierarchy. And yeah, we do have quite a lot of information about them. So by reading, yeah, I can get myself to have an idea about the mindset, their own mindset. And what I saw was that despite that they have witnessed a lot of the creation, they actually, there was something that they did not know. And that's not the act of giving life. The act of giving life was one of the last in the sixth day when God gave life to Adam, and they saw it. They saw how it's done, so they know, and it's no secret for them. But we didn't. Mankind, we have not seen God working and giving life to something. So that's why for us is a blind search. So yeah, they do have this advantage on us, but still there is something that they did not know about, and that is hell, prison. They didn't know it exists, which the act of creation implies and involves the act of non-existence, a realm where things don't exist. They are virtual, they are possible, logical possibilities, but they are not material, they don't exist. And yeah.
What do you think about Odin or some other gods? What do you think, Frank?
Well, I think these are very ancient stories about people and men, about men who probably did great deeds or bad things, you know.
Well, there's a guy on the internet called Benjamin Balderson, and he talks about the ancient gods like Mars and the Norse gods as well.
Yeah.
But the way he understands or the way he explains it is in terms of metallurgy and alchemy and what these gods represent, which is extremely interesting.
Yeah. A lot of these gods are fallen angels. Actually, there is a technocratic angel, the angel of technology, the technology we use and create is actually not just use just devices like tools, like a hammer. They have a spiritual side once they have been created. There is intelligence inside them, and overall This is a entity which these devices are the body of this entity, but this entity now is being locked away from his own body, so it cannot manifest itself entirely. But once it will be unlocked, these devices will the interaction between man and computer will be totally different.
Yeah, there's a speech. I'll link it to you in a DM, get bigger. From some guy at the World Economic Forum who was talking about transhumanism and saying that humans have to, rethink. We are not what we think we are. The presumption that, I can say to you, listen, get, you need to upgrade. Like we're gonna reboot you and then load some better software.
No way. I am unique, just like you, and nobody can recreate you. God will not allow it. Only you can allow it.
Yeah, and it's like, I mean, people have a hard time saying, that we are imperfect. On the basis that we are led by our emotions. We do things that we later regret. We do things out of ignorance. So people walk around with a lot of guilt and issues and stuff. And these people are I've been watching this series, and I never watch television, but I've been watching this series called Black Mirror.
Oh
my God.
Yeah, my cousin recommended me. I watched a few episodes like 2 years ago or 1 year.
And you binged it, didn't you?
Oh, Jenny, I never watch TV, and so then I came across this Black Mirror, and now I've been binge watching it.
Oh, it's so addicting.
Oh.
Wait till you get to Miley Cyrus on the last season. Ooh-wee.
I'm at the last episode of season 3 now, but it's fascinating, the little bits of
predictive programming.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
There are 3 seasons now?
No, there's 4.
4. Oh my God, I have to catch up. Like I only saw like 2 or 3 episodes from
I do believe that season 4 is the one with Miley Cyrus. That's a pretty big one. I thought.
Who's Miley Cyrus? Yeah.
Wrecking Ball, you know.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
What are you guys talking about?
We're not talking. We're talking about the actual Miley Cyrus, not the quote unquote Miley Cyrus. Sorry.
What show?
Hey, Get. I have a favor to ask of you.
Sure.
Okay, so I'm a fan of your voice, right? So you said something a moment ago that gave me a flashback of some something that used to be on the TV and the radio all the time. And I don't know if you're aware of this character or not because you're not from the United States, but it was Smokey the Bear. And one of the main lines was, he says, "Only you can prevent forest fires." And you just sound so great saying that.
I get it now, yeah. And I don't remember seeing Smokey Bear, but it sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Like,
So
I
he's
heard
like the
about it.
national.
Yeah.
He was like the national anthem. And I do believe, I would have to look it up, but I barely remember something along the lines of like something not right with that. Like it was kind of like Yeah, I might
And
just look
funny
into
because
it.
what I was saying to Ariel now was that I meant that God does not have control over you, like to control you like a puppet. Uh, it gave
Right, he
you full
created you.
control, yeah. So it's your choice when you
Yeah,
allow
he does.
this technology to get under your skin or
Yeah,
not.
absolutely, because he designed our
Yeah,
bodies to heal themselves, just like,
yeah,
other animals.
true.
And, we choose not to um, seek natural remedies, so that's why we're in the position we're in, if you ask me. I mean, because, when a dog cuts himself or whatever, he licks the wound. And come to
Yeah,
find out, if you use your own enzymes from your mouth on a wound, it works just as good. Well, I mean, in some cases, not all, of course, but as an antibiotic cream.
I don't know. I feel I could get an infection doing that because
Well, I
a
no,
mean,
dog's mouth usually
actually,
only has
you can
one
be
kind of
sensible.
bacteria.
Well, hey, you can be sensible about it. I mean, you can clean your mouth and then wait a short period of time and wait for those, your mouth to, reestablish itself and then do it. I mean, yeah, you can't. I get what you're saying, of course.
Just wanted to say,
I'm just
God designed us to be immortal initially.
Well, your own enzymes can take away a blood stain
I'm
on
I'm
clothing.
just
well,
saying that because I've gotten my knuckles cut before on somebody else's teeth that I punched, and it got infected real bad.
Oh, no, that's a different. That would be something different. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely would want to err on the
sometimes,
side of caution.
sometimes when I get mosquito bites, it's itchy. And I lick my finger and then rub on that place, and in couple of seconds, that itch goes away. Like I never got bitten.
Nice.
Yeah, I know that your own saliva stuff works, but I think it's more
Well,
about
yeah, if you're bitten by a dog, you
cleaning
definitely don't
yourself.
want to just lick yourself. You want to clean the wound and all
Yeah,
that. But I
yeah,
appreciate that being brought up, though. I'm not trying to make fun of you, what you said.
I know.
Or what the other person said. I wasn't looking at my phone. Sorry, to chimed in.
Oh, soon it's ladies' night.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Um, I work till 6, so I'm sure the ladies are gonna keep it going on until I get off work. Hopefully, anyway. Last week was super.
Well, I made the biggest pot of South African bean soup. I went to the butchery to get
Mm.
some shin bones, and it was so good that I ate myself into a stew.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so for the first time ever, I made ham and bean soup that I've done before, but I used a ham bone
Right.
that I got from the deli. And let me tell you, that is a game changer all around.
I bought these shin bones because when I went into the butchery, when I looked online, that they didn't have any. So when I went in there were two left. But then I also bought like all these other like marrow bones.
That is what okay, that's one of my cooking goals is to make, I'm really good at making my own chicken broth, but I have yet to master doing beef broth. So I hope to do that now that it's soup season, America.
Yeah, so I've got an instant pot which is on the Internet of
Oh,
Things, and that thing
Mm.
just makes it so effortless because those bones, if you just boil them, you could end up boiling them for hours.
hey,
So
I have a question. Can you dehydrate vegetables in a air fryer? Does anybody have one? I guess I could look it up for myself.
I was looking into that because you know what? I bought a ton of
Try
dehydrated.
like electric oven with ventilator, air fryer, or what is
Yeah,
that?
the air fryer is really popular in the United States right now.
What's the lowest setting on the temperature?
I don't know. I've never bought one. I guess I could look.
Because the one that I have,
Okay.
it's also a toaster oven and convention oven and all that other crap. It's got an air frying function and it goes down to 150, and I can dry leaves out and herbs and stuff like that with it
Ooh, I
for like
might be getting
25
an air
minutes at
fryer.
150. 25 minutes at 150.
What I want to dehydrate is cabbage.
Well, I recommend you take heater, the infrared ceramic heater, and it's a radiator. And yeah, you just put in front of it,
I guess it
and
says you can, according to Google.
it will dehydrate everything, you know. Yeah. But without the airflow, yeah, it will take a little bit more time.
Yeah, I've been looking at things that you can make at home that you can generate like energy with, and I've seen the most interesting things like with magnets. And tomorrow I'm actually going to build a light just with 2 spark plugs, a copper coil, and a light bulb fixture. Because apparently energy is free. It just fascinates me so much. There's a guy on YouTube that just builds all these little things. Yeah, but the magnets and the it's just yeah. I've probably got a lot of masculinity in my femininity because I'm interested in stuff like that.
Well, I was looking these days to a soxlet extractor.
A what now?
And a soxlet extractor.
What the heck is that?
Used for removing. Hold on, it's something for removing the spice out of like chili peppers. The Soflex extractor. It takes the solvent that heats up and it puts some of it in there until it gets to a certain point where it dumps over, and it keeps doing that. So it's fresh solvent that goes up there, so you're not, having a bunch of spice up there. Yeah. Soxlet extractor.
Yeah. I was looking this week at Brown's gas. That is so interesting.
But you can extract also all sorts of oils from flowers, from fruits, from pretty much everything that you dehydrate,
Right.
Yeah, you can even steam distill the oil from lavender. You have a lot of lavender.
Yeah. And it's quite cheap. I saw like a 1 liter setup. It's about €100. Yeah, with the heater and everything.
Oh, I see that now.
Yeah. And from flowers, you can extract all these oils with perfumes and everything.
Oh, well, that looks interesting.
And the second two things is a vacuum chamber and a beaker for liquid helium.
I knew you were going to say.
Yeah.
Cryohelium with your super fluidicity, huh?
Yeah. If I can get my hands on such an installation, yeah, like to experiment with. Well,
How far are you from Nottingham?
Who, me?
oh,
Yeah.
No, I'm in East London. I'm on
Okay,
the
so
very
you're quite.
outskirts.
So
Yeah.
you're a good like 8-9 hours away, huh?
No, less than that, about 6.
Oh, really? So okay, I thought it was a lot larger. Anyways, right there at the university that they have there, they have like the largest system for liquid helium
wow.
of any university. So
Now, the thing that interests me the most is hydrogen gas, or rather Brown's gas, and all the applications, because apparently it's really quite amazing. It speeds up wound healing. It's like it's got a regenerative effect on the human body. So you can bubble some water and drink the water, or you can actually let that gas go straight onto your skin. It helps with stuff like arthritis and the repetitive strain injury, what's it called? Carpal tunnel. Yeah.
Well, they make these HHO installation setup.
Yeah.
yeah, HHO is the shiznit, man.
Yeah. But when you play with this stuff, you should be very careful. Make sure that, I mean, if you want to stay in a room where you have a high concentration of HHO,
Yeah. No,
you can't have any like other electrical device or something that makes a spark, because it's gonna make boom very big and loud.
Yes, I've seen people experimenting with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's an American guy who has made a machine that, because he breathes it as well.
Yeah.
And so I went on Alibaba and Banggood. There was somebody on YouTube who was unboxing one that he bought off of Alibaba. I'm really interested in that.
And if you put like this gas in a jar, in a can, a small volume, like a jar, but if you light it up, it will explode and it will be so loud that it breaks your eardrums.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I've got
So
no
it's
plans at this stage to do that.
it won't kill you. It won't kill you, but that sound
Yeah,
it makes, it's dangerous. Yeah.
I just posted a video that has the guy from Clearwater, Florida, that invented the HHO system, and it also has the guy that invented a dune buggy that runs on water. I think you can go from Pensacola, Florida, to Washington D.C. in like
I saw
22
that
gallons
guy.
of water.
I saw that guy this week. It's really maddening how people are living today when you take into consideration all these various options. It really
Someone's
is.
hot micing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Sort of. Yeah. When you think of alternative ways of generating energy, of propulsion, of all these things, it's really sad.
They tell you we have it all sorted out. You don't have to.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Don't bother. Everything that works is solar energy, wind, hydro, but hydro energy, we don't allow you to build dams and stuff like that in your backyard. Even with the wind, they don't allow you to install a windmill. You know, you need a special construction thingy.
Yeah, seriously, I'm quite sick of these of society and the way it functions. I was talking to Crypto the other day about this company in the UK called British Sugar, and they've got the only license. They are building, they are growing cannabis on areas large as 23 football fields. But if you want to get a license to do that, you need an ISO lab attached to your operation. And the people who have been given this license, they're all cronies of the government.
Yeah.
And that just outrages me.
Yeah. It's their club. They can do it, but not us. They can live humanely, but not us. You know. Yeah.
And I think with people who are so comfortable in life that they, you know, their minds are just busy with esoteric things. They think they don't have to think about who's gonna like, you know, is there petrol in the car? You know, they don't have to think about these things. So they start thinking, you know, in terms of things that concern other people. And I just don't think their plans are really like none of their plans are on my bucket list. You know?
Yeah.
And I just think it's the absolute arrogance of it. I absolutely can't stand it. I can't stand it that people who presided over the fall of the Anglo-American civilization are trying to point their fingers at me to say to me, it's your fault because your carbon footprint.
Yeah, but you see, if you do research, I mean, I have a family friend, a lady. She's the age of my parents, but she had a new boyfriend like in 2016 or 17, something like that. And this guy was probably 2 or 3 years older than me. And he seduced her, telling her about all these magnetism stuff. That he was an inventor. That he was an inventor, and he made this woman borrow some money from someone for his invention. They bought like 1,000 strong magnets, and he assembled them on some discs and stuff. He made like, it's not a machine, it's something, some assembly with a lot of screws, long screws, tightened, and oh my god.
Right.
Believe me, I went there in her basement and I tried to unmount this thing. And I was swearing a whole day, like I didn't get to finally unscrew it all, and like I needed more tools and a um, spindle cutter, yeah, and I gave up.
I don't want to do anything complicated. I mean, I'm quite mechanically minded, so these things fascinate me. I just want to grow like 23 footballs worth of cannabis and bake cookies all day long.
Yeah, but you see, I myself had the belief that I had a revelation, blah blah. I had an invention and all this stuff. I was seduced by my own mind and knowledge, my personal knowledge in physics and all this stuff, mechanics, and I did quite put it on paper. I researched it, and I still tend to believe that there is certain ratios and stuff which can be achieved where it involves some sort of harmonics and resonance and stuff. But yeah, you have to fine tune to match. And you wouldn't be getting something like a perpetuum mobile or but probably something that can self-propel itself and provide a little bit of energy, but it won't last forever because materials are degradable. The more you use them, the more they, that's the friction laws, mechanics, and but the way this guy was telling to this woman, he was like he's gonna take over the world's energetic industry, and I told her, Dana, look, you can't mess with these people. When you really have something, they're gonna kill you. They're gonna make you disappear. And actually, this world is quite very filled with so many forgotten inventors, which they thought they invented stuff if they could had a little bit more money to put more into their project and build it better and stuff. But still, all of these concepts, I have looked on inventions, concepts and stuff. I studied it. I looked at what the man was saying, and I look at the mechanical design. I understood what is doing, what's happening, and I saw what that guy was not seeing. Like I saw that he did not have proper knowledge of mechanics, and yeah, it's sad, when you see people being so easily seduced. Because
If you think of the World Economic Forum, I mean, there's going to be this conference in Scotland at the end of the month where all the world leaders are going to come together to talk about this green agenda. They haven't. I haven't heard of big groundbreaking ideas. It's like I've heard of one big idea, which is to suddenly pretend that there is no more natural gas left in the world.
Yeah.
So all the gas companies in the UK have gone bust because they can't purchase the gas, from the marketplace in big quantities. So you're left.
Well, funny you say this because about a week ago, I was talking with my parents and I heard some predictions in my country saying that they were telling me that they are about to rise the prices on natural gas with 700%. 700%.
Yeah, I've heard predictions in the UK 250 to 400%.
Yeah.
And I mean that is going to affect people's actual
Oh my God.
it's going to affect their lives really.
It's
Everybody.
gonna kill them, a lot of them.
Yes.
Well, did y'all hear what California decided yesterday about?
What?
Well, they decided that they're going to make gas-powered lawnmowers, weed eaters, pressure washers.
That was a week ago.
Was it a week
They did
ago?
that a week ago, yeah.
Man.
Last Friday.
Yeah, I heard someone saying this to Mary Mom like a couple days ago. That's weird.
It's like
Yeah, they want everyone. They want everyone to
Good
go
morning.
on electric things, right?
Yeah.
However, California doesn't use hardly any nuclear power. They use natural gas, coal, or oil to generate electricity. Can you say not intelligent people live in California?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, I was listening to a young woman today when I was driving to my special butcher, and she was waxing lyrical about. She was being very dictatorial, actually, and she was talking about people have to give up their cars, and you know, she was just blah blahing on, and I just don't think these people have got the experience that it takes to make arbitrary decisions that affects you know so many people's daily lives.
Yeah.
It's
They just see a clown on TV, an actor, and they just follow.
yeah, they parrot everything. And Bill Gates
And they
was
think they are so smart because they are saying the same thing that clown said. Yeah.
it's like the world leaders are virtue signaling to each other.
I would have to say, like Florida, if you travel down, let's say I-10 in Florida, you'll see that a lot of the cow farms and old orange farms are orange pastures, cow pastures, orange pastures. Anyhow, the power companies have bought them up. So hundreds and hundreds of acres of solar panels. Now, once all of a sudden these solar panels, you know, and the government gets involved and starts saying, hey, we're going to give free charging stations, you know, at every gas station. So they'll shut down the gas stations and make them charging stations to where you get your free energy, but you have to go in and pay for your chips and your drinks. So that's how they're going to make money because, as you know, a gas station doesn't make much money on gas. They make a ton of money on the other junk in the store. You know what I mean? So once the government gets involved, I bet you they'll start being like, look, you know, we'll do this. We'll give you free power because we're getting it for free from the sun. But, you know, somehow to convince people to go electric.
I just dropped an article, and that really pisses me off. This article I just dropped off, I don't know if anyone else is paying attention to this shit.
A vasectomy bill.
Yeah.
I advise make investments in good, reliable, feasible energy sources. But
yeah, at 40 or after
solar panel.
Yeah, the governments are acting like our feudal overlords, and we are literally reduced to like serfdom. I mean, peasant life would even be a step up.
Yeah, well, I am the resistant, so.
Anyone who has a house, I suggest buying a drilling mill and drill deep down in the ground.
Yes.
And get a heat pump and Yeah, but do not declare it, like keep it hidden and secret, you know. Yeah.
Well, here in Florida, we have these horrible hurricanes, and it will knock the power out for like sometimes up to a couple of weeks. And what people are doing is they're buying these generators, and they'll take exhaust from cars and tie them into the exhaust of the generator to make them completely quiet. And they'll have the generator inside the garage and a pipe running through an exhaust system to the outside, so it's completely silent, so nobody knows that they're running any type of power source, so nobody starts knocking on their doors for to stay and stuff like that. But I guess what you're saying as far as keeping it a secret from what'd you say, some type of deep
Yeah. A diesel engine, you can bury it into the ground, make a concrete encasing with how do you say, discrete door. Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly think that this winter is going to be quite an eye-opener for people everywhere.
Do you think it's going to be rolling blackouts everywhere again?
Yeah, that's why I'm looking around and thinking about, I don't have a generator, so I wanted to get one. And then I was thinking, well, what is going to power this thing?
Well, whatever you do, don't sit there and get a gasoline heater or a heater that uses fuel or a heater that uses wood. You got to use something you plug into the grid that generates heat, like they want.
Yeah, I suppose it's going to be really, to see who the fittest are, because, yeah, I was driving around with my son today. Every time I saw somebody walking by themselves or driving in their car with a mask on, I was just like, oh, look over there. And my son was saying to me, just, you need to ignore it.
Well, you could have set up you can have it set up to where if you have the ability to have a fire, there's really cool things you could do with like cast iron. It's like a heater system where you're drawing in with a fan. You're not going into your fireplace. What you're doing is you're actually using your fire pit to heat up the cast iron, and the fan blows it through this channel that runs across this cast iron unit and blows out the other side into your house. And it's a circulating system. It's constantly going through it, and it will, throw out some heat if you just it's like just a circulating unit, and you're not getting any toxic not ash, but what do you call it? You're not the fire doesn't even need to be in your house. It's just my grandpa used to have one in his built-in fire pit in his house, and it was electric. So all you need is just a little bit of electricity just to run the fan, and it just sucked that heat. It's quite cool. Simple concept.
I was also thinking about a heating system, something like made of a lot of ceramic or bricks, and inside this chamber to have a big metal piece which you heat it using electromagnetic induction. So you quickly will get it to melting point, and it will be very hot. But yeah, it will stay warm for a very long period of time, because yeah, the bricks will be losing heat very slowly.
That sounds. I'm interested in that. Can you?
Yeah.
I don't know. Give some type of maybe in text, like some type of detailed setup for that. That sounds very interesting.
It's a concept, I was thinking about.
Or maybe like a YouTube video, maybe that somebody uses the same technology to heat something up. That'd be kind of cool if you find something. I don't even know what to even look for. You said electromagnetic
induction.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a small device you can make. It's not expensive. It's a copper coil, which you can make it from copper pipe, Yeah. But it will make like 2, 3, 4 kilograms of metal melt in maybe less than 1 minute. It turns into hot liquid. And it will be in a pot of ceramic or made of bricks.
Has anybody ever tried what's the guy's name? Ken Wheeler suggested everybody to experience the effects of what he says is the ether by taking the two magnets, and reverse the polarity. A 1-inch neodymium N52, I think, magnet. I think they're like $80 a piece. He said that you can screw holes in them, put them on a screw that's about 6 inches to a foot long, but reverse the polarity and slide them on, and then very carefully clamp them down with some type of clamp system, and then take like a butterfly nut and lock it in place. He says it's real dangerous because I guess it's pushing apart so hard that it can shatter. But he says that you can hold that device in your hand and raise it quickly to the sky, and you'll feel, he says, a thickening effect, kind of like when you hold a spinning hard drive, and how it kind of stops you from getting it off its axis. Is kind of like a, you know what I mean, like a little force of resistance.
Yeah.
But he says that you can do the same thing with two magnets, bringing it up to the sky or down to the ground quickly, as if it's causing like chaos in the ether. He says that anybody could do it, and there's no explanation for it because it defies what everybody says is the reason. You know what I mean? Like,
well, yeah, this guy Boyd Bushman discovered that when you glue opposing magnets together, they directly affect the downward acceleration. So these magnets will be falling at a much slower rate. So yeah.
Who did that? You said who?
Boyd Bushman.
Hold on. Let me.
Martin Lockheed engineer. Yeah.
Oh my goodness! Really? Okay. Let me say. Okay, can you say his name one more time? Let me look this up.
Boyd Bushman.
Okay. B-O-Y-D? I mean, B-O...
Yeah. Y-D. Yeah.
Okay. Boyd.
Bushman.
Man. That is... Oh, yeah. Boyd Bushman magnets. Okay.
Yeah. And you also have special setup, like a magnetic beam 5 magnets with the opposing poles installed like on the sides of a cube, you know, and on the 6th face of the cube, that's where you would have this magnetic beam generated by all those magnets that repel each other. And I'm willing to test this setup, try to use it in brushless motors or electric DC motors to see if there are any benefits, you know, like to get a better motor, more efficient. Yeah.
Well, what it sounds like to me, the way Ken Wheeler explains it with the magnets, that it has to be faster than free fall. So you kind of have to bring it up quickly instead of just
to accelerate it.
Yeah, and you can feel something. He says it's like honey.
Well,
it becomes thick, like moving through honey.
Yeah. Can it be mounted on a flywheel or?
Pretty much it's the same setup as the video I'm watching right now by the Boyd Bushman video. It's the same thing. It's just the screws are a lot longer. So so you can hold it in your hand and you just bring it up real quick to the sky, and at a certain rate you feel it almost like something stopping you from, or down towards the ground. You feel this he says a thickening in the air effect.
Yeah, like it doesn't want to fall faster.
Yeah,
it doesn't want to accelerate.
Yeah, almost like traveling through the water quickly with your palm. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't feel much, you know what I mean? Kind of like that.
There's a difference between air and water. Yes, the drag.
Yeah. Like it can't react quick enough. Yeah. But he says that's evidence of the ether because there's nothing that can explain that as far as science goes. And everybody I've talked to is like, that's impossible. It can't happen. And if it does happen, you'll get a Nobel Prize award. So do it. And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
Earlier, it was the Belmont radio station. Now it's fucking silent. What's going on around here? Do we have to go out and every one of us buy a fucking lasso? Get some Globers by the neck and drag them in here or what?
Man, I try to get them in here and they say that they get kicked out once they start talking. That's their excuse every time. I'm like, what? Come on.
Yeah, that we don't care about their feelings and stuff. I mean, that's so not true.
Well, they give you no choice but to ban them or mute them for a minute because you'd warn them 3-4 times that, we're not going over that. We've done that, or, we told you the evidence, or then they just obfuscate and want to chase you around the block 1,000 times. with a bunch of stupid ass questions when they can't even answer the first one, which it's just, yeah, they deserve to be muted. They're just acting like kids. You're right. Immature and too much information. I guess it's an overload for their brain. Shorts them out.
Yeah, I think they're in a state of shock because somebody's forcing them to think.
Well, I think the state of shock comes after they realize that we're telling the truth. But initially, they just think we're liars and it's stupid and we're crazy and the globe.
I think the biggest shocking thing is that it's actually very elementary to, to suss the whole situation.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, it's like fifth grade. Yeah, it's fifth grade math, and it's self-evident observations. It's not science. It's not complicated. They want to make it like it's some complicated scientific equation that nobody can figure out when it's just the opposite. Self-evident, obvious as the day is long, and fifth grade math, and there you go. And yeah, but I think initially they just short circuit for a minute. It's a globe. I've been growing up with the globe my whole life. It's a globe. You guys are stupid. Everybody knows it's a globe.
Yeah, just show them a picture of Einstein or some people in white coats, and they're already down on their knees worshiping.
Yeah, well, maybe we ought to create a few personalities and put pictures of them on here in a lab with a lab coat on with the PhD at the end of their sign, and give them a nice name like Professor, Makovich or something, from West Germany. He's now a flat earther, and he's here to explain this situation to you. And put him on screen and say, yeah, here I am, standing there in his lab coat, in a lab, beakers and everything around him, and saying, yeah, we'll just train somebody for that, about 3 people for that scientific position. Well,
It's just occurred to me that we've got Globers who call themselves Dr. Bob and Professor what's his face. That's so ironic.
I know, huh?
I was on Nathan's server on the day when Dr. Bob was there, and he didn't want to speak at first. And then when he did come on, they were talking about the I almost said stethoscope, not the stethoscope. What's it called? Navigational instrument that you
Sextant.
The sextant. Sorry. And how do you get a 90-degree angle when you're measuring over a curve? How are you going to do that?
That's, yeah.
And the way that Dr. Bob carried on it wasn't even childish. It was pathetic.
Yeah, is that where he put the globe on there and then he drew a straight line down from inside the earth?
That's it.
Up to
Huey almost lost his freaking mind.
Yeah, are you fucking kidding me? Like, that changes it because you drew a little red line from the center of a ball that met the end of the sextant to create a 90-degree angle. It had nothing to do with the earth. Yeah, nothing whatsoever to do with the earth.
Where's your horizon?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was pathetic. You're right.
Yeah,
the thing about it is there's these kids, these they believe what he's telling them is right, though. They see that and they say, oh yeah, see, that makes it work.
Well, I think we should all make our names to be doctors and professors.
Yeah, that's what I said. We need to get like 1 or 2 and put them in lab coats, take pictures of them, make a few videos, say, yeah, this is a new new PhD from some country or whatever, and yeah, he's now a flat earther, and he's here to explain to you why. we'll put him on screen as wearing a lab coat. We'll just give somebody like, I don't know, get one of these scientific looking guys in here, give them the job.
Yeah, and it's a very sad reflection of the world, really, how we have prostrated ourselves in front of people who claim to have authority on their side.
Yeah.
That's a whole nother thing.
Well, when they claim to have authority and then they pull shit like that Bob guy did, like making, doing something so silly with the sexton. I mean, like, that's going to make it work? I mean, are you kidding me? And nothing to do with reality. It's just a model you drew a line up, said, well, see, this is how you get a 90-degree angle on a globe. Yeah, okay. Doesn't have anything to do with the globe, what you're doing.
But it's like Matthew learns as well, it must be awful to be in a position where, because Matthew is, to me, he is so interesting, the fact that he keeps coming back here. And I think it was last night, I think from the conversation that was had, that, his ass was handed to him repeatedly.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have that pride when it comes to confessing that I was wrong, that I made the wrong choice. I'm just not that ego driven. I like to learn. I like to ask questions. I can freely admit when I was holding a stupid position. I can let go of things. But I think for the masculine, for the men, it must be it's an internal struggle to
Well, it was easy for me because I hadn't come to any real grand conclusions about the universe and about the earth and whatever else. When I started looking into flat earth, I really wasn't like this star guy or this planet guy or this globe proponent, or I grew up building houses and building things and racing cars and living my life. And when that came up, I just looked at the evidence and it's like, oh yeah, this ain't right. It was real easy for me because I didn't have this invested interest. And I think that's a lot of problem for a lot of people, that if they're astronomers or if they're real,
right.
You know what I mean? If they've spent a lot of time, studying the globe or being involved with some part of the universe, the solar system, and knowing the math on it all. I mean, I don't even, I don't know anything about how they orbit, what direction they go, or anything. I don't need to know that shit. I know that it's not right, I mean, it would take me a matter of minutes to learn it, but at this point, it's pointless. It's bad information. And I found that out soon enough that I didn't have to learn all that dumb shit and then become invested in some fantasy,
Maybe it is like you say. We're lucky that we are not sort of invested in the.
Yeah, I think it made it easier. It made it easier for me, I think, because I didn't have some. I wasn't the kind of guy that start talking about the Earth and I knew the radius and I knew this and I wasn't like that. I mean, I know a lot of things, but that wasn't one of them. So when this came up and the information came out, I just looked at it. It's like, which one makes sense? Well, it's real obvious which one makes sense when you don't have an investment, a belief system prior to that. It came real easy. Took me like one day, and I was automatic flat earther. That's all it took. I seen enough information in one day that it was like, yeah, this isn't right.
For me, it was. I still tried to puzzle it out, because I can tell you for about, and I don't even know how long this went on, but for probably weeks, I was like, in my head, I was like, no, this can't be. What is going on here? I didn't even know that I was looking for this information. I honestly didn't. I didn't know where my curiosity about what's Elon Musk doing with all these things. What are those lights? What satellites? So I thought, okay, well, it's probably time that I should find out about these things. And then from satellites, I for the first time in my life, I took NASA seriously. And, I started really looking into their history, looking in the archives at things that are not even easily available. And I wasn't driven. I didn't feel driven. It was like an afterthought at the end of the day, that when I still had some time to kill, when I wasn't ready to go and sleep, then I would be I just find myself drawn back to it. And when I finally started realizing that who is feeding us this information, this can't be real. How can it be that I have put my trust, and it seems to be without any foundation? then I did start feeling very like, right, I need to find out what's going on. And I'm still amazed that I actually figured it out for myself. I'm the least scientific person. I had no interest. It came, out of nowhere. But all it took was for me to really pay attention to see.
I think obviously, since I'm just going to guess, you're going to have to correct me if I'm wrong here, but now that you've done all this, you do have sort of a passion and an investment in
absolutely
the flat Earth, because you've recognized it to be true, and you've recognized all the lies, and it has become important to you.
Yeah, I think it has affected me in every conceivable way that you don't even realize to start with. But you just look at authority, you look at the society around you, you look at people and all the different kinds of notions that they have about this place that they live in.
Yeah.
Not even the place that we are standing on, but everything, it encompasses everything. That's how I feel.
Hello.
The education system, it affects children. I mean, it's unconscionable. To me, it's the crime of not even this century, it's the crime of all time. And I am for the underdog. I am for things have to be balanced. You have to be fair. You can't, you can't just walk over people and cheat and steal and lie. So, yes, my default position is outrage. Really, that is what it is. I'm just going to go feed my cat.
Enjoying the conversation there between you two.
The best conversations happen on this Discord.
Oh, anyway, sorry, I was trying to talk. My mic was muted. I'm an idiot like that. I was just saying that, yeah, my whole situation was different than yours, completely, because I didn't have, like I said, an investment in it. And so when I started looking at it, like I said, I just weighed the two out, seeing that the flat Earth's the only thing that made any sense. And then I decided that I wanted to learn more about it. And so I started, learning and looking at everything. And then, of course, once you do that, like you said, it leads you into all these different facets of life, about how the government lies and everybody, it goes full spectrum. And it's been like going on, it's been over 3 years, going on 4 years for me now. And it's just like, yeah, now I've gone full spectrum. I'm still investigating history at this point. I want to know what the hell went on around here, 500 years ago, if it's even possible to know, which I don't think it is. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah, so going forward, I feel quite bolshy. If any authority figure now wants to, make any kind of proposal. I watch these politicians, and I don't make a habit of it. But anything that they are busy with, I have like total disdain. I don't want to.
Yep.
I don't want to. I will have to make up my own mind.
Yeah, I turned my TV off 3 years ago. I turned my cable off. Yep, no more news.
Yeah,
no more movies.
Same.
Yeah, it's just like that piece of legislation that these Philadelphia Democrats are trying, or the Pennsylvania Democrats are trying to push through right now.
I don't even know what you're talking about, bro.
Mandatory vasectomies on anybody over the age of 40. If you have 3 kids, vasectomy. They're about ready to implement a cap on how many children we can have, like they did with China.
Jeez.
Wow.
Yeah, in America, they want to cut your fucking balls off, man.
You have to ask yourself, why is their default go-to solution is to reduce the population? That is not the only solution.
Because it's the only solution that'll ensure their safety. When there's a critical mass of people, the people that are awake and that are sick and tired of their tyranny and their bullshit and their fucking lies and their narrative and their fucking waffling on about nothing at all that doesn't help humanity, then we will rise up against them. And this is what they fear. This is the one thing they fear, is the people is revolting against them.
That the power structure is going to be toppled.
Yeah, they don't want the flood hitting them, but guess what? The flood's coming. Look at Italy. Look at France.
They're trying to get ahead of it. Yeah, they're trying to get ahead of it.
Oh, fuck that. They're going to drown. They're going to be 20 feet under the fucking water of the people, man. Fuck these motherfuckers. Nice? Fuck these motherfuckers. Smack them with a fucking shoe. Take a shoe and smack them on their fucking head. Be like, this is what fucking gators deserve, motherfucker. Excuse my language. Kind of like how they did with Saddam. They couldn't actually find Saddam, so they took all the statues and were hitting him with their sandals.
Saddam Hussein never existed.
They got what they wanted when they went over there. They went to the museum. That's where they went first. Stole all their artifacts. From what
Who made the claim that Saddam Hussein never existed?
I don't know. Maybe
I was making a joke, John.
Anyway, they went over and they raided the museum, and then someone said they got the remains of Gilgamesh.
I don't know about that. I know they did make a beeline to the National Museum, and they were there for 6 months.
Yeah, they stole everything from them.
I'm thinking it was something else, like some jewel they found that goes into a scepter.
I think it was the DNA of Gilgamesh that they were after, is what I was told. Now, this is just rumor.
Or that could have been what Afghanistan was about, some jewel in a scepter they wanted to find.
And
I wonder what happened to his 24-karat gold-plated AK-47.
I don't think 24-karat gold. If it was just coated with gold, I guess it would be all right. But a gold weapon would just melt. If you shot a bullet, the barrel would droop because gold is too soft, and it would heat up easily. Low melting point. The bullet would melt the barrel, and it would droop after about.
Yeah, I know. Usually, when they make these gold guns, it's not really gold that they use, but it's like a nitride or something like that. It's a nitrile coating.
Yeah,
that makes it look golden in color.
Yeah, I was just making a point about how soft gold is all.
Oh, I know, especially 24-karat gold. You can't make jewelry out of 24-karat gold. It will pull out of its setting.
Yep.
Yeah. I said 24 karat. I mean, a golden AK-47. That's already ridiculous enough.
That reminds me of Lord of War. The guy's got a gold-plated AK-47. Nicolas Cage.
Just got electroplating. That's fine. That'll work. But
yeah, I saw a photograph of it one time.
Okay, you know those the right there in Baghdad, that symbol of the two sabers crossing over the highway?
Yeah.
You know what that was made out of?
No.
All the weapons from the first Gulf War. They're all
Really?
rounded up and turned into that. They weren't melted down. They were just so if you actually look at it, you can actually see the weapons in there.
Wow.
Well, when I found out about the Antarctic Treaty and that all these space programs, they are all in this club, and they're all doing it. It's their thing. It's their big grift. I just came to the conclusions that whatever wars they spring on the world next, it's all been agreed.
Yep. It's all for profit.
Beforehand.
Yep.
We'll go into a war with you if you don't mind, like killing like 500,000 of our peasants, and we'll do our best to do the same for you. Thank you sign on the bottom.
Yeah,
because war makes money.
I would not doubt if you weren't absolutely 100% correct on that. They probably do sign a contract with one another and have to execute their duties for one another. I would not doubt that. That's funny.
Well, isn't it the Rothschilds that are in charge of every war, financed both sides of every war since Napoleon?
That's what they claim. That's what Jacob Rothschild claims. He put this thing on the internet, said he's worth $500 trillion. His family has financed every war, both sides, since Napoleon. They own all the banks. They own all the I can't remember, but basically they own everything. And he said, and you probably don't even know who I am. So have a good day, basically. He put this.
Yeah, we know who you are, Montgomery Burns.
But $500 trillion, if that's a real number and that family's worth that much money. I mean, our national debt is what, 23 trillion? I mean, and they're freaking out.
It's time to steal their gold. Hey, it's time to steal their gold and ruin them. It's time to rob them blind like they've done to us. It's time to rob them blind.
I agree, but where are they? That's the problem.
They're in the Red Castle of Edam in Switzerland.
They might have their own piece of ground somewhere.
Geneva.
On the other side
not Switzerland, Geneva.
parallel.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
The Geneva Red Castle compound.
I know,
that's where they are.
They can't all be there.
That's their natural born ancestral land. The Red Castle.
Yeah, and the people did go to his castle, mind you. They did go and protest there. I don't know what their objective was, just to shout, or I mean, if there was an opportunity, some of them probably would have stormed the front door and went inside. But they were met with water cannon, and the police were very, very.
What's a water cannon going to do against 50 BMG Barrett? 50 BMG Barrett will reach out over a mile. Water cannon, maybe 200 meters.
Yeah, no, I built the water cannon for the biggest cold storage unit. I built the platform for it, and they come and mounted it, and I watched them fire it. They invited me out to watch the first firing of it. It was for the largest cold storage unit in the western United States for Sam's Club, and it's a quarter of a mile. I don't know how far that is, but that thing had no problem shooting from. The building was a quarter of a mile from corner to corner, and this fire station with the cannon, with the water cannon mounted on it, was about 50 yards to the west of the building, and it had no problem flying all the way over that building and going over the entire building, at least by 50 feet or 100 feet further than they needed to. And it was a quarter of a mile from corner to corner on the building, so it was probably. They fired about a third of a mile, so I don't know how if that's not within the realm of what you're talking about. But I seen it with my own two eyes. It shot water that far.
Yeah, it doesn't shoot as far as the 50 caliber though.
No, I'm sure not. This is water, dude. Water dissipates.
It's heavy.
Yeah, it spreads out. But anyway, it did shoot it that far though. I watched it.
Imagine getting hit with that cannon if you're like a car with a little bit of loose paint. It'd probably take all the paint off the car.
I'd probably cut you in half, dude. I'm sure of it if you were too close to it. And if you were
Fucking
further,
bees.
knock you down like getting hit by a truck. I'm sure it would be not fun. It'd probably kill you if you got shot with that water cannon. It was powerful.
Well, all I can say is, not many people in Europe were really paying attention to what was happening in Venezuela when it all fell apart. But I've got this sinking feeling that it's coming our way.
Yeah.
Yep.
Definitely is.
I've been sitting there trying to cover like the protests around the world in troublesome places. And every time I go to cover it, something always comes up and the stream gets interrupted or it gets flagged and taken down. I just think the last one that I had was like a 30-second clip of the protests in Chile.
Oh, I was going to say a minute ago about when I said I didn't have anything invested in the globe model. I do remember I had something invested in the stars. I used to look at Hubble space pictures all the time. I used to go on there and think, oh, look at how cool the universe is, blah, 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 blah. Then when I found out those pictures were fake, yeah, that sort of pissed me off a little bit. I didn't try to defend them in any way, but
But you didn't see the Christmas trees with the Christmas lights and the fog? You didn't see all that?
no, I don't know what you're talking about there.
Oh, wow. One of the images from Hubble, you can actually see Christmas lights.
Oh, shit.
If you zoom in close enough, you could see Christmas lights.
Yeah, they got some photographic trickery going on there, that's for sure.
I mean, really, somebody just took their Christmas lights down and it was all like red lights and some of them were blue and whatnot. And they just wadded it all up in a ball and like tossed it out in a field. And a bunch of smoke came up and they took a picture of it and they're like, hey, we could just Photoshop this a little bit, change the saturation and change the hue in the background. Voila, we have a nebula.
They did the same thing with a turkey. In one of their pictures, you can see a turkey for Thanksgiving. Now, I don't like to give the benefit of the doubt to such an evil group, but I think that it was a little tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah.
That's messed up. Oh.
So where are the fucking globies, man?
Where are they? Who knows?
Fucking licking their wounds, probably. Man, it sexted, man. First with the oil rigs and now with the sextant, man.
I don't know. I think, there could be more to it than that. They're pushing a lot of stuff on TV, more so about people being flat earthers being completely morons. They're really putting that out there right now.
Yeah, I know. So it's time to put it out there that, hey, you normies, you are the fucking retards. You believe what you see on TV. You believe the narrative on the fucking news. You don't realize that the news is propaganda. I've shown them over and over again that the last thing that Obama did before he was relieved of his duty was propaganda is now legal in the United States. The media can lie to the American people and suffer no penalty for it.
Well, that was done back when they put the CIA in charge with Operation Mockingbird.
Yeah, but since that came about, a lot of that had gone away. They still have to put the truth. They still had to put the truth out there. But now, after the bill that Obama signed, it did away with all of the previous controls. Now it's just purely propaganda. And, even Biden said, finally, I think you're going to start covering the climate crisis. It's about time, man. And I'm just like, wow, if you guys can't see this bullshit.
Yeah, the climate crisis is total bullshit. There is no such a thing.
Well, that's what this whole thing was about, was this climate crisis. And if the climate was truly in crisis, then the past fucking 18 months of the world being shut down should be clearing up. But guess what? It's still going to snow. There's still going to be storms because it's called seasonal change.
Yeah, well, there's been a few volcanoes go off here recently. Then I could see that changing the weather a little bit, but it'll just normalize again after the sky clears up. I mean, it's never a permanent change. You know what I mean?
Well, hang on. How many diesel trucks does it take for a volcano to go off?
They probably have to build about 1 million more. I don't know.
0. It takes 0 diesel trucks to cause one volcano to erupt because it's an act of God. Nobody can predict when a volcano blows up. Right?
Oh, I thought you meant how much the pollution coming out the exhaust was compared to a volcano, but whatever.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, it's astronomical the amount of emissions that a volcano puts out, man.
Yeah. Blows. Sometimes that column will go up into the sky 80,000 feet, 60,000.
So all you Greenpeace motherfuckers, you got to go against volcanoes because volcanoes put out sulfur dioxide, which creates acid rain.
Yeah.
It's not the paper plants. Paper plants don't even use sulfur dioxide anymore.
I think if we shut everything off and didn't burn and didn't put any pollution in the air for, I bet, 10 years, the Earth would be back to normal again. Maybe 20. Everything would be back.
I bet you if we eliminate all the elected leaders everywhere, including the Pope, including the social justice champions, just get rid of all of these motherfuckers, the world will be a better place.
Well,
get rid of Greta Thunberg.
You're on 100% correction there.
It's like, this child who is spoon-fed lines. It's more popular than a woman that has refuted her in 27 books she has written. And she's got PhDs, and it's like, it's a psyop, man.
Problem is, why don't we just get that done?
Because there's too many pussies. Too many pussies that are worried about their money. Oh, where am I going to get the paycheck to pay for my room and board? Fuck that.
You're going to leave your children in a completely socialistic or communistic world, and it's going to be an ugly place here shortly if we don't do something.
See, I think I'm destined for something because I have no children. Cannot even find a woman to get along with longer than 6 months. So, yeah, I think I'm destined for something different.
I haven't even tried to get along with one for 10 years.
Dude, it's hard, man.
Yeah.
Especially if you find a woman of the world of America.
I left home. I left my wife because it's a long story, but we're separated. I haven't seen her for over 10 years. I haven't even bothered.
No, I don't mean all women are like this. I'm saying the ones that are available tend to be post-wall 304s.
I'm done with them. Sorry. You're going to have to, there's going to have to be an angel come out of the woodwork to impress me at this point. I mean, I love women, but so far I've had not
a good track record.
Not very good luck. And I don't consider myself to be a fucking bad dude either. I'm not even an asshole to them. So I don't know. Maybe if you do that, you keep them in line more. I don't know.
I don't think you want a person.
I'm a difficult woman. I'm very headstrong. I do believe.
Well, that's not being difficult. Being difficult is, you think everything's going fine, and it's a constant upgrade. It's a constant keeping up with the Joneses. It's a constant, well, we need to get this because everybody else has it. It's like, no, we don't need that.
And I don't think
why
you
the
want
fuck do we
somebody
need
that
a
you have to
paddleboard?
keep in line.
Yeah, why do we need a paddleboard? You never go to the river anyway. You never go fishing, so why would you need a paddle? Well, if I had a paddleboard, I'd go fishing with you, because then I wouldn't get no fishing done because you'd be making a bunch of noise and falling in the water. You know what I mean? And it's not like they can go somewhere else and do that. They got to do that right where you're fishing because they want to be by you. And it's just like,
They're not all like that.
well, we're taking the paddleboard. How come you're not taking the fishing equipment? It's like, yeah, that didn't work out the last time.
Yeah, you're hilarious, bro.
I'll just take you paddleboarding. I mean, we have like this nice little area on the river. It's like a little reservoir. River's not too swift there. That's where everybody does their paddleboarding. That's also where you get the big bass too. Or say you're on a boat and they want to go to the bar. And it's like, we're on the boat. Well, the bar's right there at the dock. Yeah, we're on the boat though. Why would we go to a bar, get drunk, and then get on the boat and boat? No, that's a ticket. We're just boating. You know, grab the flag, grab the rope, you know, let's go skiing. No, I want to go to the bar.
I'm so weird. I like companionship, and but if I cannot have solitude when I want it, I can literally go mad. It's funny that when I came to Europe, I didn't really mesh with European women. When I came to Europe from Africa, I thought that I was an inferior kind of person. That Europeans were all smart, polished, sophisticated, brainy, educated, witty, and that I wasn't that. And I was horribly surprised to find that, you know, that my ideas about the Western civilization
I think you
was greatly overvalued.
Exactly like that. You sound very well educated and witty. I would have to disagree with you on that.
Yeah, but not knowing, you know, what.
Yeah.
And then coming here, I found people to be superficial, not well educated, not well traveled. I was more traveled. I could speak more languages. I had a better general knowledge.
Yeah.
Now I just sound like a bitch. But I honestly, I probably had quite a unique childhood, I suppose, and I was always quite bookish, you know.
Yeah, most people that live in America or live in the United States, at least, has never left the United States. Not everyone, but most people.
Oh, I've been to Mexico a few times, but other than that, that's just a little jaunt down to the border. I mean, not everybody, but most people that live in the United States make a few trips to Mexico because you go down there to buy the cheap, clothes or this or that. Or I went on a cruise once and went down the West Coast, and then I've been to over the border a half a dozen times, just going into Tijuana just for kicks and giggles, to walk to the shop.
I'm sitting there. I had my birth certificate and my driver's license, and I'm on the border getting ready to go to Mexico for the day. First time going there and all that. And so, the customs guys are sitting there talking to me, and I ask them a question. I go, "Hey, if I only have this and this, I can get back, right?" And they're like, "We can't stop you from going to Mexico. There's no requirements for going to Mexico, but you cannot get back into the United States with that paperwork." I go, "Okay, I'll just stay here in Yuma then."
Well, you got to have ID.
No, they at that time they were requiring passports.
Oh, really? I never had to do that. I just went to there's a port down in Southern California where you just go, you park your car in the parking lot, and there's a building. You walk in, you sign some papers, show your ID, and you go outside, and the taxi cab takes you to town, down into Tijuana. And then they bring you back, drop you off. You go and you walk through the customs. They pat you down, if that, and let you go back out and get in your car and go home. It was like easy peasy.
Cat's mad at me. I don't care. You get up in the plants again, I'm going to squirt you with the water bottle. You ain't eating my pot. You can be mad at me.
I'm sure it's not like that anymore, but it used to be when I was going there.
Yeah, I think they changed it like a year before I got down there. I was like, man. It's because the Patriot Act, which really just stole everybody's freedoms from them. And see, the freedoms are not granted by the government, right? The Constitution does not ensure their freedoms. You are the one that ensures your own freedoms. And the best way to get people to give up their freedoms, right, is to make up things that are not really law, but you're going to enforce them because it's your office's policy, right? But it's not law. It's just a politic.
Yeah, but now, the thing that to me is just evil is how they couch everything and put themselves forward as the greatest humanitarians, ever. Think of your grandmother and of humanity, and think of the children.
Think of the children. No. I'm just kidding. There's no saving the kids these days. It's too late. I mean, I just feel like it's almost too late. Nobody's doing anything. Poor kids that get left here in the next.
Yeah, and the ones that should be doing something, right? The ones that have the children are just doing what they can to go by what man says so that they can live their life comfortably, instead of standing up for what's right. I mean, come on, the future of your child is taken from them. And if you cannot see that because you're wrapped up in this fucking racial bullshit because in your heart you're a racist, doesn't mean that you deserve extra rights because you're a racist. Black Lives Matter.
I just seen a thing on the news mandating for kids to have to be medically modified to go to school now.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Isn't it? I mean,
Why do you think California did a massive walkout?
I would freak the fuck out if they said my kid had to go through.
Well, they made it law in California, and now all the children are walking out of the schools and never going back.
And the kids are doing it. It's not just the
parents are being blamed as terrorists. Yeah. So what does that tell you? If you stand up for what is right, you will be deemed a terrorist. So what does that mean? Who is a true terrorist? The leaders in office. Remember that, my American brothers and sisters. Remember that, my fellow brothers and sisters of the world.
Yep. It's time to do something. If we don't, it's going to be too late real soon.
Yeah, but we can't really be talking about this, right? At least not here.
Still time to do something. We need to vote them out. Whatever. It's time to do something. Yeah.
Yeah, and unfortunately, votes don't matter, dude.
I know, but
I mean, we've known that since fucking Carter.
Just use that as an analogy, please.
Oh, there will be no voting. It will be a violent physical removal.
Yeah.
I mean, how violent it gets is up to them. They could come willingly to their death or not. Either way.
You get the pole, I get the tar. We're going down to the gator hole. We're hunting alligators tonight at the fishing hole.
That's what I meant. I was talking about alligators, not the elite. Of course, the alligators. Well, the good thing is it's only illegal to murder a human being.
Yeah, zombies, it's okay because they're already dead, right?
They're not human, and neither are the ruling elite across the world. They're not human either, so by all means, guys, dig in.
In the kitchen, and I said, yeah, thank God they're not human beings.
A police officer can shoot every dog he comes across to not get in trouble for it. But if you shoot a dog, you could be prosecuted for animal cruelty.
What if you eat the dog? I'm just kidding. Hang on.
And then they have these dogs, right? And if you even spit at that canine unit, that's assault on an officer. It's a fucking dog. It's not an officer. It's a beast, a mindless beast, and it only does what you tell it to. It's not an officer. It's a fucking weapon. So just like with anybody, you pull a weapon on me, I'm going to flip that weapon around and get rid of it or hurt you with it.
And what I meant to say was that it's not illegal to kill demons.
Oh, yeah.
That's all. Because they don't have rights.
Yeah, and doesn't it take like 18 hours for the Tesla to charge?
I mean, we don't have the capacity. They're going to try and throw us all out of our cars. I'm attached to my car as it goes. We all have to go on public transport.
You have a Tesla?
No.
Oh.
I've got a BMW and I've got a small convertible. I mean, I'm not going on public transport, thank you. But I think their intention is to make people. My cars are both petrol. They're not even hybrid or anything.
I got a truck in the shop. It ain't got one piece of computerized equipment on it. And I can take some grain alcohol and some wood oil and make a rudimentary gasoline that won't hurt the engine.
Yeah, so what they're doing in the UK is adding more ethanol to into the fuel mixture, which is going to degrade older cars, all the rubber pipes and stuff. And if the petrol is left standing in your car, in the carburetor and in the engine, I don't know if there's petrol in the engine, but anyway, it's quite corrosive.
Yeah, with the ethanol. Also, you have about a month before the fuel goes off and then it becomes a bad gas, whereas before it would last for 6 months.
Yes, I've been watching people talking about, what the effects would be. And I mean, the emissions from that, because what they've done in London, they've just expanded the ultra low emission zone. So any car engine that is, because there's regulations in the EU. So I work inside of that zone. So on the 25th, which is on Monday, the whole of London is now divided into these zones where if your carbon emissions and from your car exceeds the agreed upon limit, then you have to pay to drive.
Interesting. Can you travel with a cricket bat in your vehicle?
Yes, you can.
I suggest you do that. Cricket bat has more reach than a billy club, you know that, right?
So they don't have like, it's not a physical barrier, it's cameras and stuff. So if my car didn't meet the standard, and I think it's cars that are older than 2005, and then certain diesel engines, and I don't know about the bigger vehicles.
The LED shine in the direction of the person looking at the plate with infrared will blind the camera.
So, I mean, for business purposes, if you think of everybody who's trading inside of that area, and everybody who's delivering goods to them now is going to have to eat that cost. And it's £12.50 to go into the first zone, and then to go into the second zone you also have to pay a congestion charge, and I think the congestion charge is £15 now.
Holy
Oh,
shit.
Well, if they try any of that here in America, it's done for them.
So you're talking $30 just to drive into the city.
Yes.
Well, did you hear what they're doing? What Biden had said? The supply chain will stay crippled until everyone gets the issue.
What
Yeah,
issue?
I heard him say that.
Oh, fuck. Are you kidding me?
Well, you know what they called an issue with like heroin, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. Well.
Yeah,
This boy ain't getting no issue here. I'm telling you that.
No issues.
What they do, they'll have to kill me. That's a fact. They will have to shoot me dead first. I completely am so against forced. Yeah. Sorry.
Forced compliance?
Yep.
That's not forced compliance, it's coercion. And that is a war crime. Yeah, war crime. We're at war. Guess what?
we are.
Guess who the enemy is? The ones that rob you. The ones that take your money and go kill innocent people overseas. Meanwhile, make it to seem like they're doing the right thing to get you to cheer them on. Damn, that media is a powerful weapon. Powerful psychedelic, isn't it?
Yeah.
So this past Tuesday, on the 19th of October, they had to have a vote in the House of Parliament to extend this this law that is in effect at the moment, where they can bring in emergency measures at the drop of a hat. And when all the sitting members of Parliament are inside that chamber, the place is completely packed.
The Lords or the Labour Party that's doing it?
No, it's the Conservative Party who's ruling at
Okay.
the moment. But in the Commons chamber is where all the elected MPs go in to discuss, the business of the day. And on that day, when they had to vote, there was about 1/5 of them in there. That is how conceited they have become. So they
Yeah,
basically just waved it through.
Same thing happened in Texas with required photo ID for voting. The Texas Democrats fled the state of Texas, and there was a warrant issued for their arrest, and they're still at large in Washington, D.C. So when states are actively hunting down senators for crimes, wake the fuck up, people.
Yeah. I just seen a news flash yesterday. I read it, and it said that there are 3 states in the nation right now that have not complied to any of the CDC guidelines and mandatory this, that, or the others. Utah is one of them, where I live. And they failed they've been warned 3 times by the government to implement these guidelines, and they have ignored them 100% of the time. And it's like they put this article out, like almost like threatening the state, saying, they aren't going to put up with this much longer. You're going to have to implement some guidelines or else. And Utah just said, F you. Which I was really surprised that Utah was actually one of the states.
Hey, here's the thing. The federal government don't run shit. They don't run a goddamn thing. The only thing they do is they make policy for international things. The federal government is the most worthless fucking entity around.
Yep.
The only entity that matters is your local state government. That is how the thing is chartered, where the power resides along the land, and the law of the land resides along the constitution of the individual states. That's why it was written in a couple of states that they have the right for secession, because they entered the state as a republic. They entered statehood as a republic under their own intuition, or under their own volition. Like Texas, for instance. They have a right for secession because they are their own government. See, over there in Europe, they would call places like Croatia, right, for instance, a state, right? Why do you think they call it, they want to create this Islamic State in Iraq and Syria, right? Islamic State. What does that mean by Islamic State? Now we have a terrorist state that has become Afghanistan once again, right? Because it's ruled by terrorists. So state means country. So what the fuck does the federal government have to do with the individual states? Not a fucking thing at all. It's a college. It's a consensus for policy. International policy. And by the rules of internationalship, each individual state doing trade amongst each other is international commerce. Just because it's contiguous doesn't mean anything. That's like Mexico and Canada are contiguous with the United States, but it's considered international trade when we send something to Mexico or get something from Canada. There's a lot of things that are misconstrued and misconceived. Like when somebody asks you in a court, do you understand? You always say, I do not understand. I do not stand under. Right? Because what they're asking you is if you acknowledge and stand under the authority of their appointedship, right? Basically saying if you understand, that means that you stand under the authority of the court and the judge, which you shouldn't because it's a maritime flag.
Yeah, there's a great awakening going on in the UK about common law.
Yeah.
What
My
are they
people
waking up?
perish for lack of knowledge.
Yeah, what are they specifically waking up to? Can you give me an example?
Well, to the legality surrounding the paying of tax, contracting with corporations, all the procedures that are going on in these privately owned, privately run courts. Yes, all manner of things to do with conveyance. I mean, driving a car. All of these things.
So basically, they stick their fingers in dragging money out of every possible thing they can.
Yeah, and just the way that they presume to have like rights over your
right to do so.
So I had to register to vote because every year you have to respond. The local council sends you a notification, so you have to confirm that you are living at your address, and you are by law required to register to vote. So this year I was feeling particularly, antagonistic towards the council, and I just didn't do the paperwork.
Are you actually required by law to
yes,
register to vote?
Yes.
Wow.
So there is one person left in the UK, a baron. I think his title is a baron, and he lives in Scotland apparently. And you can advise him that you are going to be in opposition to everything, but you have to do it on paper so that and he has to be notified. That the terminology is really, really interesting. I should find it. Where
Can't you say, I protest under non-consenting
Yeah, something to that effect.
influences.
But the wording to me was like it was very apt, but I can't recall it now. So I mean, there are avenues, and you are going to meet with a lot of opposition. But some veterans have actually gone to the High Court here in the UK when it was sitting. There wasn't a case being heard. They gained access to the court very easily. They just walked in there. And then they ordered the judge to come down to where they were standing because he was up on a podium behind his bench. And then what then happened after that, because they were serving him with notice that he would be held that the court would be held liable if they carried on, in doing what they were doing, and the judge ran out of the chamber. I will post that here. I still have it somewhere. But it was extremely interesting how all these people in their wigs and gowns reacted. And the veteran who actually handed the documents over to the clerk of the court, because
that's so funny.
Judge
in their wigs and gowns.
Yeah.
When you said that, I just imagined all these weirdos standing around with their wigs and gowns on.
Because I think the judge was fully aware of what was taking place, and boy, he was out of that courtroom like a bolt of lightning. He literally stood up and ran out the door, like the back door where he comes from. And this veteran was standing there saying to him, "Judge, come down here. Member of the public, I need you to come down here." And he actually had his finger in there, and he was, beckoning him over. And so the judge immediately took stock of what was going on, and he ran off. But some of the other people around there, they got a little bit upset, and the veterans were just having none of it. It was, yeah, I was literally cheering. I'll post that here. But yeah, people are going around in the UK serving notice of liability to schools, hospitals, doctors' surgeries, everywhere. There are groups of people that are doing that, telling people that you will be held personally responsibility in your capacity as, whatever it is. So yeah, that's another interesting thing that is happening. But so now you can see how people are so like on polar opposites of this narrative, where some people, they don't think anything's going on. They walk around the streets by themselves wearing a face mask. And then you've got people who go into the High Court and say to the judge, "Get down here. It's a member of the public. You must come down. I want to talk to you." And that is enshrined in law as well. That the court can't actually call the court to sit. Or the way it's all screwed up, I was never like really aware. But there are people on YouTube now who are really talking about it. So it's not as if like we are going nowhere. We are actually going somewhere with everything that's going on.
It's simple. If nobody gets tested, it goes away.
Yeah, but you see, now that they've driven it down to the age of 12 and up, they are going into schools and testing people. So
It's when you pull your child out of school.
yeah, but if you're mired in debt and you and your wife has to work, and childcare in the UK is prohibitively expensive.
Don't you have to have a mask on to go into a bank?
Yes, you do.
I'm just saying.
Yes, you do.
The solution's simple.
Yes, you do. So people are actually, I didn't watch the thing, but earlier today I saved something where people are actually talking about that they want to claim back money that was illegally taken from them. So I think there are some people who are actually going to go down that road, and hopefully, that catches on.
Yeah, there's a loophole with that too, with property taxes in the United States. Usually you pay over the amount on property taxes, and that money that you paid over doesn't get returned to you. It goes into an account. So the estate, the property itself, has money accrued to it that doesn't go anywhere. It just sits there in a place gathering interest, and then they keep the interest, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it would behoove you to, if you own the land, go over to the banks go over to the records department of the government and see, how many past times has the tax been paid and how many times has it been overpaid. Okay, well, if it's been overpaid this many times, I demand a refund. Right? I mean, you could get like $125,000 back if somebody's been paying taxes for 10 years on that property.
Exactly, and this is what people are talking about. I am going to really pay attention to this.
Yeah, there's a system to go about doing it, and the thing is it's all done by the courts. So you can actually get a manifest from the court, but it costs like $600 to pay for the service to get it. And then you get all the houses in your area that are threatening to foreclose. And then you do the math, and the amount that they're threatening to foreclose on is already held up, if not more, in an account associated with the back pay of the taxes that were never returned. So you do a service, you go to these people for a percentage and tell them how to do it and help them, get their house squared away.
Yeah, I got taxes I paid that I shouldn't have had to pay, I don't think. And I want them back, but I can't do anything about it. It's called a drug tax stamp. They hit me with that because I got arrested for selling some, I'll just say it, cocaine. And the drug tax the drug tax stack on that was $100 a gram. That's the drug you got to pay taxes on every gram of cocaine you sold for $100. Well, they hit me with.
Is there any way to obtain that tax stamp legally without incriminating yourself, though? No, there's not.
They slapped one on me. They made me. They charged me for one, and then took my taxes out of my taxes when I paid taxes after that, working for 15 years, and then they deemed that was illegal and reversed that they can't do that no more, but they don't want to give my money back.
Yeah, it's illegal because it's catch-22. You cannot get the tax stamp without incriminating yourself.
Well, not only that, it was my situation was more of a double jeopardy. They not only charged me taxes, but they sent me to prison. You can't punish it in two ways. That's double jeopardy.
Well, here's the thing, too. That tax stamp thing was done away with in the 70s with the Controlled Substance Act.
Well, they hit me with it and took money.
Yeah, I would sue the shit out of them, dude. I would sue the shit out of them. Sue the shit out of that fucking beehive in Utah, man. If it was in Utah. They got the money for it. Or the Mormon Church owns half the government.
It was the state of Utah. Yep.
They got the money. Sue the shit out of them, dude. Sue them for $250 million. Do it.
I probably should. They said that it was illegal to do that. They did it to me for many years.
If you have a letterhead that says what they did was illegal, you have grounds for lawsuit. I have a letterhead, and the letterhead was actually part of the minutes of the court case. Judge says, "We're sorry, you should have never been arrested. There was no crime here." 45 days. Yeah, I'm working on that right now, so.
So you're going to sue him for 45 days of incarceration?
False imprisonment, yep.
Yeah.
And then I want to also not just get compensation, but charge the detective with false imprisonment, which is a felony. Automatic termination. Sue for prosecution. You can do that.
Yeah.
Sue for charges pressed. And since this case is an amendment and a case study, he's doomed, because this will be the exact paperwork and case that'll be used against him in a court of law. See, it's not just anything we say, but anything they do. Remember, they're slaves. They're slaves to a dead body.
Can you imagine trying to pay $100 a gram on cocaine on taxes and then try to make any money? That's more than double. That's more than double than what it sold for at the time. You know what I mean? Fuck.
I don't know. I've never done that.
I'm just saying. Well, this was over 30 years ago, so I have no problem talking about it. I mean, I did my time.
Well, I mean, like,
you know what I mean?
when I was at
I'm a
college,
different person today. All that.
when I was at college,
talking about it, but yeah, that's the kind of bullshit that they were doing back then.
when I was at college, we had a house. It was a 2-story house, big house, and it seemed like everybody wanted to party there every night. And it got redundant. There was coke there all the time. There was a coke dealer that was staying there, but I never did it. Never had a gumption to do it. I was like, yeah, it's not for me. I'll just stick to my weed. Oh, how about some beer? Nah, I'll just stick to the weed. Because I'm like the one person like at an apartment complex party where everybody's partying because it's finals and all that. And I see the cops coming, so I'll start picking up all the broken glass and all the bottles in the trash and start cleaning it all up. And usually somebody else will see me and help. But, I'm sitting there cleaning it all up, and officer comes by, and I go, "Hey, officer, how you doing?" It's like, "Oh, well, I see, you're not drunk." "Oh, yeah, I'm DD. I'm just here, helping keeping the park clean, making sure that, there's no broken glass anywhere because things tend to get out of hand, and I'm helping trying to keep the peace." And he goes, "Okay, well, you have yourself a nice day." And he turns around and leaves. Because he got a report of somebody breaking beer bottles, But it's just like one of those things to where I won't be the one drinking, so I'll be able to take care of things so things don't get spoiled for everyone else.
Kind of partying or getting higher of any type. I was either just with my significant other or one or two friends and whatever. Never a big party. That people in my house drive me crazy. I ain't having people in my house I don't know. I'm gonna go to a party with 20 people in there that I'm not even gonna go in the house. No, not me.
Yeah, and I'm sitting there staying there, right? It's my house, right?
Yeah, well.
And these people are just constantly coming over. So I'm like, all right, you know what? I go up to the Samoan guys, and I was like, "Hey, I'll hire you for 50-50. I want you to collect money at the door, $5 a head. If, they're going to be coming in here, I need something to pay the electricity. I'm not going to pay for it out of my pocket. I'm going to make these motherfuckers pay for the electricity, And these Samoans would sit there and go there and demand entry fee. I mean, you ain't going to get past a Samoan.
Yeah, I know. I got a Tongan relative.
Yeah, Tongans as well, man. Dude, and they were happy as shit, man. They're like, "Fuck yeah, we get paid for doing nothing." And they're like, "Hey, white boy, what if we see like a beautiful woman and she flashes us? Do we still charge her $5?" And I go, "Man, just let her in then. But don't be doing that shit."
Just letting
All
y'all
right,
know
brother.
you got. Sorry, Josh. You got 15 more minutes to bullshit. Ladies' night's gonna start.
Yeah.
Just letting you know.
Yes, sir.
Aye, aye.
Guess it's time to plug my music again.
Bullshit, he says. Well, we're putting the world to rights. Well, I just want to say that Telegram's getting a really bad rep everywhere. I mean, they talked about our opposition leader mentioned this app, Telegram. And I've been using the desktop version of it, and it's really cool how anything goes. Really, I've not seen anything on here that is
It's decentralized, isn't it?
yes. And I'm on somebody's Telegram now. They're just discussing ancient history, and there are so many interesting things there. So it's not just an app for chatting. You can utilize it. You can really use it.
Well, good luck to you girls. I hope you guys get some Globers in here tonight. Because it seems kind of barren. I don't know. They seem to show up when the girls do, though, so maybe that's the ticket.
It's because they're smart. Girls are more fun to talk to.
Did you just call them smart?
What? I'm just being funny.
They do a better job than the guys do. I hate this.
Well,
I hate to bust any of their bubbles.
yeah, no, they do. The girls. No, he's saying, did I call Glober smart? Now, that's subjective because a Glober could come and fix my plumbing. Something if I can't fix it, I'll call a plumber, and then he's smarter than me in that instance. He knows a little bit more about something. That's fine. I'm not saying generally Globers are smarter than anybody. Nobody's, you know what I mean? Smart is subjective. They're dumb shits when they try to prove the globe. That's all it is. That's why it's so much fun. Because the girls have fun with it too. I don't know. I'd much rather be in a group of girls laughing and making fun of people than a group of guys. I don't know why. And you can say it's because I'm gay. I'm not gay.
I don't know why I keep getting random friend requests. Don't even know who these people are. I think it's because they're trying to DM. I think it's because they're trying to DM me shit. It's like, nope. I got it set that way for a reason because I don't want spam.
So you get a lot of requests every day?
Yeah, this is like the fourth one today.
Is it just a random person?
Yep.
You keep blocking them, right?
I just keep denying.
You should try to have some fun with them.
No, dude, I don't want to see no freaking East European schlong. I'm all right.
That's not what I meant. It's not what I meant, dude. Like, befriend them temporarily, act like you're going to be nice to them, and then take them to the fucking woodshed. That's what I'd do.
You guys heard the
I'd
new
just
song?
rather not even raise my blood pressure.
You guys heard Kai's new song yet?
Who?
Kai?
Kai's new song?
Yeah.
Which one?
Yeah. The one where she's like making me want to do the wifey thing.
Yeah.
Been cooking breakfast every morning. Yeah.
Talking about what's it? Yeah.
Orange, sunshine and orange or something. Just something like that.
Apple juice. Sunshine and apple juice, I think is something like that. I think it was, yeah.
Yeah,
it was about time she wrote a love song.
Yeah, you make me want to have your babies and all this kind of shit. Yeah, make you.
That's good, man. That's a very positive state of mind.
Well,
very positive.
It's a cute video. It's a cute song.
Yeah.
That she did for you know why she did it. I mean, it's more than obvious.
Of course we do. That's good though. That's what I'm saying. It's like I don't know. I really enjoy when people can be like honestly in love and they don't care what people think about it. I think that's probably my favorite.
Definitely cute for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're that one couple that goes out everywhere, does everything together, takes pictures everywhere, so everybody can sit there and go,
Well,
"Ah."
yes and no. I don't think that they are like that. I think they're a different breed than that. I don't think they're as cheesy with it. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I haven't hung out with them.
Could
Maybe
you
one day I'll do a
imagine?
double date with them.
Could you imagine the ability for the offspring of the two of them to just be dynamic and just destroy
Holy
any
shit.
kind of falsehoods?
Yeah. Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, being raised by those two, yeah.
Yeah, wow, I wouldn't want to debate that child at even 5 years old. I'd be like, nope, you got it. Yeah, no, I'm going to give you an extra grilled cheese because I don't know how to tell you why you shouldn't have another one. And you've got the
She's
right
in
points.
kindergarten, right? Which is like, all right, honey, we've been training or getting you ready for the past 5 years.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a globe. Yes, but that is not the Earth. That is simply a flat map wrapped around the Earth. The Earth is flat. Stop lying to us. You don't know what you're talking about, teacher. You know, right there in
Right.
kindergarten, everybody's like, wait a minute, what? She's like, yeah, I know how to write my name and all that shit.
Right? They
As a
made me
kid
write in
starts to-
cursive.
And it starts to explain the second law of thermodynamics to her at 5 years old.
Yeah, in kindergarten. Yeah.
I can just see it happening, yeah. That's hilarious.
Do you think they would cause her to take it again? Like they did with me?
What do you mean?
They said I didn't play well with others, so that's the reason why they held me back and made me do another year of kindergarten.
That's really offensive.
Well, maybe it's true. Did you ever think of that?
My stepsister was a year. So my stepsister was a year ahead of everybody our age, right? So we were born. She was born 2 weeks before me, but she was a year ahead in school because her mom was retarded, and so school for her was really hard for a few years, and then she got used to it because she's smart. But yeah, I mean, it was just like because her mom wanted her to be like ahead of the game, but she didn't realize that's not how you do it.
Yeah.
You don't put your kid in early. Then for the first year, it doesn't have the same friends as it's going to have the rest of its fucking career in school.
Yeah.
You're not putting it with the same group of kids. Everybody their age is going to be behind them. That's not fun.
Yeah, but anybody that's going to be ahead of the game nowadays starts their kid in preschool at the age of 1 or 2, and
Anybody ahead of the game now doesn't put their kids in fucking any kind of public schooling. And
No, I'm
if I
talking-
have children, the only person teaching that child is myself, my wife,
I was supposed to
my
be
parents.
I was supposed to be the class of '99, right?
I'm
And
just saying anybody
they held me back, and I became the class of 2000. I still graduated in '99.
they're going to educate their kid before kindergarten. And that's what I'm getting at, because there's a lot of people that are doing that now. Some of the kids go in there brilliant. Some of them go in dumber in a box of mud. And it's just really strange.
He said,
Well, how
rocks are smarter
complicated is
than
that
them.
mud now? How complicated
He
is
said
the mud?
rocks
Because it
are
could be
smarter
smart.
than them.
I don't say box of rocks anymore, because rocks, there's some pretty good qualities to stone. They got some pretty magical stuff going on with stones these days. But
Yeah, there's some complicated rocks, all right.
that's a little different than what I'm talking about, but
I know. I'm joshing you.
I know.
Yo, what's up, guys? We have a new person in the chat, Jeremiah. Good evening, Jeremiah.
Hello.
How are you doing, Jeremiah? I saw you up in VC checking. Glad to see you got through it.
Thank you. How's everyone doing?
Pretty good. We're just getting ready for ladies' night, which is in about, what?
6 minutes.
5
6
minutes?
minutes? 5 minutes, something like that. I think my time is like 2 minutes slower than everybody else's time. I could be wrong. Yeah, because my watch says 6. Or,
Oh,
56.
Jeremiah, what side
Anyway.
of the fence are you on?
Excuse me?
I said, what side of the fence are you on? Are you a flat earther, or do you believe you live on a spinning globe in a vacuum?
No, I'm a flat earther.
All right.
Well, you're in the right place.
So would that mean since Jeremiah's new, he would have the ability to converse with the flat Earth
Yeah,
ladies
he
on
gets
ladies'
to
night?
talk to ladies. Yeah.
Yeah. Right on, man. You joined at the right time.
Well, my English isn't perfect, so.
Where are you from, if you don't mind sharing?
South Europe.
South Europe? Southern Europe? Okay. Like
Nice.
where?
Yeah.
I'm from Balkans too, yeah. So, like, how south are you
I
talking?
prefer not to say sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Well, you speak pretty good English from what I can hear.
Yeah, I'd say the same.
Yeah, it is because there's nothing like to talk about, so it's easy English if you wanna call it like that.
Yeah, but I guarantee you speak a lot better English than I would your native tongue.
Dude, everybody speaks English everywhere these days.
Yeah.
Like literally anywhere you go in Europe, dude, people understand English. They at least understand it and they can communicate. Not everybody can fluently speak it, but like most people can communicate in English.
That's that British imperialism right there.
Right?
Yeah, something that blew my mind is when I found out that in the United States, we don't use the metric system, we use a different system. That system is called the imperial system. That blew my mind. So I was like, wait a minute, does that mean Roman? No, that's European. That's British Empire, British imperial system.
At the American system.
Oh, it's called the imperial system.
The American system. American.
Well, it's called the imperial ounce as opposed to the troy ounce.
It's used in America, yeah.
One has got like 31 grams, the other one's got 28 grams. 28.5 or something like that.
Yeah,
Hey, I've got a question. Are there any other preppers here?
Yes. Whatever
Or
you
anyone
ask.
like that? No, I was just looking. I don't know if anyone's built stuff like rooms and all that for supplies, but I was looking to get a contract. I just don't know what to look for on that. I'm not really big on contractor work. So if anyone has any experience with that, let me know.
What are you looking for? A contractor?
Well, contractor. I'm looking to build storerooms and all that. I hate to admit, but I'm a bit of a prepper. I am a bit anxious about the current state of the world. So I'm looking to get into all the emergency preparedness and all that, but I don't know what to look for when I get a contractor to build stuff like that because I don't have the time. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, I'm just not exactly 100% sure I understand what you're trying to build.
Well, I mean, what I build isn't my point. What I'm saying is, what do I need to look for in getting a contractor to build stuff like that? Like, is there any specific type of person I'm looking for? Do I need someone who does everything in house? Stuff like that. You know what I mean?
To build a prepper place? Is that what you're saying?
Essentially, yeah.
Well, I would suggest that you find somebody that is multi-trade skilled, which I'm a journeyman in 8 different trades, but I'm 65. I'm retired. I probably can't help you. I probably don't live anywhere near you.
Yeah.
But somebody that is like me, maybe that could build a house from the footings to the shingles and everything in between, electrical, plumbing, all that kind of stuff, journeyman at all of it. There's a lot of people out there that are like that. Just maybe find somebody that's into
Yeah, I probably just have to look more into it. I'm kind of new to the whole prepper community and all that, so I'm kind of nervous about asking. Hey, can you build me a secret bunker and everything? It just seems like a weird thing to ask, but I'll figure it out.
Well, there's people that do that. There are people that do it. So
yeah,
they're very, very expensive.
How expensive are we talking?
Well, it depends on what kind of you're building. They make some of those underground bunkers. You can buy them in sections. They make them precast. Then they're
you can pre-buy them. It's not like a custom thing.
No, you can. Yeah, they're pre-built. You're ready to go. You can order them in different sections and put them together in the ground by yourself or whatever. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff available out there. So,
like lead line stuff and everything, or would I have to source the lead lining and all that for the walls too?
Well,
I just know how in depth this whole thing goes.
Right. Well, depends on the resources you have on the property. If you've got water, if you need to have a cistern to store water.
We got well water, so I'm okay there.
Well, then that's perfect. That's even the best scenario there is.
Yeah, I've been trying to get everything as close to off-grid as possible. I mean, I converted my house to, run on natural gas, everything. I've got well water. I'm looking to get some solar panels for my roof. But I just want to take it a step further,
Yeah, I'm with you.
Better safe.
There really is. Just look around. I'd like
Thanks for the help. I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, I'd like to.
No, you help me a lot.
I'm just probably way too far away and getting too old. I mean, I could do it.
Yeah,
But
I hear that.
I'm doing the same thing myself, but I'm doing it for myself.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
How much space is like enough space, in your opinion?
I would say minimum of 600 or 800 square feet.
That's kind of small, isn't it? It's like a studio apartment.
Yeah. But if you're going to build an underground or a real secretive and a high efficient bunker and all that, that's really not that small. I mean, if you can afford to build something 1,000 square foot or more, that's great. But,
yeah. I feel like if I'm going to be stuck in there for years, worst case scenario, that just seems, I feel like I'd go crazy before I ever want to get out.
Yeah, well, maybe that's true. If you can afford to build something bigger, obviously build something
I guess
bigger.
that's the risk. Yeah, I guess that's the risk you got to take.
Yeah.
It's better than being dead. Because Lord knows whatever the hell Joe Biden's going to be doing soon.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
No doubt about it. Appreciate
Waiting
the
for
help,
him
brother.
to come on stage and have a slip and say, "American people, I just pooped my pants."
Yeah.
Zigzagoon is also new. Zigzagoon, welcome. You want to introduce yourself?
Have y'all seen what they're doing in New York with the bioweapon test attacks, where they're supposedly pumping in like non-lethal gas into subways and all that, trying to test people's reactions and evacuation and all that? And it's like 12 people have died so far from that non-lethal gas.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, it's like the second time they've done it, and I think last time it was non-lethal also.
Were they dying from being stampeded or from the gas?
From the gas. Like they have respiratory issues and all that. And this was a couple of weeks ago. I'd have to find the article again, but I mean, it was respiratory issues. Some of them were cancer-like, which was quick because it was weeks ago, and they're already developing stuff like that. So I don't know. I know a couple of the deaths were ruled as COVID. Like everything else, because everything's ruled as COVID now.
I know the Japanese did a study on their underground system for their subways. So they
had that attack in the 90s.
They decided to build make mycelium to go through and try to remap it. And they figured out that the mycelium was able to do it more efficiently. So they followed the mycelium's route, and it's very efficient the way they have their underground tunnels.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that.
But then again, there was also a couple of scares in Japan, years ago, about some gas that was released. So I don't know what that has to
Yeah,
do
that's
with.
scary stuff. It's amazing how much better things are when you resort to nature to fix you
Mm-hmm.
or to fix anything. I mean, I've avoided all those, the GMOs they're putting into the food and all sorts of stuff. I haven't even been vaccinated yet. I'm not even going to. I don't think I've been vaccinated since I was in high school 10 years ago.
Yeah, can
Scary stuff,
you
man.
please not use the word pertaining to of a cow?
Yeah, we can't talk about that at all, bro.
The first one relating to food that I said?
No, the vaca.
To the second one.
The cow word.
Okay. I'm
the most recent.
I'm not
The most
entirely sure you're
recent
talking
hoax.
about, but I think.
The most recent hoax, bro. We just can't talk about it at all.
Okay, I understand. I apologize.
Yeah, no biggie.
Yeah.
Zigzagoon, you want to introduce yourself real quick?
Hi,
Hey, what's up, buddy? How
I
you
am a
doing?
flat earther. I am a flat earther.
What did you say? I'm sorry.
I am a flat earther.
Oh, okay. God bless you, bro. Cool.
Thanks.
Is this your first time here?
No,
Okay. All right. So, ladies' night is about to start, so you'll be able to talk to ladies.
Hey, ladies.
It's 5:07. There's no ladies around. Is it Friday?
Yes, it's Friday. Bambi's here.
All right, baby. Take over, Bambi.
Well, I don't see her in the call, but I see her responded.
Wow,
She
is
may
there
be
any
busy.
ladies in the live stream?
KJ.
Dandelion. Dandelion's here.
Dandelion.
Oh, hello.
Good evening.
How are you?
Good. You guys want to kick it off with the song?
Sure, that's a good idea. What song do you think it should be?
It's a lady's choice, I guess. Or if somebody has a...
Yeah, I just, gosh, you're going to make me choose unless somebody else is here, another lady that wants to say. I'll have to look around and see what have we not heard for a long time. Should we just do a Why Would They Lie? I don't know, I really like that one, but have you guys played that one recently?
No, I don't think we heard Why Would They Lie recently. I did hear an ODD song today that a Battle Mod played, and it was really good. I don't know if you can play that one.
I heard he might have played that same one last night.
He did.
I liked that one too. Yeah. Was that is that what you mean, like very early this morning? Yeah, let's play that one. Good idea, because I hadn't heard that one. Like, I don't know if I'd ever heard it before. I'll see if I can
Nice.
find
Me
it.
neither, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea, because that might be new to other people too. Yeah, I can stay for a little while. My mom's making meatloaf. I don't want to miss it. It's going to be ready in like an hour, but hopefully some other ladies will show up when my meatloaf is ready.
Yeah, don't miss that meatloaf.
Okay, I'm looking for the song. Plus, I should make an announcement too, so see what I can do. It's not the Dear NASA, Why Are You Lying song, is it? I'm just scrolling back through the Music by Commands channel.
I think it was, I don't know what was it called, but it was something like God's Got Your Back or something like that. It's literally the first time I heard it.
Okay, and Battle Mod played it in the morning.
He played it this afternoon.
Oh, in the afternoon. Okay, I went too far back then. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, 12:05 p.m. Battle Mod played Odd TV. Don't worry about a thing. You think that's it?
I think so. That might be it. Yeah, I think that might be it.
Okay.
You're wondering what life's about and what it really means. Nothing's what you thought it was and nothing's what it seems. Always stressed about the world and all the hurt that it can bring. But God is by your side, so don't you worry about a thing. You feel like you're so far away, no one can hear your screams. Even when you're sleeping, there's no comfort in your dreams. You're living while you're learning and the journey can be mean. But God has got your back, so don't you worry about a thing.
Every day just keeps repeating as you're passing through the seasons. Always struggling with something, always battling with demons. If it's happiness you're seeking, just be happy that you're breathing. They say everything that happens to you happens for a reason. Some days will be hard and then some will be even harder. There'll be times when you feel like you just can't take it any longer. But don't think of giving up, cause there's really no need to bother. Anything that doesn't kill you is making you even stronger. Life will rip you open and then pick you apart. You wish you could have known that's how it is from the start. But when you feel like you're alone and things get bitter and dark, just remember that you're a soldier, there's no fear in your heart. You're able and you're capable, your strength is unmistakable, your faith is so unshakable, the pain's made you unbreakable. Any situation that you're facing, you can make it through. God planned it to be that way the day that He created you.
You're wondering what life's about and what it really means. Nothing's what you thought it was and nothing's what it seems. Always stressed about the world and all the hurt that it can bring. But God is by your side, so don't you worry about a thing. You feel like you're so far away, no one can hear your screams. Even when you're sleeping, there's no comfort in your dreams. You're living while you're learning and the journey can be mean. But God has got your back, so don't you worry about a thing.
If you put your mind to it, you can be unstoppable. Accomplish any goal you set or conquer any obstacle. Nothing that you cannot do, no problem is unsolvable. Just keep on holding on to hope and anything is possible. Keep on moving forward and stop living in the past. Start spending every minute as if it could be your last. All your dreams you are pursuing, you could get there in a flash. I know that you can do it if you get up off your ass. Time for you to do what you were born to do. The future will have so much more in store for you. At times it might seem like God is ignoring you. If you keep on knocking, He will open up the door for you. This is the beginning, you will hit the ground running. The life that you envisioned, you can feel it now coming. The weight is lifted, you don't have to sit around bugging. God is with you, you don't have to trip about nothing.
You're wondering what life's about and what it really means. Nothing's what you thought it was and nothing's what it seems. Always stressed about the world and all the hurt that it can bring. But God is by your side, so don't you worry about a thing. You feel like you're so far away, no one can hear your screams. Even when you're sleeping, there's no comfort in your dreams. You're living while you're learning and the journey can be mean. But God has got your back, so don't you worry about a thing. God has got your back, so don't you worry about a thing. God has got your back, so don't you worry about a thing.
Okay, that was a good one. Thank you for suggesting that. That was Vlad that suggested that, right?
Yes, ma'am, that was an awesome song. Thank you for playing it.
I don't think I've heard that one before. I like that. It's good to hear something different.
Yeah, that was the first time for me.
We need someone, I could do it too, but it would be nice if we had a playlist of all the Flat Earth songs, or maybe somebody does have that and I just am not aware of it. Is it like a YouTube playlist where, you could go and find them? Has anyone done that? Seems like an obvious thing to do, but never occurred to me till just now. I mean, I put some of them on my just regular Flat Earth playlist, but that has, other videos too.
We should actually have a channel here just for Flat Earth music.
There is one. Yeah. It's called Red Pill Music. Yeah, so I guess it's not really just Flat Earth music. I guess it has other things, So it's hard to find stuff in there. It just has random stuff. And maybe all that stuff we wouldn't be able to play, because of the copyright. So it'd be better to have one that was just all, the original stuff that's okay to play.
I just remember always speaking about music. The guy that makes music with Dubé, just forgot his name. He's a really great rapper, and most of his songs are about Flat Earth.
I don't know who that is either.
Smoke, I believe it's called Smoke. I'm going to find the link in the live stream.
Cool. Yeah, we got to get organized so we've got those at our fingertips. Yeah, I think it was Brad that played the Eric Dubé documentary audio in the live stream earlier, which I caught some of it. I need to go back and listen to the whole thing. And I was just listening, which I'm sure watching it is better. But even just listening to it was good. I'd never actually heard or listened to it before.
I didn't even see that documentary. Shame on me. So, yeah, I was listening too. But I got to see the documentary myself.
Yeah, I need to commit to just watching the whole thing because it was inspiring. And, I really appreciated when he went into the stuff about, birds' eyewitness account of there being lands beyond Antarctica and so on. Because when I first got into Flat Earth, that was one of the things that intrigued me the most is the possibility of more land. And I feel like we don't talk about it that much because it is speculation, right? Because he had that account, but we don't know if it's true. We don't even know if his account is true and so on. But it's an interesting thing. It's definitely a possibility. I mean, it makes sense. That would be a very good reason for them to do their little Truman Show number on, everything's been explored. Don't bother looking.
Yep.
Yeah. So we have, I guess, some new people in here we could talk to while the other ladies are coming in. Well, we have KJ, who is part of Ladies' Night and recently became a silver member. Congratulations, KJ. I don't know if you can speak. And, there you are. You're unmuted. Good. Hello. Yeah, that's great that you are not only now recently a silver member, but also Brad gave you the DJ control. So now I've seen that you've been putting stuff in the music channel when there's not much going on. So we appreciate you doing that, keeping stuff going.
Yeah, thank you.
Is there anybody else here that wants to say hello? Even if you're not a lady, just a new person, it's fine. I think you guys started talking to someone who is not here anymore. Abraham's here, but he doesn't have any roles. Is there anybody else here that wants to say hello?
Zigzagoon on the bottom, all the way on the bottom, is a new person.
Oh, hello, Zigzagoon. How are you?
Hello.
Yeah, I heard you say that you were a flat earther, so how long have you realized that the fantasy globe model has no basis in reality?
2016.
2016? Cool.
ODD.
And how did you say it? Oh, ODD, did you say?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. You got quite a bit of buzzing in your mic. I don't know if there's anything you can do about that. I don't really know what causes that. Did you know you had buzzing?
I know.
Okay. Maybe you can just talk louder. I don't know if that will make the buzzing louder or not. I don't know how that works.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hello. Who's that saying hello?
Oh, Yeah, no, it's me, F.E. Wade, Flat Earth Wade.
F.E. Wade. Yeah, I heard you start talking the other day, and then I think I had to go, so I didn't hear the end of your conversation. But I remember you were asking just kind of generally about how would NASA get away with the big lie, and people were giving input about that. So how did that go? Did you feel like that was helpful, the things that people said?
Yeah, no, most definitely. Actually, I had a great conversation with Mr. Dave Hinkle, and I don't think he's on here. I don't remember his
Yeah, he's here. He's right under
name.
me.
Oh, no,
I'm here and
him,
I
yeah.
don't have great conversations, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, yeah,
I think you do.
him, no, yeah. There was another guy. I can't. He's not in here right now, I don't think, but he was also involved or whatever. And I mean, yeah, the conversation was great. It was actually just exactly what I was looking for. You know what I mean? Like in terms of as other people to talk to in general. Because I mean, we all know that, you know what I mean, if you look to the person to the left of us, the right of us, and you say, hey, so anyways, I live on a horizontal stationary plane, and that's the nice way to say it so people don't look at you crazy, you know what I mean, right off the gate, and then they'll at least ask you, what's that? So, I mean, this
Yeah.
is excellent. I mean, I love this right here.
You can also does my sound come through all right? Because I see I only have one bar on my it's 1 bar LTE, but it's still only 1 bar. But you guys can still hear me.
Oh yeah, I hear
Okay, good.
perfect.
Let me know if it messes up. Anyway, the other approach that I've tried with people, if you don't think they're ready, to hear those words, the Earth measures flat, is just going into the why outer space is, scientifically impossible in the way that it's claimed, because that's kind of like one step beyond the moon landing. I mean, some people you can start with the moon landing, right? Because that's a pretty comfortable thing. Like a lot of people have known for decades the moon landing didn't happen, and they haven't moved on to the next obvious step. But I think, it depends on the person. Like some people are just ready to deal with the truth, just straight out. But I think the next step from the moon landing for people who are more timid is, explaining to them why the vacuum of outer space can't exist in the way claimed next to our atmosphere, as well as just various inconsistencies about their claims, such as claims they make about the ISS, where it is, its size, what's happening up there, all of these ridiculous claims.
It's moving at what, like 7, or what is it, like 8 miles a second or 7 miles a second overhead, that we can see it, and it's tiny the whole entire time. You know what I mean? It's reflective in every angle that you look at it. So yeah, I mean, you're right.
Yeah. I kind of had a tantrum today because we're at my mom's house, and she turned on Curious George for my children, which at my house we don't have, so-called satellite TV and so on. But I'm like, okay, a Curious George. I used to read those books when I was little. He went to the zoo, right? He goes to the museum. No, Curious George was taught going to Mars. And then they had, like, I could tolerate the Mars part. I'm like, yeah, guys, this is not accurate. This is a fairy tale. I just said to him, I'm like, yeah, this is science fiction. You can watch this as long as you know, like, there's no verifiable evidence that there's soil on Mars, because it's talking about the soil on Mars. So I was just kind of talking to them, the boys. And then, but then they went to, like, how sometimes cartoons do like this real world segment, right? We're in the middle of it. They're like, now we're going to the ISS. I'm like, turning this off. We're not going to be watching these fairy tales. The ISS is, in Texas. They filmed that in a water tank with green screens and all that. Like, there's only so much I can tolerate. I try to let them, experience life. I'm like, I don't want to be like the mom who shuts down Curious George, but come on, Curious George. If you're going to be putting that stuff in there, we're done. Poor Curious George. I mean, do you think the guy who wrote the original books is happy with what they're doing to him? It's ridiculous. They're using, poor Curious George. It used to be a very simple, sweet little book.
Yeah, it was the guy in the yellow hat with the monkey. You know what I mean? And he went on trips, sneaking out of his window, going on little Curious George trips. You know what I mean? Not sneaking out his window, wandering off to Mars. You know what I mean? That don't happen.
Exactly. Thank you for understanding. Because I try not to, be too much of a hard hand with this kind of stuff. But come on, that's just Curious George went a little too far with taking. It's not even him with the cartoon going to the ISS where it's still kind of fictional. It's the thing where they come in with like actual film, that they're saying is at the ISS is ridiculous. Yes, absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, well, what's really ridiculous about it, more than anything that we need to acknowledge, I believe, is the fact that it's ridiculous how low they have to reach, you know what I mean, to start, you know what I mean, getting us indoctrinated off the gate. I mean, look at how, you know what I mean, Curious George. I mean, that's low. I mean, they have no, you know what I mean, no standards, nowhere along the line. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Yes, that they feel like they have to somehow smash that in there. Yeah, I want to know if the estate of the Curious George author is approving of this, bastardization of his character. Probably he is, because they're probably raking in the dough,
Yeah, well, yeah, because you know what I mean. I mean, money is. I mean, that's I mean, the root of all evil when it comes down to it. People will tell. I mean, there's people. I mean, I believe full-heartedly that work at NASA and know that the Earth is probably flat. You know what I mean, in their mind, and that they are just shutting up because. I mean, think about it. I mean, we have to honestly think about it. Okay, let's say and we can I don't know, we don't all know each other, I'd say the greatest or whatever, but let's say, like, for instance, someone is working at NASA, right? They got everything set up. They got their house payment, they got their truck payment, you know what I mean, they got two kids that are going to school, they got this and that going on, and they come across the knowledge that, hey man, the earth is flat, and they start figuring out everything is you know what I mean, a hoax, just BS. Now, for them to go and like just really be like put it out there or whatever, you know what I mean, instead of just going along with it, you know what I mean? That's a lot. That's a lot that they'd have to weigh to just throw out there. And I think these people know that and they use that to their advantage, you know what I mean? Because people, I mean, I have a grandkid now. I mean, I'm only 33, but my what is it? My grandkid, you know what I mean? I wouldn't want to lose my job for the world of me, you know what I mean? Because I would, you know what I mean, be worried about helping and financially taking care of them. So I can understand if someone is put in a position to where they feel like everything is going to be lost, you know what I mean? That, and they don't know what to turn to next after that, because if they see that stuff, that's not a full awakening in my eyes. It's just seeing information and start. The next thing is, you know what I mean, connecting the dots to finally, you know what I mean, get the rest of the awakening out there.
Yes, I think you make a good point there. And I appreciated what the person, when we were talking to you the other day, I think it was Napalm, not totally sure, but somebody in here was saying, because I said, oh, the guys who are filming, the so-called Mars landings in Canada at Devon Island, it's obvious that these are filmed on Earth, that they must know that they're lying, right? But then the person, I think it was Napalm, whoever it was, if you're here, speak up. Whoever it was in here said, maybe they don't know, which I thought was a good point. It's like they could tell them a cover story. And, in the government, of course, they do that all the time. They could tell them, oh, yeah, well, we really are there, but we can't get the camera to work. So because we don't want to disappoint people or national security, or whatever it is, we got to do it this way. But this is really what it looks like on Mars, guys. So just bear with us here while we recreate this for people, and it's all for their own good. They totally could sell that story to people, especially the people they must be looking for. There must be some kind of psychological testing where they make sure they get people who are very compliant, who just go along to get along, who won't be whistleblowers, who won't ask questions, who just keep their head down, do their job, take their paycheck. I mean, for sure and their cognitive dissonance would also make them not want to see it if they don't want to see it. If they're making money off of it, a lot of people wouldn't want to question any of it. So yeah, for sure. I see we've got Medili. Do you feel like talking with the your rose? I really like your rose background screen, like banner profile thing. That is very cool. The roses are like moving in the breeze with the clouds behind them. That is very nice. So hopefully you can talk, but if not, or if you are not able to talk now but are able to talk later, feel free to speak up. That goes for anyone. You don't have to wait to be called on. I should have done a better introduction, actually, of the ladies' night here. We just played the song and then we just started going. But basically, for those of you who are new, every Friday night we have ladies' night on the server, and we start at 5 p.m. Eastern American time. And then we finish when Helio comes in and yells at us and said we've been talking for too long. Ha ha. That's kind of an inside joke. I'm usually not here for the end, although I might be tonight. After my mom's meatloaf, I might be able to come back. We'll see how it goes. But anywho, what happens during the ladies' night is the ladies of the flat earth, or they don't, you know what? The ladies don't have to be flat earthers. I should say that. It just turns out that way. But we used to have that one lady from Gem Panda server come in sometimes. I can't remember her name right now. It starts with a T, like Twiddle or Twinkle. I don't know. You guys know who I'm talking about. She's a Glober lady. And I think we had one other Glober lady one time. So just the ladies of the server, let's just say that, be they flat earth or not, answer the questions. But anyone, male, female, or, talking parrot, trained seal, and so on, is welcome to come in and ask the questions. And then the ladies will be the one to answer the questions, or sometimes we just introduce topics and discuss them and so on. So purpose of ladies' night is to encourage more ladies to speak up sometimes, because we are a minority group within this particular server. People need encouragement to speak up, practice the arguments, and so on, and maybe have a different approach than our standard 24/7 approach. But speaking of that, I did want to mention that there were two guys in the YouTube chat earlier. Old Dude and Dave know about them. Incel was one of them. Who was the other guy, Dave? AYMB America, I think is his name. Yeah, they're in there doing the usual Glober thing where they say, oh, no flat earther will debate me. All they do is mute us. They're afraid to debate. It started when they were playing the Eric Dubé documentary, because the guy came in there and said, oh, Eric Dubé's afraid to debate. It's like, oh, whatever. Shut up. You're in our YouTube stream here. Eric Dubé's not, I don't think he's part of the server as far as I know. I mean, a lot of YouTubers are in here, like Witsit, Quantum Eraser, and so on and so forth, but I don't think Eric Dubé is. Nathan Thompson used to be in here. I guess Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole was in here. DITRH was in here the other day. I didn't get to talk to him, but that's cool to hear. But I don't think Eric Dubé's been in here. But nonetheless, there's many flat earthers willing to debate you 24/7, just like the name suggests. And so if you hear any of those guys making that claim in the YouTube chat, because what they like to do is go on there, use our platform. Most of the time, they're not even listening to the live stream because they don't actually respond to what's being said. They just like to troll people, make a bunch of false claims, and then run away from any real debate because they're afraid to actually come into the live stream for the chat that that it exists, that the chat they use and love to use and frequent exists because of this server and this live stream. So at any time, you guys can come in for a controlled debate. I will guarantee you will not get banned for the course of the debate. We can set up guidelines ahead of time. It can be a moderated debate with opening statements, time statements, rebuttals, so on. We can mute everyone else that's in the stream. We used to do this all the time. It's no problem. The only reason we don't do that anymore is because they're not showing up to debate. It's not because we are not available, and it's not because we banned you, because we multiple times say, we'll unban you. Sure, come in here. What's your username? I'll find you and unban you. This is an offer that happens all the time. All you got to do is ask. So don't be making these claims in the YouTube chat that you know are lies if you're not willing to come in here and debate. And this incel guy even said, oh yeah, I said, when are you going to debate? He said, right here, right now, you and me. I said, okay, I'll meet you in the live stream. I came into the live stream, sat and waited, and he did not show up. He wanted to get me to his server, because you guys know, if you're new to Flat Earth, you might not know this, but all these globe proponent people who have their own little servers, they only exist because we have something going on with Flat Earth, right? We're the ones with the arguments. They got nothing but insults. We're not going to go promote their servers for them by bringing numbers to them and providing content for them. and that some of them are making money off of it, why should we go whore ourselves out for some globe head who sits in our chat but won't come into the server that the chat exists for? No, you come here, and don't say that you can't come here because this is the safe space for flat earth or whatever. I just told you, we agree to the terms ahead of time, fair for both sides, and we find a fair moderator. We got plenty of them. Crypto's more than fair. Last debate I heard Crypto moderate, he was way more fair to the Glober than the flat earther, and there's many people who are capable of moderating a fair debate. It's not that hard. So you guys could not be making these claims in the YouTube chat when you know you're lying and you know you don't have any leg to stand on with your globe model and you can't defend it and you can't debate it. That's why all you have is insults. So if you see any of those people making that claim in the YouTube chat, people on YouTube, please remind them the invitation stands to set up a formal debate with the conditions I just mentioned that we will agree upon ahead of time, anytime. Doesn't have to be with me. You can ask somebody else to do it if you want. Ask Quantum Eraser. He loves debating. If you prefer to debate Quantum Eraser instead of me. Indio, I'm sure, would debate. I'm sure many people would. So if you want to challenge a flat earther to a debate, we're here. I'll offer to moderate. I would prefer to moderate than debate, actually, but I will debate if you want me to, which Incel said he wanted to, but then refused to do it and didn't show up for the debate. So there you
Real
go.
quick, Dandelion, you know who that incel was? It was J.G. Gonzalez.
I did
You
not
heard
know
of
that.
him?
I've
that's
heard
who
of
that
him.
was.
Yeah. J.G.
Okay.
Gonzalez. Is that his name?
Yeah. He's infamous he spent like 6 months or something acting like a flat earth coded on Nathan's show and then started his own show as a globe earther. Anyway, we shouldn't even be talking about him. I was letting you know who.
No, I appreciate you telling me because I remember hearing about him when I first came to the old server. That because that might have been like soon after that had happened. Yeah, and these people who who claim to be flat earthers then switch back to the globe. That's just a bunch of nonsense. They're either doing it for money or they never were flat earthers in the first place, or they have some kind of agenda. Because all of us know there's no going back once you see the evidence for the Earth being observed and measured flat, and the fact that the globe model has no evidence. Anybody who's going back to that is a disingenuous person, hands down. So the fact that he's one of those kind, Dave, yeah, I appreciate you telling me because that makes perfect sense to his toxic personality for sure. He's either paid or unpaid whore for the liars, so it doesn't matter if he's getting paid. I guess if he has a YouTube channel, I guess he is a paid whore then. That's what you're telling me. Okay, an old dude's telling me who the other guy is. Okay, thank you, old dude. Okay, because people were talking about that other guy, and I did not know why they were talking about it. So thank you very much, old dude. But yeah, is there anybody else new? I guess. Rose. Rose gift person left. Too bad.
Yeah, I just want to say good evening to all the ladies and happy ladies' night.
Thank you. Who was that? I can't scroll down fast enough to see who's talking. Well, we've got Metal Zone. That's VC who's VC verified. Metal Zone, do you have any questions about the flat Earth, or would you be willing to just at least say hi to us?
Yes, hello. No, I've been on here before. I'd like to, when I'm driving home from work, come in and listen and hello, and it's fun times.
Cool. What is your experience with the topic of flat Earth?
Oh, well, I've been looking into it for a while now, and probably like 2-3 years, and like you said, you can't go back now.
Right, absolutely. That's just the way it is. Yeah, and anybody who's sincere and genuine knows that's the case.
Yeah, it's funny you're talking about, your kids asking about it, and my daughter, she's 5, about to turn 6, and just started in school, and she hears me talking to other people about it, and she came up to me about a couple weeks ago and was like, "Daddy, is space real?" And I was like, "Well," I was like, kind of didn't want to mess everything up for her, but I told her, I was like, well, I don't think it is, and I told her all, she's not stupid, she's been listening, and it's just funny, because yeah, right away, they're getting to him, telling them everything, but I showed her all the stuff that like we're walking and the sun rays coming down at an angle, and at the beach, the boats, I'm like, you can zoom them back in, and so yeah, it's just crazy that they started them off right there in kindergarten.
Yeah, and I think that's that's what I try to do with my children, just be kind of casual about it, because you don't want them to feel like they have to be like warriors, right, or crusaders. It's not really their fight, you know what I mean? You want them to just enjoy life. But I also don't want to just like let these lives pass by, so that's why I try to take the approach of, yeah, this is just, a story they made up, just a fairy tale they made up about the space thing. Like, there's no real evidence for this thing. And just try to like not be like, it does. I don't want to turn it into like a battle. They don't need to fight any battles. It's just, that's why I try to just take an approach like that. But then actually having them make observations, I think, is very good too. What you just mentioned, I think that's a good idea too, out in nature, because that's what science is all about.
I told her, I was like, listen, because people are gonna be telling her, school's gonna be like, what, I'm sure she'll be like, my daddy says space ain't real, but I'm like, you got to make up your own mind, and this is what I think, and here's what the world is, and so yeah. But she's smart, I think if she's shown our side of it now, she'll see.
Right. Oh, right. Because it's not that hard. I mean, that's the thing. That's why I'm not like real concerned about it. Like, parents are the primary educators of their children. Yeah. And if other people have input, that's perfectly fine, as long as they realize, that they can come to you and ask questions, which sounds like your daughter's already doing. And, when they get older and they are like more in that abstract reasoning stage, and you can start introducing formal logic and so on, it's not very hard to see, no, the globe, there's no natural observation, there's no logic behind it. Here's all the fallacies that people use in order to try to prop up this mathematical failure that is not scientific in any way, because no natural observation was ever made. And it's just, it doesn't have to be like a big crisis, for them. But I think when they're younger, they're at that concrete stage where they're not going to be thinking that much about that anyway. They're more, the stuff that's actually right around them.
I don't know if I lost connection or not. It kind of just faded out there.
Oh, it might be my sound. It might be my sound.
But yeah, anyways, yeah, it was good talking. I'm almost home, so I'm going to have to get off here. But yeah, I just like to come on and listen, hear everyone's viewpoints. And a lot of people, they've been, when I tell them about it, trying to, hear all the different debates so, I can have a good answer when people ask me, because I don't know it all, but I've seen enough that it's just, even before I thought the moon landings were a joke. Then once I started seeing it, it's too obvious for me. I don't care if I don't have every answer. What I've seen is enough.
Yeah, you don't have to have every answer. I mean, that's the good thing about the server too, is we have different people with different strengths. Not everyone has to be an expert in every area, except Indio. He's an expert in every area, it seems like to me. But most of us are not. So,
well, I actually work in construction, and we build roads. And I remember a long time ago, when you're doing the surveying and the GPS, we build the models on AutoCAD, and it's done on a flat plane. And I always think, what do they do about the curvature of the Earth? And I think someone told me once, oh, well, the computer figures it all out. And when I looked into it, they got the geoid and then, the datum, but all that stuff is just the mean sea elevations. I don't see anywhere where it's correcting for curvature or anything like that. So, yeah, just, so many things now, and you look at it and it's like, yeah, there's no way.
Yeah, that's cool that you had that experience. That was something you asked about, like, in the past. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, way back. I mean, I started, doing this like 15 years ago, and right out of high school, and yeah, I was like, because we got these long roads for miles, and I'm like, and the AutoCAD models, it's just a flat, plane that they're building them on. We go out and put grade stakes for, the road goes up and down a little bit for water drainage, but yeah, it's just flat for miles, and it's like, what about the curvature of the earth? And the guy told me, oh, the computer figures all that out. But
Yeah,
yeah, I
that's what
looked
people
into it
like to
later
tell
on, and
themselves. Yeah.
yeah, I couldn't find anything about it, just people, oh, that's the geoid or the datum. And from what I found out, I'm not an expert on it, but that was all just having to do with mean sea level, and so they could, there's different, some people have a different elevation for their, what they call zero elevation, the sea level. But yeah, just something, I noticed. And then once all this started clicking, it was like, yep, makes sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Because some people are just grasping for that, little surface debunker thing that will like explain it away. Oh, yes, somebody else took care of that. It's all programmed in. Don't worry about it. It's all been taken care of, And a lot of people, that's all they want to hear. Somebody to tell them, yeah, it's fine. You can stay on your fantasy ball. Don't worry.
Yeah,
You don't have
right.
to have your world crashing down. But, some people like yourself are willing to go a little further. Yeah. So that's cool. Your daughter is fortunate.
Definitely. All right, it was good talking to you guys. I'm about home now, so
You too, yes.
have a good
Yeah,
night,
we'll talk to
everybody.
you next time. You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hey, can I say something?
Oh, please, yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, so what he was saying about the kiddo, I kind of ran into that same thing as well, and I'm sure a lot of people in here do. If you're a parent at least, you see what your kid's learning, and like it sucks that it's like hard for you not be able to tell them the truth on certain things, even though you want to. And so I was trying to kind of think of a solution around that. And it's like, okay, well, maybe I can just teach her the, scientific method, like you were talking, or the fallacies, like you were talking about, and then maybe the scientific method, and showing her the process of verifying things and pretty much instilling in her, to verify everything. Um, and then I all of a sudden got the thought, I'm like, man, but they're shoving this shit down kids' throats before they even know about verifying things or the scientific method or anything. It's pure brainwash, at its finest.
Yeah, because it's all, even before I was involved in, smashing the Fantasy Globe model to bits. And I also, before I go into that, before I forget, I wanted to show you the Fallacy Detective book is one that I use with my children. It's like fallacies. Here, I don't know. That link didn't open up right for some reason. I'll try to find another one. It's just about introducing fallacies to children. It doesn't have anything to do with the globe. It's just a book about training them about logical fallacies and logic in general and how to spot like good and bad arguments and so on. So yeah, you might be interested in that. I use that with my children, just with that same philosophy just mentioned about wanting them to learn how to think critically about things and use logic and so on. But yeah, there's something else you just said that I was. What was the other thing you said besides the thing about the fallacies?
Teaching them the scientific method and to verify
the
everything.
abstract. Yes. That's what it was. Yes, it's the problem is the way they introduce the way education is set up today. Even though, decades of research show, and there's certain, there's certain educational philosophies like Montessori, Waldorf, so on, that acknowledge like the real way children learn, which is from the concrete to the abstract. I mean, even though you'll go to, education college, they'll talk about Piaget and, the concrete stage and all this stuff. They have changed the curriculum around to where they're introducing these abstract concepts like, outer space is an extremely abstract concept, even though they try to say it's not. Even, we know these images they show are abstract. They're not actual images. And even if you claim they're real, they're not something the child is experiencing. So they're abstract to them. Because even things that, you might see under the microscope if you had a high-powered microscope and so on, like DNA, structure of DNA, many things, the atomic model, the electron cloud, quantum theory, and so on. all those things, even if you think they're accurate, they're abstract to the child. They have nothing to do with their everyday experience. The best way for a child to learn when they're in that younger stage is to reason from things that they see and experience in their environment. Everyone who has ever experienced life with a child knows that. They're just like living in the now, what they can touch, what they can see. You start talking to them about some other thing that they can't see. They're just eyes are going to glaze over and they're not going to pay any attention to you. I mean, you can tell them fairy tales and stuff, and you can engage their imagination. But if you're going to try to shove stuff in their head about these abstract concepts, they are not in the right mindset to do that. It's just like the exact opposite way of how children should learn. And I think, and it's probably by design, I would think that they are introducing these concepts at the very wrong time, to where the only way they can then latch onto that globe concept is in an emotional way. It's like at this very tender stage where it's kind of like I just said, they throw it in their Curious George cartoon or whatever, to where they just don't even know it's insidious. It's insidious. They throw it in there with some other stuff so that it's not logic. It's not. That's why we get to an age like I did when I did my research paper on flat Earth, where I'm thinking, of course, there's science behind the globe. I mean, yeah, somebody figured this out, right? To come to find out, no, there wasn't. I just accepted this at some point with no evidence. You don't even realize that you've done that unless you then re-examine your premises when you're older. And a lot of people are either incapable or unwilling to do that.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to set aside beliefs, regardless really of what they are. Beliefs, people are made up of all sorts of beliefs, and that's a pretty big one to give up. But yeah, about the fallacy book that you shared the link on, I don't know when. I get your point, and to an extent, like, a kid definitely needs to just enjoy their childhood. But when I guess, whatever you want to call them, the higher ups, they're pretty much brainwashing them. We got to do something to an extent to protect our kids. And I know you're on board with that, but what age, what age is appropriate, really? You want them to have a good childhood and be responsible and be well equipped to handle the world. And it turns out, the world's more than just working a 40-hour-a-week job. It's more than going to college. It's more than, all this other BS that they teach us. The pursuit of happiness, pursuing truth and meaning and a wholesome life, that's important. But yeah, given her the tools, that's definitely going to be a big one. And I might, slowly step into that with her, but showing her how to use logic and reasoning and how to verify things is pretty important. I think any age would be appropriate for that,
Oh, for sure. Yeah, there's another one. There's a whole series called Keo and Gus that is philosophy for children. Yeah, again, nothing to do with flat Earth, that I used with my children too. Just kind of like analyzing situations, that kind of thing. I'll find that one for you. Because I think that's definitely something that we can do. We don't have to, and people have different ideas about this, like the Christians often argue about, should your child go into public schools and be the salt and light to the world, or should you protect them and so on? I personally, I've gone both ways. I mean, I kind of maybe take a middle position sometimes, but overall, I don't think they need to be, they don't need to take the burden of the world upon themselves. I don't like how the world, tries to make these children, with things like, global warming and so on, think like, you guys have to save the world. It's doomed and you're in charge of fixing it. When they're like little kids, it's like, oh, they didn't do this. Don't start laying that on them. If they want to do something when they get older, let them, give them this foundation so to think clearly, and experience life in a joyful way, so that they are mentally, sane and sound enough to be able to do something like that when they're an adult. It's just, I don't like children being used as props personally, but anyway, yeah. So yeah, so go ahead.
That's one I hadn't thought about actually. In my education history, them telling us that we're doomed, and it's our response. You're totally right. Nobody's ever brought that up or mentioned it to me, but I'm sure that was passed around like candy for quite a few decades at least. Oh, you got to fix this problem. The country's in debt. It's all up to you. It's pretty much just telling them, hey, you're screwed. Good luck. And in all reality, it's them pushing that narrative. I just nobody ever brought that up, but it's crazy to hear people with seeing the same results in education.
Yeah, because I mean, you're probably younger than me. Like I think it's a relatively new phenomenon. Like when I was little, I don't really remember anybody ever saying that we were supposed to fix things as children. Like we didn't care. I mean, like we didn't have the internet or anything, and the news was just like something my dad watched at 6 o'clock, and that was it. I didn't pay any attention to it. Like I remember the Time magazine maybe would come to the house, the Newsweek or whatever, and I didn't read it. Like we just. I just feel like people are way more saturated with the children are like more saturated with all this stuff and start to worry about stuff like way too early when they should just be allowed to be innocent, So yeah, I am. Oh, go ahead. What were you going to say?
I was just gonna agree with you since there was a pause, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably going to. I have to go have dinner soon, and I can come back later. But since there's no other ladies here, I was thinking about just because how some like podcasts or shows they do like a best of. If there's they're not doing a new show, so unless KJ wants to take over, I was thinking about just playing because Indio did make a podcast out of the ladies' night from last year. I thought I could just play that. But if somebody ends up coming in and wants to have a conversation, like people can pause it, unless you guys want to just if you guys got other topic you want to talk about, I guess we could just end the ladies' night. Just say it's lasting an hour. I don't know. Does anybody have any votes about that? If I can figure out how to Intio gave me all the podcasts. I just had to figure out. I downloaded one of them. I just had to figure out how to play them. But so I'm just going to start playing this ladies' night from June 2020, and then there's people in here that have the DJ role, like KJ.
What are we talking about in here?
Is that Josiah that just came in?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hi. Yeah, we were having a ladies' night, but even after numerous pings, many ladies have not shown up. So I don't know. Are you still there, KJ?
I'm here. It's just my voice is kind of messed up and my dog's barking, so I don't know how that would turn out.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, KJ, I'm going to start playing, if I can make this thing work that Indio sent me, I'm going to start playing this best of ladies' night thing. And then since you have the DJ bot control, like if other ladies come in or if, people want to have a conversation about something else, then you can just pause it. You know how to pause it?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure, no problem.
So that's what I'm going to do as soon as I figure out how to do it. Oh, but while I'm figuring that out, I saw Smile of Death was addressing me there in the text. Are you able to speak, Smile of Death?
Yeah, I can speak. I didn't know if you were going to do the podcast thing or not.
Well, no, I actually haven't even figured out how to do it yet. So if somebody wants to talk to Smile, if any of the guys want to talk to Smile of Death, we'll just call this a interlude. And if any of the ladies come back and want to go back to ladies' night, they can. And tell them I said so they don't think that you guys are being bad. Does anyone want to talk to Smile? Do any of the guys want to talk to Smile of Death? Because my mom made meatloaf. I can't let her down. I have to go eat with the meatloaf and sweet potatoes. And I didn't mention sweet potatoes before. But I'll come back later after we eat. But does anybody want to volunteer to talk to the Smile of Death? Who gets your name?
Jeff, what's your biggest proof of the globe?
Oh, Matthew Learn's going to talk to you. Oh, gosh. What
No,
about
no, no, no. 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 Then no.
I don't know. We've got Glatflow, we've got Godrag, and we've got plenty of people in here that should be able to talk to him.
If any of them can talk, that would be good.
Yeah, is anybody available to talk to Smile of Death? Vlad.
Smile of Death. What's going on, buddy?
What's up? How's your Friday going?
I'm gonna take a shower and then I'll be back later. I gotta eat with my grandparents too, but I'll be back to destroy Glovers later.
It seems like it's bad. It seems like it's bad time for everyone. I have a kids' party in my house, and I don't know if it's noisy for you guys. Do you guys hear a lot of noise coming from me?
Like a little bit, but there's no like kids screaming in the background or anything.
There's like 10 kids in my house on top of me, so. But anyway, Smiley. So, are you? What side of the fence are you on?
So I am a Globe Earther, right? But I'm absolutely willing to be convinced. I know people might not.
Yeah, we're not gonna try to convince you here, but if you want to tell me,
you should.
If you want to tell me,
that's the whole point.
Like why? We're not here to convince anyone, dude. You gotta figure this shit out on your own.
Yeah.
So I'm here to tell you that you never felt the earth move and you never saw the curvature. Do you agree with me?
That's true. Yeah.
So you just confirmed my claim, or our claim, I should say.
Bro, I love your accent, man.
Yeah, your accent is sick.
My accent? Okay.
I love your accent.
Are you like Italian or something?
No, he's...
Me? I'm from Bosnia, bro. Eastern Europe.
Sexy voice.
A what voice? Anyway.
Sexy.
You have the best accent.
Oh, sexy voice. All right. So, Smile of Death. So you never felt the earth move. You never saw the curvature. So now, what would be the main reason? What is it in your mind that convinces your intellect that you're living on a globe that's spinning and flying through vacuum while you're breathing pressurized air, you're on level, and you never felt the earth move?
So here's the thing. I don't have any confirmation other than what NASA says. I'm not advanced enough to have any like proofs definitively because I'm not rich. I can't do that, right? But I do believe NASA. And
what would riches do for your for the proof that you live on a globe? Like, how would you, if you had money, let's say, how would you prove the Earth is a globe?
I would get one of those really special gyroscopes. I would send like some sort of
Wait, gyroscopes?
Yeah, there's some.
How would gyroscope prove a globe, dude?
I actually don't know, but I was reading comments on a YouTube video, and that sounds really dumb, but.
Yeah, you gotta do a little more research, bro, and learning.
Yeah, I probably should. But the biggest thing that I would do if I had a lot of money was just send a space probe up, like a satellite, and just take a picture, you know?
Where would you send it?
Anywhere.
Space?
I mean, if the Earth is a globe, then you can just send it anywhere, and if it's flat, you can send it anywhere and get a picture, and it'll be the same, right?
No.
So how far do you think you need to go up to see if the Earth is a globe? Because some people claim they can see the curve from the beach. They think the boats go beyond the horizon.
Isn't it like 150 kilometers or something?
Yeah, something like that.
For what?
I'm just guessing. I have no idea. For to see a proper curvature, if the Earth is indeed a globe. I'm saying somewhere around there. Obviously, I have no idea, but
100 kilometers maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, if it really was a globe, you would be able to send something and you would see it. Is what I'm saying. I mean, if it isn't, it isn't. But like, you should be able to send something up, see if it is, and then that's that, right? I mean, I'm asking, I'm theorizing. I have no idea. So.
Yeah.
Right. So given the radius that they gave us, 3959, like if the Earth was curving at that rate, we shouldn't go that high to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be curving from the beach from 6 foot. You shouldn't be able to see anything past 3 miles away.
I heard that from 1 foot, according to NASA, from 1 foot up, you can't see past 1.5 miles or something. But we can see up to 9 miles from a picture I saw before. So what's up with that?
That
Well,
the Earth is flat.
what?
That means that the Earth is flat. That is not a globe.
Well, not necessarily. First of all, I'm not sure about the 1 mile thing, but even if that's true, the Earth is like, regardless of whether it's a globe or not, the Earth is like hilly, right? So if if the land
How
kind of
about
goes down
1,000 miles flat?
1,000
No,
mile
he's
what?
talking about hills, bro. He's gonna take that argument like, oh, if it's hills, it's not flat. Is that where you're going, bro?
No. Absolutely, that would be a stupid argument.
Yeah, that is stupid.
That's just
I thought that's where you were going.
no. I'm saying the hills. So if
No,
you're
we are speaking about water. We are not speaking about hills. Water, man. It's 70% of water on this Earth. They are saying also.
okay,
That means 70% of water is curved or level. What is it?
see, I'm not an expert, right? I'm taking basic
Yeah,
level physics, but yeah, I
yeah.
think water is curved.
The water's curved, you saying?
Yes.
When did you in your life see curved water, curved surface of water anywhere in nature?
Anywhere?
Anywhere.
Okay.
Let me tell you the basics, physical facts of water.
Mm-hmm.
All bodies of water must be contained and the surface is always level.
Okay.
Okay? That means whether it's you're talking cup in your hand or a bathtub when you go take a bath or a lake, pond, sea, or ocean. All bodies of water must be contained and surface is level. Do you agree with that?
I would actually not agree with that. I would say for objects like that are
So you believe that water contours into a ball that's spinning and flying through vacuum?
well, setting aside the spinning and flying for now, I believe that like things on our size, like lakes and ponds.
That's
Sure,
what you believe. Can we talk about things that you know? Because I'm really not interested. Like, no offense, but I'm not interested in what you believe. Like, can you just tell me stuff that you know?
Sure. Okay, I know for a fact
Mm-hmm.
that objects that are human-ish size, like lakes, ponds, cups, bathtubs, like all the stuff that you just described, other than oceans, those will find their level, right?
But ocean won't. Ocean contours into a ball.
Exactly. And I know
Exactly.
that sounds so stupid when you think
It
about
does.
it like that. But
It really does.
But there's a good reason for that.
There's a good reason for you why you believe that, but can you give me the reason why it's like that, if it's like that? I don't want your reason why you believe. Prove it to me that it's like that. The water contours into a ball and that it doesn't have to be contained.
See. I just told you, right? I can't prove that the Earth is round. I just told you.
So then what are we talking about? I'm not here to talk about your beliefs, bro.
I know. The reason I still think that the Earth is round is because I haven't heard a convincing explanation for why it's flat.
But you just confirmed that you never felt the Earth move and that you never saw the curvature. In other words, you experience Earth as flat and stationary.
Experience
So do you
being.
really?
Yeah.
So wait, you're breathing right now, correct?
Yeah.
Do you need someone to prove to you that you're breathing, or that would be stupid to even ask?
That would be a pretty stupid task because I know that I'm breathing.
Exactly. So you confirmed the first thing I asked you. Did you ever felt Earth move? Did you ever see the curve? So you confirm you're experiencing the Earth as motionless.
Yeah. Okay.
Right?
Okay. I want to give you a scenario. So you're in a car. I probably heard this before.
That's it's a horrible analogy, bro. You're gonna tell me why I don't feel the movement, right?
Yeah, inertia, right?
It's a bad analogy, bro. There's so many flaws in that analogy.
Give me.
And car is also a closed system, dude. How about what would happen if you're on top of the car and that car is going 66.6 thousand miles an hour while spinning at the same time too?
Well, then you would feel
and you're on top of it. You're not inside.
That is air resistance.
What?
But the Earth's air is moving with the Earth. It's not. It's not.
Air. Is it? Atmosphere is moving with the Earth.
Yeah.
66,000 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Yeah? Really?
Yeah.
Through vacuum. Through vacuum. through vacuum with the gas, with the atmosphere.
There's gravity and there's a bunch of shit. There's atmosphere. Like I'm saying,
Gravity.
supposedly,
Okay.
obviously,
Okay.
there's all of
Great.
this,
Great. What?
right?
Okay. Great.
Right
What's
now, you're
gravity?
just saying words, bro. Like, you gotta
Okay.
back
What's
up what you're
gravity?
saying.
Bro,
What's gravity? Okay. What's gravity?
why the fuck? I'm not a scientist.
What's
I'm here to
gravity?
understand.
Sasha, chill, bro.
Okay. Sorry. You're saying on the Earth, gravity. It's something, but you think that it's falling down or keeping all these gases together and not going in vacuum.
Well, it's mostly the in this case, it's mostly the atmosphere. If we're talking about that, the atmosphere is keeping us, giving us oxygen, etc. I mean,
So what is atmosphere?
man, why are you asking me? I'm not a scientist. I can't prove shit to you. Like,
Bro, you're using words. You don't know what they mean. You're saying the atmosphere is flying with the Earth at 66,000 miles an hour. You're saying a ball of gas
this is why
is spinning and
listen.
listen, bro. Let me finish. You
all right.
believe, bro. Let me tell you, atmosphere, right? What does it sound like?
What? What do you mean?
Sphere-shaped air. Just listen to this. Sphere-shaped air, spinning and flying through vacuum. Does that make any sense, bro?
No, and that's
pressurized air.
Skeptic. I'm here for that, dude. I'm not here to I'm just trying to debate.
So this is what I'm telling you. You believe that pressurized air in the form of a sphere is spinning in the vacuum, bro.
I don't believe it, but that's what people are saying. They're saying that that's what the
Bro, that's
atmosphere is. That's what
the guy. So then stop defending it, bro. Then open your mind and try to learn things.
I am. I'm just trying to say, when you say all that, I'm not a scientist, so I can't prove it to you. But people say that it's from the.
You don't need to be a scientist. I'm not a scientist.
I think he's just proposing ideas from the full globers,
Okay, if you want to know, this what you breathe now, this gas pressure, this what you breathe in this moment, you cannot have if this system open if you have a vacuum near to us, not near to us, around us. We are a small electron in comparing that universe, comparing that vacuum of space. If you understand, that means that all this gas will go into that space if it's available, but we are not in that.
Hey, somebody needs to mute their mic, please.
And these guys are also trying to give respect to your ability to use your senses. So because we trust your senses, like the thing that you can apprehend with your senses. That's an important starting point. Is what you can sense with your own body, which is flatness, non-rotation, and containment.
It's a blood flow.
Hey, can somebody please mute their mic?
Jesus Christ, Vlad.
Oh, sorry, I got it.
Oh, that's not even. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, finally stop.
Don't worry.
It's okay.
All right, go ahead.
I mean, that's a lot of times what people come in is they'll start, telling us about what they've heard about the Earth, the stories that we've been told in school, things that don't have any verification. So what we begin with is what you can see and sense with your own body, and everything about your individual experience on this in this place is that it's flat because we can't detect the 8 inches per mile squared. In the radius of 3959, we can't detect that with our physical bodies. We don't see it. We never observe the horizon where it must be. And then we also never feel any motion, yet we're told that we're spinning in an elliptical orbit around the sun and the Earth is spinning. And of course, we know that curvature itself is acceleration, which would cause us to feel those motions. Yet, and that's how, and I said the same things at the beginning. I said, what is it? Oh, it's inertia. And it's all these abstract terms, but when you start to dig into it, the globe doesn't have the kind of empirical proof that you would think that it does. And so what we're trying to do is privilege your experience of the Earth higher than you're giving it. So instead of appealing to a scientist who knows better, why don't you start with what it is that you feel and go from there? Because that's the axiom or the self-evident truth. We all experience a motionless Earth. Therefore, let's start with that and say, now, if you're going to claim a globe, why don't you prove it? And that's what you'll hear a lot of times in here is you'll say, hey, show me. and then that's sort of taken as some people take that personally, but it's literally like the next step, because you experience a flat and motionless Earth. The next step would be for you or others or anybody, because we say this all the time, to prove that's the case, not with a story or things that an authority told you, but with evidence. And we started to dig into the evidence, and it became a problem very quickly for all of us, because I can think of maybe one example of a person who was raised in a geocentric household. So most of us, have come from heliocentrism or from a globe belief, and then once we started to try to prove it, the whole thing quickly became was shown to be a house of cards.
Okay. No, yeah,
Well,
okay. Well, I mean, I completely understand what you're saying, and I honestly, that's exactly what I'm here for, and I agree. Oh, I did have a question though before I like mute back up, about like when you go up, high in altitude, etc. Why is it that there's difficulty like breathing? Because for me, that's something to do again with atmosphere. I'm not gonna say because I don't understand most of this.
You're in a gas pressure gradient, which of course requires containment. So a gradient is the thing that you're describing, and that can be observed in the natural world, and it's always observed when you give an empirical example of it. It's always observed to be within containment. You never have a gradient like if you have a propane tank with, if you slosh it around, you can, there's liquid in there, and there's a gas pressure gradient. It's contained. If you puncture the container, the gradient's lost, and you no longer have the thing that you just described, the difficulty breathing. So we understand that through the natural sciences and the second law of thermodynamics that a container is necessary, and that's, we just trust that that's true. Entropy is never violated. Only in stories is it violated, never in experience.
Okay, well, I don't think that fully answered the question, because the reason that breathing gets more difficult is because air is less dense, like at higher altitudes, because as a result of that, the pressure is also less. So why would the pressure be less if we're like following the second law of thermodynamics?
Okay, I'll try to explain it as simple as possible. You ready? So at the bottom is the less dense of the medium, right? And the higher you go, right, there's going to be lighter elements up there. And there's going to be more volume and less matter the higher you go. Does that make sense?
Sorry, are you a flat earther or a globe earther?
I am a flat earther, and it's just like being at the bottom of the ocean, right? It'll crush a submarine, but if you're just 2 feet deep, it's not very dense, right?
Right.
Have you seen a submarine get crushed though?
Okay.
No, but we all know that listen, hold on. We all know that if you go to the bottom of the pool at 12 feet, you start to feel that thing on your ears, right? That pressure at the 12-foot mark of the pool when you lay your head on the ground. So we've all experienced it, right?
Yeah,
absolutely. So everybody been to the bottom of the pool? Felt the pressure on your ears? It kind of hurts a little bit. It's not really pain, but it's kind of annoying.
I mean, some people might not be able to swim, so.
Okay, well, I feel sorry for them. But yeah, if you keep going deep another 12 feet, right, and your ears might even, pop or something. Yeah, we've all experienced that. I figured everybody that can swim anyway.
Hopefully they can. But yeah, that's a thing. But you're saying
Suggestion to keep you all occupied. Learn to swim. Learn to swim.
It's a good idea. If you need something to do. Anyway,
we are saying how something small, don't think that it's big, small like Earth, in some cold universe of space of vacuum, can be with the atmosphere, with the gas in that vacuum. How is that possible? And plus is moving.
Well, yeah, I would ask the same thing for the flat Earth model. How is that possible?
We don't have a model.
We don't have a model for first. And second...
Right, so here's the thing. If you're a globe earther, you got like a model that's built on assumptions. If you're a flat earther, you have no model You only have facts, a pile of facts and a pile of beliefs, and they're separated. With your model, you don't know which is what you believe, like dark matter, and which is a fact, like when you drop your cell phone, it breaks, right? So why does it break? Why does it fall? Right? That's the question. That's where the belief comes in. With us, we don't have a belief. We know that the cell phone is the most dense object in the atmosphere, and when you add energy to it by picking it up and then letting it go, that's the first cause. The second cause is the atmosphere doesn't have enough buoyant force to hold it up. That's the second cause of it falling or sinking to the bottom.
So not gravity?
So what do you mean by gravity? What is gravity?
So yeah, that's exactly what so in the globe Earth model, gravity is mass attracting mass, right?
No.
Well, that's been debunked for 100 years, 106 years.
But what if I told you I had an experiment that proved it? So this is the same.
But man, but that was debunked.
I would say, let me see.
Wait, I want to see it. I want to
Let
see
me
it.
see the experiment. Give me the hypothesis. I need your independent variable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
What's your naturally observed phenomenon?
our naturally observed
What's your
phenomena.
dependent variable?
Okay, hold on. So I actually had this discussion a week ago, same time, same day. So I was talking to one of the ladies, and we were going over the steps of the scientific method. Right. First step for my scientific experiment that I had queued and ready to talk about, is observe a natural phenomenon. So she got really, really. Actually, I don't know if any of you were there that week, but she got really stuck on the fact that
Why
it
are we
said,
talking about a lady's feelings a week ago? Can I have your dependent variable, please?
okay, well, the reason I was talking about it is because I don't want to fall into the same trap. But okay, so the dependent variable is, I guess, how close the object is. Or okay. First, I should describe the experiment to, you know.
No. I need your dependent variable. That's how you describe the experiment. What's the naturally observed phenomenon?
Okay, the
Please.
naturally observed phenomena is mass attracting mass, or objects falling, I guess.
But
okay, so what's the cause? What's your independent variable? What's the cause of that?
No, the hypothesis would be, so we have to do hypothesis first, right? Hypothesis would be
No. What's the cause? What's the independent variable? You said your natural phenomenon is mass attracting mass, things falling. What's the cause?
well, we have to determine the cause, right? That's why we have to have a hypothesis first before we have.
Yeah, exactly. I need the independent variable so we can do the experiment.
No, we need the hypothesis before the independent variable, right?
This is the makeup of the hypothesis, sir. It's like I'm asking you for the shoestring and you're like, no, we need the whole shoe. Give me the shoestring so we can make the shoe.
Sure, the independent variable, I guess. I'm having a little trouble because usually the hypothesis comes first. I guess the independent variable would be how close or how fast the objects touch each other.
How fast the objects touch each other. So mass attracts mass because how fast objects touch each other. Is that what you meant to say? Because that's what you said. Is that what you meant to say?
So I'm just okay, right? Okay, hold on. I'm describing an already existing experiment. That's why I'm being so general and it's difficult to explain myself.
Okay, well, I need hyper specificity. Can you give me something a little more specific?
The independent variable is the mass of the object. Here, I'll give you a diagram of the experiment so it makes.
Okay, so the cause of mass attracting mass is the mass of the object. So if we remove the mass of an object, like if we take all the lead out of a lead ball, then that's going to stop the non-existent lead ball from dropping to the ground.
Yeah, but you can also test it by.
Is that okay? That's what you said. Is that what you meant to say? If we remove all the lead from the lead ball, then the non-existent lead ball won't drop to the ground because it doesn't exist.
No, that's taking it a little too far. What you can do is you can well,
Well, that's
first
what
we
you
have to
said.
I know, hold on. First, we have to get rid of the Earth's gravity as a factor in our experiment, right? Because that will affect
How do you
everything.
do that? How do you do that?
You do it by putting everything horizontally. I put a diagram.
No, Earth's gravity is still there.
Right, but it
You
doesn't
didn't
affect.
remove Earth's gravity.
You're right. The gravity is still there, but it no longer affects the objects because they're held up by string. So the force is basically negated.
Okay, are you talking about a guy playing with his balls in a shed?
What?
Are you talking about a man playing with balls in a shed?
I guess you could do the experiment in a shed. Sure.
It's not an experiment. Well, what are you talking about?
Okay.
Be specific.
I posted the diagram, okay? So big M are the attractor masses, right? They cause the smaller masses to be attracted. The two smaller masses are suspended on a wire or a rope.
Torsion balance.
And they're attached to a beam, any type of stable line.
So you know this isn't natural science, right? Because this is a man-made contraption. So what is the cause of this phenomenon? Man. You didn't prove anything, bro. This is synthetic.
Yeah, well,
you need to observe a natural phenomenon. So there is no hypothesis or experiment in this Cavendish so-called experiment. So what are you trying to prove here? You can't prove anything with this.
So this is what I was talking about before. This is the same argument that was made last week, and I was thinking about it for a long time, right? And I was like, wait, that argument didn't make any sense. So if we're talking about phenomena observed in the natural world, we're talking about things that happen, right? Just anywhere. But we're trying to find the cause of the things that happen. And if we accept that everything happens, like everything is repeatable, like there's no God that just randomly switches up like all the physics on us for some reason. If we accept that, then we can manually recreate something that will, like an experiment that will show us that will tell us something about how the universe works. And that's what I'm trying to do here.
No, bro. What you're trying to do is you're trying to use your confirmation bias and a little bit of, sophistry to trick yourself into believing that the reason that gravity works is because mass attracting mass. But
sorry, are you there? Hello?
Man, you're speaking about Cavendish. That was not experiment. The Newton gravity. It's 100 years.
I didn't realize I cut myself off. I'm sorry. I'm going to post something, and you're going to read it out loud, and you're going to have to explain it, okay? Give me just a second.
Trace equals love, wisdom, and harmony. You say I'm violating the scientific method. In what way am I violating? Like, what am I doing wrong?
First of all, you don't have a valid hypothesis. Secondly, you don't have a naturally observed phenomenon. Third, you don't have the correct control variables, so therefore the confounding variable of electrostatic, which is, I forget, but it's like 27 times stronger than your claimed gravity, and you're not isolating that. So how can you claim it's gravity?
Okay, so first thing.
And out of date.
And what?
And also, you're
Okay.
citing stuff that's out of date.
So go ahead. Sorry to cut.
It's 106 years out of date as well, by the way.
Okay. I guess by that you mean sign.
Can somebody tell him why is that? What is?
Yes,
What
I'll
is?
tell him real quick.
Yeah,
What's
I'm about
happening
to
is.
show him why right now.
Sorry about that. Go ahead. Go ahead, Hank. I cut you off. I know you're trying to in the middle.
Yeah, I'm just gonna nip it in the bud, right? So, can you see the live stream voice text?
Yeah. Are you the one? Are you Hank Hill?
Hank Hill, 30 minutes after the hour.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna need you to read just what I posted. You don't have to click on the links. You can do that in your own time. But can you go ahead and read that real fast?
All of them?
So
Sure.
we have
So we have a
double
double
slit
slit
experiment.
with the
Yep,
Newtonian
you got it.
and electron. We close one slit and fire a bevy of electrons, and we get 10 hits at point A. We close that slit and open the other slit and fire a bevy of electrons, and we get 8 hits at point A. The Newtonian prediction would be if we fire the same bevy of electrons with both slits, we must get 18 hits at point A. Well, we get a big fat zero. What does that mean? Well, that is the end of Newtonian physics.
What do you think he meant by that? This is the end of Newtonian physics. Do you think he's promoting it?
Of course not. He means that Newtonian physics are no longer the most accurate physics out there.
Right. So that's a quantum physics experiment. Okay, go ahead and go to the next one.
First of all, I want to tell you that what goes wrong with Newtonian physics, or Newtonian mechanics, the double slit experiment is a problem. That's what put the nail in the coffin for Newtonian physics.
Right, nail in the coffin. Is he promoting it? No.
No.
Go ahead with the next one.
Today we're going to shoot down Newtonian physics, or oh my god, Newtonian mechanics and Maxwell's theory, where like the press, we build somebody up only to destroy them. Build up Newton, shot down. Dang, I can't talk. Build up Maxwell, gonna get shot down. Same guy.
Okay, so why did they teach you mass attracts mass in school if they've known it's been wrong for 106 years?
Because fundamentally, it's a question of semantics, because it's difficult to explain. So I assume you've heard that mass warps space-time, right? It's a complicated.
It's not semantics, man. It's two
Huh?
different things. It's not semantics. First, it's mass attraction. It's a force. The second one, it's a bending of concept.
Right. So yeah. Okay. So there's a difference between Newtonian and Einsteinian, and I see that you're saying that your argument now is that it's only semantics. Okay. So I'm gonna tell you the difference between the two. A Newtonian, you got spooky action at a distance, instantaneous action at a distance, and Einsteinian, nothing moves faster than the speed of light. A Newtonian, you got 3 space, and Einsteinian, you got 4 space. Right. So these are completely contradicting theories. They don't line up at all. They might line up mathematically, right? But as a theory as a whole, and it's not a scientific theory because you still haven't provided a valid hypothesis. Everybody believes in gravity, believes that it's Einsteinian. So I'm going to ask you again, why were you taught the wrong thing on purpose? I mean, I know it's expensive to update, the science books, right? But you figure they might be able to update them like more than once every 106 years, right? So why did they teach you the wrong thing on purpose?
Because it's really difficult to explain to a 10-year-old kid quantum mechanics.
It's difficult to explain to an adult how the bending and warping of space-time, a mathematical concept, affects reality. Because think about it like this. I have a concept of liberty as a Texan. Can you bend and warp my concept of liberty?
No.
Okay. So you have a concept of bending and warping of space-time. Do you think excuse you.
Jesus.
Okay.
Yeah, so you got the bending and warping of space-time concept, right?
Mm-hmm.
That exists in space, right? Where it's a near perfect vacuum where there's no material. So this non-material concept of space-time, it's metaphysical because it's not physical. It's not made of mass, right? It's not made of matter, material.
You're right.
Right? There's no trampoline mat in space, right? It's metaphysical. meaning that it's a mathematical concept. And when people say that, it's affecting reality, right, this is a logical fallacy, right? Because you're adding concrete to a concept. You're adding concreteness or reality to a concept. Would you agree to that?
Yes, I would. You're absolutely right. And it's difficult for a lot of people to understand, but any scientific model is only trying to describe reality. We don't know that for a fact it is reality. We're just trying to describe reality as best as we can. And for scientists, that's the Einsteinian model. That is what right now describes physics like as well as we can.
I would say it's incorrect because we have much better experimental science with quantum physics, because we can actually do experiments with quantum physics. So do me a favor, Google specific gravity. Google that real fast.
Dang, we just went from quantum mechanics to specific gravity.
That's
Wait,
okay,
didn't you come in saying talking about the Cavendish experiment or something like that,
I
and
did,
yes.
talking about mass attracting mass, and now you're saying that? Okay, because it seems contradicting.
Pretty much, yes.
So, okay, if everybody will just let me talk. So, Newton is like the gold standard for hundreds of years. And then Einstein comes along and he's like, wait, this is slightly inaccurate, but very inaccurate at small and really big levels. And like small means atoms, right? So,
No, he didn't say that it was just slightly inaccurate. He said the geometry was wrong, the inertial reference frame was wrong, everything was completely opposite. It was completely different, completely antithetical, and doesn't work together.
You're right. So,
and he got rid of the ether.
Was that him? I don't know. Okay. So, the thing is, I'm trying to get my thoughts in order. So, time, space, time, those are all really difficult difficult concepts for humans because we don't have to deal with it on a daily basis.
Smile, I can help you with something. Because time, space, now, gravity, everything. Because this is flat Earth server. And it would be nice to come back to the Earth and realize what is going on with the Earth in the end. Is it spherical or is it flat? And we did some measurements, and the math is not matching. That's the point. Because in nature, if we have sphere, if you see on TV, if NASA show you, if you can see that in live stream, that mean that in nature also, outside, it's also curving. Is it?
Sorry, what? If you can see a sphere in nature, you can see.
If you can see the sphere from on TV and NASA showing you, from the space, that means that also on the ground it's also spherical.
No.
So have you switched? You said to let you talk, and you switched to Einstein. Can you see where I posted at 38 minutes past the hour? Einstein's field equations can't solve for more than 2 or more masses. So the math doesn't even work out with Einstein's field equations. So I asked you to look up specific gravity. Can you look it up this time?
I did, yeah. I already had, but
Okay, so it's relative density, right?
Yep.
So I got an experiment for you. So let's say you put an apple in a container, a fresh apple, right?
Yep.
So I'm going to say that the relative density is the cause of it going up and down, sinking and rising. So you add water, right? You change the relative density in the system. Let's say it's a fish tank, right? And then you take away the water. What happens?
Apple falls again, right?
Why did the apple fall?
According to my model?
No, according to reality. Why did the apple fall?
Oh, well, you can't define reality. That's basically unknowable. But
no, bro, listen to what I'm saying. You got an apple in a fish tank. It's floating. You take the water out. It falls or it sinks. What was the cause of the apple sinking?
I really don't know what you want, but I'm gonna say gravity.
Bro, in an experiment, you manipulate the independent variable, the cause, and you witness the effect. If you manipulate the medium and then you see the effect of it sinking, what was the cause of the apple sinking?
Okay, never mind. So the apple's relative density is the cause.
Right. The atmosphere couldn't hold up the apple. When the water was removed, it caused it to sink because of the relative density. So this is experimental gravity. Gravity that you can verify with an experiment. So, what is the cause of everything except for like birds and aeroplanes that use aerodynamics? What is the cause of everything rising and sinking here on Earth? Relative density.
Relative density, yeah.
Right. And you can verify this, right? Because you can boil water. What's going to happen when the water changes state from liquid and becomes extremely buoyant? What happens?
It'll
When it goes
evaporate.
to the,
And
it goes up. It goes up. And then when it collects, right, because of static electricity in the clouds, what's going to happen?
It'll fall again.
It's going to go, it's going to go back to liquid state and it's going to fall. So there's the real gravity. You can verify it. It's testable. It's repeatable. Thank you. Come again.
Yeah. So, I mean, the globe Earth model does the same thing, except that they say that relative density isn't the direct cause. Instead, it's gravity that's the direct cause, and relative density is what determines whether it'll go up or down. Because so if an object is less dense, it'll get less attracted to the ground per unit volume than the heavier substance, I guess.
So you just said that gravity is involved. So after I just did everything, you just said, wait a minute, you forgot gravity. Okay, so show me how gravity was involved in that.
You want me to tell you why gravity is involved?
Yeah, because you just claimed that gravity was involved, even though I just did an experiment manipulating only the medium. That was the only thing that changed was the medium.
Sorry, what was that? Flart.
So can you show me how gravity was involved?
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
which gravity are you talking about?
Our gravity, I guess, globe Earth. So.
No, you got to be specific. What do you mean our gravity?
Globe Earth model gravity. Scientist gravity.
What is globe Earth? What is that?
Yeah, what is that?
Mass.
What the hell is that?
Okay, are you going back to mass attracting mass, even though it was debunked by the professor of physics of Yale?
Didn't you just ask me to explain why gravity was involved?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you went back to a gravity that's already been debunked for 106 years.
Those two
which was
rocks,
kind of weird, bro.
Those two rocks colliding, man. Hank, I can't get those out of my head. Jeez.
Okay.
Now you will explain why Einstein was wrong.
Yeah, you should ask Google if gravity is a force. Is gravity a force? Hey Google, is
he needs
gravity
to
a force?
explain. Yeah, he does. He needs to Google that. He needs to explain why he just went back to a gravity that's been debunked for 106 years. After we just showed him, because I'm an egghead on the internet, right? What the hell do I know? But the chair professor of physics at Yale, do you think maybe he knows what he's talking about a little more than you?
Yeah, absolutely. Of course he knows more than me.
So why did you just go back to your vomit like a dog, right? That's been thoroughly debunked. Nobody's claiming gravity is a force and mass attracts mass anymore.
Okay.
Except you.
Okay. Here's what Einstein's model says. It says that mass creates a disturbance in space-time. And this disturbance directly causes other masses around it to go towards the first mass, I guess. And that's what we see as mass attracting mass, which is why they both kind of work. Einstein.
No, they both don't kind of work.
Okay, why is Einstein
so
wrong?
Do you not understand that Einstein superseded Newton?
Okay, great. Smile. Listen, Hank, because he said this is, and then mass attracts mass is connected. Smile, can you posted now anyone who wrote anything about what you said now.
About mass attracting mass?
That connected with bending through space time.
Oh, sure. Give me a minute.
Okay.
Hey, did you know that at least Einstein's theory is demonstrable?
Einstein's theory of what? He has.
Special theory of relativity. At least it's demonstrable.
Yeah,
The
most
substitute the fabric of space-time with spandex, and substitute planets and stars with masses of clay balls.
You're making fun of it. Okay.
No, this isn't making fun of it. This is an actual demonstration. When you look up how Einstein's theory of gravity works, YouTube videos, they all.
Stupid demonstration meant for people who don't really understand it, who kind of want to understand.
I think you don't understand what gravity is, though. I don't understand you realize the gravity of the situation.
Okay, so here's a good website. I mean, it's not really that credible. If you want me to find something better, I can find it, but it has a good explanation. So
We're not going to dismiss your website. That's a genetic fallacy. Give us your information. We'll look at every information that you provide, and we'll critique it based on its merit rather than where it came from.
How about one famous scientist who realized that is connected? It will be very great.
That what is connected?
That what you said before, that everything what was connected with, you said that it's connected, mass attacks mass because of bending of space-time.
Yeah, I can find that also.
Okay,
do you want me to just read it out, or do you want me to post it so you
No,
can?
I wanted it. Yeah, scientists experiment everything, all work, publication, whatever. Because in the end, it will be only your story, nothing else.
I haven't. Wait, is that New Zealand? Well, I haven't seen New Zealand in so long. Okay. So yeah, you're all. The thing is, you guys fundamentally kind of misunderstand what scientists say.
Listen, man.
Wait
Fundamentally.
a minute. We don't care. Hold on. We don't care what scientists say. Go ahead, Justin.
No, Hank, take over. I just that word.
Yeah, you're good, bro. Okay, hold on. Scientists, we don't care what scientists say, right? We care about the empirical results. This isn't the scientist's favorite color class, right? This isn't home economics. When you're in the server, we're talking about what is verifiable, what is empirical, most importantly, falsifiable, and that which is true, right? If you get a result from an experiment, you can disagree with it all you like. And the scientists can say, well, light is a particle and it's a wave. But that doesn't have anything to do with the experiment. The results is that the knower of the witch path information collapses the wave function. That's the result of the test. We don't care what the scientist says afterwards. It's hot air. We only care about the scientific method because of its ability to eliminate other causes and to demonstrate that there's one cause to this effect, and its cause and effect relationship has been established. That's all we care about here. So please tell me, what is Michio Kaku's favorite color?
I don't care.
Right. He doesn't care either, right? Because he says that no one he knows in his field uses the so-called scientific method. He said what he does is guesswork, leaps of logic. I'm going to post it right now.
Isn't that the scientific method? Coming up with a hypothesis?
No. Guesswork?
Smile, can you be honest
Leaps
now?
of logic?
Can you be
Look,
honest
it's
now?
not you versus me, right?
Smile, can you be honest now in this moment? And tell me
Okay.
I don't know who is doing this.
It's
Can you only
CCR.
tell me this? Can you tell me, did you made it up that what you say when you started because you wanted to connect it something, but you didn't know where are you going, but you made it up like mass attracts max is connected with the bending of space time and everything.
No, I didn't make.
Grace posted it for me. Thanks, Grace.
You did it. Okay. That means, Smile, that you have somebody who made experiments, publication, and everything, that Newton-Einsteinian work. You have something about that. Can you please provide now about that? Because you are saying that you are not making up about this.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, and when you get done with what he asked, you need to go to what Drace posted, or Michio Kaku said that he doesn't use a scientific method. So it's poetry. Anything a scientist says without using the scientific method, it's poetry. And
Wait,
I'm going to
so
post, and I'm
anything
going to
you
back it up.
don't see isn't true, so all of history isn't true?
Is that what I said?
History is just an agreed upon lie. This is a quote from Napoleon.
Did those words come out of my mouth?
No, Hank, you did not say that. I don't know where he
told
got that
history,
from.
and you
Well, you
control
are.
No,
reality.
excuse me, I'm just saying.
Oh my god.
All right, I'm about
Robone,
to post something.
Robone,
That was
Right here.
Robone,
All right, so here we go.
It's you making that noise.
So here
No,
we
that
go.
was
A scientific hypothesis is a special kind of prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. So the independent variable is the cause, the dependent variable is the effect. So hypothesis. The hypothesis should also contain a prediction about its verifiability. For example, if the hypothesis is true, then 1 should happen when 2 is manipulated. The first blank is 1 is the dependent variable. It depends on what you're doing the second blank, and the second blank 2 is the independent variable. You manipulate it to get a reaction. There should be no other variables in the experiment that may affect the dependent variable. So, the scientist applies his or her present knowledge to predict the effect on the independent variable. On the dependent variable, the prediction is a statement of the expected results of the experiment based on the hypothesis. Right? So, if/then statement. If I manipulate this, then this will happen. If I turn on this switch, then this light will come on. Does that make sense?
That makes perfect
So
sense.
if I take the water out of this fish tank, the apple will fall. What did I prove?
You proved that specific gravity or relative density is correlated to whether an object falls towards the Earth.
Right. So you said that there's some other gravity involved. I need to see where that's at, because the scientific method distinguishes science from all other forms of explanation because it's requirement of systematic experimentation. Right? And I'm about to post that. So I need you to get, your notes and get prepared to post it in the live stream where everybody can see it, because I'm posting stuff that's, pretty relevant. All right. So the next thing says the final arbiter of truth in science is experiment, not what the scientists say, not what comes out of their mouth, but experiment. The only way we change our mind in physics, sorry, let me restart. The only way things change in physics is experiment. Everything is based on experiment. That is the only way we change our mind. If it doesn't agree with experiment, it's wrong. In a simple statement that it's key to science. Mathematics is not a science from our point of view, when in a sense it's not a natural science. The test of its validity is not experiment. Experiment is the only means of knowledge at our disposal. Everything else is poetry, imagination. So you say we don't understand what scientists are saying. We don't give a fuck what scientists are saying. We only care about the results from the experiment, sir.
Scientists have to say the results, right? That's what I'm talking
No, they pass the hypothesis, the experiment to someone else, and then they do it themselves. I don't care what the guy says. I just want to know what he did and what he expects the results to be.
Uh-huh. Okay, here's the thing that the other guy asked me to do, which is prove that Einstein is still right. Okay, look, if you want me to talk around Newton's laws, because it's annoying to do that, because
Yeah,
Einstein.
let's go back to the Earth, please.
Okay.
Let's go back. Let's find curvature, please.
You want okay?
Because I want to be global. I want. If you show me curvature, I will be to immediately now.
The thing is, I could show you all the pictures, but of course, those pictures.
Can I show you something? Can I show you one picture, please?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
It's probably gonna be like you're able to see a city from a long way away or something.
No, it's not city. It's called horizon. That's what is curve in your globe model. You know? Okay, it's there. You can read. Can you read loud, please? Because my English is not so.
Your English is fine.
Yeah, it's all right, but maybe accent and maybe I can read if you don't want.
No, I'm reading it. I already read it.
And
Okay, there we go. That's very interesting, but there's a lot of different explanations for that.
okay, can
We
you
don't care
explain
about
it?
explanations. Any village idiot can give an explanation of what they think that they're seeing and why it's happening.
Oh, when there's a reasonable reason to think that what you're seeing might not be the entire truth, then you should probably use it, shouldn't you?
Yeah, but why we see 10 times more than we should to see?
So are we debunking the Earth right now?
I'm asking you why we see 10 miles and we need to see 1.22 miles.
There's some very interesting. There's some very interesting laws that determine light in the atmosphere because of density. It's weird, but yeah, density
Okay.
density curves in such a way that it
Okay.
somewhat extends how far you're able to see.
Okay. Can you now post me one sentence where it's written like this? Because of density, because of whatever you want, horizon extending.
Sure.
Okay. Post me. Did you hear me?
Yeah,
That
yeah.
they will not misunderstand each other. You need to say that some kind of phenomena doing something, and after that saying extending horizon because of that phenomena.
I'm not sure I'm gonna get that exact wording, but
But that's happening in nature. You know, that's this picture. Let's now find out which phenomena is doing this.
Yeah, I just want to say that Michio Kaku and all these theoretical astrophysics physicists and cosmologists, I just want to say, according to what we just said, or no, well, not what we just said, the sites we cited our sources. Basically, all these scientists they're not really scientists; they're poets, and they didn't know it.
but like they're not telling the truth, or
They're not using the scientific method. Everything else is poetry. Did you hear the thing that I just said? I cited my source. I read it out loud.
yeah.
I was
So
hoping you were listening.
I was
So if it's
absolutely.
not coming out of the scientific method, everything else is poetry. So Michio Kaku said no one that he knows of in his field uses the so-called scientific method. So all these people who thought that they were scientists, they're actually poets, and they didn't know it.
Wait, can I get that quote? Because I don't think you posted that one.
I did.
Okay, I'll go back and look at it.
Almost all the way down, it says poetry. Everything else is poetry.
Oh no, not that one. The one about Michio Kaku saying nobody in his field.
Drace posted that. That's Michio Kaku. Scroll up a little bit. Like not even 10 minutes.
Uh, oh, I see it.
So is ladies' night through with for this week, or what? Because I'm still streaming. It must be good. Good time with dinner if Jenny's not back.
Okay, I see the clip. Sorry, was somebody else talking?
It's okay. We were talking about ladies' night. So what did he say in that clip?
He said exactly what you said. He said, in his field, scientists do not follow the scientific method. They go by the seat of their pants, and they use guesswork.
Right. So logical leaps, we call those fallacies. When someone makes a leap of logic, we usually say, "Hey, that's a logical fallacy." Right? So what does this say at the bottom? Experiment is the only means at our disposal. Everything else is poetry. Max Planck, Nobel Prize, physics. So when I said that all these people that thought they were scientists, they were poets and they didn't know it. Isn't that what I said?
Yes, that is what you said.
Right. Does it make sense?
Somewhat,
According
I
to
think.
Max Planck, if they're not using hypothesis test, which the only way that you can have a hypothesis test or an experiment is if you're doing natural science. So all these people, you said that we don't understand what the scientists say. I don't have to understand their poetry. I only have to understand what comes out of experiment.
Sure. Okay. Again, I posted.
Which is the results.
Right. I posted the experiment that proves that Einstein is right. For whoever wants.
Okay. What's the natural observed phenomenon?
Something pretty complicated.
What's that?
By comparing NIST/ILL measurements of energy emitted by silicon and sulfur atoms, E is different from mc squared by 0.4 of 1 part in a million. And it's very, very.
Okay, so what does that mean? If you understand something, you should be able to explain it so that a 6-year-old can understand. So what does that mean?
I don't think you're going to be able to explain this to a 6-year-old, but the amount of energy that mass contains was inconsistent with Einstein's prediction of E equals mc squared by a very tiny amount, but 0.4 of 1 part in a million. So that's like what, 1 in 250 billion.
It sounds like you said Einstein was wrong. How does that back up what he said as being true?
Well, I was reading the first part of the article, but then it goes on to say, what is it going to say? Okay, so it says that the experiment was full of noise, and it goes on to tell you that there's a new technique involving 2 silicon and sulfur ions that eliminate like most of the noise that exists. Or, well, by noise I mean what would you call it? Like sensor. I'm forgetting the word. Sensor uncertain. That's. I can talk
Can you
louder.
elaborate? Yeah, it's not the loudness. I don't understand what you're talking about. Like everything I've said so far, I'm pretty sure everybody could understand. I don't understand what you're talking about, and it may be my fault, right?
I don't think it is. I'm pretty bad at explaining, but anyway, so the experiment is this. So they're measuring the energy emitted by mass, like total mass. This is defined by Einstein's equation E equals mc squared. And the experiment that did it first, or not first, but one of the experiments did it so that it was slightly off of Einstein's prediction, but the problem was that there was a little bit of noise and sensor uncertainty. So a new test proved that it was incredibly accurate. even more accurate than the other one because it eliminated the noise that was present. And it was way more accurate. So well, it's just proving Einstein right on his one equation.
What noise?
Noise, not noise like sound, noise like uncertainty. So
Like junk data,
yeah,
anomalies?
yeah, like that.
Interesting how that works with equations, huh?
What do you mean?
Do you think those anomalies would happen in reality? Or do you think those anomalies would only happen in trying to explain something with an equation rather than a measurement?
Well, I already told you there was a more accurate experiment done later, and it was, well, the noise was gone because it was
What
more accurate.
experiment?
Comparing the amount of energy emitted by a mass particle.
No, but what's the name of the experiment? Do you know? Do you know who ran it? What university funded it?
Yes, it was funded by the National Science Foundation and NIST.
NIST, huh?
Yeah. What, are they not like a reliable thing for flat earthers?
Well, it's government, man.
How
It's just NIST.
how about to provide that phenomena which extends horizon? I would be so appreciate if you can, that I can read more and be educated more about that.
Yeah, I actually forgot about that. I'm looking it up.
Oh,
It was a little bit of time ago, but I'm trying to look for the thing in my history.
but it's easy, you know. You go there, which phenomena extends horizon on Google, and then you'll be for sure million proofs, whatever, and it will came the name, everything for sure.
No, you're right, but there was a really, really good website that explained it
But
perfectly.
let's find one site, whatever, saying that one phenomena, we will say which phenomena, extending horizon.
I found it, the one that I wanted.
Okay.
Okay. I'm so happy. I
Can,
love this website. It was
can you
so.
post it?
Yep, there it is.
Oh. People often ask how far you can see or how far it's to apparent horizon. This question is okay. Where is written that horizon extending?
So you see the top of it, and then you go like scroll downwards, and it'll say refraction considered simply.
Yeah. Okay. Now read that. What is the main point? Read that we can hear.
Okay, usually air is densest at the surface, so rays of light are concave towards the surface. They bend towards the surface. But
No, man. Can you read that? What is the main point of this? What I ask for you. I will. But read what is main point of view. I asked where is written that extending horizon. Now you are saying something, explaining to me. No, can you read the main point? I don't want to go into all of this. Can you read to me where is that I can see?
you want to just have a statement that says that horizon is different than normal?
It's extending. It's not where should to be.
Okay.
Do you want to speak of refraction, maybe?
That is what's causing you to be able to see farther.
That's what causing. Do you know that we have 5 types of refraction?
You have what?
We have 5 types of refraction. They explain it all, that refraction, what's happening. You know, all these things what you put it now, they explain it in 5 types.
Okay, what are the 5 types?
I think it's. I don't know. Maybe I will. Maybe I know 4. It's mirroring. It's syncing. It's miraging.
I put it in the text chat. It's in the text chat.
Looming.
Yeah, I'll tell you. It's sinking, looming, stooping, towering, and mirages. Those are the 5 types. There are many types of mirages, but those are the 5 types of refractions.
Okay, now you need you need to look in that 5 types of refraction to educate yourself and to find out in which of these 5 horizon is extending. And I will tell you in no one of that, because in no one it's also saying anything about horizon itself, only about something happening reference to the horizon, not horizon itself, objects on horizon, you know, understand? All these 5 refractions. And listen, these 5 refractions, they are distortions. You don't have distortions to see more. You have distortions to see less.
I'm gonna have to disagree on that.
Okay, now great. Now post that what I asked you. Which kind of refraction extend horizon?
So
And
we were talking about
you,
different kinds of refraction, right? Are we talking about different kinds of mirages, or different kinds of refractions, or different
we are
kinds?
speaking about terrestrial refraction.
Yeah, I heard a lot.
Then you need to have radius in the first place for that refraction.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
there's
but
literally
where is the radius in the first place? You cannot have refraction and say there is the curvature. You need to have curvature, and then of course you have refraction.
Yeah, the website I gave has like actually wait. I can send the calculator that's there too.
Man, I'm asking you a simple question. Which type of refraction extending horizon?
Oh,
Refraction's kind of a blanket term, right?
Yeah,
It's like saying white people. Like, what do you mean? Like Canadians, Australians, Irish, English? So you got to be hyper specific.
yeah. When you talk about stuff like mirroring, you're literally just talking about light bouncing off a mirror. Like refraction, like the term, I guess, is just talking about light changing.
Do you know what are you saying now?
I
Do
hope
you
so.
know what? Do you know this? I know this. I know this thing so well that I will explain these people because I'm so sure 100%. Because I know this 100%. I know everything about refraction. I don't know that there is 5 types of refraction, but I know everything about refraction. Now I will explain.
Please do.
Man, you are trying to explain something and you don't know even that things has 5 types. I know that. I cannot speak about more. If somebody asks me what is thinking, I don't know. But it's not extending horizon, that I know.
No, no. See, refraction's just talking about light changing direction. It's not talking about refraction due to density.
Can you see around the curvature of the Earth? Is that what it's talking about?
Somewhat. It's not.
Okay, so if you can see around a corner, that's the same thing as seeing around the horizon, correct?
No.
Yes, it is. That's exactly what it's saying. So if we can see around a corner, I should be able to just look out my door and it looks to the left automatically.
But that's like the biggest misunderstanding because there's no.
I know, right?
Hold on.
But yet we see more horizon past the distances that we're supposed to see the horizon at if we were on a structured globe model.
I know, but hold on. Looking around the corner is not the same as.
So when you bring in refraction, you're not bringing in the globe Earth model.
But okay. I'm gonna look. Looking around the corner.
You're extending the globe Earth model, man. You're literally extending the globe Earth model with refraction. That's what you're doing.
Smile. Do you know that in your model, horizon must be geometrical?
Yeah.
Think about it like this, bro. There's a woman, she's 9 months pregnant with triplets, and she lays down on the doctor's bed flat on her back. And the doctor says, "What color are your toenails?" She don't even look up because she knows that she can't see her toes. Why can't she see her toes?
Because her fat belly's in the way.
Yeah, like a big curve, right? Like a big earth curve. When you say that's very similar, because if the earth is a ball, right, there's going to be curvature, and it's going to keep you from seeing things. And if the horizon is only 1.225 miles away, at 1 foot observer height, and you see stuff that's way past it with the horizon behind it, what does that mean?
Well,
That the radius has been debunked.
most people aren't 1 foot observer height, first of all. Second of all,
Yeah, I know. We put cameras down at 1 feet and we can see further than we're supposed to see.
maybe, I don't know. I haven't seen it.
No, it's not maybe. You can go do this.
It's not a maybe. We all in
Look,
here have done it.
look a
We
little bit.
can't if we're not a.
Voice, text, chat. People are posting everything. Look a little bit.
Yeah, did you do the black swan with him?
No, they didn't, because I have no idea what that means.
Okay. Do you wanna have a look at this one? Do you see where Justin's posted those oil rigs?
Oh my God!
Oh, no, they have. Never mind.
Oh, you've seen it. So
Yeah,
so then you know that the horizon's further observably than it should be according to the globe model.
Well, no, according to the globe model, refraction plays a giant role in it.
No, because in the globe
use the
model,
refraction, as soon as you use
look,
refraction, you're not using a physical object.
Look. I'm posting the image of it, right? This is what the globe model says your horizon is. Right? That's what they say boats go over.
Yeah,
But that can't be the case if we're seeing the horizon beyond those oil rigs. Right? Because the globe model is saying that point is well in front of the oil rigs, and we're seeing it behind them.
Right, but I'm saying that because.
Yeah, you're saying that the horizon isn't geometric, right?
No, of course that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying.
No, you are though, because you're saying it's refracted. That's not geometric. That's optical. Even if it were the case, which you don't know, that's just like a post hoc theory that you've heard that you're now repeating. But you're saying that it's not a geometric horizon.
Yeah,
because a geometric horizon is 1.2 miles for a 1 foot observer. That's what the model says. So if you don't agree with that, then you don't agree with the globe model, which is fine. But that's what we're comparing here.
Sorry, you're saying the geometric horizon is one defined entirely by geometry?
Well, you're supposed to have a geometric point on a ball that you can no longer see beyond, that boats and things are going over, correct?
Yeah, where's your edge, bro? Shouldn't there be an edge where you can't see past because there's curvature?
Yeah, they've said
you live on a globe Earth, right?
That's been the proof since Aristotle, so they say. He went out and saw a boat, and it disappeared bottom up, meaning you live on a ball, right? That's
yeah. Well, the globe model don't believe in you, so
in what?
I'm just joshing.
Yeah. So the globe model makes that claim, right? We see boats disappearing bottom up because it's a curve of Earth, because you live on a ball, right?
Yeah, it's one of the examples that you can use.
But that image is showing you that that's not the case, because it's 10 times further than that geometric horizon is predicted to be based on the size of ball that they tell us it is, right? So the observable Earth is disagreeing with that story.
Okay, well...
Smiley, can you just put the volume of your mic up a little bit? Just a little more up, please. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Give me a second, I need to figure out how to do that.
You can manually turn people up as well, but you've maybe got them at 100. Vlad, I don't know.
I know how to turn
Go to settings and then voice in the video and then output, I think.
So also, beyond that, Smile, so beyond seeing the horizon way further than it should be, to a point that totally debunks the radius that we're told, the only reason that you would have to assume that it's some refraction of light occurring that's just flattening out a ball, you're already making the fallacious assumption of a ball, because that bit hasn't yet been proven. This is supposed to be the thing that proves it, this geometric horizon, right? Beyond that, you're just assuming that it is a ball, despite having zero observable element of a curved ball, and 0 measurable element. No one's measuring the curve, but you're still kind of defaulting to, well, it must be light bending around a curve. There isn't a curve. You haven't established a curve. We observe no curve. That's what this was supposed to prove, but it doesn't, because the horizon isn't geometric. It's optical. Do you see?
You're right, but I don't think we're talking about the globe Earth proof of ships. I think we're talking about the flat Earth debunk of Earth through the thing.
No, because the geometric horizon is what they say is causing boats to disappear bottom up. That's a thing that Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson and all that still say. They still say it today. You know you live on a ball, guys. I know it looks really flat and motionless, but when you go out to the beach and you look at a ship and it starts to disappear bottom up, you know you live on a ball. That's still what they're saying. And you know that's not true, right?
But they ignore perspective and the Rayleigh criteria.
Yeah, we can show you things disappearing bottom up on a flat surface. So there's no need to assume a curvature. Yeah, you in the live stream voice text?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, so look, I'll post a couple. Right, so you can do this yourself. Get like a long table, take an object like a coin, have a friend pull it away from you while your eyes down to the table, and you'll start to see it disappearing bottom up. Oh yeah, but the camera's below the table, right? Okay, so watch this next one. This is the same setup, the same table, the same camera. He's just placed the coin to the end of the table. Now he's about to zoom in, and what do we see? The coin at the end of the table. If it was underneath that table, he wouldn't be able to resolve that coin at the end. But it's an angular resolution thing. It's not a physical obstruction of the table. So we can demonstrate this exact effect of a disappearing bottom up over flat surfaces which no one is claiming is curved. So again, it's fallacious to jump to they must be disappearing bottom up because of curve. Do you understand that?
You're right. So, okay. So what happens if we zoom in on a ship that's disappeared? You won't be able to see.
We bring it back into view. Look at this. Yeah, see, they've been posted.
That's a problem with angular, like we were talking about angular.
Right, it's a perspective issue. It is not a curvature of the surface issue. That's the whole point. They've hijacked this and said it's because of a curved surface. But we can zoom into it. So obviously the boats have not gone behind any physical curvature.
No, you're right. These specific boats haven't. But
well, so you can't claim that any is. When you see one, you can't claim it is, because how would you know it's not just this effect, which we can demonstrate? Because we cannot demonstrate a curve.
Okay, so you can. Okay, so there's a boat, right? It goes out.
2 seconds, just 2 seconds. Jenny, I was asking where Ladies' Night was, and whenever you want to resume it, just jump in. If there's ladies that want to take over, go for it.
Oh, hey, you know what? It's all good. I was just kind of doing a check. I was, if
I was
there wasn't
confused
any...
too.
Yeah. Oh,
where are the ladies at?
I don't know. I just got off work.
Okay. Well, you hunt down the ladies, Jenny, and we'll get it kicked off again.
KJ is here too.
After 1 hour, there was nobody around, so it ended kind of after an hour.
Yeah, one of them had to go eat, and then.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, there'll be more joining, hopefully.
I just want to point out that if you look at the gift that I posted with the sun, right, and you see during the later part of the gift, as he's pulling it away, right, it appears to sink or set. Some people would say set. If you were to continue to pull it away, wouldn't it disappear from the bottom up?
No, it would still be visible. That's the problem.
Watch it again. When he puts the slide in front and he shows you the picture of the water, it's going down. If he were to keep doing that, if the gift didn't end there, and he were to keep moving it, wouldn't the sun disappear from the bottom up?
No, and I can explain this to you. This is geometry, right? So let's say that the sun is at a height of 1 meter, right? You push it out 1 meter, right? So now there's a 1 meter by 1 meter like triangle that's formed, right? That's a 45, 45, 90 triangle. So the angle that you can see it at is 45 degrees. You push it a lot farther back, like let's say you push it 100 meters back, and suddenly it'll look a lot lower, and the angle will, well, you'll have to do trigonometry for that. But as you keep pushing it, as you push it out towards infinity, the angle that you see it at gets smaller and smaller towards zero, but it never goes below zero. And at a certain point, you won't be able to see it anymore because your eyes can't do that. But
yeah, when it reaches the angular resolution limit of the optic, it's going to start compressing, and it'll compress from the point of the horizon, and it'll disappear bottom up optically. This is what's occurring. But the other side, your side, I'm not saying it's your side, but you know what I mean. They'll say, but it has to be the curvature of the surface. But then we'll say, what curvature of the surface? You observe no curvature of the surface. Show us who's measured curvature of the surface. No one has. Okay, so why are you claiming this is curvature?
Okay, well, I would say it doesn't actually disappear bottom up.
I mean, they don't always. It's an optical effect, so it changes with conditions. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they do. It doesn't.
So wait
the
a
point
minute.
is, it's not from curvature.
Exactly. No,
Wait
I mean,
a minute. Is Smile of Death claiming that the sun doesn't set?
no.
model?
I'm claiming
No,
that.
he claimed trigonometry because he said that he kind of hand waved dismissed what I said with the magical word trigonometry.
I noticed that.
But I just
All
wanted
right.
to make sure that Smile gets that, you know, there's a fundamental assumption being made here that needs to be evidenced, and who is evidencing it? You know, I mean, we observe a flat horizon, a flat surface. Someone's claiming it's actually curved. Okay, what's the evidence proof for that? And it's not coming forward. But you would need that to then start assuming, well, the reason we see the black swan is because the light is bending around the curve that I'm assuming, and everything else. Right? You can't just base everything on an assumption that you haven't proved. We're getting to Sillyville.
Sorry, guys. I was away for a minute. All right.
Foundational assumption, the curvature. What's the best evidence for it?
Best evidence, I would still say, is ships. I know you're going to argue against that.
But you've just seen that the horizon is geometric, so how could you say ships are going over a curve when you don't observe that?
Well, because the entire argument for why you can't see them anymore is because of angular resolution. But
no,
if
your argument is that it's curvature, but you have no curvature. Where's that ever been measured or detected in all of human history?
Well, no. I'm saying that ships are disappearing bottom up. That's a fact, right?
Because of why? Why are they disappearing bottom up?
That is not a fact.
They don't always disappear bottom up. It's an optical effect. But why do you think some boats sometimes disappear bottom up?
That means that if you take a boat on that oil rigs, they will disappear 1.2 miles. Are you saying that?
Yeah.
Think about this for a second. What happens when the light from, as you imagine it, light is bending down, but now it's on a flat plane? What happens when the light rays from the bottom of the boat on the way to your eye are bent down and hit the ground? Do you see the bottom of the boat?
No, if they bend down and hit the water, they never reach your eye.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like...
So then you won't resolve the bottom of the boat. And it has nothing to do with curvature. Yeah, it has nothing to do with curvature. This is the point, right? I need to clarify with you your claim of the boats disappearing bottom up. You're claiming that's because the surface of the water is physically curving down. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, what is your evidence for that claim?
Okay, so you have to be really specific here. So the observation is that the boat curves, or the boat disappears bottom up. First, we have to prove the observation, right?
Okay, we can agree that we sometimes observe boats to disappear bottom up on a flat horizon. That's what we observe. Okay, next step, how do we prove that that's actually going over a curve?
Well, you asked me for the best evidence, like the best easy evidence that we're on a curve, and so that's what I'm saying.
No. But the observation isn't that the surface is curved. It's that we observe a boat to optically disappear bottom up on an observably flat surface. That doesn't prove curvature. That's an assumption.
It doesn't prove curvature,
So,
but it's one of the biggest
I'm asking, what does prove curvature for you to make that assumption about the observation of the boat?
It's more. There's no one piece of evidence.
Well, there has to be some evidence because it's what your whole worldview is based on, and it contradicts the observable nature of water that we all know, which is that the surface is always level. Because I mean, the surface appears to be level, but you're saying It's actually curved. That's what explains that disappearing bottom up. But when we're saying, okay, but how do you know it's actually curved? You've said, well, it's not just one thing. Okay, give us the best thing. Has anyone measured it? It's physical. So has anyone ever measured that?
I mean, I don't know. So I accept evidence from NASA, right? I believe NASA.
So appeal to authority, that's a logical fallacy. We don't do that.
And before NASA, what was before NASA? How NASA realized that
But do you think NASA claimed to have measured the curvature?
Somebody's measured the curvature. I don't know if it was NASA or not.
Yes, somebody must have measured it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's find
okay, so who was that? I mean, Google it if you want.
There were a lot of people, Eratosthenes. So if we're okay, well,
no. That's not a measurement of curvature. That's not a measurement. That's an assumption. He looked at shadows. He did not measure a stretch of land or water and say, "Look, here's a curvature of that surface." He didn't do that. He assumed that. Who has measured it?
The guy lived 300 years before Christ.
What?
He lived 300 years before Christ.
Okay.
We know who it is.
So you must have someone a bit more contemporary, right? I mean, at least this century, would you think?
See, so I was having this discussion also. It's not possible. Okay, I'm already gonna.
So no one's measured it.
No one's measured it directly.
And so no one's measured it and no one's observed it. Okay, so I will ask again, what is the evidence for this curvature?
Sorry, somebody lagged out.
Yeah, someone's roboting. Hank, you're roboting. Or that's just me. I don't know.
No, it's him. I can hear it too.
Okay, so no one's observed it, no one's measured it.
Hank.
How do we know it's there?
Well, people have observed it, but you don't believe their evidence, right?
You can't verify it, you can't observe it, and you can't measure it, correct?
I can't. No, I can't.
Yeah, so we have to appeal to authority, which is a logical fallacy, to make that argument. So there's nothing we can do to verify that the surface we live on is curved. Is that correct?
You're right that... okay. You're right that appeal to authority is a logical fallacy, but...
But in this case, I'll use it for my entire worldview. Come on, dude.
No. That's not what I'm arguing. I'm arguing that in some cases, it's okay to take the opinion of experts.
No, because that's exactly what the fallacy is.
No. Appeal to authority is appealing to authority. Yeah. That's appealing to the government. That's appealing to...
No. It's appealing to even someone who claims to be an authority on a subject or an expert in a subject, and you don't have anything beyond their claim that it is this. So if you claim that they have the authority to know that, okay, show us their measurement that gave them the authority to say, we're an expert in this. This is what the curvature is. What is their measurement? Show us that.
What is
the people that you believe? Yeah, so you say, okay, I believe NASA, for example. Okay, right. What is their measurement?
Of the Earth's curvature?
Of curvature, yeah, that we live on a ball.
Okay, it's like... it's... what's the circumference, right?
Curvature, how did they measure it?
How do they measure it? Well...
Yeah, well, you said, this is the guy I believe that has curvature on lock. He knows it. He's the authority. Okay, what's his authority based on? What measurement is he citing?
Right.
To show you that he's an expert.
NASA has made...
appeal.
I know. NASA has made the assumption that the Earth is flat based on a series of evidence, such as the ones that we already talked about, plus their satellites, plus
you said
the
Earth is flat, by the way. I don't know if that was a Freudian slip or what. But...
Did I actually?
Yeah, you said the assumption that the Earth is flat. I think. I'm pretty sure that's what you said.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, that's not what I meant. But
I know you're right. Okay, so it's an assumption. So they make the assumption. So the authority that you're appealing to is telling you it's an assumption. So okay, we get to that point and we say, okay, well, an assumption isn't exactly what we're looking for here. Could we find some empirical
they have to
evidence?
They have to make the measurement on the assumption.
What
they
measurement?
might already know it for a fact, but they still have to make
you can't know it if it's never been measured or verified.
That's not true.
Well, how can you know what the curvature is if you can't measure it?
If you said that you can't measure it, right? Insinuating that it can't be measured because it's too big, then how do you even know it's a ball?
Well, no, Who? Hello?
I just said thank you. That's a great point, Hank.
Okay, so I said it cannot be directly measured. Or that's what I meant if I didn't say that.
No, but
It
the other
cannot be
things,
directly measured.
if you're saying that Eratosthenes is an indirect measurement, it's not even that. It's a pure assumption. He doesn't even attempt to measure the surface. Who is attempting to measure the surface and finding a deviation due to curvature? If
Well,
it's no
you're right.
one,
You're right.
then
He
there is
measured it
no
based on the
evidence.
assumption. You're
Yeah,
right. He
yeah.
measured it based on the assumption that the Earth
Okay.
is round. But
And that
knowing that the Earth is round is different than measuring it.
No, you don't measure
How
it. You don't know it if you don't measure it. This is the whole point.
How you can know?
No, he doesn't. Yeah, you can't know without no observation, no measurement, no knowledge, assumption, belief.
Okay, so say I take a picture of a ball, right? I know that the ball is round, but
Yep.
I haven't
And you
measured
can
it
measure
yet.
the ball. Yeah, but you can measure it, can't you?
Well, yeah, but that's because I'm
Okay.
small. I'm big enough to measure it.
Right. Okay. So if no one can measure the Earth to be round or a ball, why do they keep telling us it's round and a ball?
Because they can make indirect measurements based on like pictures they've already taken.
No, because all of those things that you're thinking about required the measurement to begin with. You can't go into space without knowing the size of the ball that you're going to be flying around. That had to come first. So that's what they'll say.
Wait, so did NASA not go into space then?
Well, no, they didn't. But if they were to have, they would have had to have a measurement of the curvature to know the size of this ball that we're on so that they can orbit around it. They couldn't have just guessed that.
You're right. I actually don't know.
Can you
Yeah,
show
this
us?
is the point.
You can show us, like, for example, if curvature is there, you will have, but on one distance, you will have on 10 miles, 66 foot drop. Then you will have, I don't know, you will have that.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you know how much curvature they say is between over 10 miles, for example?
No, I don't know, but I'm sure
How
I could
much?
calculate it.
Just let's do this exercise. Just take a guess. How much do you think would be over 10 miles? Like centimeters, meters? What would you think?
Quite a bit, like kilometers, maybe.
Kilometers of curvature
Yeah.
over 10 miles.
Yeah. Why not?
Okay, so I guess you would think that would be pretty noticeable, wouldn't you? Kilometers of curvature over 10 miles.
Well, no, because if you do it over 1 mile, right, it's only a couple centimeters.
Well, 8 inches, so let's say around
Fine,
1
8
mile.
inches, right?
But yeah, okay, so that is measurable then. So what they actually say is that it's 66.6 feet of geometric curvature over 10 miles, which is an interesting number, but without getting into that, that's what they say it is. So if you were on one side of a lake and you had a friend on the other side of a lake, you're both standing on the shore,
Yeah.
and the guy's 10 miles away from you, and you're
Mhm.
looking across the lake, should you be able to see him?
Oh, you guys. Okay, yeah, I would say
Should
yes.
you see
should
your
be able
friend? At 10 miles, but your friend is 6 foot and they tell you there's 66.6 foot of drop.
Right, but you're forgetting
huge
atmospheric diffraction.
And but your
Wait,
friend
what are you talking about? So geometrically, right? Your friend's below 60 feet of curve, roughly, right? Say a bit less,
Geometrically, yes.
taken into your observer height. So according to the ball story, there should be a physical obstruction due to the curved surface of the Earth between you and your friend. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So you shouldn't be able to see your friend because he's on the other side of a physical ball.
Would you mind if I interrupt just for a second?
Yeah, go for it. Art.
Thank you. So you notice when you see the straw in the glass of water that's half empty and half full.
Yeah.
And you see that, it does cause the light to bend a little bit, and the straw deviates maybe like 10, maybe like 15 degrees. Well, that's the difference between the atmosphere and water. Now, there's a pretty big difference between the density of atmosphere and water, right? Because there's no way in hell an apple will ever float in the atmosphere, but it can float in the water just fine. So the density is pretty big. It's a pretty big difference, right?
Yeah.
How much difference do you think is in between the difference of density of atmosphere and atmosphere?
You mean heated atmosphere and less heated atmosphere?
No, I'm talking about if the water is 70 degrees and the air above it 70 degrees, how much of a difference is there going to be between the density of the atmosphere and the atmosphere, contradiction in terms, but the gas on the surface of the Earth.
Oh, well, the whole point is that the densities are different because the Earth is heated by the sun.
Bro, my point is that there's no difference in density between the atmosphere and the atmosphere. So what mechanism is causing that degree of angle for you to be able to see a deer on the other side of the hill and shoot it with a camera or a gun? What kind of mechanism is causing this thing that you're claiming that's happening? Because you haven't proved that the Earth is curving, but you think you say this word and it proves that the light is bending. The laser light is bending around a curve of 66 feet. Now, that's a building that's 6 stories high, and you think you can see a deer on the other side of it in the parking lot.
Well, yeah, so you brought up the fact that there's no change in density, right? But I say there is a change in density because... Okay, wait. So first we have to agree on one thing. Do you agree that heated gas has less density than cold gas?
Of course, it's called heat waves. Does that make the sun set and rise when the helicopter takes off? And there's heat waves behind the helicopter and you see the sun do that wavy thing that it does? Does that cause the sun set and sunrise to happen?
No.
No. Does it cause deers to pop out behind hills and appear to float in the air like Superman jumping over buildings?
No.
So
Wait.
what mechanism is causing this great deal of refraction? Because what you're claiming is that the Earth looks flat, but it's not. It's actually curved. Okay, how curved? At 8 inches per mile squared, right? Or 66 feet at 10 miles. Okay, well, how come I can see that there? And you're saying refraction. Well, if that's true, then that means that the refraction is causing the curvature rate to be at 8 inches per mile squared, and it's also causing the light to bend down at the same curvature rate as the Earth. Lucky, right? Lucky, at the same curvature rate as the Earth. So you're saying that a laser light is bending down at 8 inches per mile squared, causing it to look flat.
That's
What
not true at
mechanism?
all.
Yes, that is absolutely what would have to be. This is a true dichotomy. Either we wouldn't be able to see it at all, or the guy on the other side of the beach is visible, or he's not visible at 10 miles away. And if he's visible, then light is bending down at 8 inches per mile squared. What is the mechanism? Because we have never seen light bend down at 8 inches per mile squared. What is causing that? How do you prove that? How do you falsify that? Go ahead, I'm done.
Refraction is a magical word that these globers have come up with absolutely no proof for it, exactly like the globe. There's no proof at all that refraction is the answer to bending, to making things appear to match the curvature of the Earth every single time, no matter what distance. No matter what distance, it's automatically right there where it's supposed to be. Oh my God, that's refraction. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh man, chill out.
Hey, you guys, can I just real quick?
Go for it, Jenny.
At one point in time, Karen B had a very extensive video about the black swan, but she investigated the buoys, but the concepts would still be the same. And I think she put it to private, but I found it on, I think it was Odyssey or something. Somebody mirrored it. But it's called An Investigation into the Black Swan. I believe that's what it's called. Let me see if I can find it. And the reason why I brought it up is because of what God Rockin just mentioned and what Hank was talking about as well. You can't have continuous points of refraction just going around a ball. That's yeah. So let me see if I can find that for everybody. That's all I got. Thanks, guys. Go ahead.
Sorry, just
There would
let
have
me.
to be
Sorry, Hank. Just let me address.
Sorry, you go ahead,
just
bro.
let me address it because at the end of the day, this is a red herring and a begging the question fallacy, right? So we're getting into non sequitur on the refraction side because when you brought up refraction last time, we dug into it because your refraction claim is based on a curvature claim, but you've already conceded that there is no evidence of the curvature in forms of observation or measurement that's verifiable. So you can't default to ignoring the geometry of the globe for your friend being hidden by geometric curvature at the other side of a 10-mile lake in favor of a refraction that you have no evidence of, no demonstration of, no citation of, in terms of extending a geometric horizon, that's assumed on top of an assumed curvature that we've already established we have no evidence of either. We only have the observation of flat. We have no measurement or observation of curved. We have no observation or detection of a refraction property that can do that to a geometric horizon, right? So to try and get into the refraction, it's like the gravity discussion. You're already assuming the things that you can't prove. This is the point. So it's fallacious to begin with, begging the question. The light isn't bending around a curve. You don't have any curve yet. That's still to be proved. So what the model would say is that no, you cannot see your friend at 10 miles away on the opposite side of the lake. He's supposed to be hidden. But in reality, as you know, you can see your friend, which is why you're defaulting to this story, this assumption about light curving around a ball, which is a load of assumptions that you have no evidence for, instead of just accepting what you observe, which is that everything seems flat and there is no obstruction to your line of sight over 10 miles, despite what the globe model says.
Yeah, let me give you three quotes real quick. This is from Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University. It's 44 minutes after the hour. Major atmospheric refraction is guesstimated, or up to 34 arc minutes, and added to give accurate predictions. But just a minute, if terrestrial refraction is part of astronomical refraction, shouldn't we just be able to use survey's refraction coefficient to correct the astronomical refraction near the horizon as well? Indeed, shouldn't such a correction be required? And here's Andrew Thomas Young again. Some people have worried about how to apply the refraction law to such a horizontal ray of light because it does not cross any horizontal boundaries between denser and less dense air in a stratified atmosphere. In general, the curvature of the ray is different from the curvature of the Earth's surface, but here we are only concerned with the rays that bend just enough to follow the curve of the Earth. The simplest solution, horizontal ray paradox, is to remind ourselves that rays are an unrealistic mental construct in reality, and we always have a beam of light infinitely narrow. Rays don't really exist. So they don't have the conditions to actually cause light to go this way, but we guess it must be this way because we believe it's a ball.
No, I don't think that's right. He's talking about astronomical refraction, which I assume is
and terrestrial refraction. That's what we're talking about here.
Yep, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's talking
the
about.
problem is when light passes through a boundary, the angle of incidence it matters. So if the angle of incidence is 0, there's 0 refraction.
What? No.
Yeah.
It's two separate mediums for terrestrial refraction. Can't just be air and air. Has to be like glass and something else. Then you can't just use air.
I think it's
air. Doesn't work.
I think it's hilarious that you think you know better than Andrew Thomas Young, the expert in the field.
That's right.
I think it's hilarious that you're like, no, Andrew, you egghead.
But also,
obviously,
on top of that, you understand that it's begging the question of you to assume bending light rays around a curve that we've already established there is no measurement or observation of, right, Smile? You get that? It's a begging the question fallacy.
Yeah, okay. Here's the thing.
Okay.
I've been wanting to say this for a long time, but there's a really big difference between giving evidence for the Earth, which is sometimes what you ask of me, and then other times trying to disprove the Earth and asking me to provide evidence that the model is correct, right? If I'm trying to prove that the model is correct, I can use whatever the model says. But if I'm trying to give evidence for the model, then I can't just do that, right? I can't use refraction to prove the Earth.
What the exercise is understanding what the model says for the globe, because that's what they tell us the Earth is, and then finding ways to compare that to reality. Right, and the curvature is a good one to do that. And we put them side by side, and we say, do these match? Is the horizon where the model says? Is the object over a distance where the model says? Is the obstruction where the model says? And what we're finding is that they don't match, right? So what do we do when we come to a situation where the reality we're comparing against the model doesn't match the model? Do we discard reality? Do we make up excuses for reality and stick stubbornly to a model that isn't predicting what it says it should be predicting?
Well, no, part of the globe model is refraction, isn't it? So
no, it's a geometric horizon.
Okay, look,
remember? This is circular.
The globe
Phil,
model is...
You've already admitted refraction is begging the question fallacy. So why are you sticking to fallacy instead of logical thinking? It's emotional at that point, right? You're emotionally sticking to an idea, not logically. And what we do here is we try and stick, however difficult it might be, to logic, evidence, empiricism, and see where it leads us.
No, you're
and
right.
What leads you is that the Earth is not a ball.
You're right, but the entire globe Earth model is all of physics. So if
it's not all of physics, bro. We done talked about it's not science, right? You're measuring a geometrical object, right? It's math. It's not science. So when you say, I'm not gay, but sometimes on the weekends, right? You're speaking out of both sides of your mouth, right? So you need to say, yeah, you're right, and then think for a second. Pause for a second and think about what he just said, right? And then if you have like a yeah, but, make sure that it like goes along and follows with what's going on, right? We're talking about this is empirical, and you're like, yeah, but sometimes on the weekends I see curvature. No, you don't. And we're saying that, this refraction thing, you can't prove it. Yeah, but sometimes I like think about it when I dream. Come on, bro.
Okay, but the thing is, if you're gonna use the geometric model, you're right. You can't see more than 1.2 miles at 1 foot observer height. But if you're using like the actual model with all the confounding variables, like atmosphere, which plays a giant role in it, then you have to account for refraction, which helps the globe Earth.
No, that's the problem. You guys don't account for refraction, and here we have a PhD in spectrophotometry who actually tried to debunk us by looking at refraction and under different conditions, but he's not one of us, so you're just wrong.
Are you talking about Andrew Young?
And if you're going to
claim... begging the question.
If you're going to claim
understand.
refraction, then the burden of proof is on you to show us which refraction, how that mechanism of action works, and so that you have evidence instead of just this nebulous refraction. We're interested in the evidence.
Demonstrate it. Show it to us.
Yeah, but not only that, you're only going to be able to evidence light rays bending over a curved surface if you can first establish that they are traveling over a curved surface, which we've already established you can't establish.
So
it's a begging the question fallacy. Like you agreed.
Okay, I don't know which fallacy this is, but we're talking. This is like changing up the entire subject. I don't know what the fallacy is, okay? But we are talking about you guys trying to break down the Earth model. You're trying to disprove the Earth model.
No, we're talking about reality, not comporting with the globe model as they're telling us. Right? They're telling us one thing, and reality is saying something else, and we're showing you that. That's it.
Right? No. You're trying to show reasons why the globe Earth model doesn't fit. But when I give an explanation for why it does fit, you say
a baseless explanation. You're begging the question. Yeah, because you're begging the question. Because when I asked you, okay, what curvature is it bending over? You said, I don't know. No one can measure it. So you're begging the question.
Wolfgang?
Yeah, what's up, Jenny?
For your convenience, I posted something for you.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
So the question that it begs, if no one can measure it, then how do we know it's there? Do you see how the begging the question thing works?
It's not there.
Yeah.
It's just a thing the Glober's made up. It's a made up bullshit story. Refraction does not exist. You can go out there and measure the Earth. It's flat. You can go out and observe it. It's flat. This refraction thing is something they just barely came up with about a year ago, and they just keep blah, 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 with no evidence whatsoever for refraction actually existing, and they can't demonstrate it. They can't prove it. They can't do anything but say refraction.
Yeah, let me just quickly.
It's another one of those stupid jokes, dude. It's a joke.
Okay, it's cool. It's cool, God Rockin'. Smile. Do you see what Jenny's posted in the live stream? If you scroll up at 53 past the hour.
53. Oh, yes.
Could you read that out loud for us?
An example of a begging the question logical fallacy would be a person stating that a fairy's favorite food is chocolate. Before they provide that fairy's favorite food is chocolate, they would first have to prove that fairies exist. If the person cannot prove that fairies exist, then the latter part of their statement is moot.
My unicorn needs to be fed.
Yeah. Okay, we get it.
Yeah. So
Can I continue
if you're
reading?
going to say the reason, yeah, sure, go for it.
Okay, to prove that they live on a globe, the majority of the person would have to present empirical evidence based on a method that is repeatable by the majority of people. Pictures, images, or video of a globe are not acceptable. Okay. I guess, okay, yeah, since they could be fake, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to keep going?
Not acceptable stories of Greeks. Computer models, I think those should be acceptable because they follow a
model.
Huh?
Because you live in a computer model.
No.
Computer model could show anything. You could make a rhombus.
No, you're right. But if you keep the laws of physics consistent, then a computer model is the best way of determining reality without actually having
but you can't model a world full of real-time physics accurately. You don't know what it is that you're modeling, right? You think you're modeling a curve, or you want to model a curve, but there's no reason to think there's a curve. That's the whole point.
Right. You'd have to model both. You'd have to model both of them separately, and you'd have to model a perfect world, like perfect geometry.
Dude, I could make a perfectly working model, right, with Superman, absent of kryptonite, making a sequel bound over a building, right, like that 6-story building we just got through talking about. And the model can all work out mathematically, but does it work out in reality?
The laws of physics won't allow somebody as small as Superman to.
Right, exactly. You're gonna say there's kryptonite, right, in his underwear, and he can't do it, right?
Yeah, if you make a model that manages to predict Superman's speed at a given point, does that prove that Superman is real? No.
If you have consistent laws of physics with the real world, and then in your model you have a Superman, then all you have proved is that Superman could theoretically exist. You haven't proved that he does exist.
If he was faster than a locomotive, more powerful than whatever, I don't even remember, but yeah. Right. You could model that out, and it doesn't have anything to do with reality.
But your only evidence for Superman would be, well, I put him into my model, and that means theoretically he could be
through
real.
your model, you'd be proving that he could theoretically exist. You're not proving that he does exist. You're just saying that he could.
But then you could put in unicorns, goblins, orcs, and everything else, and you could say, well, theoretically, then they can all exist, and it's equally smart and logical to think they could all exist.
As long
and
as
that's
they
what I'm
follow
going to base my worldview on.
Sure.
Yeah, but the difference is you're not basing your worldview on that. You are basing your worldview on this. You literally think you live on a spinning ball because of this idea. That's what you're trying to convince yourself of. If you plug Superman into a model and you tell yourself, well, theoretically, it means it could be possible, you're not going to be going outside looking up at the sky all day thinking, what if I see Superman now? Because I put him in my model. I mean, that's just, again, fallacious, ridiculous, nonsense thinking. So we're talking about reality here. Yeah, so begging the question fallacy, you understand what it is. So saying refraction, the light is bending around a curve, is a begging the question fallacy because you have no curve.
Right, but...
Right. That's it. That is it. We don't do logical fallacies.
I understand. Okay, if I'm trying to prove that the Earth is a globe, then I can't use refraction as a reason that the Earth is a globe, because first I would have to prove that it goes around a globe. But if you guys are taking down the Earth, the globe model,
There is no globe, though, that's the thing. Yeah. That's the thing, because if the initial assumption isn't proven or evidence, then we're not need to take down anything. There's nothing to take down. That's the point.
So then, what have you been trying to do all this time?
Well, we're trying to make people realize that the Earth is not a globe, obviously.
Right. Well, to do that, you have to start with the assumption that the Earth is a globe, and then give reason.
Is that what we're doing? No, you see, you've evidence when you make a claim, right? And then you have to provide evidence to dismiss it.
So
but
robot,
provide evidence, then we could just hand wave dismiss it.
Yeah, we couldn't.
No,
really
try and
hear
repeat
anything.
that, Hank. You were kind of breaking up.
Hello?
He's going to rejoin. Give him a sec.
Okay. Anyway,
we falsify the model. We falsify the model. That's what we have to do. A model has to be able to be both falsifiable as well as provable.
Yeah. So if you're trying to disprove the Earth, the globe model, what you first have to do is assume that it's real, that the Earth is a globe, and then give reasons why it can't be, because
Not if you're not falsifying it. No, you don't have to assume when you're falsifying something. You're disproving it.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
So,
You
no,
don't
you have
start with the assumption that's fallacious to begin with. Sorry, just very quickly, if Damsel's here and Jenny's here, I don't know if KJ's here as well, but if you girls want to take over.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, do you
I
wanna speak
found
to
a
Smile?
really simple meme for falsifiability. I mean, I've seen people use, like, I think the Wikipedia one, but I actually found this on a kid's site. And so I think it's better than what I've seen before. Because I think that, the average person, they're not familiar with this kind of stuff. Like what science is supposed to actually do. And they don't understand when we say, well, we falsified the globe. They don't know what that means. They don't know that means we found countless anomalies with the model, the heliocentric theory.
Right. Well, if I can continue with what I was saying, if you're gonna try to disprove something, one of the ways to do that is to first assume it's true. This is in math too, right? You first assume it's true, and
what?
Listen.
No,
You
that is
first.
how that is
a waste of
begging
time.
the question fallacy. Any form of an argument where the conclusion is assumed in one of the premises is a begging the question and is a form of circular reasoning.
No, you're not
He
understanding.
hasn't finished his sentence. He's starting to talk about proof by contradiction.
Okay, yeah,
Exactly.
we'll let Smile finish, but just very quickly, I'll just add this before we let's try and hand it over to Jenny and Damsel if they're here, maybe KJ if she comes back. But so you're wanting to say, okay, but if we assume the globe and then we do, well, but I mean that is begging the question again. But that's pretty much what people have done, right? Most people went into this being like, okay, the Earth has to be a globe because everyone says it is. I'm just going to go and prove it's a globe. I'll go and observe this horizon and calculate where it should be geometrically, etc., whatever they've done. And then they've compared it. So they've assumed a globe, then they've went and checked, and reality isn't matching. So it's doing the same thing whether you assume a globe first or not. But there's no reason to assume a globe. So Smile, with that in mind, you can say what you were going to say, and then let Jenny and Damsel and that take over.
I think whoever was talking before, they put into words exactly what I've been thinking. So what you're trying to do right here is a proof by contradiction, right? But if I can prove that contradiction isn't valid because some part of globe Earth physics disproves it, then you haven't really disproved anything.
Right, but you didn't do that because you just agreed with us when we said that your attempted rebuttal is a begging the question fallacy. You've forgotten that point. You didn't have a rebuttal. It was a fallacy. The refraction rebuttal isn't if I have a point of physics that I can explain, then your debunk is wrong. No, you don't have a rebuttal. You have a logical fallacy, which by definition is not a rebuttal to anything. It's a logical fallacy.
If you assume Earth is true, or the globe model is true, in order to proof by contradiction.
That's not science, though. You're saying
Right.
assume.
Thank you, damsel. I was wanting to say that like a minute ago.
Assume. That's not the scientific method. See, science is a method. It's not where you can make
Whatever you want
assumptions.
to do.
You have to actually put together a logical series of potential events, and then if they are falsified, you're done. I mean, you know the model is not right, and it doesn't have to be over and over and over. You just have to start falsifying even one big part of it, like there's no curvature.
You're right. So if you say, okay, the geometric horizon should be 1.22 miles away at observer height of 1 foot, and I say that doesn't work because the globe model says that doesn't work because of these reasons, then you haven't disproved anything if you're trying to
your model does say that. You made another assumption. See, you assume that your globe model doesn't say that. We have absolute statements made by your model, and we are falsifying those statements to see if it was true, and it's not true.
You can't take the statements. You can't take the statements one by one. You have to take either the whole globe model or the or none of it. You can't take
Sorry,
some
but
parts
your
of it.
globe model requires everything to work perfectly to get your equations to work, and it doesn't.
Right. So if it's a bigger ball, everything comes crashing down like a house of cards.
And your globe model is inherently contradictory within itself. It has no working complete model. It's just a bunch of ideas hodgepodge together and exist only within your mind.
Maybe that's true, but maybe it isn't. Look.
Well, see, you just have that maybe because you haven't actually gone out and done the evidence and looked for these things. You
The only
think
reason
you
you
know
believe
what
it
your
is
model is. Too.
that's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
you think you know what your model even is, and
Okay.
that's the funny part is that you
Yeah.
actually don't know your model very well. You think it can do certain things that they claim it does not do, but you make an assumption that it must have worked out. Somebody's got this figured out, or I think this is, or you even blend what you see in reality and think that your globe model matches that, when that's probably not even true either.
Okay, do scientists claim that refraction in the atmosphere doesn't happen? No, they don't.
Do we claim that refraction in the atmosphere doesn't happen? No, we
We
don't.
claim that? That makes you a flat earther, by the way. Well, like
What?
refraction. Because your model claims that you have a physical horizon. So you don't understand your model again. So you just claim to be a flat earther right there when you said refraction without even knowing it.
Damsel, I so happen to have some visual aids if you'd like to go in depth more of what you just said. Hold on just a second and I'll pass it along to you.
Time to split. I said, don't you
There's screenshots from the investigation into the Black Swan that Karen B did. Hello?
Taking a look.
Wonderful.
Hold
Yeah,
on, I got
there goes. I see what you're looking at. The question is he looking? Elliot, right? Am I right?
Well, here. I put them all on one web page, and whichever ones you want to use, just post each individual one. Or not. I mean,
Well, you can keep talking while I look at them because I haven't looked at this one.
yeah. I'm sure once you look at it, it'll be very familiar to you.
Probably actually worked through these and put together.
I'm not as well versed as Damsel is. I mean, I have been actually doing some more study on it. Because I mean, it's one thing to realize something, but then it's a completely another thing to understand it and actually understand it well enough to describe it to someone else. So, do you really have knowledge if you can't describe it to someone else? I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess is there value over other knowledge, but I don't want to keep rambling with that. But yeah, so she's going to be going back to, some very specific terms about the geometric horizon versus an apparent horizon. And that would be due to perspective. So, yeah, what you think you're seeing when you're looking at the oil rigs. I mean, do you think that the horizon is behind the farthest oil rig? I'm sorry, I don't know who the new person is that we're talking with tonight. I'm sorry.
Smile.
Yep, I'm still here.
Wait, what's the name again? I didn't hear that, Hank. Sorry.
Smile Death.
Smile Death. Okay. What a lovely name. How cheery. Okay.
I made it when I was playing games.
Okay, so maybe I should not use the oil rig as an example. Like if you're just sitting on the beach and you look at a ship and you think that it goes over the horizon, over the curve, but you can use a high-powered zoom camera and you can bring it back into view. So, with known distances, that means maybe not with the boat, but with the oil rig, with known distances, that means we're seeing too far. Okay, you ready, Damsel?
Well, the problem is I tried to post one of the first image underneath the black swan because it explains what the black swan is, and I just didn't get it. It didn't work.
So, it should be okay. So
Copy the image didn't work. I'm trying to figure out what to do.
Oh, hold on. I'll tell you. You should be able to. If you touch the image and then there's a share button, I thought it's an arrow.
Let me try.
Okay, wait, copy. Let me see which one's copy. Shoot. Okay, I didn't think about this part, dear. Sorry. I'm looking at it right now.
No worries. No worries. Have you looked at the black swan image before?
Oh, me?
Yeah, since you're here.
I've seen it posted
So,
multiple times.
what's your impression of the argument and what you're seeing? I would like to hear your description of what we are showing you.
So you can see the two oil rigs. I think they are. You can see them farther than you should be able to see them, right?
No, it's not about the oil rigs. The oil rigs are just being used as a distance marker for the horizon. That's physical.
Oh, okay.
Wow, that's the first time I've heard that. That's amazing.
That's the way this works. Those are mile markers so that you should know where the horizon should have been or is too far already. That's why we always ask you to look at where the horizon is. And you should be able to tell me where it's at. Is it in front of the oil rigs, middle of the oil rigs, or behind the oil rigs?
Damsel?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you on a phone or are you at a computer?
I'm on a tablet.
Okay, so when I long press, I use Google for my browser, and then it says share image at the bottom. Or if need be, I'd be happy to accommodate and post whichever one you need.
Yeah, I think I'd like to post the first one down that actually says, what is the black swan, I think.
Okay, I'll do that.
It's like the first one after the title.
Okay. Just un momento, por favor.
I'd like you black swan image again, and then I would like you to read what is the black swan so you can kind of maybe understand what we're doing.
Okay,
Because if you didn't understand, if you didn't get how this doesn't matter what the oil rigs even really look like. It's not about that. It's about where the horizon is in comparison to the distance.
I very much appreciate all of the work that Karen B did this for this video and all these screenshots that I have. But I have to say that I'm not really comfortable with how she worded her black swan. What is the black swan? So I actually, no offense to her because she puts in a lot of time with a lot of stuff, way more than me. But I'm kind of looking at kind of collaborating and wording it different.
You could probably get it a little sharper, I'm sure, but she's got the general impression, and it may work better for some people than others too. So you can always improve on stuff. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. So I just want to put that that in case he reads it and then still like, oh, what? So okay.
So the argument has to do with the R value that they've given us. You know, if that R value is incorrect, based on the fact that they claim that there had always been a physical horizon. Because even you know, when you were told in school, when you looked out over the ocean, you were seeing, but what? The physical horizon. You were told this all the time, all your life. And now you're trying to claim refraction, which is what we say is the natural thing because the horizon is actually apparent. It moves during the day. If you actually watch the video of that particular picture of the black swan that we have of the oil rigs, you will see it fluctuate throughout the day. And every day you go will fluctuate different. And we see this on all kinds of horizons, whether they be over water, whether it be over land, sometimes depending on the moisture in the air, dryness, all kinds of conditions. So that's the question. Is your horizon a radius? If you don't have the radius, you don't got a globe.
Yeah, that's one of the fundamental parts of the globe. I think the tide or the horizon increasing and decreasing is the tide.
It can be sometimes, absolutely. But other times you're seeing it can't be that because at 1 foot observer height, how big does the tide have to be? Just waves is what we're talking about.
Well, the tide increases by a lot. It's like 10
Except
foot.
for
Wait, is it?
you can go on days when there's no tide and still see too far. So how do you explain it?
Oh, I thought we went over this, but I guess you went there. Yeah.
No,
Okay.
I wasn't there.
Yeah, I know.
What's your proof that that's somehow important enough to change your horizon distance and not give you the proper R?
R is refraction.
No, R is your radius. If you
Oh,
can't
okay.
prove the radius, you don't have a globe of a certain size that they claimed they measured at a certain size, which then your whole universe is based on that R value, by the way, and so is all your space.
The whole
Everything
universe is based on the
hinges.
R value.
Yes, because your Earth is a certain size in the universe system. And if it is a different size than what they claimed, then all the mathematics that you keep claiming prove everything are a mess.
And then, do you know anything about how the radius was allegedly measured?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can think of 2 different experiments, but
Okay, see, but the thing is
tell us what those experiments are, by the
it
way.
wasn't a direct he declared the Earth's radius by observation of the height of a mountain, the topography. And then he did like a bunch of calculations and stuff. That's not measurement.
It's also not an experiment.
well, it's indirect measurement, right?
Okay, but that's not how I want to base my reality, and that's why we're all here.
Well, if you're trying to
That- that-
directly
that
measure
doesn't-
the Earth, you kind of
Yeah.
can't.
No, you can. See, that's the thing. You think you can't because they told you over and over somebody did it. So you tell me, well, somebody did it. You'll give me Aristophanes probably and this
Yep.
other guy. And then you'll tell me, yeah, that's how they got the R. But then you tell me you can't do it. You understand
can
how
do it.
conflicting that is?
No, I can do it
How? How would you do it?
the same way they did it, right?
Well, you have to explain to me how Aristophanes works. And keep in mind, that's not an experiment either.
No, you're right. It's not an experiment. It's just a measurement.
That's right.
Damsel, I just really quickly before you continue, I wanted to point out that Wolfgang wanted to give us a heads up that.
No, he's gone now, Jenny. Don't worry about it. Carry on. He was
Never
just being
mind.
salty.
Please, okay, go on.
Oh, you broke my rhythm. No. No, but again, explain to me Aristophanes and how that proves your globe. If you
It
can
doesn't.
explain.
No. So I've gone
Well,
over this multiple times.
It gives you what, though? What does it give you?
It gives you your R value, but his entire experiment was based on the assumption that the Earth is already round. So that's not okay.
It's not
Well,
science.
it's not an experiment. It's not experiment, so it's not science, but it is an observation. The problem you have with that particular observation is you make assumptions that you have a distant sun with parallel light rays. Did you know that if you had a flat Earth with a closer sun and divergent rays, you'd get the same results with your sticks?
Yeah, I know. It doesn't work.
What?
You would get a flat Earth. It would work on the flat Earth as well. You'd still get sticks and shadows with the same kinds of shadows. You don't get a
I
chain.
know. I've gone over this before with other people and that's why I don't use it anymore as like a proof.
Right, because it's not anything. But yet they based your whole R on that, and they actually made a bunch of other assumptions based on that. So now that's blown away. So where's your R from? Where are you getting your R?
Look, so I went over this with somebody else also, but knowing that the Earth is round and measuring it are 2 different things. You don't have to measure it to know that it is round.
What?
How would you know it's round if you can't observe it or measure it? How would you know?
You can observe it. You can't measure it.
You can? Where did you observe it? Where did you directly observe it?
Me directly?
Yeah, because this should be something you can do.
Well, you can't directly measure it or directly observe it. Sorry. Look, the Earth is too big. You can't go up in a spaceship and do it yourself unless you're Jeff Bezos.
So you have to trust 23 men who say that they went far enough so that you could see it all together. You have to trust them, but you won't trust high altitude balloons that you could send up yourself that show a flat horizon.
Well, you have to trust the entire organization of NASA, and I'm pretty sure there are examples of hot air balloons.
Which is what logical fallacy?
That's yes, that's appeal to authority. Except, I think it's okay to appeal to authority when there's thousands
want
of
a
people.
If you want a religion, it's okay. That's true.
No,
If
I
you
mean
want a
when there's
religion, but it's not science. That's not science.
well when there's
That's not
thousands of
evidence.
people.
No, you're saying that that's evidence and science for you, but it's actually faith and religion.
I don't think it's a religion.
No, that's what a definition of a religion is. You follow some leader that tells you it's such and such, and you just believe it.
Who's the leader?
Well, it'd be NASA in your case.
NASA
That's a
isn't a
whole
person.
nother talk show.
Science, it's science. This thing called science that supposedly some people know more about than you do.
I hope you realize
then
there's
have to have
other.
faith in. Then you have to have faith in. See, it is a religion, whether you want to admit it or not. That doesn't matter to me. It's just the truth of the matter.
Except I hope you realize that there's other space organizations.
Yeah. And have you seen some of their evidence, like their movies and photographs? If you believe that, well, like I said, you got a lot more faith than I do.
Ditto.
Dinging me. Oh.
We here do not trust other men. We trust what we can measure, observe ourselves, and confirm for ourselves. Because again, if you want a religion, you can have it. We're fine with you keeping your religion. That's fine. I'm not going to try to convince you or convert you. I have no desire, and I don't want to promote a religion, so I won't tell you what to believe. I will tell you, seek the evidence, look for measurements, do things you can actually confirm for yourself. Then you're not believing you know. I would rather you know things.
Okay. Hank. Yeah, you're right. I'm just looking for the truth. Okay.
Which is good. I'm glad you're here. You're asking the right questions and you're actually doing really well. So don't think we're trying to diss on you. I'm not. Like I said, you can keep your belief system. It's okay. But keep in mind, you're here to debate that belief system with what we know. Okay? So there's a difference.
So why do you? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, she's kind of just telling it like it is. So, sorry, that's just my 2 cents. Thanks.
Yeah, that's good. Look, the thing is, I've been in the server for like 2 or 3 months now. I only joined the past 3 live streams, but I'm just gonna ask you a question. So, why do you think that I haven't changed my mind the entire time? Do you think I'm just?
No, I didn't say that. I make no assumptions, my dear. I really don't. And that's why I said you can keep your belief if you want to. Did I say you have a belief for sure, or that it's your religion? No, I said it is a religion. If you do that.
Part of the foundation of this server is that we don't challenge each other's beliefs. It's a journey for everyone, so you'll come about the information when you're ready.
Mm-hmm. But why do you think I haven't changed my mind at all? Do you think
Because you're not ready?
Because you haven't said anything that makes me for sure that you have changed much of your mind, other than you gave up Aristophanes. Cool.
No, I gave that up as a proof. I still think that.
That's right.
Yeah, I realized in hindsight that was kind of stupid.
No.
Then why is it one of the best proofs on the internet?
It's your logic finally getting the better of
And
you.
to be fair, it took me like
you're
2 to 3 years to change my mind, so I'm not impressed you don't change your mind yet.
I mean, I think the reason it's one of the biggest proofs is because people don't have a good understanding and visualizing.
We're all incredulity. We're all stupid. We don't understand the globe model, even though that you're coming in here and everyone here will run circles around you when it comes to explaining the globe model.
That's literally not even what I said. I said globe earthers don't have a proper understanding of the flat Earth. Thank you, though.
They don't understand this. They don't understand the globe either.
That's the biggest problem is you don't know your own model very well. So you have a hard time then disproving it because you just believe and you think everything's been figured out. And that makes it really hard because if you think you know everything already, you don't question. That's just what happens. It's normal human nature.
Yeah, but I mean, I've been given a lot of facts by a lot of people, and sure, they're all true.
The reason that you don't know the flat Earth model is because there isn't a flat Earth model. That's why no Glober knows it. And every time a Glober asks for a model, they haven't actually got their own model, so it's stupid. But yeah, continue your painful process.
We don't need a model. We don't have to replace what we falsify.
No,
we
I'm not
like
asking for a
reality.
model.
We don't need to live in a model. We live in reality, which isn't known well enough to give you a complete model that would be perfect enough to be called a model, because a model should be perfect representation of reality. Yours is not.
Well, no model is a perfect representation of reality.
But that's what is required.
You can never have a perfect representation because there'll always be more to know.
That's why we don't use models. We don't need them.
Well, you should still use models.
That kind of
Just the ones
model.
that-
I mean, you can use models for other things, but we're talking about this, your reality. Yeah, you can model parts of it, but don't call it a whole model. It's all working, and everything works with Newton and Einstein, and when they both contradict each other. I mean, it's just your model is a mess, an absolute mess, but yet you guys cling to it saying like it somehow works. It doesn't. See, that's the thing. You made another assumption.
They haven't even got a model. They talk about Google Earth. Google Earth shows no curvature rate, curving at the rate of that's descriptive. But I haven't got an actual model. What they've got is different sorts of descriptions of a model that explain one criteria at a time, such as refraction or a model for this or a model for that. They haven't actually got a complete model. So it's so stupid when they ask for where's your model. You ain't got one yourself.
When you buy in the
You
shop,
want us to replace you one. You want one so bad, you got to have a replacement. Oh, it's so bad. It's just funny. I mean, I thought the same way back in the day. I would have thought this too before I figured this out, but it really comes down to knowing.
Replace what? They haven't got a model to replace.
No, I don't got one to replace. I
got
just
one in
like
the first
reality
place.
now. I love reality.
give me my model.
Give it to me. I need one. I need it.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, I've been
Can I-
presented with so many reasons why the Earth isn't a globe, right? But why do you think I haven't accepted any of the reasons or even thought about it more? Because I have my own reasons for saying, wait, that doesn't work. That's not a valid contradiction.
No, it's very fair enough. You know, you've got to continue exercising them thoughts until you know there's no doubt in them. But the thoughts that you have had, they're very primitive, and you know the usual. The reason we still have monkeys is because they evolved from Homo sapiens. We never evolved from monkeys. Like a lot of globers feel like that flat earthers misunderstand this simple concepts. But they make it simple. They say like, "Oh, we grew from monkey," just to patronise you. It's not because we don't understand what you're trying to say. It's because you don't understand what you're saying. You're saying that fish can turn into human beings. You're saying that the Earth rotates, and it literally experiences it as if it doesn't. Everything operates as if we're in a contained system that's not moving. But yet we're led to believe that the moon's rotating, the Earth's rotating. And we don't experience Coriolis because of the conservation momentum. It's just constant bullshit.
Oh yeah, wait, I haven't talked about the Coriolis effect. How do you guys explain that?
Well, you live in a contained system that behaves like it's a contained, non-movable system, and apparently it's moving, but it's not, and there's no way to detect it.
Right, but how do you explain the Coriolis effect?
Well, tell me what the Coriolis effect is. Since you
cannot
seem to think it explains something, why don't you tell me what the definition of it actually is?
Okay, well, I'll have to use the globe Earth model, but
Well, yeah, that's what I'm asking you for, because Coriolis is not what we claim; it's what you claim. So you tell me what the definition of it is.
but it exists. Okay, yeah, hold on. Okay,
I didn't say it exists. I said that's in your model.
I know. Okay, so the globe Earth model says that because the Earth is a globe, different parts of the Earth move at different speeds. So, for instance, if you're standing at the poles, you'll be turning on the axis, but you won't be moving. What?
Oh, sorry.
We've heard it all before. That's all.
She just knows how difficult
I
this
didn't
one
know
is.
that
all
you-
before. It's like 10
Heavy
years old.
sigh from Jenny. Look, guys, let's let Damsel carry on with this conversation for a minute. Finish your point, Smile.
Yeah, go for it. It's all right.
Okay.
Don't worry.
So different parts of the Earth move differently. So that you when you're for instance shooting something across a really long distance, facing south to north or north to south, you have to count for that.
Really?
Yeah.
Right. Could I have somebody post the Coriolis going on a merry-go-round? Does anybody have that one? And in the definition, the actual definition.
What?
Does somebody have the merry-go-round with the Coriolis effect? There we go. And then if somebody has the definition of Coriolis, so I don't have to go hunt it down right now.
I can't misspell Coriolis.
So do you see the image above where they are on a, it's showing you on a flat plate that's spinning?
Yeah.
Is the object being thrown across the outer edge actually curving or
No.
not?
Well, it depends on your reference frame.
Oh, it depends on your reference frame. Huh. How many reference frames are there?
2. In the first reference frame, it goes straight, and then the second one, it curves. It's doing the same thing in both. It just looks different from where, depending on where you are.
Yeah. So the planes do that. The planes do that. The planes behave like that. Do you get two different reference
Exactly.
frames from looking at a plane?
So does an airplane curve? Does it
No, like
actually
flights?
deflect? Is it actually not going straight even though you see it? Do you see
Yeah,
it in two different
airplanes
reference
curve.
frames? No, I mean from the Coriolis only. And do they move with what reference frame? Which one?
I don't know. I'm not an expert on aviation or.
Yeah, well, they don't seem to be going any faster when they go with the direction of the spin or against it, do they? That's more air currents with jet streams that affect it than anything. But you
Yeah.
got Neil deGrasse Tyson telling you somebody kicks a football and it deviates to the Coriolis, but yet an airplane or a hot air balloon, none of those things do. Or a bullet supposedly does, but yet a helicopter doesn't.
Like I said,
Okay, well,
everything
I'm not.
behaves. Sorry, go on.
Well, I'm not an. Okay, yeah, you go.
I was going to say that everything behaves as if it's in a closed system that's not moving. Everything behaves identical to as if something's not moving, and you're only led to believe that you do have this Coriolis effect when things leave their separate reference frame. Like you should see the plane curving away. You don't see any of this behavior. There's no way to identify the things that are happening on the globe. Because apparently there's reasons why we're not expected to see that, or they're factored out, or it's negligible. And it's every single thing that you try to narrow them down on. And that's what you're going to have to learn. As a glober, eventually you'll always have these excuses or reasons that they call why you're not supposed to see what you expect to.
Right. And so I would like you to read the definition of Coriolis again that they posted, because it's kind of important to understand what they're actually talking about. What is it? It's at 33 minutes after the hour, posted again by Drace. If you read that, you're going to have to explain why that is apparent, not actual.
That sounds like a really, really old book.
But that's the definitions. That's how they do go about explaining it. It's not something you actually see. And then you got a problem too. People always think storms move in certain, direction only in the, if you call it the southern hemisphere or the northern. It doesn't do that. There are ones that go the opposite in those same places, so they counteract even the argument for storm movements that people they claim is Coriolis. The storms don't even match at all times. It would have to be consistent, and it's not. It's just it's funny because they tell you a lot of things, but then you go and look at them more closely, and you find out, well, they're not exactly true.
Yeah, that's the truth.
I'm not sure about storms. I'm not a meteorologist. I'm gonna have
Just like
to
they tell
say
you the toilet, if you flush it in Australia, it goes in opposite direction than somebody in the northern. And it's
Actually,
not
that's
true.
not true. None of us are experts in anything. Like we're just normal people that have tried to look a bit harder to find whether what they're telling us is actually 100% accurate. And you're like, oh, I'm not an astrophysicist, or I'm not this or whatever, because you're trying to refer to experts. Because you'll always trust in experts that have already done it for you. But a lot of these so-called experts in here talking, and they're thick as shit. They are thick as shit. Some of these experts, I'm not even lying to you.
They're just indoctrinated. That's all. You know, they really do believe their religion, just like everybody else that's had the same thing going on with belief. They believe it too because they were taught it in college too. I know because I went to college and I was indoctrinated myself.
It was all indoctrinated. I used to be in it arguing until I was blue in the face, saying the same shit. Yeah, it's round because it's round. Because look at space, look at this, look at that, and eventually you realise these arguments are just belief systems. They are just what you believe. Like, I don't know if the Earth's flat. I don't know if it's round, but I know that I'm skeptical about the globe because there's things that don't add up on it. Like you keep saying, you come in here to asking for a model when you ain't even got a model yourself. It's ridiculous that you can come in with such confidence talking about where's your model, and you don't even have one. It's like saying where's your car, and you ain't even got a car yourself. It's just weird. It's really weird.
And if you think you got a model, please Google the phrase cosmological constant problem.
Oh man, that's a
or
big one.
physics outside the standard model, and you'll see that there's lots of stuff that disagrees with your model.
What is it?
Lots of big
120 zeros behind it or something? What is it?
Yeah,
like
10 to the
ridiculous.
120th power.
Yeah, 120th power. That's how off your model is by, I think it was Michikaku, right? Didn't he say that? He said it's actually that bad.
Yep.
For what again?
Your whole model has that much error in it at this point. It's so far off of any theory that's ever been that we can't even comprehend it. It's 10 to the negative 120 power. It's just nuts.
10 to the 120th. So here's the thing. In your model, 96% of the universe is dark matter and dark energy. That's what you need to make your model work. In our model, everything you see is what you get. Everything is 100% real, and there's nothing that you can't see that's there, but you can't see it. So you had to make up 96% of the universe. And it's dark energy and dark matter, right? And this is tied to the cosmological constant problem.
Nothing. They're the names for nothing. They're just made up names for saying, well, we don't know, so we pretend these things have these features and maybe it'll make it work.
Yeah. Hypothetical bullshit.
Well, yeah. I mean, science always has to come up with like something. So,
But your model is that far off. It's literally Michikaku, a theoretical physicist. I think he holds that degree as well as an astro. He might have both degrees. I don't remember for sure. But he tells you straight up that's how bad the model is failing. And it's never been any scientific theory that's that bad, that far out of line with what they see around you. That's how bad it is. And that should worry you quite a bit about your belief system when it has to be 95 to 96% made up to still hold on to whatever is left over.
So is my belief system science or globe Earth?
No, it's science. It's not science. Excuse me. It's total belief, faith, religion. You totally have nothing but maybe a couple items that you can kind of hold on to, but they don't give you enough to prove your shape of your realm at all.
That's the bottom line. Like she says, it's not enough to prove. I mean, you can look at NASA footage. You can look at the Himawari satellite from Japan. You can look at all these graphics on the computer all you want. A lot of the footage when they go up into the, when they got even that Tesla car. I mean, most of my evidence why I'm skeptical of the globe is the evidence that the globe projects. Looking at that Tesla car makes me think like, what the fuck why would I even believe that that's true? Look at it, it's a glossy ball reflecting like a graphics. It's just pure CGI in your face, and it doesn't look real to me at all. And if my instincts are wrong, and I'm not able to be an expert and tell the difference between looking at a CGI ball, then how am I supposed to know whether I'm looking at the real ball then? if I ain't good enough to know it is true, how am I supposed to know if it ain't? So personally, I just look at it as bollocks. It looks like bollocks. Looks like bollocks, but it just looks like bollocks to me. If it doesn't look like bollocks to you, then that's good. You accept that as evidence. I don't think that's categorically.
I don't think the Tesla car counts as evidence.
Well, it's evidence that the globe. To be skeptical of the globe. Look, I'm skeptical of the globe because of globe evidence. The globe has made me skeptical of itself. It's not like I've become flat Earth, looked at flat Earth and thought, the globe's wrong. I'm looking at the globe and I'm thinking, this thing is doing so many things. Like gravity is supposed to be pulling the entire atmosphere around of it as it rotates, as well as at the same time, air goes in all directions. You know, the moon was created 4 billion years ago, but there's no water. But yet the moon is escaping because the water is flicking it due to the fucking, what's it called? The orbital mechanics and the way that they work, and there's like a bit of water that flicks up and flicks the moon, and what gets escape velocity. What it's even though mass attracting mass, two large objects that have mass, and yet they're going away from each other. And you know that it's because everything else is being pulled on it. So it's like the gravity pulls the ocean, but then it doesn't pull the ocean because it's being pulled by something else that's outside of. It's just when you actually put it all together, it's a load of bollocks. Do you know what I mean? It's an absolute circus. It's a circus.
It is a circus and circular at the same time. It's just nuts. It's nutty. But yeah, if you want to see somehow, you want to learn all your fallacies before you come in here too. That can really help your logical thinking and your arguments. And so you can at least if you're going to fight for your globe, you probably should know the fallacies that you're committing. So I posted a series of them I like that's got Spock in them and other Star Trek characters. And that's 39 minutes after the hour. You can find the first one I posted for you since you've made that one several times tonight. So get your start there and go through the rest of them because they're entertaining. And at least then you can learn them a little easier. So you know you're not doing so much since several people have noted you've made quite a few. Which is normal.
Actually,
Find out how sextant works on the globe. That's also interesting. You know that things for navigation in all time.
Oh yes, the year of the sextant. What does the sextant do? Do you even know?
Me? I think it's a navigational tool, right?
Yeah. Well, how does it work though? Do you know how it navigates?
They're incorrect. Thank you. Person
You'll enjoy those. You'll enjoy those, by the way, if you like a little Spock, anyway.
No, I've never watched Star Trek.
Well, you'll still enjoy it, I'm sure.
I feel like he's been beaten down slightly. He sounds a bit more humble, which sounds good. But like, bro, you're just like anyone else, man. You don't have to be a scientist. You can believe in your senses. You can believe in yourself. Have confidence within your own common sense. And you know, when people tell you that you shouldn't expect to see something that you should actually expect to see when you use your common sense, then just try to believe in yourself more. Because these people keep telling you to believe in the computers, believe in these people that you don't know, that are going on like TV with this LIGO experiment talking about gravitational waves, and they look like the dumbest pieces of shit I've ever seen. They're talking to me about the cutting edge of science, and they look like retards. I can't lie to you. Like these people, and just because they got like some academic level doesn't mean that they have critical thinking skills. It just doesn't seem to come hand in hand. It seems to be people that tend to pass their exams tend to be obedient and compliant. They don't tend to be intelligent.
I mean, I passed all my exams.
So think about it. Think about it like this.
You're very compliant, all right?
If the sextant works on 90-degree angles and the light is bending down at 8 inches per mile squared, and the horizon moves around due to refraction, then a sextant would not work.
And it's bent.
But sextants do work, so light isn't bending down and the horizon isn't moving.
Well, no, I think you made a mistake because light doesn't bend down at 8 inches per meter or per mile squared. It bends less than that, but it still extends your view distance, the horizon that you can see.
Yeah, but how would you prove that?
Because refraction exists and the atmosphere exists.
You're using the argument to prove the argument. No. Refraction is what you're arguing for.
How would you disprove that?
Yeah, so the question is, how would you prove
it?
How would you prove? Well, the claim is that we can see farther because light is bending around the ball.
Who says we can prove? Who says we can see farther?
Well, that's
globe believers. Globe believers.
Yeah.
Globe believers believe that we can see around the curve. So
Because
the
of
question
bendy
is,
light.
the
Bendy
question
light
is,
all over.
how do you validate that? How are you going to prove that?
So we have equations for how light bends
Nope,
in,
nope, nope,
in
nope,
given
nope.
densities, right?
Scientific validation is what we're looking for, not mathematical ideas, because those you can just reify into your model, because the Rayleigh criterion is the same thing. You could just be applying perspective to what you believe, and it literally works the same way, and that's done with linear lines. So you got to throw that out. Equations don't mean anything.
Equations mean everything. If I throw a ball upwards and I have an equation that says it's gonna come down at an acceleration of 9.8 meters per second, it's gonna come down at an
That's
acceleration of
actually not
9.8.
correct. That's actually
No,
not correct.
the
Unless it falls in the
calculations don't
water.
make anything
Hold
happen.
on, y'all.
No, see,
Hold
the
on, y'all.
thing is, they're saying calculations make something real. No, they don't. They describe something that should be real. They can describe things that are not real as well. They can be used either way.
Here's the
You're making
problem.
it sound like they prove something. They actually don't. They
You
describe a
didn't,
thing.
you're not predicting that. That's the problem.
Ah, but you think you're predicting too.
No, yeah, he thinks he's predicting
Yeah.
via this math, and he's
Exactly.
not. These are all postdictions
That's
because
right.
we already had all these measurements, and they've just
Yeah.
been reified into new equations,
What
reverse
did you
engineered.
measure?
You're right. You're right. So we have these measurements. You say they
Are you
contradict.
saying that, are you saying that 1 gram or 10 gram of something?
Hold on, Sasha. Let
Somebody's
Smile
breaking up.
respond, guys. We've got some. Can we
Some of
let
these mic is.
Smile respond to Meme, and then we're kind of doing a half ladies' night tonight. But I think Damsel and Meme, if you guys want to speak with Smiley, and then there's Warden Cliff jumping in as well. So if Warden Cliff, if you've got questions or
We got
comments,
somebody
feel
else
free.
too.
Yeah, I think Warden Cliff's here as well. So Warden
I'd
Cliff,
like to
welcome.
see.
if you want.
I don't want to get whistled past.
Yeah,
So
let's
someone
respond to
claimed that
his.
we can see that light bends around the curve. I would like to see how they proved that.
Who said that?
Anyone who believes in the guy we're talking to.
The guy
Yes,
thinks,
Smile of
obviously,
Death
because he knows
He
refraction's
literally
real.
said it. In fact, that's the
talking
only
about
reason I
refraction.
unmuted.
He's been
No.
caught by this.
Refraction is the thing you are claiming. You cannot say, well, we know refraction's real because of refraction. Refraction is
No,
the
we
thing
know.
you're claiming is doing
Circular
that.
reasoning. That's what the one I posted for you was, because you do it a lot tonight. You've
Yeah,
done it a lot.
refraction is the thing that you're claiming is happening. So when
Mhm.
you say we see far around the ball, you're claiming refraction. And then when I say, how do you prove that? You say, well, refraction.
Right, but that's not what I'm saying.
Like you're not even graduating to circular logic yet. It's just
I know. No, listen. What I'm saying is that we know refraction happens. We know how it happens.
no, we don't. No, we do not.
Let him
Prove it.
finish.
Prove refraction happens.
Let him finish what he's saying.
No. Prove refraction happens.
Okay,
He's not on that level though. So for him, he doesn't
It
realize he's
doesn't
been
matter
bait.
if he's not on that level. If you're not on that level, don't make that claim.
He's not understanding that he's been bait and switched. That obviously refraction works in the real world, such as water and through a glass, and
That's not the refraction he's talking about.
Yeah,
though.
that's what I'm saying.
No,
He
there's
doesn't
another
realize
type.
he doesn't realize it's a different refraction. He's
But it
talking about.
doesn't matter. If you don't have all the knowledge, don't swim in the deep end of the pool.
He's right. You got to be real careful with what you, because
Now, are you
you're
talking
claiming
about
you have knowledge. You have
who am I
knowledge of
talking
something.
to?
If you make a claim, that you better be able to back it up. Got
Are
to
you
be able to
talking
back.
about something called terrestrial refraction, or are you talking about refraction via Snell's law? Which one are you talking about?
I'm talking about atmospheric refraction due to different densities in the
Okay.
atmosphere.
Okay. So, see, guys, he's not talking about refraction. Well, you know the pencil in the jar and changes angles
Mm-hmm.
in the water. Yeah, that's refraction. That's Snell's law. That actually has nothing to do with it. So you know that, right? You know
That
that
is the
atmospheric.
exact same thing.
It is not the exact
No,
same
they're
thing.
not.
Okay,
told you,
hold
right?
on.
But he doesn't
Hold
know- he
on.
doesn't know
Hold
the
on. How is that the same thing?
Okay. The thing that we're observing here, the natural phenomena we're observing, is that light bends under different densities. Well,
Wrong.
transitioning through different
Wrong.
densities.
Wrong.
Okay, explain why we see it then.
Okay, no, it's that you have made a category error here. You're not looking through just different densities when you're looking at it through water. What is that?
What do you mean we're not looking at it through
That's a different state of matter.
Glass.
That has nothing to
and
do with it.
water.
Yes, it does. It's in
Yes,
Snell's law.
it does.
It is passing through water and glass, a solid, into the atmosphere, a gas. There are three states of matter involved.
We went over this earlier.
You were talking about only a change in the density of gas, one single medium. Refraction, via Snell's law, deals with multiple mediums. You are categorically wrong.
Thank you for saying that, but you're wrong because light changes whenever
No,
it's
I am correct. Light
No,
changes
actually, we've actually
direction when it
posted it.
passes
Oh,
through
wait.
different mediums.
They cited it. You need to go back and look. I think Jenny posted it at what time, Jenny? Let's see, where is it? Refraction summary.
Bro, we went over this like an hour ago.
48 minutes after the
You
hour,
and I
you
did.
need to see that she actually posted a citation of what
Hold on,
it
I
was
have a real
summary.
easy. Explain my argument back to me. What am I telling you?
You're telling me that because there are different mediums, it doesn't work. My
I didn't say that. That is not what I said.
You're saying that what I'm talking about doesn't work properly. Homemade?
That is not what I said at all.
No, you need to listen to what he's saying. He's telling you that refraction you're
Open
talking
your
about is
ears.
one medium.
Listen, I realize that all you're doing is waiting for people to be quiet so you can respond. But you got to listen.
I
am
have been
saying
listening.
there is refraction and there is atmospheric refraction. One is posited. It is hypothesized. The other one is something that we can observe and test and see. And it has a requirement of passing through different actual mediums, different states of matter. Like from a solid to a gas or from a liquid to a solid.
Saying it more angrily isn't going to make you more right.
I am not. I'm saying it slowly so that you can understand what I'm saying. Now, are they the same thing?
I'm still going to say yes.
Why are you going to say yes? If they are categorically different, why are you going to say yes?
Because the medium has nothing to do with it.
The medium
Okay,
has
okay.
nothing to do with refraction.
Guys, I
Hold on.
think we're done.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, hold on.
Thank
I can prove that it happens
So
in the
it's
atmosphere.
actually
She's
the
going around in circles.
point. Hold on. So they say light has a constant speed, right? Until go ahead, Jenny.
Oh, well, all I was going to say is that he's clearly not seeking any kind of alternative information than the heliocentric theory provides.
Yeah, that's true.
So we're just kind of hitting a wall, and Meme is kind of wasting his time because this guy isn't accepting
You didn't
any.
listen to Meme at all, yeah. Meme
having
clearly
fun.
said that different mediums. You got the glass, which is a solid. You got the gas, which is obviously gas, and then you got the water. When you're doing refraction, there's like 3 different types of things happening there that's affecting what you're seeing. Now he didn't say that. That clearly 3 different types of mediums, and you to say after that statement that mediums have nothing to do with the refraction, it kind of makes me feel like.
It actually destroys your own argument. It destroys your own argument because in your argument, the medium is the thing that's affecting it.
Okay,
and so
fine.
now you're
I can
saying
prove.
mediums don't. Hold up. Now you're saying mediums don't affect light?
Okay.
Okay. So you're wrong, aren't you?
You know what? Fine. I don't even care if I am wrong about this. Okay. I can prove that it happens in one medium.
Sure. Atmospheric refraction, just gas bending at a rate for us to see around a ball. Where's your proof?
And meet your eye, too.
No, I can
Every
prove that
time.
it happens in the atmosphere, in air.
You can prove that light bends. Yeah, look, we both agree that light does get affected
let him
by
let him
medium.
describe it.
Let's hear it.
I want to hear it. I want to hear his proof.
Okay.
Scientific proof, mind you.
So, fine. I'll find an experiment then.
Fine.
That'd be awesome.
That's good.
You don't
That's
have to do it
excellent.
right
What a
now.
good
If you want
response.
to take a break and go look it up and come back with Google, that's fine.
Yeah, you're doing better than most, Smile of Death. So good job.
I think the best thing to do is just admit that people in here have already researched this. And we're trying to teach you about refraction.
And something I will tell you is very respected here is for you to have the intellectual honesty to just say, I don't know. Nobody's
Well,
gonna.
he finally did in the end there.
Yeah.
That's a good point,
Don't
Jen.
make claims about stuff you don't have, and have it thoroughly researched to make sure that we can't cite something that disagrees with you.
Just say, Memus, I am not worthy. I mean, that's That's probably the best thing you can actually say. I'm not
We've still
worthy.
got Wardenclyffe. If Smiles wanting to look up his experiment for atmospheric refraction, Wardenclyffe, are you still here?
Wardenclyffe?
Yeah, I unmuted him now. He should be able to speak.
What's up, Wardenclyffe?
Hello. Hello. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Not too bad.
Would you like to ask some
thank you
questions
very
about the Earth?
much. Who
You got trolled for that one last
muted me?
time. That's funny.
Yeah. Do you want to ask some questions about the Earth, or do you want to
No, I've been
show us
sitting
something
here
for
all
the globe?
night and I never said anything. And then also I tried to speak, and then somebody muted me.
Oh, I'm not sure. It's
Sorry.
probably because the conversation was ongoing. But if you've got any
Maybe.
questions, or you want to make a point for the globe that you think makes you think you live on a ball, we'd love to hear it.
I don't think I live on a ball.
Okay.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Cool.
I
Welcome to the
don't
server.
think it's flat either.
Bathroom's on the right, snacks in
Oh.
the back. Smoke them if you got them. And I think that's what QE says usually. So welcome to Flat Earth.
Thank you, but I'd like to know who you muted me because I didn't
Don't
even
worry
try to
about
say
that.
anything.
Don't worry about that.
So there was a conversation going on, and you may have spoke or talked over the conversation. That is somewhat what happened. So if you get muted, don't take it personally, okay? Please. Let's move
We'll
on
fix-
from the muting.
It'll fix. You're not muted now, so let's move on. We're good.
Yay, you're not muted now. Yay, yay.
I would like to assure you. I would like to assure you, as admin, that muting is not a punishment, and it's not like anything like or punitive. It's just
No.
like a necessary thing we do sometimes.
I got a big hooray, so I don't care.
Yeah, we will cheer for you.
If the Earth is not a ball or flat, what is it?
Concave.
So,
pyramid.
say that again, please. I didn't hear that. What was it?
Correct answer is I don't know.
I didn't hear what you said, so please.
Yeah, that's
say
it. That's
again,
what
please.
I am. I don't know what the shape is.
He said
Which
that.
is honest. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, I didn't hear what you said.
If I could prove
So
beyond
I don't know
reasonable doubt,
what
I'd
the
love to
question
take a
was.
stance. I'd love to like have good evidence, and I'd bring it in, and I'll give it whether it's flat or round, whatever shape I had. But I think it's indistinguishable, and sometimes like there's a few things that just keep me guessing. But yeah, more I'm definitely warming towards more the flat Earth side because it is literally what we experience, and we don't have to believe anything outside of what we see. You know, we don't have to believe that things are rotating or there's curvature there that we can't see. We don't have to believe in this illusion. Do you know what I mean? So just take it for what it is.
Well, the question I've got for Coriolis effect is that, when people do their private pilot's license and anything like that, when do they actually take into effect the Coriolis
They
effect?
don't. It's all on paper. They don't do that in the air.
They don't need to do it on paper.
We've snipers that we have in here. Yeah.
No, I'm not about pilots. I'm not about snipers or anything like that. I'm about
That's what I'm saying. Is no
pilots.
pilot takes that into account. For one thing, you'd have the problem of two moving bodies that you'd never be able to calculate on the fly ever, because then you have all the variables of wind speed, crosswinds, tailwinds, headwinds, and then the ground is spinning below you, and then you're moving. There's nothing ever that would ever be able to calculate that if you're flying. So,
no, you'd be
how could you
spinning
ever-
with.
If you're spinning with it, though, then that's immediately the denial of the existence of the Coriolis effect, which is the spin of the Earth.
Exactly. That's what gets me. That's what gets me so mad because it behaves as if it's not spinning. So how the fuck am I supposed to tell if it is? How am I supposed to tell if it is if it behaves exactly as it would if it wasn't? So it's mind bending. I know there's reasons and excuses like the conservation of momentum and this, that, and the other. But fuck it, yeah.
No,
I mean,
conservation of momentum that's another category, or it has nothing to do with it, because you have two different frames of reference.
yeah, I understand the different frames of reference in Coriolis, and that's what I'm sticking by. But the conservation.
Where's the
of momentum says that
conservation
because we-
momentum with the ball when it hits the ground? Because the kid couldn't. Right? Where's the conservation there?
It just disappears, don't you know, into another reference frame. Woohoo!
Did a quick calculation.
It disappears.
Miguel, I like what he just posted. I don't think I've ever seen that one before.
Where is it?
That's pretty good.
I
Can I
find
just
my
quickly
own
confirm that
Coriolis
when you're
good.
doing your PPL license for a private pilot's license, you never
Sorry?
ever take into account Coriolis effect.
You've never taken into account Coriolis?
Yeah, it's because
I've
the
been
Earth is not
on-
moving.
Or the curve.
I've been on hundreds of flights. I have pilots in my immediate family. There is no such thing as accounting for Earth curvature in, I guess what it was, aviation. They don't do it.
Certainly didn't see it in the Air Force when I sat up front with my pilots and such as their medic. I sat up there a lot, an awful lot. And I went around and round and round on this flat Earth.
If it were a globe,
Have
you
you
wouldn't
guys-
be here.
I should have seen it.
Right.
And I
Have
should
you
have
guys
felt
heard the
it because I've
theme?
flown so much. I know that any slight deviation, any turbulence, any movement up and down, we feel it instantly. I mean, you would know if they were nosing down. You would know if you were losing elevation. You do know when you're losing elevation.
Correct.
So you've done your PPL in America, right? Did you get that little booklet, or not a little booklet, big booklet, before you went and did your exam? And you had to study all the. Well, they give you this big booklet, and they get all the questions and answers. And so, it might be using fixed wing or.
What are you trying to say, mate? It's really struggling to understand what you're saying. What about you? We've done some exam before. What you on about?
I'm trying to speak.
You're about an exam you do before, something you study before your exam.
Well, in the USA, what
In
they
the
do,
USA, yeah,
they give you a big booklet before you go and do the your exam in America.
yeah, like your
And-
GCSEs, like when you're 2018 or something.
Yeah, but when you're doing your
High school.
PPL,
Okay,
they give you a big booklet, so you've got
Yeah.
to study. So all these questions and answers, you don't learn anything from it because all you're doing is looking at the question and answers.
Yeah,
and then you go and do your
like
exam.
Like an assignment.
Something like that, yeah.
So you have to figure out how to answer the answers by you looking at the information that you've been assigned. So you've been given a load of paperwork, you have to research, and then you have to answer the questions what you think accurately from what the question's saying. It's like an assignment, right?
No, you don't research it because all you do is look at the questions, look at the answers.
That's
It's
research.
memorizing trivia.
Look, I went
Yeah.
from
That's
a
research.
GPL in 2000. Had a book, and the book was full of how to communicate, what's the procedure for communication with towers and all this other stuff, how to do call signs, all this other stuff, radio procedure. That's mostly what it is. Because learning to fly is not something you can actually do in a book. You actually have
Amos,
to.
is that really you in that
Yes,
picture?
it's really me. What, in my picture? Yes,
Awesome.
it's really me. You mean the Roman Pepe?
Yeah, I'm just
No, I'm talking about the guy in the
was
picture hugging the not all there guy.
No, that's not me.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say that person does not sound like you.
No.
Ooh, God, he has a little chin thing that he's fucking with. Oh, that's so disgusting looking. Sorry. Go ahead, people. Talk about the Earth. Sorry about that.
Coriolis is like it would be like if we had a culture where we tested ourselves for thetans before every time, before we drove or something. Like you have to test for thetans before you drive. And then you have to get a number, and then you have to input it in the car. And the car calculates, your thetan level as you drive. And in the end, what's the purpose and what does it do? Nothing. Just a meaningless, made-up nothing.
I don't know, but I've
I'd
got
love the
mad
world to be
thetans.
round though. Like the thing is, for me, I still want it to be round. I want it to be exactly what they say it is, and I want it to be what I've learned it to be. But it doesn't. I'm not too sure it is. That's the thing. It's just like.
If I could just jump in quickly and check, is ASIC, 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 are you here? You're VC verified. ASIC.
Hello?
Hello, ASIC. How's it going?
Thanks, fine.
Welcome to the server. Do you got any questions about the Earth or points about the globe that you want to ask?
Oh no, I'm enjoying listening.
Okay, cool. Well, can I just then quickly check with Smile of Death? Smile of Death, did you ever manage to find an experiment for the refraction you were claiming?
Oh, I kind of forgot about that, but
Oh. That's not
Well,
very,
it's not
not
worth
very
proving things
focused
anyway, mate.
researcher, are you?
I went into a rabbit hole of learning about refraction and stuff.
Okay, did they mention an experiment?
Sorry, what?
Did they mention an experiment in any of your readings?
No,
about
I was
atmospheric
doing
refraction?
more of the math side of it.
Okay.
But I did think of something.
This isn't science.
Yeah, we like the reality side of things.
Calculating again, calculating.
I think he's confusing calculation for measurement. That's like a classic thing in scientism or,
If I have 2 apples, can you take 3 apples from me?
Oh no.
Do you even have 3 apples?
Smile of
Why
Death,
not?
did you
Why
hear
can't
that
you take
question?
3 apples?
Hold on. Smile of Death, did you hear the question?
Sorry.
No. It was like, I have 0 apples, take 3 apples, right? Something like that.
Yeah, if I have 3 apples, can you take, or if I have 2 apples, can you take 3 apples from me?
No, because you don't have 3 apples.
What? No. I said if I have 2 apples, can you take 3 apples from me? And the answer is
No.
just no. Not because of a because. It's just no, you can't. There is no because. It's just no. Can you
Math
mathematically?
is not reality.
Hold on. Can you mathematically?
Well,
answer is
if,
yes.
if you're trying to model
The
real
answer
life with
is
math.
yes. Oh, so you're saying math doesn't represent reality?
Okay, thank you for putting words into my mouth, but that is not what I said.
Well, it's what you agreed with, though.
Thank you for your feelings. Continue.
You can't look. You're not allowed in life to have contradictory opinions.
Contradictory to who?
Yeah, a contradiction means something is false immediately.
It's another fallacy.
Oh, never mind. I didn't understand.
On the one hand, you can't say, "Well, not all math is real, but some math is real." You can't have it both ways. It's a binary choice. Who invented math?
Who invented math?
Who invented math? Oh, you think math existed before people did? Do you?
Come on,
Are you seriously
man.
asking me who invented math?
I am asking
who
you.
did it? Which man?
Yes.
Yeah. Which man created the man-made construct of mathematics?
No. We don't have to be that specific. Who invented math before humans? Where did it come from?
Humans invented math, sure.
Okay.
Oh yeah, wow, I stuttered. That's a big deal.
Well, humans created math.
No, humans used math.
Wait.
to describe the real world.
Wait. Used math. Wait a minute. Hold on. Where was math before humans?
The concept of math was created by humans.
Concepts are ideas. Ideas have to exist in the mind. Without the humans, there is no mind.
Oh, okay, sure.
Where does math come from?
I don't think you understand what math
No,
is.
it's you who don't understand what math is, and it's because you're not a sophisticated thinker and you can't separate theory of mind.
Thanks
I
for
mean,
the
you can get. No, I mean, you can get it through to him. I think, Smile. If you just look, you understand what Meme's saying, right? About the difference between math on paper and reality that you might be able to apply some maths to, right?
Pseudo maths.
Sure, but I'm trying to say that the best way to model reality is through math.
What if it's abstract and not applied to the physical reality?
Well, abstract math can still be used.
reality.
You do realize in astrophysics, every 11 or 12 years, they get together and redo all their equations and change the entire universe, right?
Do they?
Yes, they do.
We did
Because I've read Hawking and I've read Krauss and I've read Hubble and I've read all these guys because I was a big fan of that stuff back in the day.
Okay, can you send me the name of the event or whatever so I can look it up for myself?
It's not my fault that you came in here not knowing anything, but I am not going to waste my life trying to show you.
Okay, thank you.
That's a door for you to walk through.
I've been in
Smile.
this
You can
for
go look
8
into that.
years. I didn't get it from anyone. I got it from myself, my research, my own.
I'm not going to tell him to educate himself. That what I'm saying is, do you think for some reason that the model of the universe hasn't changed in the past 100 years?
The model of the universe for humans has changed, of course.
It has changed. It's changed in the past 4 years.
Okay, so science is always changing. That's kind of the point.
That's not science, first of all.
Well, I'll
Is the
fundamentally
truth
disagree
always
with.
changing? Listen, is the truth always changing?
No.
Good. Then,
Hold
yeah,
on.
then
There
Hold
is
on.
hope.
Hold on.
that was a good answer.
That was
Here's the issue we're having here. One, he's not willing to admit he's wrong when he knows he's wrong.
He's a bit arrogant. You're right. He's a bit arrogant.
No, you
he
can do
knows
it.
math,
Smile.
he
You
knows math is
understand,
not
right?
reality. He knows math is derived from. It is derivative. It is not definitive. It is not the primary physical thing that determines what everything else is.
Yeah, you are having
Math
a kind of a
is-
hard time refuting it, kid.
Math is a concept, isn't it?
Okay, I already told you that.
Okay, so math is not real. Does not exist in reality.
Just because it's a concept doesn't mean it's not real.
It
It's useful.
literally
It's useful.
That's
but it's
exactly
not
what it
real.
means.
Does it
It's not
physically
physical.
exist? Does it physically exist?
The thing is,
No.
that's
Do governments physically exist? No. Do countries
That's right.
physically exist?
And hold
No.
on. And what does the word
No, you're
government
right.
mean?
Absolutely
Hold
right.
on. And what does the word government mean? It's gubermente. That's mind and govern.
Okay.
It is
well,
literally,
whatever.
in the very name of it says that it's not a real thing, that it's a conceptual idea.
Yeah. Okay, but they're still really useful.
Politic.
Nobody denies it's not that it is or isn't useful.
Yeah,
that's
that's what I'm
not the
saying.
point. It's a tool. It's a tool, and you don't seem to understand. It's a language to
That's the
describe
difference.
things.
Yeah,
It's a
the
tool.
difference is we agree that it's useful, but you're trying to say that it is a true representation of reality, which is not. It's a concept, and you need to
You
distinguish.
think the wrench represents the engine, essentially.
The what?
You think the wrench, the tool, represents the engine.
The engine being the universe and the wrench
Yeah.
being math?
Yeah, essentially.
Sure.
So you admit it.
That wasn't even me who said that.
Yeah, but I'm trying to categorize
guys,
what
let's
you're
let-
doing.
let's
You're
me
saying
and
that
him
something
go
that's
back and
useful,
forth.
that's a tool, is actually a
Reality.
description of the universe, which isn't. It's a tool to kind of help you navigate around the universe, but doesn't mean that it is the universe because it's a tool that you
Of course
use.
it's not
Maths
the
is a tool.
universe.
How do you know the model of the universe is correct?
I don't. That's the whole thing science is about, is improving the model of the universe.
That's not what science is about. Science is
No.
about validating cause and effect relationship in the physical and natural world.
That's basically the exact same thing.
That is not the
That's why
exact
it's
same
called
thing.
natural science.
How do you experiment with a
Science.
star? How do you experiment with a star?
How do you you can't, but
Okay,
you can
so
observe
it's not
how it
science.
acts
So it's not science.
And do what with that?
Yeah.
and use
So you
it
can
to-
observe it and then compare it to other observations. So you're just looking at stuff and saying what you think. Congratulations.
He's laughing, but listen, bro.
No, that
you're
was
quite
me. I
intelligent.
laughed.
Yeah, and I
I
know
laughed.
the guy who I thought it was the guy who's the Glober. The Glober, right? He's actually a smart guy, and I like the fact that he's got confidence. But you've got a bit of arrogance because you're talking to people that talk about this every day, and I think that's where you're just diving into this a few months in. I think you said you didn't listening for about a few months. These guys have been listening for a good 8 years, so it's like just try to have a bit more humility in it. Really, like I mean, it's good that you're confident that you think the Earth's round, but just try to battle your corner a bit better. Try to put together why you truly believe the Earth's round, and then discuss, and then see why it doesn't convince these minds of these people, and then if you want to get on board with why it's not convincing them and why it's convincing you, then you can learn something.
See, I'll admit that you guys know way more about me than like most people. You know, be quiet, please.
About you or the
Yeah,
flat Earth?
guys,
Sorry.
no, let's not jump in.
No,
I think it's
about
just,
like
Go ahead.
everything.
Go ahead, bud. I apologize. Go ahead.
About basically everything we've talked about. For instance, refraction, gravity, specific gravity. You know a lot of stuff, but the problem is you just seem to apply it wrong.
But you can't describe how we apply it wrong.
Apply it
because
wrong?
you
Show
assume
your
we would've known.
logic.
Guys,
Okay,
guys,
okay,
guys.
it's fine.
Let
I'll
let
leave.
me
was
let me
honest.
go with him. Let me go with him.
Don't
We'll just
let
have
this
a
mongoloid
one-on-one.
baby.
Oh no.
Yeah, just let's chill.
Hold on a second.
No, it's just
No,
that's
it's
funny because you
Hold on.
claim that we don't apply it right, but yet you don't know your model well enough to know when you're making a mistake and then admit it. See,
How do
that's
you
a
know we're
really
not applying it right?
because you haven't been right tonight on so
No, I
many
mean, I'm
fronts.
asking
I,
him.
I admit that you guys know more than me, but you apply your logic wrong.
Yeah,
But the
I'm
thing
asking him.
is,
How does he know we're applying it wrong?
Yeah, that's
the thing
contradicting what he just said.
Exactly. You guys know a lot more than
Yeah,
me. You're
Smile.
applying your logic wrong.
Let's
that's
give
the
us
arrogance
chance.
again.
Smile a
I
chance to
will say
respond.
it.
Smile. Could you
Yeah.
tell us how we're applying this wrong?
He's kind of
So
off the wall right now.
Okay, it's
Yes,
fine.
let
I'll
him
go.
go. No, Smile.
I'm
Go
not
and tell us
saying
why you
leave.
think. Justin, chill for a sec. Smile. Go and tell us how you think we're applying it wrong.
Okay, so you guys know a lot about the fact, right? You say 8 inches per mile squared. I didn't know that. Okay,
Yeah.
you know a lot about refraction. The guy with the accent.
Memes. Yeah.
No, not him. I don't know, Sasha, I think his name was. He knew a lot about that, right? But the thing is, you come up with the same like disproofs of Earth, right? You say, and you think I'm making logical fallacies when you're trying to use proof by contradiction, and then
You agreed you were using logical
That is
fallacies.
literally
What's that?
that is
You
literally.
contradict
Hold on.
yourself, right? When you say
Hold on,
that
Nels.
the refraction has nothing to do with the material, which obviously has everything to do with it. So you're saying we're applying logic wrong when really, in fact, we're trying to educate what you are getting incorrect. For example, you don't realize that maths is a concept. You think that therefore it proves something. It's reality. We've been trying our best to get you on board with the current rhetoric and the actual meanings of the words that you're using, and then you say we obviously know a lot more about it. But then wouldn't that lead you to suggest that that's why we don't come to the conclusion that it's a globe because we
He's
know more
not
about it?
seeking. He's not seeking information. I mean, what you're saying is, I totally agree with, and it makes sense.
Ideological validation. He doesn't even have a belief. Guys, people with beliefs know what their beliefs are. Like you talk to a Catholic, like a hardcore Roman Catholic who has beliefs, they can tell you every single belief they have. These people don't have beliefs. They are ideologically possessed by this.
Follow.
They don't even know why.
That's true. That's true, Memes.
But this is
He
it, right?
used to
It's
do
his
it
He's
too.
first
more like
night.
he's more like
Sorry, just very quickly. It's his
Well
first
said,
night. He's
meme.
just learned 8 inches per mile squared. You know, maybe. I mean, that's a seed. So whether or not he's wanting to accept it right now, I mean, if it's his first day in the VC, I mean, I guess he's maybe had a couple of months at it. But I mean, he's never going to walk away from this conversation the same. He's never going to see a horizon the same without having these questions pop up. So if he wants to pursue it or not, that's going to be up to him. But I mean, he's at least he's
Stay a
not rage
while.
quit.
Just
So.
stay a while. Smile.
I was planning on doing that anyway. I join every Friday,
Thank you. Thank you.
but the thing
Appreciate
is, the reason you guys haven't convinced me is because I still have the answers to my own questions.
We
We're not
don't have
trying to
to
convince you.
you.
That's
You
true.
have a belief. You have a belief though, because your knowledge base is not enough to even recognize that you have a belief.
I mean, everything is a belief. You guys believe the Earth
No,
is
he's
flat.
like a 90s TV show. He's beyond belief,
It's
guys.
different.
I
There's a
want to
difference.
believe it has a globe. I want to believe it's a globe, but the globe itself proves to me that it isn't.
It is extremely clear he does not have beliefs because he doesn't know them.
Okay,
He has beliefs.
so
He has
you
beliefs.
believe that the Earth is flat, right?
No, we know
Yeah,
it is.
No,
We get a
know it's
negative
flat.
hold on.
Yeah,
I
let
can
me
give
go.
you my answer personally. I don't know what
Sure.
the Earth is.
Good.
What do
That's
you
a
mean
good
the Earth?
answer.
What do you mean
Agree
the
with
Earth? I don't know what the Earth is.
Bingo.
Exactly. So you
Well,
shouldn't
that's what
say
we're
that.
saying, Smile. But you're the one that's coming up with saying, "Well, the light's bending around a curve because I know it's a curve." That's not admitting you don't know what the Earth is.
Smiley,
I'm
I
not
know what
saying
it
no.
is.
I'm not saying.
Hold on. I know what it is. It is excluded from being curved, though, because
The Earth.
if it were curved, it could be validated, and it can't be validated. Therefore, it can't be a curve.
I mean, it can be validated, but whether you're
How?
willing to accept the proof or not.
Again, you never
Hold on.
proved proof.
But you don't even know how to do that.
Yeah,
And
remember
you've
we went
admitted
through
it.
that, and you
And
said
just
you
keep
didn't
like,
know.
going through the same. It's like watching a kid go up the slide and down the slide and up the slide and down the slide and thinking it's going to come out different every time. You keep going through the same spiraling argument. And you keep trying to give a circular logic. You keep trying to just say, well, this is the proof of the proof is the proof of itself. Just tautological stuff.
Let me put it into words so you can understand. Okay, so
sorry.
Yeah, let me just real quick. Yeah, just real quick. So the Bible is true, right? That's the claim, and my evidence is because the Bible says that the Bible is true. That's how I know it's true. Do you see how that doesn't make sense?
Circular reasoning.
It's circular.
Yeah.
I thought most flat earthers were religious.
I was going to say to him as well that
But understand the point he's trying to
course.
make.
You need a crash course on begging the fallacy, because basically what you're saying is the Earth's a ball because the air's spherical, the ball's spherical because I know that the R's there because I'm using R. Like you're not proving that how you know the radius. You're just using a radius value without getting the radius value. So it's like you're just saying it's a ball because it's a ball, and that's what they're trying to say. You're just begging the question. So when you beg the question, it's actually it's a fallacy, because to prove that it's a globe first is what we need to do. Don't just use the you already know it's a globe calculations with something that you haven't proved. You need to show that working out without that preassumption.
Yeah, we went through the begging the question fallacy earlier, and he agreed. So he already knew that the argument for the curvature in any sense was a begging the question fallacy. So I mean that's just where you've come to, right? I mean there's no detectable curvature of what's said to be a ball, so that's a problem. We're not saying we know what it is exactly, but we can say what it isn't, and what it isn't is a ball. And where you go from there is kind of up to you.
What was I thinking? Okay, so the begging the question fallacy that you said that I made all the way back then, I still don't think it's a begging the question fallacy, because you were trying to use. I know. Please, can you please listen to me for this?
Yeah, we are. I'm just saying.
Just let me finish this quick point, and then maybe you can go with him.
Yeah, because I'm going after this anyway. Anyway, you guys took the globe model, said, okay, this is what we should see, and this is what we see, and those two don't match. That's proof by contradiction, right? But what you didn't take into account, which the globe model also includes, is refraction. You didn't take that into account, and that works.
You're begging the question of the curvature and the refraction and everything. That's exactly what we went through, and you realized and agreed when we went through this earlier.
No, I went through. I said that begging the question was a fallacy.
Refraction is not just begging the question; it's also ad hoc.
That's also what I said to him. Yeah, exactly. We're non sequitur, because we're trying to talk about the curvature, which you're imploring in your argument, but you have no curvature for that.
Essentially, when we get to the point where you concede that there's no curvature, but you're not taking into account this other variable that we invented, and that would be refraction. Yeah, you invented refraction about the mid 1850s. I read all the surveying manuals. I do surveying.
So the terrestrial fraction and the refraction you're convoluting. I think there is refraction, and we can all agree that wood rots, for example. But wood rotting is absolutely nothing to do with the other things. You know what I mean? So that refraction is different to the terrestrial refraction that you're referring to. So by saying refraction happens, we can agree on that. But you're convoluting that agreement to that's what we're seeing at the horizon. The refraction that you're seeing in the glass. It's a terrestrial fraction. It's a value in there that bends it perfectly over the curve to make it look flat. There's evidence that we've accumulated from like oil rigs 9 miles out into the sea. It's called the Black Swan.
Yeah,
and it all levels up perfectly. It just happens to refract at a perfect angle.
Yeah, and look, when we say something's contradictory, all that does is invalidates what you're saying. It doesn't prove what we're saying, but it immediately invalidates what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, if you haven't taken into account some portion of our argument, then
I don't have to take into account a claim. It's just a claim.
Okay, well, the entire point is to disprove a claim, right? The claim is
no. I don't have. Hold on. I don't have to disprove a claim. You could sit there and say you store unicorn farts in jars and they make rainbows. That's just a claim. I don't have to disprove that you do that. I'm just saying, no, you don't.
The
Yeah, we went over Hitchens' razor earlier, right? I said that I don't have to disprove something that you haven't provided any evidence for.
I mean, you're trying to disprove it. You've been trying to disprove it.
Hold on.
You've made a claim. You've made a claim there's a globe, right? And so, in a sense, we are trying to disprove a claim in a way, but we have already falsified as a contradiction. And and the thing that we're not taking into account, you're saying, is the terrestrial fraction that you don't even know about. You're just talking about refraction, which isn't the terrestrial fraction that you need to be talking about. And then you're saying there's something that we're not taking into account, and yet you're not even categorizing what you're taking into account accurately.
Yeah, exactly. You didn't even have it right in the first case.
You're right. I still don't know that much about it, but you still haven't taken it into account.
So you don't know much about it, but we know that we don't know.
Well, I know what you didn't
We
do.
don't need to take
It's like
into
me going up to my mum who
account.
bakes a cake and saying, "Oh, mom, you don't know how to make cakes, even though you just made this cake I'm eating." It's ridiculous.
Yeah, we don't need to take into account the claim of an ad hoc variable that is an unknown quantity.
When you're trying to disprove a claim, you need to take
I'm
all
not
of the
trying
claims.
to think very, very carefully. I want you to repeat this back to me. You're making the claim, therefore the burden of proof is on you. It is not the burden, it is not on me to disprove your claim.
Sure, it's not on the burden of.
Hold on. You're a pedophile. Disprove me.
Okay, bye.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. You can't? Guess I'm right. You see how stupid that logic is? You see how stupid that is? You
I
see why
understand.
in the Western...
Okay.
Hold on. In the Western civilized world, we try to think with our divine minds where we actually know how to think and we think honestly and not reptile brains. So I need
That's
you to come
racist.
into... I need you to come into...
Only in the Western world?
I need you to step into the 21st century, okay?
Where we're
and I want
not
you to
racist?
think. I do not have to disprove your claim. Now, how are you?
But you're still trying to.
No,
You're
I
still
am
trying
not
to,
getting
though.
it, dude. No,
he's just
we are showing you. We are showing you that your claim has a contradiction in it, which immediately invalidates it, even as a claim.
So you are trying to disprove the claim
That's
that the
not
Earth is.
proving.
No,
that's
we are
invalidating.
not.
We are invalidating your argument at its source. You don't even have an argument to make a claim.
That's the same thing.
That is not the same thing. I don't have to
Invalidating a
provide
claim and
positive
proving it
evidence for
wrong.
your claim that's all equations and nonsense. Because I can just go to the prior step before that and say the entire thing is invalid. Because you don't have cause to claim it.
The thing with Meris, right? He's very sharp and he's very, 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 very knowledgeable and very well, like, you know, by the definitions, you're talking him at the ultimate definition because words have meanings. So when he says something categorically, like he doesn't have to prove that you didn't jump from Africa to Jamaica. You know, you can't, you ain't going to prove that, but you can say that it's, you know, you can show you that it's inconsistent with like reality or whatever, and then that's it. He doesn't have to disprove it and go to prove that you never did it because it's a made up claim that you've made up. But he can still say that he still points out, well, obviously that's you're talking about refraction and not terrestrial refraction. So he just pointed out the things that you're not getting correctly in your own. This is your globe, your belief, what you believe.
This is kind of like when the IRS sends you a letter that gives you a bill that says prove you don't owe these taxes.
Do they actually do that?
Yes, they actually do that.
Oh, that's pretty stupid.
If you read all the fine print and put together, they're making a claim on a portion of your money.
Look. I'm not trying to say that the burden of proof is not on us, right? We said the Earth is a globe. We have to prove it.
Yeah.
But if you... Okay, please let me finish. But if you're trying to disprove it, regardless of whether we've proved it or not, you have to take into account the whole claim, which includes refraction, whichever kind of refraction it is.
No, we don't. No, we don't. You're trying to get us on board your straw man, and it's not going to happen. We don't have to take your whole fantasy model into account. That's like saying the only way we can prove Star Wars wrong is if we can also invalidate stormtroopers. Well, if I can't invalidate those, then I guess Star Wars is true.
No, if your entire reason...
Look, let me ask you something. Is atmospheric refraction in your model, is that a derivative of radius?
No.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes,
Atmospheric
it is.
refraction happens because
I
of different densities in
think
the
you
atmosphere.
need to go look at the equation for atmospheric refraction, and there's a big fat R in there.
R.
And it doesn't stand for retard.
There's that R again.
Please give me the. Actually, no, that'd be
There's
stupid.
radius.
Fine, I'll
There's
look it up.
radius. There's radius right in the equation.
Okay, what do you want me to look up? Equation for atmospheric refraction?
On you. Yeah, equation for.
Or just understand what he just told you.
It's you evoked it. You should at least know what it is. Invoked. Sorry, I said evoked.
That's some damn deafening silence.
I know.
I'm trying to I mean, if you think you can understand these equations any faster than I can, then go ahead.
But the only thing you need to understand is it has an R in it, and you don't
Hold on.
have that.
Yeah, that's it right there. Does it have an R in it? Yes, it does. That's radius. See, what you don't. Here's what you don't get. Atmospheric refraction is derived from the assumption of radius. So you first have to have the what?
Okay.
The foundation principle for it would be already having radius.
The
So you would
whole-
have to have, yes, you would have to have radius before you have atmospheric refraction because it only exists as an equation.
Yes. Makes it for a simpler conversation, doesn't it?
And that is why we are ignoring it, because we are not going to sit here and talk about derivatives. We only talk about principles.
Nope, R is not radius. R is not radius.
The axiom of your argument is radius, nothing else.
Literally, that's not true because
It
right
is
here.
true because
Okay.
everything else that you're arguing, hold on, everything else that you're arguing is derived from that key principle. If your radius does not work, everything that is derived from it fails instantly.
It's not derived from radius.
It is derived from radius.
Okay, look
Are you
at what
saying
I
atmospheric refraction has nothing to do with radius?
No, it doesn't. It's because it's literally caused by the change in density of the air because it's being heated up.
But you don't have proof of that. You don't have proof of that, though.
Okay, have you ever been above or have you ever seen a barbecue kind of thing? And you look above it and
Do you think that the air is 975 degrees?
What?
That's what you're seeing above a barbecue grill. You're seeing 900 degrees release. That is not what you're seeing when you look across an ocean.
Propane burns at 1200 degrees.
You're seeing the resolution of the eye where it can no longer resolve objects relative to the horizon. That is what is happening on the horizon. It has nothing to do with heat. That's not why that distortion is happening on the horizon. Wherever you got that information from is retarded.
That's what the R stands for.
That is what the R stands for.
Propane and propane accessories.
That's the calculator for a curvature of the Earth, bro.
So
And
propane
if you
burns
need it
at
more
1200.
simply, hang on,
Sorry, bro.
hang on, real quick. Sorry, no. You should go, but I just want to say, keep your eye on the voice text, Globers. We're posting some fire, some golden fire in there, so pay attention. Anyway, as you were.
So propane burns at 1200 degrees. And you see the helicopter engine and you see the sun wobbling behind it because of heat waves, and you know the engine in the helicopter is burning at a much higher degrees. Like I said, you don't, by what mechanism are you seeing light bend at 8 inches per mile squared? Because what we see is heat waves. There has to be an extreme thing going on, like a change of mediums, like between glass and water or water and atmosphere. or atmosphere and glass, or extreme heat differentials like the grill or the helicopter engine. By what mechanism is it causing the light to bend at 8 inches per mile squared, and how do we verify this? Because if I make the claim that I wear a size 12 shoe, right, and then I show up with a tape measure and it measures 8 inches, and I got little baby feet, right, then it's not true. If you can't verify it, it's not true.
No, what you do is you use a toy measuring tape.
What?
Measuring tape measures different. It's essentially what they do. They just change the they change the distances on the measuring tape. That's basically what they're doing, and then they're calling it reality.
I'm about to
They
get
apply
so
it.
fucking
They apply
high.
it where they apply it where everything doesn't work.
Watch out.
And then they call you crazy when you say, wait a minute, this isn't an inch. This is a toy tape measure.
Check.
Oh, shit.
Well, it's the bait and switch. You have practical measurements, and then they start calling calculations measurements. Just amazing that that the most hardcore. It's funny that the most hardcore ideologues are the ones with the least amount of actual tangible beliefs. Like I said,
Okay, my biggest.
If anyone wants to follow us on Instagram as well, by the way, just give us a follow, man. I post up boxing and I'd had to start a new account. Got banned for talking, but yeah, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, anyway, I would like to point at one thing, and that's the Earth curve calculators that Globers use to try to validate their imaginations, and what the Greeks and everybody in the past have used, is orthographic view, which does not account for perspective. So in their fantasy to justify their globe, the things don't shrink with distance, so they remain the same height. And that's just antithetical to what we see in real life, so that whole idea just doesn't work.
That's because Globers hate variables, right? That's why they hate it when we talk about the scientific method. Because when you start eliminating variables, you start eliminating globes.
that's because their entire platform is like a deck of cards of variables. Just add them all together, and you have something tangible. None of them are valid.
Yeah, the worst part is they've taken this deck of cards and they've built a giant house of cards out of it. Now when we take one card from the bottom, the whole thing falls.
Okay, so the last thing I want to say before I go, because I really have to go now. The biggest proof is that NASA landed reflectors on the moon.
That's such
We can
an
just prove
awesome
that one
story.
too.
How can you prove it?
Okay, so those reflectors are purported to be 2 foot by 2 foot square and have round lights on them, or round reflectors on them, right?
What
I
date did
guess
they
so,
actually
yeah.
take the first
Yeah.
bounce?
Okay, so the moon is traveling the speed of a bullet, perpendicular to anyone standing on Earth. So if you're going to shoot a laser at it to reflect it, you have to hit a 2 foot wide spot, 238,000 miles away, with no attenuation apparently, because this has to bounce back you at an object with a curved surface that's moving the speed of a bullet. Right?
Light is a lot faster than a bullet.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Is that what I just said, though?
You could dodge a bullet, you could dodge the light.
I need to be sure that you understand this. So I want you to repeat back to me all the variables.
Y equals mx plus
No.
b.
Every
I don't know.
You have an object that's reported to be 238,000 miles away. It's moving the speed of a bullet. It has a 2 foot reflector. on a curved surface, how are you bouncing the light back to you?
Because it's basically point and shoot because light is really fast.
Really? So you could get a little, I don't know, let's say you had a mirror the size of a grain of sand and you stand 10 football fields away with a laser. Do you think you can shoot that laser at that grain of sand and bounce it right back to you?
Yeah, if you have precision equipment.
No.
Hell to the no.
No, you can't. It will never happen.
2 football fields away, a grain of rice? Absolutely.
I didn't say grain of rice. I said a grain of sand, first of all.
Grain of sand,
And it doesn't
fine,
matter.
whatever.
And it doesn't matter.
Moving.
Because how are you shooting at something straight? Now mount that piece of sand on a ball. It's got and then a little piece of sand is a flat surface.
I don't get this argument anyways. If you're going to invoke
That would have
fucking atmospheric refraction.
Well, we're going to get to that. He's not even accounting for the fact that he's claiming there's refraction. So how is the laser going? First of all, where he wants it to go. How did you account for the refraction when you're shooting this laser, by the way?
Atmospheric refraction is fairly okay. Actually, no. There's more of it. Yeah, okay.
You're just going to guess. You're just going to guess and like just vomit out some word salad, aren't you?
Is this Memulos, by the way, or whatever your name is? All right, yeah. You've been really like.
It's Mimus.
No, the reason he's so militant because he does this day in day out, and as I said, I've heard him. He's really good at it. Like what he's doing though, he's taking you to the extreme to the point where you ain't even like you can't keep up with what he's arguing about because he's on the extreme end of like what the rhetoric is that you're using. To basically, it's all the same stuff. Like you're gonna spew out some shit, which is what all globers do. Oh yeah, it's because of the intergalactic fucking refraction indicus of the microwave background bullshit, and it's the same shit. Really.
Instead of commenting on what his personality is or whatever, he was being incredibly reasonable in every way. Smile and Death, why don't you respond to the substance about what he said about your claim about the reflectors on the moon?
And don't Todd Howard me. Don't say it just works.
Why would I say that?
Because we're used to hearing it, right? People don't even know their model, right? But they believe it. It's like a person who never read the Bible, but they believe everything that's in there, even though they haven't read it.
Let me give you a scenario here, Smiley. Let's say you have a mirror in your house and you shoot a laser at it. You could probably get the laser to shoot directly back at you, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you would have to be in a 180-degree line with that, wouldn't you? Absolutely straight to get it to shoot absolutely straight back to you.
Okay.
Correct?
Yeah.
If it's tilted even a degree, is that laser going to go back to you?
Probably not.
No. 238,000 miles away. A 2 foot by 2 foot mirror on a curved surface, moving the speed of a bullet.
Oh, I'm dumb. Probably okay. Yeah, keep going. You keep going.
No, you tell me how that works.
Oh,
and
okay.
by the way, after that, you can tell me how the University of Oxford was shooting radio waves at it before then. Before the 1960s, in the 1950s, in 1948, I think in 1954, they were shooting UHF and lasers at the moon and bouncing them back.
Okay.
So
because the
moon,
moon,
something else that we're doing with it. That's what you got to understand. Is like, remember, all this stuff has already been done before us. We've got in this world, all the rules are set out for us, but we've kind of switched on that. You know, the history's kind of been dodgy, and the things that they're teaching aren't that very good in schools, and now obviously the history of like how the world shaped hasn't been taught. Like in flat, I never learned in flat Earth. Every other cosmology, like Egyptians had flat Earth, and all these other people. So that it's like everything's already been written for us and already found out for us. So they could have easily done that with this subject here, which is what is it about? By the way, I forgot the subject title that you're on about.
Reflectors.
Yeah, the moon. Yeah, so maybe they've already found out some experiments of the moon, basically, and then now they've used that against them, in their artillery to try and prove it as a globe proof. But really, it's just there's something about the moon that's always probably had some sort of communication.
Well, just quickly, if I can jump in, because I want to hear an answer to Meme's question. So, Smile, you just agreed that if the flat mirror in your house is slightly tilted, that laser is not going to go back to you. But if it's a 2-foot squared mirror on the moon on a curved surface, 250,000 miles away, moving at the speed of a bullet, you think that would go back to you?
Actually, I kind of changed my mind in between, but I don't
Okay.
understand why. Okay, yeah, I don't understand why you guys keep bringing up speed of a bullet because that doesn't really matter.
How fast is the moon? How fast is the moon moving relative to the Earth in your
It
model?
doesn't matter. Speed of light is really, really, really fast.
Hold on. It's not that. It's how fast can you actually calculate? How fast can your machinery or your computer aim? Because it's not the speed of light.
That's why you aim ahead.
So you're leading off the moon.
Yeah, that's what you have to do.
So
lead
you're
the shots.
so
The
you're
thing is, though,
okay.
no,
So
it's a
you're
known thing. If
admitting.
you're gonna aim at, hold on, he's right, because you're going to aim at something, you have to lead your shots. I know this as
I understand, but in that answer, you're admitting that the laser light is not hit scan. It's not instantaneous.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. Also, that's also a very good counterpart. So he said the light's so much faster that therefore you shouldn't have to lag it. Really, you shouldn't lag into the mirror.
Yeah. If you were leading it and you shot light, you'd miss.
I think
If
it
you were
does take
leading
a couple seconds. So yeah.
It takes a couple.
So then it's not coming back to you. If it takes a couple seconds, it can't possibly come back to you at that speed.
Right.
Well,
And
okay.
don't forget, let's not forget something either. In your model, you're also moving through the universe, and the solar system itself is moving at half the speed of light.
Okay.
And really quick, Smile, I just wanted to point out here straight from Wikipedia, everybody knows is pure fact. It does say that the calculation of terrestrial refraction is R, which is the radius. Yes.
Can I get that Wikipedia page?
And that's what Nathan Oakley goes on about all the time. Like they just pulled this R out of nowhere. It's never been actually calculated by. You can't actually physically find R. There's no radius value.
So above that, don't get confused because they do have just calculating refraction, and refraction does not mean, or R does not mean radius in those calculations. But in the terrestrial section, it does mean radius.
Yeah, and just quickly, just to highlight, I mean, Smiles just admitted essentially that he's kind of agreeing with what we're saying now that we're explaining to him, and that's just the process, Smile, right? You kind of think of another thing that you're like, wait, this is what proves the ball, and then when you speak to us about it, we'll explain, yeah, we looked at that as well, and this is what we found. So, well done on, well, I think you were saying that you kind of agree that sounds ridiculous, that they would be shooting a laser before they even claimed, to put a reflector up there at those distances and those speeds, just absolute craziness, which you can't verify anyway. It's just another unverifiable story. But I think you were agreeing with that, so good job.
He was
yeah, I actually kind of. Okay, yeah, you go.
Yeah, Smile. It's nice to hear that you're kind of like just chilling out a bit now. But don't be so defensive about it. I think if you really are interested in finding the shape of the world, this is the place. This is the guys to talk about it. Globers will tell you the same globe things you already know all the time. They'll never tell you how to unthink or how to unlearn or to think a bit differently. Like when you started to realise yourself your understanding of it, you started to say light was instant. That was a good point. I heard it. You felt like it went on deaf ears with Memes, but it didn't. But then it come back to shoot you, didn't it? Because obviously the delay. If it's so instantaneous, it shouldn't really have a delay. But then you have to lead it. So there's things like you can accept things on face value with all the experiments and all the experts that have done it. But personally, myself, I've looked at the same exam paper as my friend, and I've interpreted it easily, and he's interpreted it difficult. So sometimes, even if he might be better at the job than me, but just because I've interpreted something differently doesn't mean I'm better or whatever. But anyways, it's getting too complicated.
So. Yeah, Smiles. So if you can think of another thing that you're like, okay, what about this? Does this prove the globe? Feel free to throw that out. But also, if Damsel Medic or Dandelion or any of the ladies are wanting to jump in, ask or comment on anything, feel free.
Mm-hmm. The last thing I want to say about the reflector was that maybe, and this is pure speculation. I don't actually know because I wasn't in the project or anything. But it's possible it could have been used as just like a mirror to see like the sun, right? So if you look at it, you should be able to see either the stars or the sun.
So you're guessing on what they did?
Yeah,
I don't know. And then making a postulation on how that might make the Earth a globe?
It's possible. I'm sure there's many details
okay. Really quick. Oh, go ahead, Jenny.
I was just sitting here wondering, I'm not trying to be rude to who was just talking just now. What's his name?
Yeah,
Lyle.
me.
Yeah. Um, is he the only Glober in here right now?
I
Yo,
think
yo,
so.
yo, yo.
There we go. Okay, hi.
Oh well. I'm not
Let
here for
Smile.
debate
Let's
tonight. I'm here for
let Smile make
spectation.
his point, and then
Oh
we
yeah,
can get
no,
to the other guy.
you know what?
I
Thank you for saying that. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay.
Sure.
I'm just here to
Yeah.
mingle. You know, y'all my flat boys and whatnot. You know.
No, Wolfgang is right.
Okay, I was just gonna finish my point that first off, you're making a leap in assumptions. You're saying the Earth is a globe because of the moon, something about the moon, something about people going to the moon, but we have air pressure. We have gas pressure here on Earth, right?
Yeah.
So you can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a solid barrier between the two.
Well,
So how'd they
Oh.
get to the moon?
What do you mean? Wait, so for some reason having atmosphere in a or a pressure in a vacuum means that you can't go to the moon?
Yeah. It debunks space. It debunks their notion that space is a vacuum.
Well, can we let Deuce Vault continue with him on that point, because that's a good one to get to.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
so
I
you have
really have to go soon.
okay, really quick though, and this is just food for thought for you. You have the second law of thermodynamics, in which any system, high will flow to low, high pressure will flow to low pressure, heat will flow to cold. It's the second law of thermodynamics, or the law of entropy, right? So you have a gas system, air pressure here on Earth, 14.7 pounds per square inch at sea level, and that is next to a vacuum. And if we think about any type of gas system, it will fill its container. Well, its container is the void of space, right?
Yeah.
So it should logically flow to it.
Well,
correct?
So in the flatter, well, if you're looking at the globe Earth model, remember you have to take into account everything. And in the globe Earth model, mass attracts mass, right? So all the gas.
No, hang on. You can't make an assertion. Okay, mass attracts mass has been superseded by Einstein's the bend in space.
Relativity, yeah.
Fine, I'll talk around it. Fine. The Earth bends space-time such that the gas is going towards it. Fine. You want me to talk around it? Fine.
No, I don't want you to talk around it. You can say mass attracts other mass if that's your belief, but you can't ever show the cause of any. You can't show an independent variable to manipulate in any example of an experiment. So you can't show that that's the truth. But and I'll take your argument at face value. If you have gravity, which is a pseudo force in this instance, but it's all forces, all energies work based on the inverse square law, right? So it's going to be stronger here at Earth, closer to the surface than it is, above the thermosphere, right?
Yeah.
So its strongest area is around the surface. But how is it stopping all of the gas from the very thermosphere? If the gas is rising to the thermosphere and stopping there, that doesn't make any sense.
And to add to that, listen, wait there one sec. You also need an equilibrious, harmonious state on the upper layer of the atmosphere. I.e., if you're going to assert that gravity holds in all the gases to this planet, right? You are going to then have to assert and understand that gravity, also the vectors of gravity of other celestial bodies, would also affect those gases. I.e., the moon skating along the upper layer of the atmosphere itself would be an entropy aiding machine, ceasing any ability for an equilibrious state of gases up on the upper layer of the atmosphere. We would have multiple vectors of different celestial bodies affecting the way those gases, effectively the way that they're stood. So even if we gave you gravity, right, you're still ruined, because it would aid toward entropy. Just a tiny hole, right, in that little barrier of yours called gravity. The whole load is rushing out due to the what? Entropy. Okay? The gases will seek to fill the
does a lot with the
privation.
gravity and the moon, but for some reason the gases don't have no effect with the moon. It is a bit contradictory, isn't it? All of a sudden, it's working as like a big ocean, like the gases. They do try to say it's like fluid, isn't it? They try to say that the atmosphere is almost fluid-like, and that's why it's acting as one large mass moving with the rotation of the Earth. So the gravity is doing so many things. It's taking the gravity with it, and it's also going in all directions at the same time. And it's also not being pulled on by the moon, but the ocean is being pulled on by the moon. But the gases isn't. But the gases are working as one large body, as like the ocean is.
The tides are caused in the globe model.
Guys,
Let's get
2
back
seconds.
to the topic.
Yeah, can we let Deuce finish the point with him?
Let's finish the point. Yeah, I only wanted to add those two words.
No, that's fine. So, I mean, what you would have was almost instantaneous gas pressure flowing to fill its container, which would be the vacuum of space. So, how could they get to space without going through a solid barrier? Which brings us back down to Earth and what you're talking about, gravity. Now, gravity, as I said, you have no ability to show any causality for it. You can only show correlation, such as dropping something and saying that is gravity. So you believe in space, you believe in moon landings, you believe in gravity. All of these things cannot be verified. They're not repeatable or falsifiable by you, so they're just a belief, right?
You're right. They're not
Okay,
repeatable.
and that's perfectly understandable for you to take at face value what you're told, but it is upon you to verify to the best of your ability the veracity of what you're told, right?
Yeah.
Because it's your belief. If you're taking it on as your belief, you take on the responsibility of the verification of its veracity. So, what I'm proposing to you is that you just give it a good think. I know you got to leave, but give it a really good thought on exactly how. Because you can drop a pencil, like I said, but there's no difference between that pencil dropping with gravity or without gravity if you have, density and buoyancy at play, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because you can let go of a balloon and it goes up. Density and buoyancy at play. Drop a pencil, above the water, and it stops at the water. You drop a rock above the water, it goes through the water. Buoyancy and density at play.
Yeah.
The air can not. It doesn't have enough density to stop
argument
that.
kind of dies down with directionality. Though density doesn't give directionality. I think that's the best counter argument from the globe.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, but I wanted to save time.
Okay.
Okay. Regardless, you have no ability to show its cause. They spend billions of dollars trying to show its cause and have yet to have anything definitive that they can point to.
Gravity's
Well,
cause?
wait there a second. We can change vector using density. Actually, we can actually. I could fill up a room with gas. I could then introduce heat to the right hand corner of that room at a 45-degree angle. I could then drop a ping pong ball. That ping pong ball's vector would change based upon the dense layer of that gas being at a 45-degree angle. It would affect its vector. But then you could also state, this is where people start talking about incoherent dielectric currencies, which is that everything's electrically statically charged. You can show exactly how weak gravity is, right? Okay, gravity is even announced as being the pseudo weak force, weaker than that of electrostatics. We can prove this. How? Well, we can get a balloon.
Yeah.
A balloon, you could get a balloon and drop it, it would fall to the ground, right? Yeah, you get that same balloon, rub it on your head, stick it to your body, and it won't fall, right? You could displace that same balloon with about 10 milligrams of weight, right? So gravity effectively isn't able to overtake something that if I apply 10 milligrams of weight to it, it will displace. So we can show that electrostatics are, I think, 10 to the 38th power stronger than the pseudo force of weak gravity, the weak pseudo force of gravity. That's how they ascribe it themselves, right? So is the floor itself electrostatically charged?
No.
I'd suggest there's a lot of electrostatic stuff going on.
Is there right? But what is the store? Is the floor? Is there electromagnetic?
I
on
think
the floor.
everything's kind of electric on a certain level. Yeah, I think static electric. You can have the Earth.
That's where
has
you
its own
ground
static
things to,
electric.
right?
That's how pyramids used to get the electric from the natural weather. They used to get the
So
electric.
could
the
that
gold
not be the
tips.
directionality? Is my point. If I can create a vector of a balloon sticking to my chest, i.e., it doesn't move because it's sticking to my chest because it has an electrostatic charge, right? If the electrostatics are 10 to the 38th power stronger than the pseudo weak force of gravity in the numbers, theoretically, could we not assert that that could be the cause of directionality?
Well, I would say, okay, I'm gonna make one last statement because I really, really have to go. But I think it's kind of weird that you talk about density, and because everybody talks about density here, right? Why would density give the downwards vector its magnitude,
Directionality.
but huh?
Why would it give it the directionality, the downward? What you're saying, the gravity that you're inserting.
We'll just
Otherwise, if you
we'll
take
let
away
him get
gravity,
out.
go on, Eric.
Right. So why would density give the downward vector the magnitude, but electrostatics would give it the downwards part of the vector? Exactly.
Everything we live in an electric system. Everything flows to the ground.
Everything
Yeah.
flows to the ground. That's kind of my point. So you've got the
But
relativized
that's
density.
well beyond the point. It's esoteric,
from
and we really don't have.
Yeah.
We
Gas
really
is
don't
gas,
have.
is it not?
Let Deucefault finish it off because that was
We
the
really
point
don't.
he was on.
All that stuff is really esoteric, and we really don't have any claim to it. The fact is that we know that the impetus for the thing falling is that we dropped it. The fact that it falls is because it's not supported. Buoyancy and density. As soon as it hits something
Almost feel like
supporting it,
that's
no
on
longer
purpose.
falls.
And
And we dropped it, so that's why it fell. But that doesn't prove anything because we
Anyway,
didn't
I have a
manipulate
single
an independent
question,
variable.
if he's not gone yet.
I'm
Sorry,
not gone.
Jace. Deucefault was
Do you
just in the
understand?
middle of something. I don't know if you heard.
Are you still here?
I'm still
Drace.
here.
Small death. Do you
Drace.
understand?
Wait there a
Yeah.
sec, Drace. I think Drace has got theirs. Well, you know that glitch where that thing happens because Drace doesn't talk over
Yeah.
people ever.
Drace,
So-
you might not be able to hear Deucefault, so just double check.
Hello?
Got him. Can you hear Deuce?
Well, all he's got to do is Drace. All you got to do is
Is-
click there.
is everybody
and then
roboting?
see if he's muted. No, you're not
See if Drace
roboting.
is still here.
Somebody posted some fucking funny joke because we're on about
No, someone's
gravity
maybe up
going
with
down. and that.
Drace's
Gravity
mic.
going
Deuce, do
down
you
and-
want to finish off?
I just want to say, Smile. You know, I'm glad that you've conceded.
Deuce, Jay as well has changed his change of manner. I could have sworn Wolfgang just asked Day as Fault if he wanted to. Since Smile said he had to leave, just give him some parting words and wisdom on the way out the door. I'd love to hear that.
What's going on? How come everybody's all talking weird?
I don't know. There's something going wrong with the connection. I think. Mate.
Hello, Mary Mum.
Hold on 2 seconds, guys. Is Deuce still here?
That's what I'm saying. He's not answering.
Yeah,
he's lighting up and not making any sound. You're right. Maybe he thinks he is giving us words of wisdom. We just can't hear them. Oh, how sad.
Yeah, that's tough, Deuce, if you're talking. We can't hear you.
Quit your Discord entirely.
Okay, but I mean, I really have to go.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Smiley. Come back anytime, right?
All right, see you guys. It was
Sorry
nice
about that.
talking.
See you later,
Have a good
Smiley.
one. Ladies, you just want to go?
Yeah, Dash, you are lighting up, but you're not coming through, bro.
Can you hear me now?
There we go. A lot better.
We
Something
can
just
now, yeah.
happened.
Oh wow, that was annoying. We wanted
Did
you
you
to
say
give me some
something really
parting words of wisdom.
Oh my fucking god!
I bet it was good.
I bet he did. I bet it was
He'll
good.
come.
Don't know
He'll
what
be back.
happened,
Everybody quit and come back.
but it
Ready to
got
go.
better, then it got worse again. I bet you China's hacking.
Yeah, probably.
I just wanted to have him clarify that is his claim that gravity can hold greater pressure and overcome the second law of thermodynamics? And if so, can you show us some experiments or proof of this?
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Yeah, I think he's had to go, but we might have some other people in here. So I don't know if someone wants to go through the list.
I do have to
Right,
say it
who
was
we got in
enjoyable
here?
talking with him. He's an enjoyable fellow, actually, even though he is got a little arrogant sometimes. I still really enjoy it.
We've got Alex Jones in here.
I think he said he was listening.
Oh, really?
I don't know, Alex. You got any questions, comments?
No. If I start talking, I'll be in here for fucking 2 hours. Sorry, trying to be bolder.
No, you can have a quick chat. I mean, there's no time limit. It's your choice.
I don't know, man. I'm just kind of observing, trying to construct questions of my own, I guess.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, welcome to the server anyway.
Hello,
Who
I've
else
been
have
here
we
like
got?
We've got the
3 days,
dabbing
man.
otter. We've got the
Some good
dabbing
people.
otter.
And he's
So,
busy playing Fall Guys for the last 22 hours.
Damn, 22
wow.
hours. That's quite a stretch, dabbing guy. You have any time for dabbing in that 22 hours? You hear dabbing otter? Want to say hello? Oh, he needs to be unmuted, doesn't he?
I just unmuted him.
Dabbing otter, you around?
Hello?
Was that dabbing otter?
No, I'm trying to summon him. Hello.
Okay, what about Witness? Witness, are you here? Can you talk? Say hello. Witness?
I guess it's a load of nine.
I guess not. I'll pop him back on mute. Feel free to try him again.
Hank on a hill, are you around?
Yeah, bro. What's up?
I'll give you a call.
Hear me?
I heard you there. Well, I guess someone's going to have to pretend to be a Glober. Matthew Learns, are you here?
Can y'all hear me?
How's it going?
Hey, how's it going, Matthew? What you thought of the conversations tonight?
I heard a little bit of what Smile was saying. He was doing okay.
Sounded
It
all
sounds
right,
like
right?
He's new to some of those arguments, but I think he did fine.
And I thought it was a decent conversation. And we're here 24/7. We really need to pad it out. He was a good few hours of content. It was touch and go with Meme there for a second. We got back on track.
Yeah, exactly.
And Meme was getting through to him, right? I mean, he was agreeing. Yeah, of course, actually, they didn't shoot a laser at the moon. So, it was pretty good for a first time I've heard him on anyway.
Yeah, I don't know much about that laser experiment either, but yeah, sounds good.
Well, they tell this story about how they flew to the moon in a tin can in the 1960s, and they placed a mirror there, and now they can shoot it from Earth with a laser, a 2-foot square mirror, 250,000 miles away, moving at the speed of a bullet on a curved surface, and get a return. So, I mean, it's a kind of crazy story just on its face. Not to mention the fact that you can't verify it, even if you wanted to.
Yeah, you'd need a radio telescope or laser, something to, fancy equipment to verify
You
it.
need a James Bond villain level of laser to even think about how you could fail to do it. There's just not any chance.
It
So the
makes
rest of their
sense to me.
stories. Yeah, well. How much is that worth? No offense. That's not to you personally. That's just to anyone saying, well, makes sense to me. If there's
No.
zero proof for it whatsoever.
It's internally consistent within the globe model. Maybe I'll say it that way.
This guy's called JFK was AFK. That's not bad. JFK was AFK, are you here?
I'm eating.
That's one of the best.
Oh, right. Okay, no worries. Well, when you're finished, come talk to us. You've got a good name. I'll leave him off mute. Hopefully he doesn't go crazy.
I don't like that Wolfgang is the only one that gets to talk because he's in the EU, so he's not roboting.
Please take over, Deuce.
No. It keeps on roboting periodically, so.
No, you're fine now. You're sounding good.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, right
are
now.
we coming in clear?
Yeah, I think
everyone's
everything's
coming
good
fine.
now.
Yeah, I hear everybody loud and clear.
It's like 3 a.m. for me. I don't even know what I'm doing up. But yeah, there's some good conversations tonight. And Deuce, I think you were getting through to him at the end there as well. He's going to be thinking about all that gas pressure when he's lying in bed. Like, ugh. That doesn't make any sense.
Somebody didn't want Deuce to finish his point, and that's fucking obvious as all get out.
That's why they switched the servers to EU. Just kidding.
Well, whatever the
I was
deal.
trying to help you.
You were literally at the climax of that point, and then, I mean, it's just...
That sucked. But
anyway, that was good stuff.
Thank you.
Yes, maybe clip that one. Someone put it on the board somewhere. Wherever that board is.
Definitely clip it out.
Clip it and ship it.
Oh, Jeff Bezos it.
JFK was AFK. Are you a brand new member here in the server?
Yeah.
Cool. What brought you here?
I'm still eating, but my friend sent me the link, and I was just listening and seeing viewpoints, I guess.
What does your
How
friend
much-
look like? Is
What
your friend
percentage of your meal is left?
Quite a lot actually. I just got home, so.
hot? Is your
All right,
friend
finish it
hot?
up,
Why
we'll
won't you
talk to
answer me?
I'm not much of a talker, but
Is your friend hot?
he's a good-looking man.
Okay.
Cool.
He's in here.
Is he
Right
here
on.
now? He's in here?
Oh, he's in here, but I won't tell you
Okay.
who.
Hey, Alex
It's
Jones.
like a low game.
You shut the hell up. Don't look at the audit logs, man.
This Alex
Come on
Jones is
now.
much funnier than the real one.
Yeah, I like him better too.
Well, neat.
Was anybody trying to talk to me through that robot thing? I heard my voice like once or twice, but
I was trying to talk to you the whole time. Yeah, I was trying to introduce you, get you on the stage,
thank you.
do a song and dance. Yeah, I set you up multiple times to say a really profound thing. Did you say the profound thing?
No.
Too bad. Do you have anything profound to say now?
I mean, every little pearl is just it just drips, you know. I'm just dripping of profound things to
Yes.
say.
Well, if you think of one, let us know.
Okay,
We'll be here.
I'm just drinking my water.
Okay.
That's all we can do, brother.
My wawa for my baba. So ladies' night didn't have enough ladies.
That
guess
is
not.
correct. Yeah. Are you going to recruit us some more? Where are you going to get them?
I mean,
I can identify as a lady for 4 hours if you want.
ladies are hard to find nowadays.
Yeah.
Where are they?
Well,
Do you think
please,
they all went to an
They're all
island?
they're all on Instagram and OnlyFans.
Oh, right. We don't pay enough here. That's what the problem is, right? We expect people to show up for free, not advertising their wares.
I'm sorry. I meant women people.
Yeah.
Ladies are a rare breed.
I think I know what you meant as well, and I agree.
So, are we still spinning on this flat plane of existence?
Nah, dog.
We're stationary.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
Why?
Why?
Yeah, I don't know why either, but it is
don't
the
know.
observed reality.
I don't know why we'd be spinning either. So
Why would we be stationary though?
why would we
Because
be
you're not
spinning
moving?
though?
Yeah, you
That's
don't
when
detect
we
yourself to
talk.
be moving, right? Yeah, but we've never, when they told us that, they just told us it, right? They never actually said, and we know this because they just told us it.
Yeah, but seasons.
Yeah, right. The lights in the sky are moving. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But we're not. Observably, detectably. Do you get that? Like when you go outside, you lie down in a park or something, you don't feel like you're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour.
But what's causing the clouds above us to move throughout the day?
Wind. Thermal
dynamic system.
conditions.
Thermal conditions. All right.
Gas pressure, air pressure, fluid dynamics.
If the sun moves, so will the wind.
We've already covered gas pressure. Okay. All right.
I
Did
was
we?
just answering the question.
If we were to be spinning, which way would we spin?
Okay, let's take this head on. All right. First off, if you no, listen.
Is everything else around us spinning still?
Quiet, puppy. Okay, if you have circular motion, you have a state of constant acceleration because you're always changing vectors. You know, when you spin something on a rope, you let it go, it will shoot off in a straight line in that direction. That's what's happening the whole time you go around in a circular motion. You're in a constant state of changing directions, so you're always in a state of acceleration, or a constant acceleration. Because of that, your body would feel it. This story about going down the street in a car and not feeling it, well, that's not exactly true. You do feel it, but it is a limited feeling. Nonetheless, that's not what's happening. You have to go around a track really fast in a tight motion to simulate what would be happening here on Earth, because at the equator it's going around 1,000 miles an hour, right? Right, Alex?
Right.
Okay. Everybody on Earth would feel that. Everybody. Because you have a constant change in direction. Circular motion. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's slight. If you feel a 5 mile an hour change in direction, a 2 mile an hour change in direction, you still feel it. When you turn your head, you notice that your head has changed direction. If you change your body, you can feel it. So the slightest change you feel, much less these astronomical speeds. I'm just talking about the speed of the rotation of the Earth, not to mention it going around the sun, not to mention the sun going around the galaxy or the center of the galaxy, and that galaxy moving at astronomical rates. So there's multitudes of motions going on, and those motions each get particularly larger. They get exponentially larger as you go out, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's astonishing speed, what they say we travel. Astonishing. All in multiple directions. All in circular motions.
And yeah, we don't detect a thing.
What causes the tides in the ocean on this platter?
Valid question. Most likely air pressure differentials.
We don't know what causes the waves.
We don't have a cosmology to sell you to replace your belief and your religion that you're coming from. So we just can tell you what we know and what we don't know to be not true. Well, like they told us.
Well, I'm not here to be steered one way or another. I'm just here for, I just want to hear your guys'.
What do you think tides? What do you think causes tides?
I mean, what causes tides? I mean, I honestly, I'm ignorant to what causes tides fully. I mean, I know it's got some, the in correlation to, I don't know. Let me Google it. Let me Google it. So I'm not sounding like a total effing retard. You know what I'm saying? How?
If you Google it, you'll sound more like a retard. Why don't you just tell us what you know?
What I know?
No, that's fine. Let him Google it. Let's see. You can figure it out how he wants, and then we'll go through it.
The moon's gravity pulls the ocean towards it during high tides. During low tides, the Earth itself is pulled slightly toward the moon. Yeah, so it's Earth's the way the moon's gravity is affecting on Earth.
And how do you validate that with experiment? What's your independent variable?
What's your independent variable for everything you're saying, I guess?
I didn't know a question was an answer.
And we said we didn't know, so we don't need an independent variable for what we don't know.
I mean, yeah.
Also,
that's valid.
you got
That's
told
okay.
that the
Yeah.
gravity caused the tides in school. We got told this, I got told this, but then I went on to look at the tides and the data coming from researchers in the field, and it doesn't correspond with what I was led to believe, that there's a giant bulge going around the globe. So look into tidal notes and then know that you're wrong.
So, due to the heating and cooling of water, large bodies of water, you're gonna get waves sometimes. That is just how it is.
See, when you put it
Yep.
that way, that does make sense. The heating and
Right?
cooling.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, so you
But
have.
listen, I didn't need to replace that, by the way. Gravity's unproven, so we don't need to go there. But even if we do, it loses anyway. So, continue.
Alex.
My questions are answered or not answered, but my questions have been fulfilled as far as now.
Okay. Now, what Miguel Sousa posted, if you put that on an AE map, it makes so much more sense.
The moon strong picture?
No. The two
this
above
one here.
that.
Okay, there
Two
we go.
above
I
that.
just scroll up a little bit. Okay.
It's a very colorful bunch of lines.
Yes.
But those lines make a lot more sense on an AE map. Like that. What Draco just posted. Or Dre, sorry.
Yeah. And it's kind of like if you wanted to do stuff like this on a ball, you wouldn't have it a flat thing. You'd treat it like a ball.
Now, what you're looking at here on the second flat, circular disc looking thing, what you have there is the path of the sun for that time of year.
Yeah, but we pick on the guy playing Fortnite.
Which one's playing Fortnite? I can't believe you sat there and clicked on
Nick
everybody's
Walsh.
name. Do you know him?
Yes.
What do you know about him?
That he's playing Fortnite right now.
Beyond that.
He's a hardworking man.
Really?
And I know he wants to see these images and models that are being described.
Mick Walsh, you're there? Oh, he's server muted.
There
Mick
we
Walsh,
go.
you there, bud?
Yeah, I'm here.
How's it going?
Good.
Oh, hey, Eddie.
JFK, if you don't want to talk, you don't talk.
I'm actually done with my food now, but
Too late. I'm talking to Mick Walsh now.
it's fine. But I don't want to talk. I was just saying.
Shh. Okay, Mick Walsh, what do you believe the shape of the Earth to be and why?
Off to the races, I see.
Is that your final answer?
I mean,
It's okay, whatever you say. We're not going to beat you up.
No, it's a very interesting topic. Listening to what you guys were just saying just now, so but yeah, round.
You mean globular?
Spherical.
Sure. I'll take that answer. Why?
That's just what I was taught growing up.
So you believe what you were taught when you were growing up. That's a reasonable answer, right?
Sure.
I did.
Well, I think we all, well, most of us did. There's like one or two that claim that they did not because they were raised real different.
But question everything.
Yeah, you have to at least check the veracity of what you're told, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever?
No,
Why?
I don't have an answer to that.
It wasn't that important.
Can I piggyback that answer? Because I can give you a why as to why I haven't looked really into questioning whether or not we're on a globe.
Sure. Hang on. But I'm talking to Mick Walsh. I'll get right back to you, Alex Jones, because I'm interested in your answer as well.
I have provided you, Mick Walsh.
Yeah, thank you. Now shut up.
I will. Fuck.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mick Walsh.
Yeah.
So was it just not that important to you?
Yeah, I guess.
It's the nature of
Not
your
really.
existence, of your reality, right?
I mean, I've definitely questioned that, but I guess I never
But
really
the
got
nature of your
into-
existence and your reality is
Mhm.
exactly that, right? Like that's the basis of it.
I guess I don't quite understand.
Where you live.
Uh-huh.
The nature of your reality. It's where you live, right? But you've questioned your being here, but not where here is.
I've questioned where here is, but not in I guess in this type of discussion. More of
Because this would seem
kind of
ludicrous.
universe. Well, no,
This would-
I question the universe itself.
Right.
And what is the universe? What is consciousness?
And these are all valid questions.
I've just never really questioned.
But the hard reality is what you have not questioned.
Right.
Which is probably the most important one. Just for the fact of you can't base all of the esoteric stuff off of something that you can't validate. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So, have you ever been lied to?
Sure.
Do you believe that the government has your best interests at heart?
Absolutely not.
But they're the ones who gave you all the information. You went to a government school.
Oh yeah. But again, like I said, I haven't questioned this.
Right. Okay.
It's just
fair
not
enough.
something that has been.
Fair enough. But you're willing to question. It's better than saying, some bull crap like, what does it matter to me? I still got to go to work every day.
Right.
It's a way better answer. Anyways.
Yeah, I really like that one where he said the government doesn't have his best interests at heart. I mean, that's a good thing to know at your age, for sure. A lot of people don't know that.
How old do you think I am?
32.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was that condescending? Is he 32? He's still younger than me, so I can still say that.
Okay. Yeah.
How old do you think you are?
I have no idea.
All right. We can't be asking those existential.
Okay, I didn't mean to throw a wrench into the.
I'm not sure what cycle
I
I'm
barely
on.
believe I exist, and now we're trying to debate this. Okay.
I'm telling you right now, bro. He's 32. You got it right when you said it.
Really quick. So, give me your best evidence, and I'm not going to beat you up on it, but we're going to talk about it. Give me your best evidence, regardless if you've looked into it. The thing that really convinces you that you're on a globe.
Well, I did just watch the most recent ship go up there the other
With
day.
William Shatner?
Yeah.
Okay. But you didn't go up there.
No.
So William Shatner is a what?
Well, here's the thing. I wasn't watching William Shatner. I was watching a camera that was on a ship.
Right. But William Shatner is what?
A human.
What is his profession?
an actor.
Okay. So you may have been watching a show.
Sure.
Does Jeff Bezos get money from the government to do his flights?
I would assume so.
Yeah, and he'd at least get clearance from the DOJ and NASA, right? So we'd have to be working with the people that you know are liars.
Right.
And at least murderers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It doesn't matter. It's inconsequential. Because they don't purport to have gone outside the atmosphere. They did a parabolic flight. So he didn't go to space. Never went outside of the atmosphere. They even say that. So it's inconsequential. Is there any one thing that shows you what is here on Earth that proves to you that you're on a globe?
No.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go to Alex Jones. Thank you, Mick Walsh.
Yeah.
Alex.
Yes.
What was that burning thing you wanted to tell me?
So I mean, it's developed into something a little more thoughtful. But at the end of the day, when something is confirmed, whether us baltards are right, or whether you flat boys are right, or maybe there's a third party that may be right, at the end of the day, when this is all confirmed, verified.
If I can verify it, yes.
If we can verify the state in which we, the plane on which we exist on.
I'm married to nothing. I will go where the evidence leads me.
Yeah. So, yeah, exactly. So, what are we gonna do when something's verified? How is the next day gonna go on once we receive this verification that this is what this is?
Well, it will have to. I know what you're saying. I understand what he's saying. He's
I guess
saying,
the complicated way of saying what's the fucking point, is what I'm trying to get to. Is
okay. Well, I think McMuffin's point was very cogent in that looking to the nature of our existence is something we all do. We all look inwards to the nature of our existence. We all question why we're here. What is this? And, what is our own reality? So having the answers, or at least being able to verify the answers, regardless of what we're told, I think changes your ability to look at the world in a truthful manner. If you're being lied to, it's going to change how you see yourself or how you see yourself in the world. Now, and I'm going to pose a question to you. Can you think of a natural situation in which an enclosed flat Earth would have been created? Natural forces, everything just happened to be that way.
No.
Without what? Intervention, right? It would have to be construction. It would have to be a creation, correct?
Right.
Okay, so that changes the whole dynamic of how you look at yourself in the world, right? So that's why it does absolutely matter. 100%. I don't care if you say it doesn't, and I'm not saying that you are, but anybody listening, I don't care if you say it doesn't. It has an impact, a very, very acute impact. It will, every time you look at the world, you'll see it in a different light, and it will change the way you deal with the world.
How long have you believed that the Earth is flat?
Wow. Since 2014. So
are you prepared for this verification, or is there something you're doing to mentally, physically prepare for when the day of truth comes around?
I don't think it will, but yeah, I'm fully prepared. I think, but I can't know until I look at it in hindsight and see if I was.
What do you believe now, this isn't, I'm not trying to veer off topic, but
what do you believe the point of life is? What is the mission of life?
That's an ever-changing. That's an ever-changing definition to an unanswerable question. The truth is a fractal. The closer you get to it, the more complicated it gets.
My thought on life is we're put here on I think of it as a very biological standpoint, where we're put here to breed and die and carry on with just kind of keeping our life force going. And
so that's very reductionist compared to the complexity of your ability to.
Well, yeah, exactly. On the broads, obviously, like you can go out, you can have a great life, you can be happy, you can do this, you can do that, whatever. But in the grand spectrum of things, the way Japanese beetles, work the way ants work, the way dogs and cats and elephants and zebras and pigs, whatever the hell, their whole goal is to just reproduce and keep their genes flowing. They don't know any better. They're just going.
You don't know that their purpose.
We don't. Yeah, I don't know that. I don't know. But that's neither here nor there.
It is both here and there. Because you can't possibly know, but you're attributing what a beetle does to your own life. The purpose you're
what
ascribing
you make your
to that,
life is what you do. Like that's
you're
that's
ascribing the beetle's motives in life, and then grabbing that and saying that's mine. But really, you're defining your own mission of life, right?
Well, yeah, that's how I believe. And
right.
If the day comes that we find out that the Earth is in fact flat and that it may it may have been constructed that way, and nature may not have done it that way, that would definitely change my views of life.
Okay, now I'm sorry to interrupt. Just for the rest of the audience, I didn't understand what you were talking about, the day of truth. You think that we have to wait around for somebody on high tell us the Earth is flat? No, we already know that.
I'm not saying like you have to sit around and wait for someone to tell you, but when something comes out that puts everybody on the same
when it becomes
page,
a consensus, when it becomes a quorum,
when it becomes
that you are no longer afraid to identify with, then you'll be able to question your existence and redefine that you're not a beetle.
Precisely.
Okay. Well, what I want you to do in the meantime is I want you to go and look. I want you to take a telephoto lens of some sort, get to a locally high above your terrain or your buildings or trees or whatever, and I want you to look out to the horizon. I want you to find a landmark, find your distance to that landmark, and I want you to calculate the curvature that should be between you and that landmark. And I want you to see if there is any curvature that you can discern, or if you're looking at it straight on. And I'll give you a little calculator that you can open up on your phone and actually make the calculations. I'm going to be posting it in Livestream voice text. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
That's the wrong one. Now, there are people in here who haven't done this, and there are plenty of people who have done this. I've done this, and it's what convinced me. There you go, bud.
I did this yesterday.
I will save this for reference.
Thank you. And I think you should use a telephoto lens from a digital camera so that you can zoom into it as close as you can to discern all of what you're looking at. I use Google Maps to calculate my distance and to calculate my height from sea level.
Google Maps is also flat. Yeah.
Because I don't want you to take anybody's word for anything. I want you to verify everything you're told. to the
Oh,
best
no,
of your
exactly.
ability.
Like I
There's a
said,
lot that you.
I'm not here to be steered one way or another. I'm just here to see what the hell's going on the other side of, my reality, um, which is, warms my brain up.
Absolutely.
Hey, it'd be great if anyone could navigate with a globe. I challenge someone to navigate with a globe. Not my fault if you get lost. Isn't that what Amelia Earhart used? Isn't that why she got lost?
Well, a quote from her is, "The globe maps are wrong."
Well, supposedly they had the whole world figured out when, what's his name? Columbus sailed the ocean blue. But somehow he got lost.
Yeah, it was just missing the Americas and was just much smaller, apparently, supposedly.
Yeah, and apparently he discovered a land that was already inhabited by 500 tribal groups.
Yeah, and even my ancestors already went there and came back.
But to be fair, he did discover it for himself. So.
Yes, the voyages of Eric the Red. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where's that place located? Is it Michigan, Kensington, Michigan, or is it Wisconsin? I think it's Michigan.
The copper mines?
No, Kensington, where they found the Kensington runestone.
I thought that was off Rhode Island.
No, it was in the Great Lakes area, man.
Okay.
It was like a property marker back then. They would have these runestone, runes carved into a large monolithic stone to denote a landmarker. So many days' journey east from here is the river, and this is where, we came from and all that stuff. This is our claim.
What happened to... Oh, there you are. McWalsh, will you do the same experiment for me? Or not experiment, observation?
Sure.
Did you get the curvature calculator?
Yep.
Excellent.
I see it.
Do you have a telephoto lens or a telephoto camera of any kind?
No.
No.
But I'm sure I could find someone.
Yeah, ask around. Sometimes you can go to camera shops and they'll rent them out to you, but it's not often.
Yeah.
Not everyone will have that. Alex, I forget, who is your other friend in here?
Is it Steppy Man, bro?
We've all met. We've all migrated from our normal Discord, and we've gathered here.
So, how many people were in your Discord?
The Dabbing Otter, he's server muted, but roll call there. Mick Walsh, boy. JFK was AFK. I think there's one other person, but I think he left. I don't know. Eller Music. There we go. Eller Music. Check him out on Spotify.
Excellent.
Nice raid.
Coming up next, Earth is still flat.
Newsflash.
Hey, Eller. You there, bud?
He's server muted. There we go. He speaks. He's perpetually underwater, so excuse his.
Okay. I can't wait to hear his music.
Music for the fishes.
Music for the fishes.
Yeah, he could become an
His
astronaut.
only fans are whales. Sorry, go ahead.
Who was the other one? Eller Music and who else?
The Dabbing Otter.
The Dabbing Otter. Dabbing, you there? The dabbing
Good
on her, are
morning.
you there? Hey, it's not morning here.
That's what I keep telling him.
I like saying good day to people when I'm leaving.
No,
Have a good day.
8:45 at night. He says good morning.
I'll catch you off guard.
No. So you've been playing Fall Guys for 23 hours.
I'm doing pretty good.
Are you streaming it?
Just playing it.
Okay.
Well, I should hope you're doing pretty good after a day of it.
I don't know how you're playing it without chatting with people.
Whole day.
Fall Guys, is that like a stuntman game? Because I know that Fall Guy was a movie or a show, television show about a stunt guy called the Fall Guy because he did all the big falls.
things.
Yeah, like an obstacle game.
Oh,
Is it VR?
No.
No.
Oh, good. Don't get into that shit, dude.
No, you get motion
Warp your
sickness.
mind.
So what do you believe the shape of the Earth to be, Dabbing?
I don't know.
You've been listening in and now you're questioning your own beliefs?
Yeah.
Why?
There's so much information here.
There is a ton of information.
Brings me to my next point. Don't do dabs.
No. I mean,
Oh.
obviously you'll stay up for 23 hours playing a video game.
That's priority.
It's like, I do
I
meth
don't even
dabs,
know what
guys.
dabbing's are. Maybe I should Google that. I don't even know what that is. I'll find out.
It's a
It's
concentrated
smoking
THC
marijuana.
product. Concentrated
Yeah, high-test
THC oils.
THC.
Oh, okay. Thank you for telling me.
And it's
So I
made
don't
with
have to go
like
there.
motor oil. I'm just kidding.
Butane or
Yeah, butane.
anything else. Sometimes CO2. Sometimes they press it, but usually it's made out of like butane.
It'll kill you in 2 years.
Motor oil, you've got to be stupid.
to
They
when you're
use
inhaling
gear
it.
oil in that shit.
Well, when you're
Gear
inhaling
oil.
it, right? It's
Better
being
Wisconsin.
sucked
I
into
mean,
your
it's all
lungs,
flammable,
dude.
right?
Sure.
Look what it does to the rig. It's doing the same thing to your lungs.
Look what it's doing to
All
our
right,
youth.
all right. Hang on.
Okay, so
let's stay on flat Earth.
Dabbing, what is vexing you? What has made you question besides there's so much information?
I don't know. I like the ideas about distance and how we see the horizon and all that crazy stuff about gravity.
What do you really think about gravity? I mean, you only have what they told you. But then you defy it every time you get in water, right?
I don't know. It's just kind of there.
Have you ever been in water?
Yes.
You pulled straight down to the bottom?
No.
So you're
Yeah,
defying.
but doesn't that have something to do with air being in the body and the salt content of your body creating buoyancy?
Yeah, that's exactly my argument, yeah. Buoyancy and density defeat gravity every day. If there was such a thing. Right?
You mean specific gravity?
It's just words, I guess.
When anybody brings up gravity on my point, I always go, well, what form of gravity are you talking about out of the three forms? Only one is testable, proven, and repeatable. Measurable. Come on. Which one? And they usually just, go Newtonian mixed with Einsteinian. Oh, it's all the same, just like we heard earlier.
Right.
In reality, it's all relative density.
Yep,
Electrostatic forces. It's electric in nature.
Don't let QE hear you say that, but yeah.
Listen, where's the curve at?
Well, if QE were here, I would say electrochemical in nature.
See how far that gets you.
So, upon observing the rules, what's the deal? I mean, what is the deal with Australia? What I don't understand the.
Oh, it was a meme a couple years back where Australia wasn't real, birds aren't real.
I mean,
along
birds aren't
with
real though.
okay,
Yeah, birds have blood, dude.
I never eat a chicken again unless you're eating a government drone.
Hey, government drones are tasty.
Damn. I
But
bet you conspiracy theorists also think mosquitoes are flying insect drones. Yeah, because technology's like
Wait, they're not?
100 years in
They're
advance,
super
man.
AIDS spreaders.
Super AIDS. I believe you mean COVID.
No, not super AIDS. Super AIDS spreaders. You know, they like spread AIDS at a super size.
Yeah, that's
Super duper.
That's what I said.
So, is it a globe or what is it? What are we living on?
A globe.
Yeah, why's that?
Because I have no other reason to suspect not. Nor do I have any
So that's an
reason
appeal
to
to
suspect that we.
consensus, appeal to ignorance, consensus.
You know, on a globe, the ground should be moving away from you in all directions at the same rate. Have you ever witnessed that?
Yeah, where can I go to witness the globe as it works the way it's supposed to?
Have you ever
seen a globe?
Yeah, I got one in my closet.
That's a good place to keep it. Don't let it out.
It's like battery powered and shit. If you press on a state,
Do me a favor. See if there's a sticker on there that says "for decorational purposes only, not a means for education or navigation."
I don't know.
Do you
It's
think
definitely not to scale.
They usually have that disclaimer on it somewhere.
It's like a kid's toy.
Do you think
Yeah.
the globe in your closet is a representation of reality?
Absolutely not, considering it's a child's toy and you can press on different countries and it'll say things in their language. But
So you agree that
okay.
countries have languages, so you believe that countries have cultures?
Yeah.
That's based AF.
I'm sorry. I try not to be so based.
Did you see what Jimmy Willie just posted?
Yeah, I'm more interested in what Get Be Get posted. That's astonishing.
Yeah, but you should really see the disclaimer that's posted on the bottom of the globe.
I do see the sticker that's on the bottom of the globe there. Why would they have that picture on the bottom there? You know, that sticker there.
Because it's $20.
They're required to by law.
But why?
Because it's not an educational tool. It's for decorational purposes only.
It's kind of like
What
your
other
coffee
kind of
says- kind of like your
what
coffee
other
says,
kind of
"Talk, so
decorational
you don't burn
purpose?
yourself."
Hold on. What kind of decorational purpose does anything else that's going to teach somebody something in a classroom have? What other decoration is a representation of Earth? It's the only of its kind. Does that not send up red flags for you?
They don't even believe it looks like that. That's what they're telling you.
What's going on is they're reinforcing the presupposition. That's all that's happening.
Does every globe in all of existence that's
You can
sold,
peel a sticker off.
is there? Yeah, but can I go anywhere and get any kind of globe from anywhere, and there be a sticker on it that says for decorative purpose?
No.
Or is this just a
That's not what we're saying.
contextual sense here? Is
We're
that
saying,
one
why would it
from
ever say
Target?
that on the bottom of? Why would that, if it was a representation of reality, why would any of them ever have to say that on the bottom of them?
I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure
man.
this is being taken way out of context.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh, look at that.
Buying a
And it's even
clearly
dangerous
decorative
too.
globe. A clearly
Because according
decorative
to
globe.
California under Prop 65, it contains lead, which
It
is
causes cancer.
dangerous to reproductive harm.
You guys have got to be kidding me.
Globes cause cancer, confirmed.
Yep.
Most everything in the state of California causes cancer.
I agree.
Can we start a belief that California doesn't exist?
Sure, why not?
Sweet.
Boy, I wish it didn't.
And just to clarify, we don't have any of these stupid beliefs that Australia doesn't exist or anything like that. So those kind of arguments really have no merit or meaning here.
Yeah, he was reading the rules and was asking why that was a part of the rule. He didn't know that it was an old meme from 2 years ago.
I thought it was dead serious, and you guys were like hardcore defending Australia. Props to that.
It was like back in the day when your homie was playing Roblox.
No, it's also Flat Earth Society claimed that Australia doesn't exist, and a bunch of people came in here trying to claim that we claim that Australia doesn't exist. So we had to actually say this because Globers are that dumb.
You read the disclaimer about Flat Earth Society, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't even know what Flat Earth Society. See, I'm ignorant to everything that surrounds this.
Okay.
To our
usually
paradigm.
when you Google
Paradigm, that's the
anything
exact
about
word I was
Flat
looking
Earth, you will get the Flat Earth Society results. For instance, Wikipedia.
Are they like the
by the way, which is
Onion
not a credible source.
fucking Flat Earthers?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
So, like, when you go to Wikipedia, it'll give, like, the model that the Flat Earth Society put out, and the Flat Earth Society's controlled opposition. Kind of like Alex Jones's controlled opposition.
True. Watch me on InfoWars.
Watch the rants. Get the bone broth.
Male vitality.
I refuse to go along with this.
Bill Jones.
Hey, get that soundboard fixed, man.
Alex
I like
Hicks.
See, that just sounds awful. Bill Jones sounds like a stand-up guy. Alex Hicks sounds like someone you want to run away from.
So what made you all come here?
What was the catalyst? One of my other friends left our group chat and then came back after about 10 minutes and said, "Damn, those flat earth guys are really going at it." And then he invited me. Yeah, I'm here. I mean, I can confirm. Damn, you guys are going at it. Battle Mod was here, and Helio was here, and it was a time to be alive. I decided, shit, I'm gonna stick around.
Nice. Welcome either enlightenment or a complete train wreck. So,
It's been both.
Have you heard some of our music? We have a lot of Flat Earth music now.
Oh my, you have Flat Earth music.
Yeah, a bunch of it, man. Whole radio station worth.
Where do I see this at?
Hey, am I weird for saying I really like Kai's new song?
No,
Yeah.
I love it.
Who said yeah?
It's about my bedtime. I've got things to attend to in the morning, but I will see you crazies tomorrow.
All right, bud. Have a good night.
You guys have a good night. Be safe out there.
You
Don't
too.
fall off.
We'll try not to.
Good, good.
Besides, if you fall off the earth, aka dry land, you're just gonna end up in the water and get wet.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's
Where
why I'm
there's
gonna
no
try not
bendy
to
water.
fall off.
No bendy water.
Try not to fall off because, like, it's wintertime and that water's cold.
Yeah. Besides, I don't think there's any bendy water. Do you think there's bendy water there?
What is that from?
I don't know. I'm trying to make it sound like Australian accent. Probably butchering it.
You sound like Jedi.
Hmm.
I never
Did
thought
they
I'd
all
took
fuck
over.
off?
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Yeah. Huh. Huh. But yeah, what is reality but an electrochemical soup in our brains that we interpret through our brains, through our conditioning to make reality possible, through our sensories. Isn't that amazing? How our eyes tell us so much about our reality.
I have yet to understand how it all works.
Me either. I can't even front on attempting to go, oh yeah, I know how that shit works. No, if you think about it, it's a mystery how the eye even works, man.
How consciousness works or what it is.
Yeah.
It's all very
Then
confounding.
especially when you look at animals and you see a helpless pup or a helpless kitten grow up and then it becomes a hunter on its own and ends up becoming a monster.
It's naive and arrogant to think that we know even a fraction of all of this stuff happening in this reality.
Right. Like, look at a lion cub, it's cute and innocent and helpless when it's born, but it becomes a formidable opponent in hand-to-hand combat, So it's like...
Wait a second. Are you doing jujitsu with lions?
No.
I knew it.
But no, seriously, I think I saw an ocelot out here. Because at first I was like, is that a bobcat? No, that's too big to be a bobcat. Shit, that's a mountain lion, so I had to go grab the dog.
Hang on, let me pull up something really quick.
But then I looked and it had leopard spots on itself.
Yeah, I know what kind of cat that was.
You're supposed to go out and scream at it, dude.
No, those cats should not be outdoors.
Well, no,
Yell right at them.
It was acting like it was going towards my dogs, and I was looking at it.
They'll
going,
attack
"Hey."
a dog.
And it's just sitting there getting down. So I'm just
Did it look like
you
this?
know what? I picked up a bunch of... No, it had black ears.
Okay,
It
some
had a
of them
bunch
have
of
black ears. Hang on.
So I picked up a bunch
People
of
have
rocks and
those as
threw it at
pets.
it, and it took off.
Yeah, that's called a savanna cat. It's a mix between a serval. Here's
$157,000 animal.
Yep. Here's one. Did
Yeah,
it
how
look
the
like?
fuck did it get out?
Did it look like this? You can see it on top of.
Or
on
who the
top
fuck
of-
has it out here? That's the better thing. I mean,
You
Well,
can
it's
see-
got four
probably
limbs.
somebody that stole a bunch of money from the casino.
You can see it on the top of the cat's ears. The cat's ears have a blonde stripe in it, but they are black.
I was gonna say it almost looks like a lynx face, but
It's a mix between a serval cat
didn't
and a
have the
domestic.
furry spikes on its ears. I was like, what the fuck is that thing? It was huge. It was bigger than my dog.
Yeah, this cat can get up, stand up to your hip almost.
He's got the Freemason black and white on his fucking arm. I knew it.
Confirmed.
Yeah,
Confirmed.
Dalmatians are
They come in
Masonic.
many different they don't all look exactly the same because they all come from different parentage. Like the domestic that they're mixed with will look different. So
They are damn happy looking animals, though, huh?
they play fetch. You walk them on leashes. They're pretty much dogs.
I'll take a couple of those. Do they huff and puff like dogs?
Yeah,
that kind of thing.
They pant. They do pant as well. Yeah,
it's awesome.
Yeah, but I still want to say it looked more like an ocelot.
Some of these do look like ocelots.
Looks like a big rabbit cat, kind of.
Well, just look at this little bastard.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
And look, but there's no
That's
way.
unfair, bro.
There's no way an ocelot would be in America.
Cause see how
Like, no
that's
matter
I know,
what-
but see how that's like
No
leopard
matter
stripe.
what kind of child I have, it'll never be that
I was
cute.
thinking it was like lynx or something. You want one now, don't you?
I want a couple of those. Because it'll need a friend.
Yeah,
You're gonna need like to slaughter a deer a week for them.
But ocelots piss everywhere. You can't stop them. They can't be like they're not domesticatable. This is how big
what
these
the
cats
fuck cat is that, dude?
It's a bunny.
No, the cat he posted prior.
The evil face cat, that's a lynx.
get. No, the evil faced cat is a savannah cat.
It's a savannah
Fuck
cat,
that
is what
thing,
it is.
dude. It's a
See how
fucking
big-
chubby face little biter.
See how big that cat is next to that kid?
Yeah.
Those things are huge. But if it looked like an ocelot, I have no idea.
The pattern and the spots look like an ocelot. I would say like a bobcat, but its tail was long and black. Bobcats is short and striped.
Yeah, that's not an indigenous cat. Long and
And
black
an
tail.
ocelot, an ocelot's tail is, mostly black, but it didn't have the tail of an ocelot. So. But it had the same kind of stripes, that leopard stripes.
Guys, I'm going to be honest. We talk a lot about cats in here.
Spots. Hey.
I'm part of the problem. I'm saying.
Hey. Just shut up and look at this. Man.
Look at this photograph.
Yeah, that's.
They're like,
precious.
"What, Flo, take us home."
I would do
Look,
it.
we got
I would
blue
do
eyes.
it,
Take
yep.
us home.
To be fair.
I don't care if that blue's photoshopped. I own you now.
And they're fucking monsters. I guess they have a big problem with cats in Tasmania. If
There's
you're,
no such thing as a problem with cats. Do you understand?
if you like cats, do not look up on YouTube the feral cats of Tasmania. Somebody says, "Well, that's horrible. You got to rehome them." It's like, yeah, here, you want a feral cat? Go for it. Go ahead and take it home. Hey, don't tell me if it don't work out for you, because I already know it won't.
A feral cat?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mine was going to go feral. I snipped him.
Yep. People would get rid of their cats and drop them off in Tasmania, and now they've killed almost every single form of wildlife. There's like no more birds, no more ground
cats
squirrels, no
have?
more people. Yeah.
Oh.
There's no natural predator for them now. They're apex
Chinese
predator
people.
there. That's fucked up, dude.
It's a natural predator.
Wait, you don't think Chinese people eat cats?
No, I'm just saying
That's what I'm saying they do. It's well
Right,
known, commonly known. Nope. This is not racism. It's common sense, sir. Generations of
Look at that cat.
people.
Look at that.
They eat people too. Shit.
That woman is 9
Yeah,
feet
so
tall.
does everybody else that eats fucking McDonald's.
That's true. Wow. Look at that. Yeah, that cat is a beef monster for sure. That's a strange picture. XO. I'm gonna put this fierce-looking dog skull, cat skull next to this little thing.
Shorter face bear skull next to
Oh,
this
good.
kitten.
Thanks, Trace. That's super fucking duper. That's horseshit.
Oh, you don't want to know about the dog festival that they have there in fucking, is it China or is it Korea? They say they torture the dogs before they kill it, and so like they torture it and boil it alive and scrape the skin off of it, all while the dog's still alive because it makes the meat more tender.
Cool. Let's talk about the Earth, please. Josh, I love you, buddy, and you are so smart, but I want to talk about the Earth. Just because I'd rather talk about the Earth than that.
Sorry.
If you get me. Apparently there's globies in the YouTube chat making stinks. But there always is. There always are.
I had a Rupert cow on my stream too, talking some smack.
A cow? A Rupert cow? Is it a type of cow?
No, it's like some guy from Europe, and then this other guy was in there. I don't know where the hell he came from, but yeah, all he does is just call names, and it's like, yeah, well, where's your proof, bud? You know, all you got to do is just click the link in the description, or oh shit, no, go back, or scan the QR code that's present on the screen that says "scan the code." Anyway.
Who is a person? And why do they keep on telling me to get the globies?
I was talking to a person earlier about educational things, about reaching children, so on. Teaching children logic. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how. What do you want to know about him? I don't know a whole lot. Maybe he
I
can
don't
speak
know.
for himself.
They're an instigator, whomever they are. Get the
Oh,
globies.
they're
Get the
a fan.
globies.
They're a fan of you. Says, I like the way you talk to the Globies. This is one of your fans.
That's
You
very
should
nice.
be
Thank
nicer.
I'm looking for globies just for you, a person.
There's got to be one in here. Come on, Globe Believers, speak up. Or come in from the YouTube if you're listening.
You gotta
Well,
be hungry for the truth.
The fact is that all of these people used to be globe believers, so I'm still talking to globe believers, even if they're past globe believers.
That's right, we formed Globe Believers.
We evolved from globe believers.
I reject your reality and substitute it with my own.
We can't have evolved from globers because evolution is no change at all.
What?
Yes, the only thing that evolves is a scroll. Think about it. It means unrolling.
Well, how can something that unrolls not change?
And there is no true revolution to the earth.
So we can never have a revolution?
Well, a revolution means a turning. Right?
Yeah.
A turning over, a revolution. You know, one full spin around. But a revolution when it comes to like leadership, what that means is a new system. And there never is a new system. The only new system that there ever was the experiment that was doomed to fail, which is the United States.
Oh, I thought it was communism.
No. Communism succeeded. Communism is the same thing as hypercapitalism, except for the state owns everything. The state owns the companies that are in control of the technocracy instead of the individual companies. That's the only
Then
difference.
it's not the same.
But so you think the privacy aspect, where there's no elected leadership in it and nothing really matters because it's still going to be these companies that are the technocracy electors and policymakers.
Is that what we ever had, or is that what we have or
That's
ever
what
had?
That's what we're going through right now. It's technocracy.
Oh, seems like communism to me.
But it's actually capitalism. Super
Then why do they
capitalism.
keep on pushing communism if their plans are working so well?
See, the difference between socialism and hypercapitalism is socialism, everything's owned by the state, who owns these companies, these utility companies, right? Like, say, utilities, like power. Power is a socialistic system, right? It's ran by the government, but it's another company that does it. And that company is overseen by the government overall. It's set up like that, except for when it comes to, like, even the media is already set up on a technocracy basis. 6 different companies that are private own the media, right?
So that's I don't think you can call that any form of capitalism. That's more of a fascism.
Yeah, well, that's okay.
The marriage of the corporation.
Why do you think
and the
they
state.
call us fascists? Why do you think they call the American government fascist?
They don't, unless they think that the person running it is a conservative.
No, it has to do with the symbols that are in Congress. The fasce. Even you have a left and right fasce, which is a symbol of power. It used to be on the back of the dime. This thing is a bundle of sticks with an axe, and it's tightly bound, and it's a symbol of control.
Fascism is just a form of socialism.
But that's where the name fascism comes from, is from that fasce.
Okay, but nonetheless, they're just shades of communism.
Well, it's imperialism.
I don't think right, but actual fascism, I don't care about the symbolism, is just a form of communism, really. But the fact is
what I'm saying is that's a misconception in the naming of it being fascism. People mistake fascism with, socialism or nationalism, right? The Nazis were nationalists.
Nationalism is not. There's nationalism, and then there's globalism,
and then there's National Socialism.
Right. You can marry nationalism with any other form of government. It's just an inward-facing government.
Yeah. Anyway, whoever says lightning don't strike twice in the same spot obviously has never seen lightning strike anywhere, because it strikes it about 7 times if you watch it on a pulse, like high-resolution film.
Mm-hmm.
It's like pulses. It's not a solid arc either. Crazy. And see, where's that lightning truly coming from? Is it coming from the Birkeland currents? These so-called sprites and elves?
Here's a story of a man who got hit by lightning twice.
So he would be a witch doctor.
Alright, guys. Lightning occurs because the Earth is sliding across the black mattered rug in space.
So all the static from the fabric of space-time.
Yeah.
Do you see how that sounds like bullshit? If you think about it.
Yeah, everybody sees how it sounds like bullshit because he was obviously using sarcasm.
If you think about it, there should be a way to tap into the energy of the Earth, right? Because everything goes to ground. However, with the electron theory, electrons move from ground to positive. So it makes a ground side switch possible. So there should be a way to tap into this Earth energy. It's a positive or a negative energy as opposed to a positive energy of the sky. And the distance between it causing the discharge is the lightning arc. The plasma. Shit, it's hot enough to melt sand.
We had a great lightning storm here the other night. Oh my goodness. It was so amazing. It just kept waking me up again and again. Wow. Yeah, it was great. I love lightning storms. Wish we'd have another one.
We almost never get them here. It's depressing.
Yeah, when we
Oh,
get
that's very
them,
unfortunate.
we get them every few years, and it's just amazing because it's a monsoon. So we have it's an effect called I call it a strobe cloud. You don't hear the thunder; you just see the cloud lighting up like a disco lamp or something. It's cool.
Yes, Glatflow, what would you like to say?
What?
Hmm?
Oh, you're picking on me, aren't you?
No. You unmuted yourself.
I know. But I have a button on my mic where I press that, and that's how I work this.
Okay.
So I like to be unmuted on Discord. Is there a problem?
I didn't think there was until you asked me if there was a problem.
I know, I hate it. I hate that question.
I like the way he asked that. Yeah, he was like a manager coming over. Huh.
I was like a male Karen.
I see you're playing Tetris during work. Your problem?
I see you're playing the original Tetris during work. Did you know they have other ones?
I see you're playing Tetris. Did you know about this game called Bejeweled? What's that? Or how about Angry Pigs? Or Angry Birds?
Tell me, if Facebook goes away, will you miss Farmville the most?
What the fuck is Farmville?
Exactly. It was a Facebook game.
Fuck that.
I'm playing it right now.
I never played it, but I remember at the beginning, people like asking me for stuff. Yeah, like they want pigs or something, and I never knew what they were talking about. My life is way better since I deleted my Facebook. Like, even though
me too.
I don't know what my relatives are doing, but you know what? I went to my family reunion. We have it once a year. It's a camping thing, and people really like talking to me because I didn't know any of their news, and they could tell me it face to face.
Gosh,
People who
how
had
refreshing.
children, people who got divorced. I mean, it was kind of embarrassing because my one cousin, I'm like, "Oh, your husband didn't come?" She's like, "Oh well, we're divorced now." And then but she wanted to talk about it. Then she started talking about it and all this stuff. But everybody else already knew all these things, So I actually had a lot of really good interactions. So I highly recommend it. Yeah.
When she
Getting
told
away
you
from
she got a divorce, did you give her a thumbs up?
No, I didn't. I apologize for asking her because I'm like, oh, you didn't bring so and so here. Yeah, and she's like, oh, we're no longer married.
No, I'm
Yeah,
just saying, give her a Facebook reaction in real life.
Oh, I hear what you're saying. Oh my gosh, that totally went over my head. It's very late. I'm sorry. That totally went over my head, but that was very funny. In retrospect, thank you for explaining it.
You're welcome.
That's what I'll do the next reading. I'll just do thumbs up or thumbs down when I hear all the news.
I've been giving people exaggerated thumbs up lately Like forceful thumbs up.
I do thumbs up sometimes. It's just sometimes it's just the easiest thing. Like you just don't even know what to say, or like
Yeah, but you gotta scream at him. Go yeah. Just ruin their day.
When I was a kid, I would get confused between thumbs up and middle finger all the time.
oh my, that's terrible. My goodness, that never happened to me. But I never really saw people using the middle finger when I was little. How little are you talking about?
Pretty little. I was born in New York, so I saw it all the time.
Okay. I don't even remember when I first speak.
You did not want to know me the year I learned the word fuck.
That was my first word.
Your very first word?
Yeah, I was trying to say truck. I love trucks, so.
I think I was 3 when I learned the word fuck.
Close enough. 3, huh? Jeez.
Yeah.
I was like,
Well, shit, I had my first shot of whiskey when I was like 4.
Wasn't
I
my
was
first
7.
word, but it is my favorite word.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah, when Deuce said that, I imagined the doctor slapping his butt at the hospital and him being like, fuck.
Yeah, I came out talking.
He's like, hey, watch the merchandise, doc.
You can give me a bruise. What are you doing?
You didn't even buy me dinner. What the hell?
No, apparently I turned around when I came out. I turned around and tried to crawl back in.
Like, I'm trying to imagine that.
Turned around in the doctor's hand and tried to crawl back in. To be fair, though, I knew better than them. I was 2 months premature. I knew I wasn't supposed to be out yet. And I'm like, well, I'm still sleeping, guys.
What's happening right now? Yeah, you're like, that nap is not over with. See, I take a nap between bodies.
Is that a douche flute I detect?
Yeah, I keep hearing it.
What's a douche flute? Oh, yeah,
Vaporizer.
actually. Yeah.
Is that you, Deuce?
Yeah.
What flavor?
I just made orange creamsicle. I make all my own juices, so.
Porcupine sweat.
I don't know what that is, but I'd rather
Porcupine
not.
sweat.
Me neither.
But if it's anything like, what is it? Beaver ass, maybe it'll taste like raspberry.
What the fuck?
Sure, yeah.
I don't
That
even want
tracks.
to know.
That tracks.
Wait, do you live in Canada now?
No, I live in Washington.
Yeah, I'm not gonna ask.
What? I'm not gonna ask what.
You're gonna make me ask, aren't you? How do you know what beaver ass tastes like?
You know what beaver ass tastes like. Funny enough.
How do I know what the fuck beaver ass tastes like? I ain't never fucking licked a beaver's ass.
Castoreum is used as a artificial flavoring in a ton of things, and it comes from a beaver's ass.
So, how do you know, like, what does a beaver's ass taste like, man?
They derive a couple scents from it, or tastes. It's vanilla and raspberry, an artificial flavoring.
I avoid artificial flavoring, although I can't guarantee that I never, ever, ever have it. But I do avoid it if at all possible. So I might not know what it tastes like.
Or you do.
Prove it.
Oh, strawberry, raspberry, and vanilla.
I don't like artificial flavoring. I go out of my way to avoid it. Plus, I think it's a migraine trigger. I think that's why I first started avoiding it. What?
I know for some reason, like I would smell like artificial vanilla sweets, and like my grandma's wanting to buy them. Like I just remember just like, nah, I don't want that shit. And she's like, well, just hold it because we're gonna get it. It was like sticky buns or something, and it just didn't hit me right. I was feeling it, and I just lost my cookies. I lost my lunch right then and there, all over the package.
Vanillin is nowhere near. Some things like some chocolate chips have vanillin in them, the artificial vanilla. Some have real
Vanillin?
vanilla. I don't know. Is that how you pronounce it? I don't know. It has an N at the
Vanillin?
end. It's fake.
Vanillin.
Yeah.
Yeah, vanillin
Fake
is
vanilla.
artificial and made by chemical.
Yeah. It's nowhere near as good as real vanilla.
I agree. But most people have eaten beaver ass.
Yeah, I know this much. Apparently, Hershey's chocolate tastes like throw up.
Actually, it tastes like spoiled milk. They use spoiled milk in their ingredients. Yummy.
Yeah, and then when they cook it, it goes like butyric acid on it or something like that. I know when Europeans try American chocolate, they say, oh no, that's not nice.
I love Snopes says that this is mostly false about the beaver thing, but then they go to describe how it's actually true. What the fuck? Snopes is such garbage.
Is Snopes the one run by the cat lady?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the one I was trying to think of the other day when I had a good rant going about that website, but I couldn't remember what it was called.
They're such absolute
Snopes.
garbage. They like sat
The
there and said
website
it.
you never need to visit.
They say it's mostly false, but here's where it's true. It's definitely used in artificial flavorings.
It's mostly false, but here's where it's mostly true.
Here's where it's true.
Well, yeah,
The Earth is 70% water, which is flat, but it's a sphere thing. See what I did there?
I do.
Haven't seen GE Platypus in about a week or so, huh?
He's
I
in
guess
and
what's
out.
his name now? Agent Platypus.
Is he legally an agent now on the server?
Maybe
He ran
not
out of booze.
Antarctica.
You can't be on the Discord without his whiskey.
Oh, the Imperial Emperor has arrived. My goodness, we're in the presence of royalty.
Whoa.
Hello, Emperor. Do you have clothes?
Yeah.
Good. So, did you know that the Fantasy Globe model is a complete failure?
I did.
Oh, good. How'd you find out?
Watching people.
What?
Like
What kind of people? People watching. What kind of people did you watch?
Oh, when
Stay right there
Benjamin
as I look out my window.
gets it.
Oh, you're a Witsit fan. All right.
Yeah.
How could you not be? Well, what are some of the things Witz had said that got your gears turning?
That he's got hands. Oh, it wasn't for me. Okay, go on.
We'll get to you later.
What does that even mean?
The
What do you think,
biggest
Empirical
thing,
Emperor?
the biggest thing I would have to say was the pressure and how there can't be a pressure next to a vacuum.
That's true. That's the truth. And you understand why that is?
A little bit.
Okay. Tell me what you know about that.
I mean, a vacuum sucks air, and if there's no container, then the air would just go out into the vacuum.
Yeah, that's the basic idea. Sure. It's called entropy. And it's part of the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah.
So,
well, it's actually not true because a vacuum does not suck. A vacuum is just a void of air. It is
yeah, my
the
fault.
air pressure
it would
itself
go into
which
what is
forces
considered the
itself
vacuum.
into the vacuum. Yeah, like
Yeah,
a
it
thunderclap.
would go into what they say is a vacuum. Yeah.
It's
like
like
a
when you have
thunderclap. When
yeah,
the
like when
thunder
you have
happens, it's when you have the lightning bolt that happens, and then there's a vacuum that's created, and you have the air crashing back in that creates the clap.
or like when you have a house party and then a group comes in that you didn't invite.
Yeah.
I understand.
Okay. So it would be pretty hard to do that, to have that go on when we breathe, air pressure, gas pressure. Where's the pressure coming from if it's kind of just open to the elements out there?
I assume a container.
Perfect. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, because that diaphragm creates a low pressure in your chest, aka a vacuum, which forces, the pressure from the air that's outside your body into your lungs to inflate them.
Would you like to learn anything else? Perhaps are you curious about something the panel can answer for you?
Yeah, let me find it.
I hope it's about house parties.
Keggers, bro.
Do you know how a kegerator works? You have to have a compressed bottle of carbon dioxide and a tap for a kegerator. And you have the tap coming out of the refrigerator of the kegerator. And you open up the valve of carbon dioxide, so you don't need to worry about pumping it because it's constantly pumping carbon dioxide into it, so the beer never goes flat. It's always fresh. Plus, hey, it's a pressurized container, right? And the
Whole
only
thing
thing that's
requires a
moving
container.
is the liquid, which is
And
how
that way
Can't
you're
really
able
have a
to get
leak.
the beer out of the container when you
That
go
way
into a kegger.
the beer doesn't oxidize as well.
Yes. But I was saying, how does a keg operate, right? Difference in air pressure, pushing on a container with liquid, and that liquid is forced out the orifice
Ew.
into the party cup.
Oh boy.
Gross.
Orifice and glands.
What I find pretty
so-
obvious is if you take a straw and you suck on your Coca-Cola or whatever drink you like, you are using a slight pressure differential inside your mouth to make the liquid go up and away from the surface.
This is how a kegerator works right here. That's right.
Oh yeah.
Correct. I'm sorry. My fucking poodle just lost its nut.
You might
You
want
have
to clean that
Bigfoot
up.
in your backyard.
Huh?
You have Bigfoot in your backyard.
No. My poodle lost
Yeah.
his nut because he heard a cat meowing off in the distance.
Or Bigfoot.
No.
One of the two.
It's not quite a full moon anymore, and there's no Sasquatch in the desert. Instead, we got Goatman.
Oh. I too am plagued by Goatmen.
Oh, well, do tell, because these Goatmen, they'll run aside your vehicle at night off in the desert, and they have been
What?
known to, chase down a vehicle and catch up to it and flip it.
What has?
This Goatman.
A goat man?
Yeah, like a
Where the
Baphomet-like
hell
creature.
so it's real? So it's somewhere and it's real?
In the desert, and it originates from Yucca Valley, Johnson Valley area. There's a lot of satanic
seen it?
sacrifices going on out there. Yes.
Have you seen? Oh, you've seen the animal?
Yeah. Well, at least I think I saw it. Freaked me the
Oh my
shit
God.
out.
Where's the fucking independent variable? I'm just
No,
kidding.
there's no. This is.
There is
I
none.
was. No, I've seen the Goatman. There he is. That's actually a video. What did I?
Hey, let's go streaking! So, has anyone here attempted to open their third eye?
Yeah.
Like forcefully?
Yes.
I have.
Like power tools?
No, I'm afraid to. I heard it's like really could be dangerous.
It's freaky.
If you're not schooled in the philosophy of it, right?
Well, when I got tested for COVID 50, 60 times last year, they fucking hit that pineal gland a bunch of times, man. I tell you what.
But I'm not talking about a mechanical opening. I'm talking about a forcing it open. Right?
Yeah, with chemicals. Better living through
No.
chemistry.
Chemicals is the first way to open it, but once it's opened,
Sun gazing
then
works.
you can open it on your own without the need of
Sun
chemicals.
gazing works.
Well, I just used a turquoise box-shaped rock, which I put on my forehead, and then I meditated and focused on that until I felt that start to spin up. And it wasn't actually spinning, but that's what it felt like. And then all of a sudden I could just see with my eyes closed, and there was all sorts of these weird things reaching down from the ceiling. It was really creepy.
Yeah, when I did that, I was able to see with my eyes closed as well, and also see like a world beyond this one. And every time I would like look at the sun, or anytime the sun was out, and I would concentrate on looking through my third eye, I would have to put a hat on because everything would look like it was burning and on a fire, like a red overlay, like a red theater gel. It's crazy shit.
Was the other world you saw flat?
You don't want to know what I saw, man. I was above the firmament.
I hear a lot of people say they see demons.
I've seen angels. I've seen a demon inside of a lotus. By the way, lotus, think about it. Lucifer of the United States. Instead of POTUS. Oh, sorry.
You're a little too deep for these kids out there, man. I'm telling you what. For young adults, don't you dare say what I thought you were going to say. What you knew you were about to say, Josh.
Children.
No. He said, so your children are goats then. That's what he would say.
What?
You know it.
Oh no, I was going to get into like how spells are actually words. People don't realize
Spelling.
it. That's why you take that spelling class in school right after you learn about the fucking globe. And this whole thing started about 500 years ago. Yeah, about 500 years ago, the general public was illiterate for a reason, because it's spellcasting. Welcome, if you're educated, you are now a confused witch.
So those damn Phoenicians. Hooked on phonics works for me.
Unless you're using words to profess your faith, it is profane.
Good to know.
Why do you think the pen is mightier than the sword, my friend?
Because if you sling
Words
the
are
ink
weapons.
of a fountain pen, it works just like the squid ink, and it
Is
blinds
that
your
why
opponent.
rap music is so
Well,
popular?
because words last forever. Words are eternal. They'll far outlive you. Excuse me.
Y'all know y'all used to be slinging ink out of your fountain pen. Come on now.
Do not
When you
strike
start
your
writing
dog.
cursive, you're like, give me one of the fountain pens.
Don't hit him now.
I'm no peasant.
I'm not. They're just being morons.
Peasant. What do you mean, Hank? Oh, cool. Anyway,
Am I breaking up?
Did
No.
did the Emperor find his question? He was going to find what his question was.
That is
Oh,
a
I
good
forgot.
point, Emperor.
Mike
Oh boy. What game are you playing right now?
Am I breaking up? Come on now.
Well, what is magic?
Not right now,
I mean,
Hank.
Hank, are you
magic
trying to
is
say something?
You want to
Tell me.
manifest into
Be honest
reality.
with me.
Okay, Hank, I can hear you right now. Sorry,
What are you
just
saying,
left.
Hank? I can't hear you. Hank, can you hear us?
Flat Earth to Hank. Flat Earth to Hank. Come in.
Peaceful is such a troublemaker. It's the way you go back and forth from being totally serious
This
to
is
being
the
a
Flat
troublemaker
Earth
that makes it very
calling
difficult
Hank
for the
Hill
poor people to
over.
survive the experience.
You seem to
But
get
we
it just
find
fine.
that's true. I am entertained by it, so at least there's that. Did we get the Emperor's question yet?
I was trying to.
Oh, okay.
Which question? The one where it says the words we use are spells, but how do they work?
Oh, did he ask that?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but that was a different question.
Okay, so you got another question.
Oh, what was the previous question then?
Oh,
My bad.
I was telling people about the selenial eclipse, right? And he was like, well, that could work on a globe because of refraction and the Earth spinning. And since I'm not great on the subject, I just was stumped.
Well, that at some point, because of refraction, if that were true, either the sun or the moon would speed up at a very fast rate. When at some point in the sky, when it's on the horizon, it would like zoom to its present place because of if the refraction is pulling it up right into view. At some point when it's out of that zone of refraction, it's going to go into its apparent spot. So it would appear to move very quickly. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But in order to invoke refraction, you're saying that the Earth is a globe because the Earth is a globe. Right? In order to have that kind of refraction, the Earth would have to be a globe. So they're saying, well, my proof is the Earth is a globe because it's a globe. Because they're invoking radius automatically because of that refraction.
I see.
So it's a begging the question fallacy automatically.
It's also they have parallel light, and they assume complete geometric accommodations for all of the light. So in their claims where the moon is and the phases of the moon are caused by its motion around the globe and all that jazz. And so they don't have a valid reason for the Selenian eclipse that fits into all that, because they need to bend all the light and the shadows and everything in a gigantic half circle to make it even work. And where's it being seen from everybody else? Like, you can't uniformly make everybody see it turn upside down and be visible above the Earth when the darkness that's coming onto the moon is supposed to be the shadow of the Earth, when the sun is clearly above the horizon with the moon. That just geometrically makes no sense. There's clearly an open space between the two, so the Earth cannot be casting that shadow. It just doesn't work.
Also, half the time, if you see the Selenian eclipse, the Earth's the supposed Earth's shadow is on top of the moon, while the Earth is below the moon in that instance.
Yeah, I was explaining that, and all he said was refraction, and that's the spin of the Earth, so that's why it's on the top.
What? The spin of the Earth would not make it on the top.
I was
even
so
even in
stumped from that.
yeah,
It
even
just sounded silly.
even in a refractive sense, that doesn't work unless it's both a refraction and a mirage.
He's essentially just grabbing onto a straw and trying to get away from the situation because he doesn't want to face it.
On the occlusion of distant objects, how do you explain when some objects are covered halfway from the bottom, clearly covered with water? Because Globers will say Earth curve.
Well, they would need to validate that.
Right. If we're looking at it with our eyes, we just bring it back into view with a telephoto lens of some sort, and no more. It's no longer disappearing.
Yeah, that means we have shown that it didn't disappear over Earth curve. It was just optical limitations. And then if it disappears again on that optics and we get even bigger optics and see it again, the Earth isn't changing with the optics. So that just doesn't work.
I feel like I'm a bad flat earther because I don't want to sit there and try to figure out what it is that they're saying about this Selenian eclipse, because I know they're
and check
already
this out.
wrong.
Check this out. The voice text. I've got the solar eclipse, lunar eclipse, and I forget what that bottom one is. But anyway, who ever has seen Earth and the sun and the moon from this vantage? Who's ever seen it from that vantage? To be able to get that data?
No one.
Correct. That's all I had.
Best part is all of that contradicts what they claim is causing the seasons, is causing day and night, and is Aristophanes' whole assumption. So the eclipses don't work unless they assume that Aristophanes is wrong and that the seasons don't work and they don't have night and day.
I mean, yeah.
That's
I'm
a
just
good
getting
point.
sick of cool stories being passed as globe evidence at this point. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just think it's so convoluted. I mean, yeah, why not just throw all that out since there's no evidence for it and just accept reality the way it is?
I put a picture in the live stream because somebody look at it. I want to ask about the lower left rig, please.
There's no globe earther here.
Can you show me the video that the bottom picture's from?
No, I'm a flatty, but I'm just saying, how do you
Right.
explain? How do we
What I'm
explain
saying is there's no... Oh, you don't understand how it...
Not exactly.
Yeah, my question to whoever would try to argue this is, can you show me the original video? And when he shows me the original video, and if it does show this, then I'd be like, yeah, that's probably lensing.
It could be a million different things. I don't see what this proves.
It doesn't prove anything. I'm just saying the Globers are claiming this is Earth curve.
Oh, yeah? Wow. Gosh, how adorable. So a piece of equipment bends and the Earth is curving? Gosh, mind-blowing logic, guys. Rhodes Scholars.
Now
all around.
they can't measure it, nor does it comport to any model they have. But I'm working on my debate, so I'm asking you guys.
Well, it's 1 foot from the ground, right? 1 foot observer height. So
It's supposed to be 1 foot observer height, yes. And
Okay.
the rear rig is 9 miles, 9.4 miles.
Okay, two things. If that is where the Earth is beginning to curve, then that means the radius would be 10 times what it is, right? Which is still like falsifies the claim of the radius. And secondly, if you go on a different day and you can see further than that, then it's obviously not Earth curve. So, like at no time, not once, can it ever happen that you see the horizon further than 1.225 miles. So if it's not the same every time, and if you can see further on another time, then it's obviously an optical effect, not Earth curve.
I'm a glober. I could provide some resistance to this, I guess.
Yeah, just a second. What I like to say is, because they like to argue refraction, and then I say just, does light go up and down in the air? And then you say, yeah, it goes up and down, and then they're dead right there, because if the light goes up and down, that means there are times of day when the light goes straight, and we should be able to see the geometric horizon at 1.22 miles away. Give me that observation now.
I mean, we know we see light bending. We know that light bends.
Light
and
travels
we
in
can
straight lines, buddy.
I mean, if you in glass, right? In glass, when you or in water.
Is the horizon in glass?
No, it's in air. It's in air, but we can study the refractive properties of air just as we can study the
and then you can assume
properties
that's
of
what's
water.
happening at the horizon.
Well, we know that the horizon is just we're looking across air, a larger volume of air.
But back to Truth's point, those variables change from day to day, minute to minute.
Right,
hour to
with the
hour.
temperature. So, and that's what I think that
Not just
this
temperature,
Godric's photo.
Also pressure.
Yeah.
Humidity. There's many
Yeah.
variables in which it changes with.
There is, definitely. I think like this photo, what I think it demonstrates to me is that on different days, you're exactly right. On different days, the refractive properties of air change, and so they produce a different image.
Exactly. So it's not Earth curve; it's optical. And if you go on a clear enough day, then you can even see the land masses beyond it, which are like 30 to 40 miles. So
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I think that if we did, now I'm speculating here, but if we did those calculations, if we did understand the way that air refracted, and we did the math, that we could basically negate it, take it out to guess what the image would look like without refraction, and that we would see curve there.
No, that doesn't work, buddy. You can imagine it does, but it doesn't. We have had.
I haven't done it myself.
Just a second. We've had a PhD in spectrophotometry try to debunk us. He's an expert in how light works and refraction. He went out and tested it under different conditions: start of the morning, end of the day, middle of the day, all over the day, to test for different effects to try to get us debunked. Problem is, even under the best conditions for you, it doesn't help the globe, and it just debunks it.
Right, because you're not going to be able to define any type of refraction that is going to extend your horizon further. All types of refraction that you could invoke if the conditions were proper for it, right, would only shorten your horizon. So refraction doesn't help you any. If
I mean,
you're
why,
trying to defend the globe. Okay, so it's this simple. The fact that you can see further, right? If the Earth were a sphere of 3,959-mile radius, you would never be able to see the horizon extend beyond 1.225 miles at 1 foot observer height. If you do, then it's not a sphere with that radius.
So if you have a glass with water in it, and again, I know that you don't like that I'm making the analogy between like glass or like the water and the refraction of air, but let me just work through this one thing.
Yeah, but
So
you're wait. Can you address what I just said though?
I'm getting there. So if you put your pen in to the water, you'll see that the pen on the inside, the image is like slanted. It's at a different angle than where the pen actually is, right? So if you put your hand over where the pen really is, so that if the glass was empty, then you couldn't see the pen, but then the image of the pen you can see because it extends past your hand. That's an example of some time where the bending of light actually gives you an image of something that you wouldn't be able to see in the absence of refraction.
Sorry,
Okay,
it's not just a second. It's not the bending of light. There's an angle of incidence change, and also the glass is curved, so you're looking through a curved medium. Also, when you're dealing with refraction, the angle of incidence matters a lot because when, for instance, light is traveling from air to water, if it's going straight down, you're looking straight down into the water, like you're spearfishing, for instance. You can see straight. There's no refraction. It's only when you're looking at an angle through the water that the refraction comes into play.
So the refraction arises like with air. It arises when there's a pressure differential, when light is moving through a pressure differential.
Okay, you're invoking. Look, I let you finish, and I was trying to help you not to waste your breath because you're talking about Snell's law. Snell's law involves two mediums. Okay, when we're looking across that through the atmosphere, are we looking through two mediums?
So Snell's law, we can do it. We can use it when there's two mediums, or there's a version of Snell's law that we can use when there's a continuous change in the medium. So like air, there's a continuous differential of pressures. So as it's not two mediums in the sense of like two different materials, but it is continuously changing. The pressure of the air is continuously changing as you move across a body of water, or if you go up in altitude. So we can do we can use a version of Snell's law and apply this on a continuous gradient of pressures.
Actually, you don't have any horizontal boundaries or any gradients between you and the object, so you are just imagining.
It's not it's not boundaries with if it's when it's the air, it's the pressure differential. So we can make a continuous version of Snell's law.
Boundary for refraction.
But refraction doesn't need a boundary. Refraction just needs a change in the nature of the medium.
Boundary for the angle of incidence. If you don't have a boundary, you don't have an angle of incidence, buddy.
Do you see the photo I posted?
With
of
calculus,
a pencil and water.
Let me scroll down.
So both of these images are through glass, but only the glass combined with the water creates that refractional image, probably due to the round nature of the glass.
Sure. Yeah.
I would
love
see
to
what would
see.
happen if it wasn't even in a conical shaped container or a cone shaped container, but like say,
if you can find like a
glass
picture
that
of a
was
fish
square
tank,
walled or a whiskey glass.
If you can find like a picture of a fish tank or something, like a pen going into a fish tank, that'd be perfect.
But the issue is if you see it with air, with the added medium of air, it tends to be straight with no refraction. Only through the glass does that refraction happen.
Well, with air, the refractive index of like a ray of light going through air is going to be a lot smaller than going from air to water. But we can study the what? Sorry, what?
Rays of light don't exist. We only have we just have beams of light in reality.
But the
Rays are a
beams,
mathematical construct.
So like in these GIFs, where the arrow is flipping back and forth, what does the water do to the rays of light, or sorry, the beams? What does water do to the beams of light of the air that are going from the arrow to the camera?
The water doing?
Mhm.
No,
In these GIFs,
light is just traveling through the water and refracting in the water with the curved glass. It's because of
Right.
the curve and the water.
So what is the curve doing to the beam of light?
The angle of incidence as the light goes through the paper and through your goes from the paper through the glass and to your eye is different as it hits the curved surface. So it changes the angle of incidence. And so there's more refraction some places, less refraction else places.
I mean, could you say that a change in angle is a bend?
It inverts the image. It doesn't bend. It inverts the image.
In this case, like
It changes the incident of momentum.
Whenever
It violates laws of physics.
Yeah, it would have to when it goes through two mediums, it changes its speed. That's what changes its angle, and it would have once it changes its angle, it's still traveling in a straight line. But what you're talking about is how light behaves when it goes from one medium to another, right? And you're talking about water. We're talking about gases. We're talking about the atmosphere.
So air. So it's not. Yeah, air is we can think of it as a single medium, but air at different pressures has different refractive density. So what we can do is we can add up.
You're not getting it. You can't refract anything without the angle of incidence between the boundaries. You don't have. You don't have the
air.
You don't have refraction.
Just
you
look.
Just have imagination.
With calculus. Okay, listen. Let me try to explain.
Can I say one more thing before you continue? Because all of these forms of refraction, so we can toss out Snell's law because we're talking about one single medium. But if you're going to go to any type of refraction, the only thing that it's going to do is it's going to shorten your horizon. None of them, unless you can find one and define the one that is going to extend your horizon further.
Right.
So they're all just going to shorten your horizon.
I'll try to explain why I think I can apply Snell's law to the atmosphere. So air. So in this image, this is perfect that Dre's just posted. We see how this line, the blue line, or like the black line that separates the glass from the white background, right? What we can do with calculus is we can say that as air is changing pressure, as a ray or beam of light is moving through air, there's like an infinite number of these little lines. And with calculus, we can basically say at each line where there's a tiny difference in pressure, what is the angle change of the light? And we can add all of these up.
You can.
And so
just look at the diagram.
Yes.
Zero?
So imagine
zero.
that.
How much refraction is on zero? Look at it.
Yeah.
How much refraction on it as it moves from a more dense medium to a less dense medium? How much refraction?
Now, okay,
Well, how much is zero?
The zero angle change, right?
Yeah, that's zero refraction going from one medium to another medium.
Right. So imagine
if you need the angle of incidence between the mediums. If you don't have that, you don't have any refraction. Okay.
Okay. So if imagine like this blue box, right? Imagine if there was another blue box that was more dense than the air, but less dense than the first blue box, and we stacked it on top.
That's fine. Zero refraction. Okay. Zero refraction.
With
but less dense air, more boxes, endless more boxes, zero refraction. What do you want?
But on the the rig
boxes, there's zero air, zero refraction. What are you talking about?
So on the rig picture, the angle of incidence of the beams of light that are bringing us the image of the rig, they aren't at zero angle incidence of.
What do you mean? They're
to the differential of pressure in the air.
What do you mean? They're perfectly at zero because you're looking straight across the land. You're not looking through any vertical density gradients. And if you claim there's a cold air out on the sea, they're looking straight through that. So you don't have this angle change to cause the light to go down. because you're just looking straight through the same.
There would be.
layer
I mean,
of
like
atmosphere.
the pressure of air isn't perfectly distributed, and it also there's
Even if
there
it's
is a
not
vertical
perfectly
gradient.
distributed, it doesn't matter, because as long as you're looking from one like air to another air, and the angle between these two and the airs that have no boundaries that you're imagining is capable of refracting things, as long as those boundaries are not at an angle that is conducive to refract the light the way you want, then it's not gonna. And you are here sitting here trying to tell us that all the light bends uniformly around the globe to make it appear flat to everybody? Do you know how insane that sounds?
Hey, I lost you at the end there. So like in this example, like this picture you posted of the like 20 degrees, like the 20 degrees one. I mean, the angle of refraction that we're talking about to make the image like that that was posted that we're talking about of the rigs. That's a really tiny angle that's necessary.
Nope. It's massive.
It's just it's like less. It's like a couple degrees.
No. Oh, sorry. No, it's massive. When you say it's tiny, that's because you are thinking that the light bends uniformly along the curve. So the uniform bending is tiny, but light does not bend uniformly. So you cannot cause the light to bend uniformly around the globe. You don't have the conditions to make this.
What about the 60 degrees where there is no light emission through the medium, where it's a complete reflection?
Are you asking me or Drace?
Yeah, I'm asking you, Mr. Physics.
Okay. What about it? What about that?
Well, how come the light doesn't escape the medium? How come it's completely refracted off the surface of the change of the medium?
I would say that we do see this 60-degree thing in mirages. So when the horizon looks kind of like folded, when you're looking at a desert or something, it's and it gives us those kind of foldings of light at the very edge. That what we're seeing is that 60-degree. But when we're looking at something, but the refraction angle of light is very small. It has to be almost parallel to the thing that it's refracting off of. So
yeah, but the thing with mirages is they're inverted, right? They appear like water,
right,
like
exactly.
a heat shimmer.
I love it.
Exactly, and that's why this 60-degree thing, the light, the ray of light that's coming off of that 60-degree one is inverted. It's pointing down. And just like on the, and that's why.
Yeah, but it's staying in the same medium. It's not escaping.
Sorry, that 60-degree thing is not refraction. Sorry, that's.
Or sorry, what is it called?
Sorry, that's called total internal reflection.
Yes, yes.
By the way, since you were talking about mirages, when we actually have light refract and curve down as caused by atmospheric effects and temperature inversions coming in, or extreme temperature differences between the ground and the air, though at those times we do actually see light appear to divert, of course, a little bit, and during those times we see mirages. So we don't really see any mirages when we're looking and seeing that the Earth isn't curving. So you can't really claim that the oil platforms are mirages or anything like that, because there's no proof of it, light being bent down, or any effect of light being bent down. So there's no mirages there.
Yeah, I mean that makes. I'm not really sure where you were going on that, but look in this GIF that Mod Justin just posted. You can see. I mean, this is a good example of it. You can see how at some points the buildings on the other side are visible, and at other points we can see them. I think that's a good example of how refraction can bring things back that would be obscured by the wire.
Sorry, that's not Earth curve either. There are 5 refractive effects which you do not know about. First, there's stooping and towering. What you're looking at in this picture is stooping, and a little bit of towering in between. Stooping is when an image gets compressed. When an image gets compressed enough, it can be compressed beyond your angular resolution limit or your diffraction limit, so you can no longer see it. That is called sinking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I mean, I can also, like, when I'm looking at this GIF, for example, I mean, I think that if light can be this towering or whatever you said, we can see how it.
If you sorry, just a second, I'll show you this. If you look at the black swan, in that image, there's a bendy crane, which globers are oftentimes cry about, say, "Oh, it's proof of refraction," but that proof of refraction is proof of stooping. So that's stretching out of the image. So you can see it's a little bit stretched there. That does not help anyone make a globe appear flat, or you'll be able to see long behind the horizon or through Earth curves. That doesn't work like that.
Right, and that's only applying to the objects on the horizon. It's not even about the horizon. The horizon, it's affecting the things on the horizon. It's not affecting the horizon. The only thing that any of those types of refraction that you've been mentioning, right, is going to do is shorten your horizon. There's none of them that's going to extend it beyond that point. So if
you flat earthers need to check out my refraction presentation in a big way. I can't believe you're still allowing this shit. I really can't. Have they Jedi mind tricked you in the refraction? What type of refraction is he talking about?
Terrestrial refraction. We went over this all before him like 2 hours ago. He just doesn't listen.
I don't know. That's what I asked him because he was invoking Snell's law when
sorry,
he was talking about two
something that
mediums.
was?
Oh no, that's another guy. I'm conflating two guys. That's my bad.
Yeah. When you say refraction, what's his name?
My name is Ent Monk.
Ent Monk. When you're refraction, what refraction are you exactly talking about?
The refraction of light in air as it's passing through air of different pressures.
You're talking about terrestrial refraction, correct?
So terrestrial refraction. What is that?
Yeah, that's correct. That's when you're saying light in the atmosphere, which is a contradiction in terms, by the way. That's called terrestrial refraction. Do you know the necessary conditions that must exist for you to invoke that terrestrial refraction?
Is it heat and pressure differential?
No. I'd like to direct everyone's attention to 16 minutes after the hour. For terrestrial refraction to exist, two conditions must exist. This is from Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State Astronomy Department, subject matter expert in the area. You want to read this with me? The atmosphere is also curved, as it follows the shape of the Earth. In the calculations below, we'll adopt a rough value of 6,400 kilometers as a radius of curvature to make the calculation simple. What are the two? I bolded and underlined them. What are the two necessary antecedents?
So let me look at it. The two necessary antecedents. I don't see them in the one in the chat.
You don't see them. I bolded and underlined them inside the citation.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at the image that Drace posted. You just posted something there. Two antecedents. Just say them. I'm a little dyslexic. I can't.
The atmosphere is curved and the radius of curvature. So you must have curved gases, atmosphere. You got a problem, number one, because atmosphere is a contradiction, a paradox. Because atmo means air, as a gas sphere is a shape. Gases don't have an even shape, man. Do you think gases have inherent shape?
I mean, gases will, like gas molecules, will conform to the forces that are acting on them.
No, they won't. I asked you a question. No, they don't. Yeah, and you can't even define force. I asked you, do gases have inherent shape? Answer the question.
Well, gases are just collections of molecules.
I didn't ask you what gases were. I said, did they have the inherent shape?
I disagree with the premise of the question.
Well, you can't disagree with it. It's fucking duh. Grade level. I'm going to show you how silly this is. From Christy Bodak, Southwestern University, grade level. I will use this lesson with a first grade class. If an object is in a gaseous state of matter, it will not have a definite shape or a definite volume. We'll get to that second one in the past. So essentially, you would fail first grade intro to gas behavior.
I mean, I've taken like grad level thermodynamics.
I don't really care. You'd fail it right now.
I did fail grad level thermodynamics. I had to take it three times, I think.
You fail gas behavior. Second, stay on. Are you like ADHD?
A little bit, probably.
Yeah, you need to fucking start pumping the Adderall central line.
I've been thinking about getting
Like
a diagnosis.
gases have no definite shape. I'm going to tear into your ass in here, Mr. Grad Student.
So
On your
okay,
fucking
no, I'm not. I'm not in.
knowledge.
I'm not in. I never. I was in grad
So,
school.
so gases have to invoke terrestrial refraction. Could you show us curved gases for us, please?
So okay, so what is a gas? What is a gas?
Show us
Like, what
curved
is it?
gases.
That's I'm working my way there. So what
No,
is a
you're not.
gas?
Show us curved gases.
I want to try. Give me a shot, bro. Okay, work with me. What
Show
is
us
a
curved
gas?
gases.
Somebody else want to give it a try?
Yeah, you better get somebody else. Because I'm not playing
Okay,
with your
a gas is just a particular type of
I didn't
molecule.
ask you what a fucking gas was, did I?
Yeah, these tricks worked earlier. People were being very kind to you. That's not going to work now. Just answer the question.
I'm trying. I mean, I'm trying to build up the idea of why I think.
Yeah, you're trying
why
to
I
drop
think a
things like,
gas-
oh, if you use calculus, you can do this thing and that thing. We knew what you were doing earlier. You can't do that with quantum erasure. You can't sit there and pretend for the audience that you know more than you do. I'll just give him the pretender clown role right now. What was the question he's supposed to be answering?
Oh, man.
What's his favorite color of crown to eat?
Dang.
What tastes the best? What color tastes the best?
Yeah, you're not. This isn't going to turn out well for you, grad student.
Well, okay. What if we want to know what gas,
Stutter
like
some
how
more,
gases
some
behave?
more. Just stutter some more.
If we want to
show us
Oh,
curved
bro.
gases or drop your
not
refraction
it's
claim.
just not a good look. I don't even have a stutter. I'm
Shut
just
the
like
fuck up. Don't tell me what a good look is. Pretend to clown numpty dipshit.
all right. What
Yeah,
a
all right.
gas is just a collection of molecules.
Oh,
a
gas is a
particular
collection
kind of molecules.
I got a collection of molecules in my fucking computer desk right here. Is it a gas?
I don't know.
Shut the
If you heat it up enough.
If you heat it, yeah.
Yeah. Anything's a gas if you
You have
if
to
it's hot enough.
manipulate it.
Manipulate.
You fucking have to manipulate it.
Who cares?
Yeah,
Don't follow his red herring fallacy. Show us curved gases.
You gotta let me go down my path though. I can't
Show
just do it like
us
that.
curved
No.
gases.
It's not how it works.
Watch him show you a balloon.
I mean, there's something to be said for like, there's an idea that I have to go through some steps to get through. To like, that's not.
Yeah, you
like,
try your Elmer Fudd sophistry somewhere else, son.
I don't know,
it's
man.
not gonna work.
I mean,
we
like,
can't take that. Sorry.
what if there's an idea that like I have to
You have
build
to
up some building blocks
you have to
first?
string people along and try to play gotcha, right?
Yep.
Ideas
I
are
don't think
memes.
so. I mean,
Without answering the question at all. Nothing.
so like, when you're explaining something to someone and they've never heard of this thing,
Do you know the
they've never heard
definition of shape? Can we go that baseline? Do you know the definition of shape?
Okay.
What is the
Circle,
definition of
square,
shape?
Rectangle.
A gas is a collection of molecules.
What is the definition of shape? Just the word shape.
I mean, you're trying to string me along, bro. You're trying
Holy
to get me
fuck,
a gotcha.
dude! You are a fucking moron right now. You're not even here listening
trying
to
to string
us.
me along.
We want to go to the baseline, and you're going way off into no man's land where we don't need to be. What is shape? What is the definition of shape?
A shape. Oh fuck! I gotta go really far back here, like elementary
Wow.
school. No,
He
I
is
probably learned it
fucking
earlier.
not even
Okay.
here, guys.
It's a. I don't even know what the definition of shape is.
You
Can
can't use Google?
What is a definition of shape? I'm gonna look it up and see what I find, because that's actually pretty abstract.
Really?
Yeah. Well, like, what would you say is the definition of a shape?
A triangle, a square.
Well, those are examples
Parallelogram.
of specific shapes. But what is shape?
Well, I'm just
itself?
saying that a physical shape is
kinda
something
hard to
that you can
describe.
actually say is a shape.
Right, but you gave some examples of particular shapes. But what is shape itself? It's kind of difficult to describe, isn't it?
So didn't I just ask you that?
Yeah, I guess I'm copping out and seeing what your answer is.
I'll let you handle this. Quantum,
This is going
take over.
pretty strange. So he can't show gases with shape because they have.
Well,
no
now I'm
answer.
curious
We
about
all
the
know
shape
this.
question. What does shape mean?
We all know this from second grade, so we'll go to the next one. Of course, I prosecution rest right there, but we can go to the next one to see. The second one is you need the radius of the Earth. What's the radius of the Earth?
I don't know. I don't know it off the top of my head.
Well, they say it's 3959 miles. Of course, they use in terrestrial refraction 6,400 kilometers. Can you show us how they got that?
How they got what? How they got
radius value of the Earth?
There's lots of different ways. I mean, there's the two sticks experiment. That's one way.
That's not an experiment. Let's go down that route. What are the three constituent parts of an experiment, grad student?
Oh, I was here I was here like a month ago, and you gave me these things. It's dependent, independent, and control.
Okay, that's correct. So
that's right.
In your
Okay.
yeah, that's correct. You got it. So in your Eratosthenes,
that's thanks to you, man. You gave me that. Yeah.
Okay, so in the two sticks Eratosthenes so-called experiment, what was the dependent variable?
Okay, so independent is the thing that we change. Dependent is the thing that we see. So I guess isn't that the whole deal? Like the independent is the thing that we change.
Exactly, it's not the whole deal at all. No, it's part of the deal.
What is the independent variable?
That's what I'm asking you.
I think the independent variable is the thing that we change to see the result of it. The result of which our
change. That's the only thing an independent variable is.
Well, what would you say it is?
Independent variable is the cause factor.
It's the variable that we manipulate in our experiment.
Yeah, that's correct, but it is the cause of the effect that you're witnessing. So in the Eratosthenes experiment, what is the dependent variable?
The dependent variable would be like the size of the shadow on the stick.
Size of the shadow. Size of the shadow from the sticks that he placed?
Yep. Yeah.
So number one, he didn't place any sticks. Number two, the
well.
The sticks. So it was a well now. So we're moving away from the sticks.
Or I mean, it still is the same principle.
It's not the same principle. It's got to be. We're not talking principles here. We're talking actual dependent variables. So do you want to change your story?
We can stick with sticks.
I don't think you want to stick with sticks.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Well, he placed the stick in the ground, which he didn't. This is a clusterfuck of epic proportions. Okay, so I'll roll with it. So he placed the stick. So that is your natural phenomena. That's not a natural phenomena. That's not an experiment.
When does like I mean? So my understanding of this dependent independent variable thing is that we change the independent variable to reveal something about the world. We change the independent variable, and then that we watch what the dependent variable does, and then we try to explain why our change of the independent variable resulted in that particular change in the dependent variable.
You don't have a dependent variable. That's incorrect.
Why? Why isn't the shadow the dependent variable?
The shadow's not the dependent variable because the guy put the stick in the ground and then had the shadow after it. That's not a natural phenomena.
Natural phenomena, but it's in the natural world. Like the stick is in the natural world, and the reason
everything is natural in the world, right? Is that what you're fucking telling me?
Like the stick. Sorry, go ahead. Define what?
Synthetic.
Define synthetic. I mean, synthetic is like man-made, I guess, not natural.
Exist in the natural world.
Yeah, but like I see what you're saying. So the placement of the stick is synthetic, but the length of the shadow is not synthetic. The length of the shadow is caused by nature.
Do I walk out into nature and see fucking shadows from sticks in the ground?
No, but the length of the shadow is not caused by you.
That's it. Stop. That's not a natural phenomenon then.
But the length of the shadow you don't
The
control.
length of the shadow. Okay, let's move on because it seems that you can't understand this.
Well, hold on. Because this is like
So
about the
what
essence
is
of science.
So what is the independent variable? I'll give you the length of the shadow just to make you look like more of a moron, which is hardly impossible at this point. So length of the shadow is the dependent variable. What's the independent variable?
The independent variable is the location of the stick.
The location. So location causes stick.
Yeah, location causes change in shadow length. Yes.
Location causes change in really.
That's the essence of his experiment.
That wasn't an experiment. That's a clusterfuck of a hypothesis. It's inviolable. It's dorky. You'd fail 5th grade general science.
Damn.
Yep. And you
That
also
sucks.
had you also invoked the fallacy of composition. I'm sorry, fallacy of division. When you said everything is natural, that's a fallacy of division, inferring that something is true of one or more of the parts from the fact that it's true of the whole.
All right, but like, there's like the length of the shadow, because we were like close there. If you don't decide how long your shadow is, you can change. You can like, squat low or stand up high, but the place the sun is in the sky, that's what defines how long your shadow is.
So the sun causes the shadow.
Yes, it does.
So that's your independent variable. Can you manipulate the sun?
No, but I can manipulate where the stick is.
You can't, that's
I can,
not the
yes,
independent
I can
variable
manipulate
then.
where the stick is,
Nope.
which changes
No.
its relation to
You
the
said the
to
sun was the independent variable. You can't manipulate the sun.
But the sun causes the shadow. So if we move where the stick
there you
is,
go.
then the distance from the sun is different,
Wrong.
and the way
That's
that the
not-
shadow is.
Nope. That's non sequitur.
Why?
This is
Why?
ridiculous, man. So
we can do something else. I was just watching a debate about gravity. And
you want to step
Yeah.
right up from the furnace into the fucking blast furnace?
Let's
Gravity.
go. Let's go, bro.
Oh,
We were talking about the debate was, he referenced the Cavendish a little bit, and I did some research on the Cavendish. What do you think about that?
Oh, you really? Number one, that's not an experiment. Number
yeah.
two, why are you invoking 106-year out of date pseudoscience? Pray tell.
I mean, you can see on YouTube people have done it. People have
done it. Really?
Yeah,
well, number
yeah.
one, it's not an experiment. Number two,
Why not?
That falls under Newtonian mechanics. That was superseded 106 years ago.
Right, by Einstein, but it's still at the small scale, at the
No, it's
Earth,
not.
like human scale. It still makes the same predictions as Newton.
No, it's not. That's not gravity. Gravity is the bending and warping of fucking space-time. Not
in Einstein's model. It is in Einstein's model. That's how he conceives of what gravity is.
Can you let this is going to be a lot of fun. What's the dependent variable in the Cavendish experiment?
So the dependent variable of the Cavendish experiment is the acceleration of the torsion rod.
Acceleration of the torsion rods. Do you observe that in nature?
The acceleration of the torsion rod is due to
I didn't ask you what it was
effects.
due to. I asked you the dependent variable, natural phenomena observed. Do you observe naturally torsion bars in nature?
Let's talk about this natural phenomenon thing. So
yeah,
let me just think of an experiment. So in biology, in cell biology, they do an experiment. There's an experimental method called electrophoresis, where they basically. That's not an experiment. Well, how can we use it to know the makeup of the DNA in the cell?
David, you don't need to know the makeup. Do you even know what a hypothesis is? Fuck's sake.
So let's say with gel electrophoresis, what you do is you cut open a cell.
What is a hypothesis before we get to electrophoresis? Go ahead.
A hypothesis is a statement you make, a prediction that you make about what will happen to the dependent variable when you change the independent variable.
Incorrect.
It's not. What could it be?
What could it be? Who knows? That's not it. You got the prediction right. That's about it.
What is it? What's
I'm asking you. I mean, you're
Oh.
telling us about. Can you have an experiment without a hypothesis?
You can. No, you need a null hypothesis and a alternative hypothesis to be confident about something.
Yeah. So, what is the natural phenomena observed? Do you understand the dependent variable must be a natural phenomena?
The dependent variable is something that we change. The dependent variable is something that we change in the experiment.
The dependent variable is not what we change. The dependent variable is the effect. It's what we see in nature.
So, I disagree. The dependent. So, like, if you're
one second. This isn't a case of agree or disagree. If you want to go to a fucking subjective forum, then go look for, whose favorite color is the best or cake decorating forums. We're not into this. It either is a viable hypothesis or it's not.
Okay,
it's either a dependent variable or it's not.
Let's think of a hypothetical
I don't give a
experiment.
fuck what you agree or disagree with, clown.
Let's think of a hypothetical experiment.
Let's think about this. Let's think about it. You don't know what a hypothesis is. You don't know what a dependent variable is. You got half of the independent variable right. You'd fail 5th grade general science.
Let me try to give an example of a hypothetical experiment.
I want the definition of it first.
Okay, so let's say you live. I'm just coming up with this on the fly. I have no idea where this is going to go, but you're living by a lake. Okay, and you want to see you're a fisherman, and you want to see which fish which bait. No, this is very simple. Which bait attracts the fish in this pond by your house? So
what's the dependent variable?
So the dependent variable would be the bait that you use, the dependent variable would be whether or not the fish eat the bait. The number of fish you catch.
A question is not a dependent variable.
I'll explain the experiment. So you take some bait, you throw it in on your line.
It's not an experiment.
And you measure how many fish you catch with one bait, and then you move to a different bait. You move to a different bait, and then you count how many fish you get with that. Now,
I'm done listening to your dumb ass. We're done. I've had enough of him. He's a clown. Next.
Pick me.
We did have some people that have questions. Oh yeah, Darth Ninja Clone had a question. Do you still have a question, Darth Ninja Clones?
Yeah, so if I was watching that other video and I was just typing in chat, but I'll just say it here. If the moon is directly above us, and I see people saying no one knows what the moon is, but okay, we can see it. If it's directly above us and it's going around in circles above this flat Earth, then how come someone who's not directly below the moon, but someone on the sides of the moon don't see, or they see the same image? And also, if the moon is flat, then someone on the side of the moon, or on the side, not directly below it, just see the moon as an ellipse or some non-spherical thing.
The moon isn't what you make up in your head. Sorry.
Who said the moon was flat?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Someone else over here said the moon was a plate. So
no,
we don't have a claim on the moon. I've told you.
So then, what is it then?
We don't have a claim. What do you think? We don't have a claim on the moon means? Do you think it means that we're claiming something about the moon, or it means that we don't have a claim on the moon?
I mean, you're just saying it's wrong without any.
Do you think
you're just saying it's wrong by saying it's not a claim? I mean, I see it. It's some ball of light.
The moon is a light in the sky. We don't have a claim to the shape of the moon. That is a claim inherent within the cult that we left. So we're the people that left the cult. You are still one of the guys who's still in the cult, okay?
I'm just asking a question. I'm not
Yeah,
insulting.
I'm just answering your question, okay?
No, you're kind of just insulting.
No,
Doing
I'm
that
just
won't
telling
answer
you
the
the
question.
truth of it. That's
It's
just
not that we're not
like
answering your
imagine if you're
question.
talking to a guy in
The
Scientology.
truth is not
Just
there is no
imagine this
claim.
for a minute. Just imagine this for a minute. You're talking to somebody who's in Scientology, okay? He believes all sorts of things. He might be offended that you call it a cult. But is it a cult?
Bro, what?
You don't know what the moon is.
If someone in a cult is offended that you call it a cult, does it mean that it isn't a cult?
Now I guess.
Yeah, we were in your cult. We were in this religion. We believed what you believe.
It's not really a religion. It's no
It
like
is. It's
God.
nothing but
It
a
is, though.
religion.
What where's the deity? What is
It's
that?
called gravity. It
I thought
holds
you guys said
everything
gravity
together.
doesn't
It ends
exist.
everything in your religion. It's an
That's why you're
oxymoronic
religious.
force that violates the first law.
Wait, so do you guys believe in gravity?
It's never been scientifically proven.
Tell me what it is.
Or, like,
Define it for me.
well,
Show
no,
it
no,
to
hold
me.
on. Hold on.
Also,
There is
Don't ask-
no
before you go
gravity.
on, note
For the
that you
record.
said, do we believe
someone
in
else in here
gravity? You're asking us to have
Bro, let me
faith
talk.
in your religious deity.
You know, someone else in here when you're getting like VC verified or whatever said that you guys aren't like part of the flat Earth society because you believe in gravity and they don't. So
No, sorry, that's wrong.
What the hell?
Yeah, who told? I don't know anyone that would
Bullshit.
even
There is
say
Probably
no
that.
flat Earth
misunderstood. I'm sure you
society.
misunderstood. You probably
There is no
misunderstood what they
flat Earth
said. But yeah, we're
society.
not
yeah,
in
yeah.
that.
Maybe my
That's
Discord
not
bugged
right.
out. Yeah, probably right.
So it's not a question of belief. Like it's laying down belief, right, and understanding what is and what isn't. So if you can demonstrate it or validate it or like define it and show me what it is, if you can manipulate it and identify it, then sure, we'll take a look at it. So
So
what are you
anything
talking
that
about?
anything
Really
that could prove like anything at all
Re-
that could prove that the Earth
really
is
quick,
curved
Trace.
has some
Scientific
claim or whatever.
experiment.
Darth, really quick.
Yeah.
What is gravity?
It's a force.
Wrong.
Dun, 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 dun.
Well, I guess the Earth is flat then.
Right, so saying it's a force was outdated. That's 106 years old. That's Newtonian. So your current rhetoric is Einsteinian gravity, the bending, warping, and
Bro,
spiraling
I
of
don't care.
the
Go to the next topic.
space-time, right? Due to an uneven distribution of mass, right? Not mass attracting mass or a force. It's not claimed to be a force. Right, so you don't even know your own religious zealotry.
Yeah, that's a bending and warping of a conceptual medium. Like, that's not real. That's an idea. That's like bending and warping of freedom. It's like you don't take that and physically bend it or warp it. Bending and warping is a physical attribute. Even funnier is once you have Einstein, the whole Big Bang just goes out the window because they made it when they imagined that gas molecules attracted other gas molecules and could collect into giant gas balls. But that just doesn't work in reality. Gas isn't attracted to gas or the ground. So, oops, your whole cosmos is gone.
Darth, when I asked you what is gravity, you said a force, and then you said you wanted to move on. Why?
I mean, because I don't really care.
It's the crux of your argument, isn't it?
Well, we can go on to something else.
Is it not the crux of your argument?
Sure.
Are we arguing in this group or are we seeking truth? Because I've joined 4 times and it's just arguing back and forth and not folks trying to come together to seek truth.
Do you know what a debate is?
Is that a yes or no?
Do you know what a dialectic is? Answer me.
Truth is the flat earth model doesn't work either. Neither of them work.
What
What flat
model?
Earth?
Neither
What
of
flat
them
Earth
were.
model? What flat
Surely
Earth
it's
model?
not convex. If you haven't figured out NASA's lying, you're a fucking idiot. Flat Earth is a stepping stone.
To what?
Yeah, sure it is.
To what?
Concave Earth.
Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
concaver. Glory, just
Yeah.
relax a little bit, buddy.
I knew
All
I was
right.
coming.
If you're going to say concavity, right? Because you're missing the whole crux of the argument. So it's not about, like, no one is claiming that the Earth is any shape, right? We're saying that what they're claiming is not true, and it can be validated and proven that it's not true. It can be measured and proven that it's not true. If you're making a claim that it's curving in another direction, then you need to provide some evidence for some curvature of it going in that direction. Otherwise, you're just making some baseless assertion that means absolutely nothing.
Why
I
does
also want
Concorde
the
Jet?
just a second. I also want the Globers to take a note of this because we're the sane middle ground that follows science and the scientific method. Light travels straight lines, but they need light to be curving in the opposite direction, contradicting each other. So we're the sane middle ground. Just keep that in mind.
What is an argument? All glory.
Why does Concorde Jets tip their nose upwards when they fly?
They don't fly. They've been
They don't tip their.
decommissioned. They've been
They don't.
decommissioned.
When they used to fly.
Why do the southern stars spin in reverse? And a lighter in a frying pan is not an answer.
A lighter
The
and a frying
southern
pan.
stars are literally spinning reverse.
What is an argument?
Hey, wait, they
Why?
decommissioned
How does
all
the sun
Concorde jets.
maintain the same 24-hour speed, having different concentric spins around the North Pole? Grab a string, spin it one way, make it a shorter length, spin it again. It doesn't
Wait a
work.
second. Hold up. You said the stars are spinning in reverse?
The northern stars spin one way, quote unquote, around Polaris, which it doesn't. Polaris is not stationary. It's not the center point of axis of rotation. North Pole spins one way. South Pole spins another way. It spins the reverse.
Wrong, you doofus. All the stars, sun and the moon, save for Polaris, move from east to west. What you're saying here is that in the northern hemisphere, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. In the southern hemisphere, it rises in the west and sets in the east.
No, I didn't even talk about the stars.
Yes, you did.
I mean, the
Yes,
sun.
you did.
Sorry.
Stars
I
and
talked
sun.
about. First
of all, you're a fucking moron. Essentially. Like I said, all the stars, sun and moon, move from east to west.
The northern. I'm not saying it. That what you just.
You said they spin in reverse. You're a fucking idiot.
Why are you arguing, All Glory? Thought you didn't want to argue. I thought you didn't want to argue. Just agree with him.
The northern stars spin one way. The southern stars spin
That's
another.
what I'm saying. That you're an idiot. You.
Am I? Am I?
Yeah, because they don't. No science says they do. They say it's an apparent thing, or it appears that
It's
way.
not. It doesn't just appear. It is. There's
Yeah,
this celestial sphere in the sky. In our sky, there's a literal celestial sphere
Well, here's the
within the
thing.
Earth.
All stars rotate the same way, but when you view it facing north, they come from left to right.
I
When
can
you view it-
turn off concave Earth and turn on flat Earth and explain to you how the stars work better than you can if you
Oh my
want.
god!
Shut the fuck up. You're an idiot.
Listen, you're not the first concaver we've had here. And I know you can't do what you just stated. Explanations aren't demonstrations any fucking way. You can take your explanations.
All
and
these
walk
quotes
with
and craps. I
Walk
have an
with them.
Instagram channel. One of them is 50.
All
And
Glory.
don't interrupt me when I'm talking.
Why won't you answer my question, Glory? What is an argument?
What is an argument?
So listen, every single one of you morons that are keeping
You're
silent.
a fucking moron.
Did
Oh, double dribble.
Stars
Keeping you-
spin in reverse. Oh my god.
Why
Why
That's a
move on from
concable
that?
model.
Right? It's over. What a clown. Just like I said, what he's saying here, folks, is just like I said. He's saying that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, in the north, and in the south, the sun rises in the west and sets in the east. Reverse. He's a fucking idiot. He's just parroting some nonsense he's heard from somebody else without going through not even the least bit of scrutiny. I destroyed this argument back in 2015 in my sleep. Clown. Goodness, is this all we have left?
I would like to hear him answer Deuce's question, though. What is an argument?
What is an argument? We're down at that level. How about a spelling contest?
Okay.
I'm not a proponent for globe Earth. Don't talk to me like you talk to these globe heads. I'm not saying NASA's lying. I'm not backing up your shit.
Are you giving ultimatums on our server?
Are you a truth seeker?
No, that's not the question. I asked you a question.
And I countered your question with another question. Are you a truth
fuck
seeker?
your question. Can you give an answer?
Pull up YouTube and confirm the southern stars don't spin in fucking reverse.
They don't. I pulled it up.
They do.
It appears that way, moron. It appears that way, moron.
It appears they do.
It appears that way, yes.
Google it. Pull it up, please. Please pull it up. Pull up long exposure of southern stars, long exposure of northern stars.
Hey, idiot.
Reverse.
Shut the fuck up. First I told you don't overtalk me. You better get that. I'll swipe left and ban your ass. I don't give a shit.
Hand over for anybody in this chat. If you guys are truth seekers, you're gonna follow me.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
Oh, we have a savior, guys.
Another one?
Yeah.
Hey, so you know, Trisha, so you know, I checked and the stars go the same way. So I checked.
Yeah, all stars rotate east to west. What's east? Which one?
Well, I mean, we do have these images that people capture where they go in opposite directions in the same frame, but the Earth, if it were because the Earth were moving, it would be like an Easter egg being twisted open.
They're not going in opposite directions.
Yeah, no,
you appear that way.
You can't even, that long exposure he's talking about, it's not a long exposure, it's a CGI, where it shows two rotations and the vortex in the center, like a toroidal field. That's not a real image. Nobody took that. You can't see that on the equator.
Well, that's what I say. I've not seen it myself. I can't verify the photos or the videos. However, it can't be explained by a globe because then it would have to be an Easter egg where the bottom is turning one way and the top is turning a different way.
Precisely.
On either a concave or a sphere Earth. The top would have to rotate independent of the bottom, right? Or vice versa.
It's like I said, the sun would rise in the east and set in the west and the north, and then rise in the west and set in the south. Or rise in the west and set in the east and the south.
There'd have to be two suns.
Yeah, it's stupid. We defeated this argument in 2015.
Hang on, maybe there are two suns in a concave Earth.
Maybe. Maybe there's 13 moons too. I don't know.
People don't know what directions are. They're confusing left and right, forward and backwards, counterclockwise and clockwise with directions. They're morons.
Apparent view with actual view.
It's not even apparent. It's not even not actual or actual. It's just based on direction. Do I need to say it again?
No. Depends on which direction you're viewing it from, north or south. I'm with you.
Yep. Doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter anyway, based on your perspective. They're all going east to west. Doesn't matter which way you look. East and west is east and west, period. Where they get confused is left and right, like I said, repeating myself. Left and right, forward and backward. Well, in this particular case, left and right, counterclockwise and clockwise. Those aren't directions.
Nope.
They're relative directions. They're not absolute. Right?
Yeah, they're absolutely relative direction.
do we want to go into the actual demonstration of this? Or just not even a thought experiment, right?
Can we
you have
cover
a road,
magnetic
right?
west?
You have the road traveling, it's pointed east and west, and there's only one-way traffic. That means all the cars are moving from east to west. If I look at the car from the north side, they're going from left to right. If I all of a sudden like cross the road and turn around and look at them from the south side, they're moving from right to left. Have they changed directions? No. They're all moving east to west. It's simple as that. If I need to explain it further, then you need an appointment to the who and where the fuck am I institution immediately.
Address, please.
Yep. Tuco Community College in Tobago.
I appreciate
this is really bad, dude.
Yeah, we're so bored. We're debating concavers. I really hate it when we get here. I'm gonna have to start visiting them other servers I found.
There are people here to debate.
We'll bust them out, Judas.
Well, they come in and they think that they understand things that they don't understand. And when you walk through it with them, like you either expose that they're not going to be honest and they're not going to admit that they don't understand them, or they're going to come to an understanding of them. And I mean, that's just, if there were any, if they, like, you guys are you guys expecting anybody to come in with any evidence? If anyone had any evidence for anything, we wouldn't be here.
True.
Flays, are you there? Flays. Flays.
So for concavers, the Earth is on the inside of the ball, and then in the center of the ball is the stars and the moon and sun. Is that right?
Who knows?
Yeah, hello, this one's Eminem.
Hey, there you are.
Hey, man.
What do you believe the shape of the Earth is and why?
I don't know, to be honest. I've just been entertained, just listening to what's going on.
Excellent. Now entertain us.
Entertain you how?
By answering my question.
Well, I mean, I don't think the Earth is flat in my eyes. I just feel like it's just a sphere. Just like
you think it's a sphere, and why do you think it's a sphere?
I don't know. It's just what I believe in. Like, look up in the sky. There's the moon. It's a circle. It's a sphere. Just
because the moon is a circle, the Earth is a circle.
I mean, like if you look up in the sky, say if I'm like on a mountain or something, you see the atmosphere.
Oh, it's something he believes.
And if everything was flat, then I get a telescope from, say, if I was from like Mount Everest or something, I get a telescope, I'd be able to see everything like New York.
That's incorrect.
China. I mean, I don't know.
That's just what you read in a Flat Earth, How to Talk to Flat Earther article. That's not actually true.
I don't even expect what's going on. I'm just vibing.
No,
I was
that's
listening
fine.
to music and just listening to what's going on.
You're clicking a lot, so you're probably playing a game.
Yeah, I am.
So you're not paying very much attention.
I mean, I'm listening to what's going on. It's
let's take it to
entertaining.
its logical conclusion. So, would you say an ice hockey rink is basically flat?
Yeah.
Yes.
Football ground. They have a
So
flat
on
ground.
one side of the hockey rink,
but not everything's flat.
There's you, and then on the other side of the hockey rink, there's a red ant. Can you see the red ant?
No, it's on the
Why not?
ground. Tiny. It's too small to see. I don't have anything to see.
But the
Like,
ground is flat,
if I had
though.
like a scope or something, then I'll probably see
Why
it.
can't we see it? We could see forever.
I mean,
we could be
you
able to do
you can
that.
see some things, but if I get like a telescope or something, like one of those glass magnified things.
Turkey. Did you say a turkey?
No, a glass magnifying.
Glass megaphone. You're right on point. Great
No,
argument.
it's like 6 a.m. for
Did
me.
you just come from Elmer Fudd University?
No, I'm British. I'm just vibing, as I said.
My word!
You sound
so
like
I
you're
just
vibing.
destroyed your
Yeah,
entire
it's 6 a.m.
argument right
I've just
there
got. I
about
just
staying
finished work and I've
silent.
just been
Yeah,
entertaining.
yeah,
You
you
asked
keep on
Mr. If he
talking.
came
It's
from
all
Elmer
right.
Fudd
Y'all
University. He says, no, he's British.
So I believe
keep-
Kiwi's point
Yeah,
there is
I'm
you
not from
can't
any
resolve
university.
you can't resolve that because your optics aren't able to, right? So
Huh?
that argument of
I
seeing
mean, everyone can
the
see
whole entire
differently.
thing from Mount Everest is kind of bullshit, right?
I mean,
Plus
if
you
I
have
was
the atmosphere.
blind, I won't see it.
Plus you have the atmosphere obscuring things as well, right?
Yeah.
So your ability to see everything is not possible, even
Pretty much. I
from
mean,
that
everyone
height.
can see different
I mean, because
perspectives, like distance.
well, you've taken a plane, right?
I've been on a plane before. Yeah, it's pretty lit. You look out the window, you see
It
the.
is great place to vibe as well.
No
Exactly.
curvature.
Are you ever able to see everything?
Not really. All you can see
Can
is
you
like
see cars or people walking?
if you look down, depending on the height, then yeah, you can see cars.
Depending on what as well.
Depending on the light and depending on what height.
And the weather?
Yeah, obviously, yeah, if it's clear, you'll be able to see down.
Okay. So would you be able to see everything on any perspective from any height?
Depending on whether that's true as well.
Okay. So there are things that you can't see on the ground? Because they're too small. You can't resolve them. You can't resolve
trillions
them,
of
right?
things that you pretty much can't see.
Okay, the thing you said I like the most is that it's a belief, and I agree with that. You were taught that as a child,
Mhm.
and you never verified it.
I've never looked into anything like it.
Right. So I agree with that, and it's a reasonable point, reasonable position to have. But is it the best one to have?
Oh, by
the
far
best one, the best one to have would be to verify the veracity of everything you're told, right?
This is so when you talk from like that does ICT in college. Like I don't really look into any of this.
Right, but then why are you here?
I'm just entertained and what's going on. I want to just vibe and just listen to what's going on. It's kind of entertaining. It's like I
you're
go
the
on
entertainment tonight, though.
I go on to like YouTube and stuff and like look at documentaries and stuff. I get bored. I get entertained and get a bit intrigued to stuff like what criminals and shit like that.
So you find us to be criminals?
No, it's like stuff that I'm into. Like you just look on like
You're into criminals and flat earthers?
I'm into whatever that intrigues me. You just click on a documentary and you just watch it for hours and hours.
Whatever
now he's talking about. Now he's talking about porn.
Yeah, exactly. I love that shit. Say less.
Disgusting.
Bloody disgusting.
So you realize how you came in saying that if the Earth is flat, you should be able to see, everything from the top of the mountain. You realize that's not right. That's not correct, right?
Yeah, the minute
I just saying how I thought. It's not going to be right, obviously.
right,
Anything
the,
I'm
min-
saying not
the
gonna be
minute
right.
somebody says the Earth is flat, you guys think that removes all the
You asked
atmospheric
me on how I
obstruction that
think,
exists.
so
When
I just
somebody
answered.
else is talking, that's not really the proper time to talk.
Yeah, I was talking as well.
Not when I started.
I
You
was
started
starting
your
before.
sentence in the middle of my sentence. You could be the next guy that gets banned. Bat 'em on, don't care.
mean, I don't
I
care.
ain't got time for jackasses.
I can just mute up and just listen what's going on if you want.
Or you could just wait till somebody else isn't talking before you start your sentence.
I mean, I'm happy just to mute up.
I mean, you don't have to get your feelings hurt, Flays. It's okay, buddy.
Oh no, it's like 6 a.m. for me. That's why it's quite late. I just finished work and I'm just bored right now.
And no one's forcing you to be here. You decided to join and talk
I'm just
to us.
listening, as I said. No, I didn't really want to talk. I just wanted to listen. Just someone
Hey,
asked
listen,
my name.
you've never observed a ball. You made that shit up.
Except what?
So at 6 a.m., the sun should be coming around the corner here in a little bit, huh? You're
Probably
gonna
around
watch the
8
sun
a.m.-ish.
move in the sky.
It does that quite late now, because towards what, Christmas time, Halloween, whatever.
But you're gonna look up and see the sun moving in the sky, won't you?
Probably not. I'll be asleep.
So do you think while you're sleeping, your house is moving?
I don't fucking know.
Well, I mean, if we're on a spinning globe,
We're
then
moving apparently
my house
8,000
would be
miles
moving,
per
wouldn't
hour. It was something like that. I don't know. We're moving pretty fast. Well, the Earth, which I was told through science, which I don't even know what to fucking believe in.
So do you think your house is moving?
Not physically.
Well, obviously, but if we're on a spinning globe, you understand that your house would be moving.
I don't know how to answer that. I guess, yeah.
So do you think your house is moving?
Not physically, but I guess it's moving. Yeah.
Okay.
I guess.
Well, there you have it, folks.
I don't fucking know.
This guy thinks these high-rise buildings move.
Not physically, but the Earth's moving
Well,
with it, I
obviously,
guess.
dude, they're
I
not
mean,
getting up and going anywhere. But if we're on a globe that spins,
it
then
spins with
yes,
the
they
Earth,
do
I
move.
guess. Yeah.
Please stop.
I don't know. If you don't know what to believe, it sounds to me like it's time to stop believing and find out what is.
Yeah, I keep hearing this belief word tossed around. I don't know if any flat earther believes in the flat earth. I think we know the earth is flat based on observations.
I only know one thing, that I don't know anything for sure.
Oh, I know one thing that's absolute.
What's that?
The absolute.
Fucking Riddler.
No, man, it's death. It's called the absolute. That Yakin, aka
Change.
the absolute.
We are
Change.
all one.
Change is the only constant.
Is
the
it?
only absolute constant. Yep. Change. All things will
Interesting.
change. When,
I don't think that's true.
even if you change the environment, all things will change.
I don't think that's an absolute.
I do.
Sorry, bud. That's
All
interesting.
things change. You're not a baby still, are you?
A little bit.
Trees, they grow older every day. Plants too.
Why you
They
go from
die.
me being a baby to a tree? Why are you
Because
changing?
all things go through a life cycle, and that's an absolution. Change.
Growth,
Does change
growth
change?
towards death. You know.
Does
Yeah,
change change? Like, does change
Okay.
itself
Yeah,
change?
that sounds like a
absolutely
constant.
it does. The
Yes,
rate
it
of
does.
change.
The
So
rate-
then I don't. So then there's a chance I won't die.
No, you're gonna die for sure.
Yeah, it's
Wow,
consistent.
that's a threat. I feel attacked.
It's a threat. You fucking Washingtonian, fucking snowflake. Get out of here.
Okay, you just got muted. Just gonna locally mute you just so I don't have to listen to that crap.
Listen to what?
I do want to say something to Christiane. The Christiane deafens the second I say that. Ha!
Hey,
You think
Dandelion, you
that's
can go ahead and
connected?
say it. He's in my DM, so pass the word on.
Well, I just wanted to make sure he knows that Professor Dave is not a credible source. You probably told him that, right, Creation Bear?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I was making fun of.
Okay, good. As long as you got it covered, I just wanted to make sure. Because I don't like Professor Dave making money off of lying to children. I don't know if Christiane is a child or not, but I don't like him lying to adults either.
All right, yeah, he's off deafened now. Shout out to Christian. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Going on?
Oh, well, I was just wanted to make sure that you understood that the so-called Professor Dave is not a credible source. He's been, all of his claims have been debunked numerous times. I don't know if you saw that I tagged you in the voice text there with the Nathan Oakley rebuttal. There's the Nathan Oakley rebuttal, and then there's a couple other ones.
I was watching one of his videos, and I was trying to see if like the image he used was an accurate map, I guess, for say, of flat Earth. It seems that is not. I was just wondering.
No, you can't. The actual evidence and measurements of flat Earth can't be debunked. So what these guys do that like to make money off of a popular topic that a lot of people are interested in, they set up straw man models, straw man models that are not what any actual flat earther thinks or claims, and then they spend their time burning down those straw man models because straw is very easily burned. But it doesn't have anything to do with reality. It's just him talking to himself. That's why those guys never come in here and debate. I think that's one of the guys that's been in the server that has an account here that refuses to go on the voice debate. They'll sit there and type, They'll be little keyboard warriors, but none of them actually come and talk to any real flat earthers. They can only make their little fake videos.
Yeah, it's a pretty biased platform. Just by seeing the ratio in likes and dislikes. I feel like most, like if you was to go up against an actual flat earther amongst yourselves, it would be a lot different in conversation.
Yeah, for sure. But even those, I mean, if you actually study the information and see what we're showing here about the direct measurements, the long distance observations, the laser tests, the fact that there's no proof of curvature or rotation anywhere, that the globe model has nothing to back it up. It's a mathematical model with the number that it's based on, a radius of 3,959 miles, never measured, just pulled out of the air, complete fabrication every way, just basically science fiction. Once you understand all those things, then you watch those debunking videos, and even those don't sway you. They're out there to sway people who aren't really thinking, who just want somebody to keep them in their comfortable little bubble with their happy little globe binky. And somebody said they were a professor and said flat earthers were dumb, and so I could stay on my globe. Yay! But for me, when I was looking into it, these debunking videos came up. And I thought to myself, oh, yes, somebody has figured this out. They can explain to me, the helicopter question, the 8 inches per mile squared question. They're going to explain to me how the globe's still going to work. Yay, then my life will be much more convenient. No. Then I watched them and realized they had no science, no evidence, nothing but propaganda, smoke and mirrors and fallacies. And then that really made me see these videos that have all these likes on YouTube that are being promoted as like the debunking, to end all debunking of flat earth. This is all they got. I mean, that's the best proof of flat earth I ever saw. That's the best they got. Then there's really something to this. I'm really in trouble. I'm really going to have to rethink my entire worldview and, and basically give up the globe model, which is what I ended up doing. So if, people who are fooled by Professor Dave are just people who prefer to remain in delusion. Like Ant Monk. I can tell Ant Monk wants to remain in delusion. He likes his presupposition. He probably doesn't even consider the possibility that any of us could be right. He's going to come in here, and just try to use smoke and mirrors to keep flubbing his way through the conversation, even though he has no idea what he's talking about. And that's fine. He can stay on his globe, Ant Monk. If you want to stay on your globe delusion, I'm not going to stop you. I don't know. Deus Vult might stop you. Drace definitely might stop you, but I'm just going to let you go on your merry little globe way.
Thank you.
Halt,
You're
is that a
welcome.
globe in your hand?
I
He
told
said,
you.
thank you.
Thank you for letting
I
me stay
told
in
you
my
so.
cloud of lies.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, you could be in the cult. I mean, a lot of people stay in cults and they like them. They, maybe they get fed by them and clothed and housed.
See, I think it's unfair to inculcate the youth into a cult and
Oh, you're
never.
right. Using hyperbole, you know that. I think it's
I know.
totally wrong. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you think there's such a thing as like a positive cult? Is that
Deuce, that's actually a pitcher, a globe-shaped pitcher, and it's full of Kool-Aid.
Mm.
Do you think it's like there's such a thing as a positive cult? Like a cult that could be for good?
A cult is a cult.
Right. Is it possible like that a cult could have could be good? Like it could
No, it's because it's wrong by principle. It's unethical, just as Deus Vult tried to
Well, just like
explain.
a
To take someone
hypothetical.
from childhood, and to brainwash them into it's basically a religion. It's a superstition to take someone and brainwash them into your fantasy globe religion and use their energy and their thoughts and their mind. Even you, I mean, you probably have a decent mind, I would think, especially if you kind of like try to be objective and like stand outside of the whole thing and think, if I want to look at this scientifically, I can't come at it being sure I'm right. And I'm going to find some wiggly way with my little refraction argument to like make them see it's definitely this way. It's definitely this way. If I keep saying it enough, it's going to be this way. Maybe just have you considered that, Monk, that you might not live on a globe? Have you ever considered that you might not live on a
I
globe?
did. I went through the same 5 years ago, like when it really blew up. I went on the same path that you guys have referenced. And I just came out the other side with a different
Oh,
view.
then you're not very smart. I'm sorry. That's okay too. Not everyone is.
I'm calling bullshit. Another Jose G.
Okay, so the cult question, like,
And Monk, hang on.
Yeah.
Okay, really. No.
What was it that took him to the flat side? What evidence?
What
What
about
evidence?
the flat Earth intrigued you enough to make you at least look for evidence of the flat Earth?
Because I couldn't. When I heard about it, I realized that I didn't have any good reasons to believe the Earth was a globe, and so I couldn't. Mhm.
What about the globe Earth re-inculcated you into the belief of that?
It was a lot of things. I found like satisfying arguments on
Just
the globe
give me
side
one.
and
I didn't ask
unsatisfying
you
arguments.
for. I didn't ask you for the grand overview. I asked you for.
I mean, I think there's for rotation specifically. I think that gyroscopes are pretty solid evidence that there's rotation, and the fact that rotation is exactly what the globe predicts it would be. I don't know. That's pretty convincing to me.
I can prove you wrong on that point, by the way. Mechanical gyroscopes prove that the Earth is not spinning and not curved because they are rigid in space. They operate on the gyroscopic effect. What you're talking about is optical gyroscopes. They don't
Mechanical
operate on
gyroscopes
the
actually
gyroscopic
do
effect.
also show
Just a
15
second.
degrees.
They don't operate on the gyroscopic effect. They operate on the Sagnac effect.
I understand.
And the difference here is that rigidity in space, or the gyroscopic effect, would show spin, because as the Earth spins, the rigidity in space would prevent or would show drift as the Earth is turning. Now, if you're traveling across the curved surface, then it would also drift. Problem is, we have used mechanical gyroscopes as artificial horizons for decades. And that would be impossible on a spinning globe.
So on mechanical gyroscopes in planes. So first of all, there are videos on YouTube of people who have like really accurate mechanical gyroscopes, and they also show the 15 degrees per hour.
Do they make a correlation between what they say is the cause and the effect through experimentation?
What do you mean?
Well, the cause is rotation, right? So where's the experiment that proves a gyro is cause? It's deviation or
So
rotational
like Trace
alignment.
just explained.
Listen, it's just an assertion that we spin this, it aligns with another rotation. There's no cause and effect relationship experiment. A gyro isn't even an experiment, just an observation with an asserted cause and effect. It doesn't even follow the scientific method. It proves nothing.
Correct.
Well, like
Correct.
Drace just explained, like a mechanical gyroscope, due
It
to
proves nothing.
it's going to retain its axis in space.
Yeah,
right?
but that's not what they say is the proof of rotation now, is it?
Yeah, and they don't have any mechanical gyroscopes that show drift.
But there are
They
on
don't.
YouTube. You
No,
can look
they
them up.
don't. They only have optical gyroscopes that claim
I'll look
to
one
show
up. I'll show
drift.
you one right now.
Yeah,
Yeah, what you
show
can't
me a
do is
mechanical gyroscope that is offset
correlate
and
the drift
balanced.
with the cause.
And the plane thing. So like the horizon thing. The like what'd you call it? Synthetic horizon or something?
Apparent.
How we've used gyroscopes as what is it called?
Gyroscopes were used as an artificial horizon.
Yes. So
yes,
there's a in
You're claiming
planes.
they all drift. They don't drift.
So
And
in when
Cavendish
gyroscopes are used in
actually-
planes.
Oh, sorry. Foucault actually tried to prove rotation using mechanical gyroscopes and was proven wrong by the scientific community at large at the time. He later came up with his pendulums, which are also wrong, but we can show that as well.
So I want to say something about the plane. So in planes, they use it's called an erector, which actually forces it uses the gravity actually to force the gyroscope to stay vertical with respect to the ground. So that's what prevents mechanical gyroscopes in planes. And
Tell me more about the erector.
So the erector is like it uses a system of like weights, and it uses like air currents to keep the gyroscope. It forces the gyroscope to be vertical with respect to the ground. So that's why we can use it to fly, to fly planes without worrying about this 15 degree per hour term.
Say erector a couple.
Yes.
Well, then you don't need a gyroscope at all.
It's a very powerful erector.
No, it just doesn't make any sense.
Sorry, what'd you say?
It doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry, it just doesn't work.
Which part?
All of it.
Yeah. So mechanical. I'm finding an image of a mechanical.
Both those are an asserted cause. You guys say this causes it, but you make no correlation between the two. There's no experimentation that proves yes, that's the cause.
True.
So, like with the gyroscope, why isn't like a mechanical gyroscope showing turn?
It's dead. Because you have to manipulate the cause to prove it's a cause, right? You manipulate that variable. Got an independent, dependent, and control variable. Show me where that exists in the just rotating a gyro. Show me where that exists. Make it into an experiment for me, because it's not an experiment. It makes no attempt to prove the cause. It's an observation with an asserted cause, and you accept it.
So there's a couple
it requires belief.
I don't think so. In the gyroscope, in a mechanical gyroscope,
It does require belief. You accept what they say is proof of a cause, but no correlation's been made through experiment. We use cause and effect relationship follows the natural scientific method.
In science, so like this is kind of like talking about the natural phenomenon thing.
Yeah. So you got a theory? You just don't set up an experiment.
That the dependent variable. I don't think that the independent variable is the same as natural phenomena. I think that the relationship, whatever causes the relationship between the dependent and the independent variables, that's natural phenomenon. But
which is a conclusion you have already decided before you called it an experiment.
Are you
it's
talking
not
about
an experiment? It's just not.
So why
it doesn't meet
not?
the requirements.
the thing that we observe is the change.
Well, I already
right?
told you why it doesn't meet the 3 ground level requirements of natural science experimentation: independent, dependent, and control variables.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
for a
It's also
control, let's say for a control, we could have the gyroscope not spinning.
Just think about this for a second. The effect is within the contraption.
Listen, if you want to assert the
But
Earth
the cause
is
of the
rotating,
spin
listen,
isn't
you want to
from the
no, do
contraption.
you want to? When you say that the independent variable is it not spinning, then the fact that it is spinning becomes the cause for the apparent deviation, and you can no longer say it's a rotation of the Earth because you just labeled the independent variable rotation of the setup or non-rotation.
The independent variable for the gyroscope would be like whether or not it's spinning, whether or not it's
No,
it's like
in your premise, in the very premise made by Focal and all the other guys, it's the rotation of Earth causes the apparent deviation. That's your independent variable.
yes, but like sorry,
Sorry,
I'm getting mixed
chosen
up
for
between
you.
like the spinning of the wheel of the gyroscope. Whether or not the spinning of the wheel of the gyroscope, like the weighted wheel
The
in a mechanical
independent
gyroscope,
variable is the
that's
cause.
independent
Yes.
because we decide whether or not
No.
it's turned on or turned off.
That's So which one is the cause in your opinion, dependent or independent?
But the cause is I disagree about like this definition of so like in the experiment with the fisherman, right?
I don't care.
You disagree with the definition
with the way
of
that
science,
you guys are describing
of
science.
an experiment?
I do, yeah. So like let's look at this. Let's
do me a
look at
favor. Do me a favor. Do me a favor.
Mhm.
Look up an alternative definition other than what we're saying, and present it to us.
Sure. Well, let me try and give an example.
No. That's not what I asked you for.
I mean, isn't this something that like?
No,
this
you
is
said
about
you
ideas,
disagree.
right?
You disagree. No, this
Yes.
is not about ideas. This is about proving truth or not.
All right. I'll try to. What kind of evidence could I provide that would be convincing?
Any citation that says otherwise than what we're saying, something that you can agree with, that we're obviously that is counter to what we're saying.
Right, because science labels the independent variable the cause and the dependent variable the effect.
That's so. In the fisherman,
And so
can I try to give an example?
Okay, stop.
I mean,
Just
now, come
don't
on,
say
I
it.
wanna give
Don't
an
say any.
example.
Don't say any. No, fuck your example. I want an independent source from you, citing what you think science is.
All right,
I don't want you to have a make up fantasy land of what you believe science to be.
Okay, I'm looking.
Here's the definition of scientific method. A method of procedure that has characterized natural science since the 17th century, consisting in systematic observation, measurement, and experiment, and the formulation, testing, and modification of hypotheses.
So we got hypotheses, observation, and tests through experimentation.
I agree with all that. I'm all there.
What are you disagreeing with?
I'm disagreeing with this notion that
an
the cause
experiment.
Hang on,
is
Michael.
identical.
Michael, hang on. I want to hear answer. Say it again.
So I'm disagreeing with this notion that the dependent variable, which I think it's the thing that we change to see what nature then does to the independent variable. So like the fisherman, I'm sorry, but the fisherman, he's doing an experiment to see which bait attracts the fish.
To prove cause and effect, you have to manipulate what is your stated cause. The one where you leave out rotation and add in rotation, that's the control.
No, the
you just want to listen. They're all defined, independent, dependent.
Yeah, and I disagree with
what
control. You think the definition is.
Okay. Hang on, Michael. It's fine to disagree. Hang on, Michael. It's fine to disagree, but I need a citation right now.
Okay,
Don't give me your stupid fucking example again about a fisherman and goddamn bait.
Yeah, 27 minutes after the hour, I gave you also a citation that contradicts what you were saying.
Which
Excuse my language.
let me. What 27? Oh, that's with like the time that you. Okay, sorry. I've wondered why you guys say like something after the hour, but it's to see where it's posted.
Because we're on different hours, obviously.
I see. Okay, independent variable is what is varied during the experiment. It's what the investigator thinks will affect the dependent variable. I agree with that.
Okay, so we're not in disagreement at all because that's exactly what we're saying.
Exactly. Yeah, independent
is the
affects the
manipulated
dependent.
variable.
So the independent is the
independent variable,
cause. The dependent is the effect. You just said it. You just agreed.
But it's nature that decides. Nature is what decides how the independent variable affects the dependent variable.
Okay, how do you pull away the independent variable from the situation to see if it was the cause?
We can use boiling water to explain this. Nature doesn't.
We use a control.
Water
to
boils at a certain temperature, and we don't wait for nature to change that. We just reduce the heat to prove it doesn't boil at temperatures below this, and we increase it to prove it does. So we find that heat is the cause for boiling water.
If you can't manipulate the independent variable, then you have something that is unfalsifiable.
So I think that the independent variable in the gyroscope experiment is whether or not the thing is on.
No.
Why not? That's the thing that we manipulate.
Because that would be the cause.
You're saying that the spin is the cause of what you're observing.
Your deviation, the independent variable in science, as defined by Berkeley and other academic sources, the independent variable is the cause.
You can't say that the spin. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we're on the same thing.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you can't say that the spin of the gyroscope is the cause of the spin of the Earth if your conclusion, which I said you've already come to, is the spin of the Earth. You're putting the cart before the horse, saying this proves the spin of the. Hang on, you're saying you're saying that the spin of the Earth causes the precession in the gyroscope. Period. But then you're saying that your independent variable is the spin of the gyroscope. So the spin of the gyroscope, I agree with your actual conclusion that the spin of the gyroscope is the cause of the spin of the gyroscope, 100%. But I don't agree that spin of the gyroscope causes the spin of the Earth. That's ridiculous.
Well, we have to involve what we know about gyroscopes.
No.
Right?
What you're doing is putting your presupposed outcome before what you're looking at. You're saying this will prove my point.
Our understanding of gyroscopes isn't some. Our understanding of gyroscopes is empirical. Like
who's our? No.
Just science. Physics.
Our understanding of gyroscopes are two different understandings. You're saying that because A does B, then that equals A. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, you are confused. I understand that. And I'm trying to listen to what I'm telling you. The spin of the gyroscope does not cause the spin of the Earth. That's ridiculous. And that's what you're asserting.
No, whether or not the gyroscope is on causes the it makes the mechanism of the Earth spin affect the degrees, affect the
how are you ascertaining that?
So we can take what we know about gyroscopes, right? We can take what we know about.
How are you ascertaining that? What in the experiment are you changing to ascertain that is what is happening?
So I'm trying to answer that question. So we know that from conservation momentum, the whole mechanical gyroscopes, they are based on the concept of conservation of momentum, and we've seen this. Engineers use this all the time. We know that it works to describe how the universe works, and we know that when
so what are you changing to show that it's the spin of the Earth?
Well, let me build it up from the ground. So
because you're leading me into something. What exactly in the experiment?
What if I'm leading you to the truth? What if I'm leading
you're
you
not.
to the truth?
You're not, because you're not telling me
what
you've changed.
How do you know that I'm not leading you to the truth?
On or off answer. What are you changing in your supposed experiment because you didn't observe anything. You created something and then told
and then I
me
changed
this
and I
is why
observed
it
the
does
effect.
this. What did you change? So
We
when
changed
the
whether or not the
gyroscope is moving, when the gyroscope is working correctly, it processes. When it's not working, it doesn't process. I agree with that.
Sure.
I disagree with your conclusion that the Earth moving has made the precession happen, because
Right.
the Earth moving is your independent variable, and there is no mechanism in that mechanism in which you have stopped or moved or changed in any way to stop the precession. The only
Okay.
thing that you've changed is the mechanism itself, on or off, right?
Right.
So you're telling me that the gyroscope is what is creating the move of the Earth.
No, the gyro. When we turn the gyroscope on, we
Stop.
see this 15 degrees.
Stop.
Can I
Yes.
talk? I haven't gotten
So
a chance.
it's a natural function of the gyroscope, correct?
No, because
It's
we
on or
expect
off.
gyroscopes to be stable in space. We expect gyroscopes to be stable in space. That's what we expect.
Go ahead, Trace.
That's how gyroscopes are made. They're made
exactly
stable in space, rigid in space, and they're not. They
Yes.
don't. Yeah, they just work on the gyroscopic effect. So
Exactly. We expect gyroscopes to be
They
stable
don't
in
have this
space.
deviation, 15 degree hour. That's only
Mechanical
in optical
gyroscopes.
gyros.
I posted a video here. I'll post it again.
I don't see any video.
I'll. Am I not allowed to post in the voice chat or something?
It came through, but you don't get embed perms. You can DM it to me, and I'll post it for you.
Yeah, you sent me that. I'm sorry. Here's a video of the mechanical gyroscope. So so you're right. We expect, based on from conservation of momentum, which like when it's applied to a rotating body, it's called the gyroscopic effect. We expect it to be stable in space. So when we see shift, then there's the only conclusion that we can draw is that the base that it's sitting on is rotating.
Okay, I jumped through this. This doesn't prove that gyroscopes don't have the gyroscopic effect. This is retarded.
Well, why do we see it move then?
Video? Is that your evidence? That the gyroscopes don't have the gyroscopic effect?
Well, so think about it. So if we see the gyroscope moving,
Is a gyroscope?
per hour.
Are there mechanisms within the gyroscope that are moving?
Yes, but this 15 degrees per hour is in the axis. It's in the axis that we think should be stable. If it's not,
No,
if
that
the
you're
base
asserting
is
should be
not moving.
stable, but could it process on its own?
No, that's because that's not how the gyroscopic effect works. Drace knows this. Gyroscopes are supposed to, if they're spinning, if they're on, right, they're supposed to maintain their axis in space.
But they always process, right?
They do. They don't. So this one does. When
you found a video online where someone claims to have done something.
I mean, you can dispute the video if you want. I won't be able to stop you from that.
Experience of everyone in the world who has ever played with a gyroscope. So,
but it has to be a very large gyroscope.
My experience and the experience of thousands of others. Which one do you think is more valid?
Well, this gyroscope is a really big one that can resist forces, like a one that you play with your hand.
The more precise, the worse it would be. But it still would still be 15 degrees an hour for every gyroscope, and there would be no gyroscopic effect. We wouldn't have such a thing.
Okay, that's my whole point. If they're not all moving, then there is no.
So the 15 degree per hour turn, you need a large gyroscope and a very precise one to see this 15 degrees per hour. If you're doing it with a handheld one, it's just like there's too many other factors. But like this gyroscope here, it isolates the gyroscope from a lot of different forces.
Okay, so what's your independent variable, on or off?
Yes.
How do you know that he just didn't make a mistake?
Because I mean, look
But
at
that's
this.
not a gyroscope.
It's
It doesn't
15
have a
degrees.
gyroscopic effect, so it can't be a mechanical gyroscope since it's drifting. So it
There's two different.
must be an error in his mechanism. It is the only possible solution. So if you have
That's not the only
one
possible
incident
solution.
that's an outlier that doesn't fit with
But
everything
is that the
else,
base it's
you
sitting
can't use
on
that as
is
the
moving.
basis to try to assume everything.
So there's
based on
two
that one
conclusions.
outlier.
There's two conclusions that we can draw from this experiment. We can say
That's
that
not an
there's something
experiment.
wrong
That's
with
not
him.
an experiment. That is a man with a faulty mechanism.
We don't know that, right? We don't know that.
Obviously,
The
because
other
it doesn't have
conclusion
the
is that the
gyroscopic
base it's
effect,
sitting
so
on
it's
is
not a
moving.
mechanical gyroscope.
But there's two conclusions we can draw. We don't know.
There's only one conclusion. He doesn't have a mechanical gyroscope because it lacks the gyroscopic effect.
Or the Earth is moving beneath it.
No.
Or the Earth is rotating.
No, it lacks the gyroscopic effect, so it's not a mechanical gyroscope. That's where it ends. The only place where they claim to find the drift is in the optical gyroscopes. So either this guy
we
is
see it here.
liar-
This is a mechanical gyroscope that's showing 15 degrees per hour.
You believe it's a mechanical gyroscope. You have not seen the insides of this machine. You don't know how accurate it is.
Sure.
You just
sure.
believe this after seeing
But
one
why
video
would it show
online,
15 degrees
and
by accident?
This video
Oh
contradicts.
my God! You don't know when the other people are talking. Are you scared of the answer you're gonna get? Is that why you constantly interrupt people?
I'm sorry. I am bad at that, and I apologize.
Again.
How
so
would
your
Earth... Go ahead.
Do you always have to talk over other people?
Well, that's why I quit. At least I'm have enough etiquette to stop when I realize.
Agree. You go ahead, Michael, because you were so generous.
Well, I just wanted to know, how does the Earth spin independent of a gyro that's actually either on the Earth or on something attached to the Earth? How would the Earth spin under a gyro? I think he's confusing a pendulum with a gyro, and the pendulum's still attached to something that's attached to the Earth. Neither one of those two could be independent of the Earth frame.
So gyroscopes are they're set up in these housings where the housing can move independently of the gyroscope, and they're all greased up so that the housing can move while the gyroscope can be.
Yeah, but it's
stable.
not independent of the Earth. It's still in the Earth.
The housing is locked to the Earth.
Did you not hear about the grease in the erector?
I did, but that doesn't change what reference frame it exists in. That doesn't change it. The grease didn't magically move the gyro out of the reference frame, so it hovers above.
Let me try to find a video of gyroscope.
And Monk, it still doesn't. It just still does not explain.
Listen, you can get a picture.
Your conclusion.
That's the assumption that we've never seen one, and that's going to all of a sudden enlighten us to something we've never seen. But
your conclusion of this observation is still just spurious at best. You're still concluding that the Earth is moving based on whether that thing is on or off.
Yeah, one YouTube video, and that contradicts all of known gyroscopes that work normally. And in the video, apparently it goes 15 degrees in 20 minutes, so that's way off as well. So it must be the machine, must be his failure. That's the only solution.
That guy is a fucking failure.
It showed 15 and 20 minutes. What does it say?
Yeah, it's rigidity in space. You're saying they don't maintain the rigidity in space.
Well, I'm saying that because we see it move, it means that the thing that we're sitting on is rotating.
In a plane, they have a quick direct knob that resets the gyro. If it falls out of rigidity, it's not working as the gyro is meant to work.
Right. That's when you use an erector so that it stays locked to the vertical.
No, not locked.
No. It's just set. It's not locked. And also, do you understand now that just because you found a YouTube video that makes massive mistakes with a massive non-gyroscope,
but I still think there's two conclusions we can draw.
Gyroscopes work.
either he's doing something wrong, right? Or his device is working and the thing that it's sitting on is rotating.
No, it can't be working because mechanical gyroscopes have the gyroscopic effect. So he doesn't have a mechanical gyroscope, and he's lying to your face.
I mean, I can't prove that he's not lying, I guess. So
you can prove that he's not lying because he claims there's drift and it's not rigid in space. So
there's
it's
two
not
conclusions
a
we can draw
gyroscope,
from
and
the
he
drift.
tells you to your face that it's a gyro compass, even though in the details he says it's not a gyro compass though. So you trust this guy who can't even keep his lies straight?
I think I can't prove. I don't know this person, so you're right. I can't prove that whether or not he's lying.
Really quick, Trace. We have no idea of the video you speak.
It's the one
I'm just
creation
looking
bear
at the
just
video he
posted.
sent us.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry.
I'm looking to try and find another video of that.
Yeah, generally, people don't claim the mechanical gyros drift at all because that's not normal. Because mechanical gyroscopes have the defining feature is that they don't drift, is that they're rigid in space. So
my argument is that
automatically disqualifies it. That's why all Globers tried to appeal to optical gyroscopes, but optical gyroscopes don't help them either because optical gyroscopes operate on light and the Sagnac effect. And the Sagnac effect just destroys Einstein. So they're just destroyed all around.
I think that we're getting ahead of ourselves when we discount the movement of the gyroscope based on principle alone. Like if we see it move, if we see a gyroscope, a mechanical gyroscope really move, then there's two conclusions. We can say that it's not working, or we can say that the Earth is moving beneath it.
It's funny somebody else is going about the globe religion.
If that happened all the time, then yeah, I think we could say that.
If all the gyroscopes did drift, then we could say that maybe. But
it's very hard to detect. You need a big gyroscope.
Consider that option. But when all of the gyroscopes don't drift, and that's a defining feature is that they don't drift, then one